Chapter 1, The Brother Supporting Demon. Shuanxiu Community, Lanshan City. The walls were covered with red wedding characters and the sound of firecrackers could be heard everywhere. There were several black cars parked in front of building number 3. We had been here for 2 hours to pick up the bride, but we still hadn't seen the bride come out of the building. Several drivers gathered together and looked up, their faces full of impatience. Upstairs in the bride's house, the groom Jin Dongxiang, wearing a suit, stood in the middle of the living room, his eyes full of pleading, and he almost cried. Xiu, do you want to come with me? Humph. The bride Li Xiushuang closed her chest and said as if it was a matter of course, if you don't agree to my mother's request, I won't go with you. The mother-in-law next to him came up to him and said, Jin Dongxiang, you better pay another 300,000 yuan to marry my daughter. Otherwise, you won't be able to take my daughter away today. You. Jin Dong was shaking with anger, but he didn't dare to lose his temper on the spot, so he could only suppress the anger in his heart. He sighed heavily and said to his mother-in-law, Aunt, I have already given you 300,000 yuan, and my parents borrowed the money at the cost of their reputation. In addition to money, you also want me to have a car and a house, and I have satisfied you with all these. In order to get married, I have already taken on a lot of debt. Now at this time, where do you want me to get another 300,000 yuan back? The groom has come to pick up the bride, but at this critical juncture, the mother-in-law suddenly turns hostile and asks for another 300,000 yuan. Anyone would be annoyed by this. The matchmaker and relatives of both parties standing nearby frowned and secretly complained. Who are these people? Do they still have any shame? However, my mother-in-law doesn't care about what others think. She said confidently, my son is in his 20s and is going to get married. If you don't give me money, where can I get it? Besides, I asked you for 300,000 before, and now I want another 300,000, which only adds up to 600,000. Do you think you are losing out by marrying a beautiful girl like me for 600,000? Jin Dongxiang's face turned pale and he was about to speak when he was interrupted by his mother-in-law. Oh, right. The mother-in-law suddenly stood up and said as if she had thought of something. My son's girlfriend's family is asking to buy a new house. Jin Dongxiang, you just bought that house not long ago, right? How about this, let my son use that house for his wedding first. And their SA car. The brother-in-law next to him jumped out and reminded, my girlfriend said she wants a mini convertible. Anyway, you married my sister, so we are a family. You can buy me a car. It's not expensive, just over 200,000 yuan. You can go to your grandma's. Jin Dong couldn't bear it any longer and exploded. His scalp was about to explode, and he raised his hand and slapped his brother-in-law on the cheek. With a slap, the brother-in-law was slapped in the face and staggered to the side a few steps and fell directly to the ground. Shit, I only make 3,000 yuan a month, and I've already taken on so much debt just to marry your sister. It's okay that your family is eyeing my new house, but you also want me to help you buy a car? What, I'm your dad. Jin Dongxiang, what are you doing? Jin Dongxiang wanted to go up and stomp on her a few times to vent his anger, but was stopped by his mother-in-law. The bride Li Xiu also rushed over and stood in front of Jin Dongxiang, crying, I only have this one brother, you can't hit him. The mother-in-law pulled her son up with red eyes, turned around and glared at Jin Dongxiang, good boy, you dare to hit my son. If nothing else, just because of your slap in the face, I have to raise the price without 600,000, don't even think about taking my daughter away today. It was 300,000 before, and now it has become 600,000. Jin Dongxiang almost vomited blood, fuck, 600,000? Why don't you just rob a bank? But who would have known that at this time, the bride Li Xiu not only did not stand on her husband's side, but instead spoke for her unreasonable mother. Jin Dongxiang, how could you do this? I have already agreed to marry you, why are you still so stingy towards my family? What's wrong with giving my brother the house and the car? Those things are just external possessions. I don't mind your poverty and I am willing to live with you. Isn't that enough? After we get married, we will live happily as a family, and the car and the house will be given to my brother. It doesn't matter. I know it's not easy for you. My mom just said that out of anger. We don't need 600,000, 300,000 will be enough. Jin Dongxiang, go home and think of a way to borrow some money from someone, and don't make it difficult for me. At the end, Li Xiu did not forget to add, look at me, I am willing to marry you even though I know your family is poor. It would be hard to find such a sensible daughter-in-law even if you search with a lantern. I'm so fucking. Jin Dongxiang gritted his teeth, spread his hands and said, "You know my family's situation, do you think I can still borrow 600,000? Not to mention 600,000, there is not even 60,000 left." Li Xiu fell silent, pursed her lips and did not answer. After a moment, she raised her head and glanced at Jin Dongxiang dimly. "If it really doesn't work, go sell your kidney." "What the hell?" Jin Dongxiang was startled and thought he had heard it wrong. Li Xiu nodded firmly, "That's right, sell your kidney. We have inquired about it. You don't smoke or drink, you don't have any bad habits, you are only in your 20s, your kidneys are in the best condition, so it won't be a problem to sell them for 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. Are you serious?" Jin Dongxiang was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party could even say such words. "Yeah, Qiang, at worst we can just stop having a private life in the future. I know you love my inner self, not my body. You will definitely agree to me, right?" Fearing that Jin Dongxiang would shake his head, Li Xiu quickly added, "Don't worry, Qiang, even if you sell your kidney and become incompetent, I will never despise you in the future. I will grow old with you." She said everything she needed to say, and her words sounded so righteous and like a hero who was willing to sacrifice his life for justice. Jin Dongxiang was stunned by what he said. Jin Dongxiang didn't react for a long time and was completely stunned. He suddenly sneered and looked Li Xiu up and down with a very strange look. "You said you loved me, is this how you love me? You said you were reasonable, and that's how you thought about me?" Jin Dongxiang suddenly realized something, raised his hand and pointed at his unmarried wife, and then pointed at his brother-in-law who had been slapped by him. "I finally understand. No wonder you keep forcing me to take out a loan to buy a house. You also stipulated that the house must be within 10 kilometers of your home. You only want a mini car. It turns out that all of this is for the only boy in the family." Chapter 2, Little Golden Hand. "I bought the car, didn't touch it myself, and then gave it to your brother to drive. If you don't live in the newly bought house for a day, let your brother live in it. I bought all the things with my own money, and I have to pay off the loans I took out. You guys really have a good plan." Jin Dongxiang really wanted to curse, but when the words came to his lips he swallowed them back. He figured it out, it's not worth getting angry with such trash. He stood up straight, turned to look at Li Xiu who was already wearing the bride's dress, and asked coldly, "Li Xiu, I'm going to ask you one last time, do you still want to marry me?" "I won't." Li Xiu shook her head firmly, "If you don't agree to my mother's request, I won't go with you." The mother-in-law also jumped out and blocked Li Xiu's way. She pointed at Jin Dongxiang's nose and said with a smug look on her face, "Today is your big wedding day. If my daughter doesn't go with you, the marriage won't take place. I wonder how you're going to explain this to your relatives and friends when you go back. Are you sure?" Jin Dongxiang didn't even look at his mother-in-law. He looked straight at Li Xiu and asked the question word by word for the last time. Li Xiu glanced at Jin Dongxiang with resentment, then nodded, "I listened to my mother. I only have this one brother in the family. If I don't take good care of him, no one will be able to take care of him. Qiang, you must understand my difficulties. It's not easy for us all. If you really love me, then agree to my mother's request, it's just." Without waiting for Li Xiu to finish his words, Jin Dongxiang stepped forward with a gloomy face, raised his right hand high and brought it down heavily. Bang! A crisp sound was heard. Half of Li Xiu's cheek instantly became red and swollen, and 5 clearly visible finger marks appeared on it. It all happened so quickly, in the blink of an eye. Everyone present was stunned. They were just going to take action? After being slapped, Li Xiu stared at Jin Dongxiang with eyes wide open, with a look of disbelief on her face. You actually hit me?" Jin Dongxiang started to yell hysterically, "It's not easy for you, and it's not easy for your mother, as they all have to take care of your brother. Is your brother a high-level paraplegic? He's already 20 years old and is going to get married, can't he take care of himself?" Jin Dong was so angry that his hair stood up. He poked Li Xiu's nose and scolded, "Now you and I are getting married, but your mother keeps asking for money. I gave her 300,000 yuan and it wasn't enough. Now she wants 600,000 yuan. She also wants to give the car and house I bought with a loan to your brother. Is there anything easier than this? You asked me to understand your difficulties, why don't you understand my difficulties? My parents are farmers who have worked hard all their lives. In order to hold this wedding for me, they spent all their life saving money. At the age of 20, I have a debt of more than 1 million. Do you think it is difficult for me? Ha, if I don't agree to your mother's request, then you won't come with me? You can leave if you want, I won't serve you anymore. Jin Dongxiang was like a mad bull. He tore off the red flower on his chest and stomped it to pieces in front of so many stunned relatives and friends. Seeing Jin Dongxiang suddenly get angry, the bride Li Xiu was a little confused. In her memory, this man had a good temper. Even if she quarreled with him, he would never yell at her. But now. Ah Qiang, what are you doing? Are you crazy? You are crazy, your whole family is crazy. Jin Dongxiang's face flushed, and he cursed with spit, if you don't marry me, I won't marry you. You. Li Xiu's face changed drastically. If Jin Dongxiang really didn't marry her, how would she face people in the future? At this time, the mother-in-law suddenly came up, looked at Jin Dongxiang with disdain, and comforted Li Xiu and said, Don't be afraid, this guy is just trying to scare you, don't take it seriously. A poor boy, if he doesn't marry you, who else can he marry? Why don't you take a piss and look at your own moral character? You have to know that we are a working-class family. Their ancestors have been farmers for 10 generations. If he can marry you, it means that their ancestral graves are full of glory. Don't be afraid. Hearing her mother's comfort, Li Xiu nodded, and seemed to have gained some confidence, and said to Jin Dongxiang in a more serious tone. Jin Dongxiang, besides me, who else would be willing to marry you? Besides, don't forget that your family spent a lot of money to prepare for your wedding with me. If you don't marry me, the money for the wedding and the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift to my family will all be wasted. Under the guidance of her mother, Li Xiu naturally taught Jin Dongxiang a lesson. Look at you, you are such a grown-up, why are you still acting like a child? Let's put it this way. Today is a happy day and I won't bother with you. Just apologize to us and give the car and the house to my brother, and I will go with you immediately. This way, everyone is happy, how wonderful. Yes, you must apologize. Brother-in-law Li Shang hid behind his mother and yelled at Jin Dongxiang loudly. Apologize? And you want me to promise to give your brother the garage and the house? And you want me to swallow my family's betrothal gift? Jin Dongxiang gritted his teeth so hard that they made a grinding sound, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Fuck your grandma! With a snap. Jin Dongxiang raised his hand and slapped Li Xiu hard on the other cheek. He used all his strength and slapped Li Xiu so hard that his teeth became loose. I'm telling you, I won't get married today. You, Li Xiu, are now being kicked by me, Jin Dong. Even if I stay single for the rest of my life, I will never marry someone like you. Jin Dongxiang turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly he thought of something and turned around and said loudly, Also, I'll come over to get the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift tomorrow. If you're short of a penny, I'll make your whole family lie here. Without waiting for the Li family to react, Jin Dongxiang strode out. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Leaving now? Is this marriage not going to happen? Is this true or false? Everyone in the room was Li Xiu's mother's relative. They were all stunned and did not react for a long time. As for Jin Dongxiang, after he left here angrily, he had just stepped downstairs when a voice appeared in his mind. Congratulations to the master for reaching the conditions to unlock the golden hand and obtaining the initial skill turning stone into gold. The next level of skill is stealing. The voice was extremely ethereal and pleasant, as if a young lady was talking in his ear, causing Jin Dongxiang to shudder all over. Chapter 3, All is Lost. Golden hand? Turning stones into gold? Stealing? What is that? Jin Dongxiang fell into a daze, while the group of people upstairs were in an uproar. Mom, look, he's really gone. After Li Xiu came to her senses, she found that Jin Dongxiang was actually gone, and she burst into tears. Today is her wedding day, but before she even got into the wedding car, she was kicked by the man. What is this? If this gets out, how will she face people? Not only her, but her mother-in-law's face was also extremely gloomy. This poor boy is possessed by a ghost? He actually just left like that? The brother-in-law Li Shang was like a child, holding his mother's arm and shaking it from side to side, shouting, I don't care, I just want the car and the house, or my girlfriend will break up with me. After waiting for a while, seeing that Jin Dongxiang still did not appear at the door, the mother-in-law became furious. This brat slapped us in the face a few times, and now he just turns around and walks away? Who does he think he is? Not a cent of the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift will be returned to him. The mother-in-law was cursing loudly and angrily, and the relatives from her family in the living room looked at each other, wanting to laugh but not daring to. As the saying goes, misfortunes sent by heaven can be avoided, but misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot. Your family always asks the man for so much money without even looking at the quality of your own products. Now, everything is gone. Oh, sister-in-law, look, he stopped. Someone looked out the window and immediately shouted. Everyone hurried over to take a look, and sure enough, they saw Jin Donghyung's figure standing in the yard. Look, that kid hasn't left yet. Brother-in-law Li Shang shouted excitedly. The mother-in-law snorted coldly, as if she had already guessed this result, and said with a bit of pride, I knew this boy was reluctant to leave. Humph. He actually dared to get angry in front of us today. If he doesn't kneel down and apologize to us, then forget about marrying my daughter. Also, the betrothal gift must be 600,000, not a cent less. Seeing that Jin Donghyung didn't leave, Li Shou also calmed down a little, tidied her wedding dress, curled her lips and muttered, I said, Achan loves me so much, how could he bear to leave me? Besides, he is a pauper. Without me, who would be willing to marry him? Even if he is willing to abandon me, can he still give up the 300,000 betrothal gift? At this point, Li Shou's eyes suddenly lit up. Mom, hasn't my brother always wanted to open a small restaurant? When he comes back later, he will be covered in dust and dirt, so you can take this opportunity to ask him for more money. 600,000 is not enough, so try 800,000. As far as I know, Jin Donghyung's family still has more than 20 acres of land. Let him sell them all. Anyway, after I marry him, I won't go back to my hometown to take care of those lands. It's just right to sell them. Yes, my sister is smart and thinks long term. Li Shang started to act like a spoiled child to his mother again. Mom, just ask that poor guy for 800,000 yuan, and use the extra 200,000 yuan to open a small restaurant for me, how great it would be. As they were planning, the person at the window suddenly shouted again, look, he's gone, really gone this time. Li Shang, her mother and her two daughters were stunned and quickly ran to the window to take a look. There was no sign of Jin Donghyung anywhere, and even the motorcade that came to pick up the bride early in the morning had withdrawn. This time he really left. The bride Li Shou, who had just been thinking about asking Jin Donghyung for an extra 200,000 yuan, suddenly felt a black screen before her eyes and burst into tears, feeling extremely aggrieved. Li Shang was also confused. He looked at his sister who was wearing a wedding dress but couldn't get married, and then looked at those relatives and friends who were obviously watching the fun. His face became a little embarrassed. Mom, how about I go after him? We don't need so much money. Just let him take my sister away with 300,000 yuan. My girlfriend Xiaolan said that if I can't give her a betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan, she will end her relationship with me. The mother-in-law stamped her feet hard and gritted her teeth in anger. You bastard, I just don't believe it. With that 300,000 yuan betrothal gift in my hand, you can still be willing to break off the engagement? You better not regret it, you little bastard, or I'll make you pay. As for Jin Donghyung, when faced with the difficulties raised by the bride's family, he turned around and left in anger, and felt relieved. However, his family had been preparing for the wedding for many days, waiting for him to bring the bride home. But now that this has happened, not only can the bride not go back, even he, the groom, is too embarrassed to go back. Fuck, that bitch Li Shou, it's a pity that I was so sincere to her. If I had known this would happen, I would have ended the relationship earlier, and things like this wouldn't have happened. It's better not to get married. If I really marry a girl like that who supports her brother, my life will be ruined. But then again, if they really don't want to get married, what should they do with the 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts that have already been given? Jin Donghyung's parents are farmers, and they had to beg for help to borrow the 300,000 yuan. If he lost his wife and had to pay 300,000 yuan in compensation, his parents would probably be so angry that they would die. Given the nature of that family, if I go back now to ask for money, they will definitely not give it to me. They might even humiliate me. As the saying goes, if you endure for a moment, you will have peace. If you take a step back, the more you think about it, the more you will suffer. Jin Donghyung squatted at the foot of the wall, smoking a cigarette, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Fuck, if you don't give me money, I'll fight you. Jin Donghyung picked up a brick and with red eyes, he was about to go back to seek revenge on the Li family. But just as he stood up, he thought of something and sat down again dejectedly. Oh, forget it. I've already given the money to the other person. If I end up in jail for hurting someone else, my parents will be so pissed off. This is not acceptable, and that is not acceptable. Jin Donghyung was filled with annoyance. He lowered his head and played with the head in his hand. He sighed heavily and couldn't help but start to daydream. Oh, how great it would be if this brick was a gold brick. In that case, I wouldn't have to be so servile to the Lee family anymore, and my parents wouldn't have to be looked down upon. Ding dong! The initial skill of the golden hand turning stone into gold is activated. As soon as that thought came to his mind, an ethereal voice appeared in Jin Dongxiang's mind, exactly the same voice that appeared downstairs at Lee's house before. Before Jin Dongxiang could react, he felt a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from the ground beneath his feet, almost blinding his eyes. Oh my god! Chapter 4 Goldfinger. Jin Dongxiang subconsciously closed his eyes, thinking that aliens had suddenly attacked the earth, and kept waving his hands in front of him. But he danced around for a long time and didn't seem to notice anything wrong. Jin Dongxiang opened his eyes tentatively and cautiously, and looked around. Where were the aliens? The golden light from before also disappeared. Jin Dongxiang subconsciously looked down at his feet. The bricks that were previously stained with a lot of mud were shining brightly under the sunlight, golden. Oh my god, gold, gold, gold bricks. Jin Dongxiang almost popped his eyes out. Where the hell did such a big gold brick come from? He quickly turned around and looked around, only to find that there was absolutely no one else here except himself. Jin Dongxiang frowned, stared at the gold brick under his feet, then reached out and grabbed it. A gold brick weighs about 1 kilogram. According to the current market price, 1 gram costs 300 yuan, and 1 kilogram is 150,000. Jin Dongxiang took a deep breath and was frightened by the number that appeared in his mind. Am I dreaming? Jin Dongxiang just felt his head buzzing, everything was so unreal. I'll try again. He picked up another half brick from the ground, praying silently in his heart that this brick could turn into a gold brick. There was a flash of golden light, and the half brick in his hand actually turned into a gold brick. Holy crap! I can actually turn stone into gold. So rich, so rich. Looking at the 2 gold bricks, one big and one small, in his hands, Jin Dongxiang excitedly sat down on the ground. He didn't care that his suit was rented and picked up a brick. Come again. The 3rd gold brick appears. However, when Jin Dongxiang wanted to make the 4th gold brick, his ability to turn stone into gold failed. No matter how Jin Dongxiang prayed, the brick in his hand remained a brick, and no longer flashed with golden light. Jin Dongxiang was stunned. To be honest, he was a little confused. You can turn stone into gold, but don't just have 3 chances. If I had known this earlier, I would have found a bigger stone to use these 3 chances. Just when Jin Dongxiang was about to bang his head against the wall with regret, the ethereal and pleasant female voice suddenly rang in his mind again. Congratulations to the master for reaching the conditions to activate the 2nd skill. The 2nd skill, stealing, has been activated. The 3rd skill, skilled craftsman, is waiting to be unlocked. The next moment, Jin Dongxiang felt a black screen before his eyes, as if a pair of invisible hands had grabbed his spirit and instantly crossed thousands of mountains and rivers. Almost instantly, Jin Dongxiang came into darkness. When he opened his eyes, he found a pair of big hands in front of him. This hand is more than a person tall. The little finger and fingers of the right hand are golden, just like gold, while the other fingers are dull, as if they have lost all their essence. Where is this? How did I get here? Welcome to the Golden Hand System Space, Master. A woman's voice suddenly sounded in the darkness, frightening Jin Dongxiang so much that he trembled all over. You, are you a human or a ghost? Hello, Master. I am Little Golden Hand. Congratulations on obtaining Little Golden Hand. From now on, I will serve you wholeheartedly. Golden Little Hand? Jin Dongxiang was stunned for a moment, raised his hand and pointed at the hands in front of him and asked, Is this the thing? That's right, the Little Golden Hand has 10 fingers, and each finger contains a magical skill. Master, every time you use a skill, the next skill will be activated. But I want to remind you that each skill has certain limitations. For example, the Midas Touch you just used can only be used 3 times a month. You have already used all of them, so you cannot trigger it again this month. 10 fingers mean 10 skills. Jin Dongxiang frowned and thought for a moment, then exclaimed, at the beginning, he was able to turn stone into gold, so wouldn't the skills he unlocked in the future be even more powerful? In that case, why would I marry a man who supports his brother? Jin Dongxiang came back to his senses from the system space and jumped up excitedly. Unfortunately, his waist and abdomen were not strong enough, and he fell flat on his back before he could stand firmly, looking extremely embarrassed. Even so, Jin Dongxiang still smiled foolishly regardless. If other people saw this scene, they would probably think there was another fool in the world. He held the 3 gold bricks tightly, muttering, "If I had known that the skill of turning stone into gold had a limit on how many times I could use it, I would have found a big stone to try it." I remember there was a statue of a great man in a nearby middle school, about 3 meters high, if, he. Master, I forgot to mention that the Midas Touch skill not only has a limit on the number of times you can do it, but also has certain requirements for the weight and volume of the items you can turn into gold. If the object you choose is too large, the Midas Touch skill still cannot be triggered. But this is not absolute. When you activate other skills, the previous skills will also be strengthened. Listening to Jin Shosho's explanation, Jin Dongxiang went from being confused at the beginning to being enlightened, and then nodded. He still understood the principle that greed is insatiable. With these 3 gold bricks, I will be rich. Jin Dongxiang looked down at the 3 gold bricks in his arms and grinned foolishly. He secretly made up his mind that he must get back the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift from the Li family, and exchange the gold bricks in his hands for cash and take them home to appease his parents. Li family? Ugh. You ignored me before, but now you can't afford me. Jin Dongxiang straightened his back fiercely, thinking silently in his heart, I am now a man with a golden finger, and Li Xiao, that ugly guy, has no chance of climbing up this high branch. Then he took the 3 gold bricks and went to find a place to exchange them for money. He is not a fool, so of course he would not just go to the bank and exchange 3 gold bricks for money. When a bank sees such a large gold brick, it will definitely investigate its background and origin first. How would he explain the origin of these gold bars? Would he tell the bank staff that he had a new system in his body that gave him the ability to turn stones into gold? If I really said that, even if I wasn't thrown into a mental hospital, I would be taken away by those people from the research institute to be used as a guinea pig for experiments. It seems that if you want to sell these gold bricks, you have to find a place that has nothing to do with the government, a pawnshop. Chapter 5, Dog Eyes Look Down on People. Jin Dongxiang felt that it would be too conspicuous if he sold 3 gold bricks at once, so it would be more appropriate to sell them separately. The most important thing is that when you go to a pawn shop to sell something, the price they offer will definitely be lower than what the bank offers. If I sell all 3, I will definitely lose a lot of money. Since I don't need the money for the time being, I might as well sell 1 gold brick first and deal with the rest when I have the chance later. Anyway, the gold bricks will always be yours and they won't run away. Thinking this in his mind, Yan Quan began to search on the street and soon found a pawn shop. Just as he was about to step in, a beautiful woman in professional attire at the door pushed him out with a cold face. Go away, beggar, where did you come from? Go beg somewhere else. Beggar? Jin Dongxiang looked down. That's right, his suit was covered in dust from the time he did some somersaults, and there were big holes in some places, making him look like a beggar. Jin Dongxiang looked up at the beautiful woman in front of him with a curvy figure. Just as he was about to speak, he saw her face. Damn it, aren't you? Zhao Xiaohua. Zhao Xiaohua, Jin Dongxiang's classmate in college, is a typical gold digger and has a pretty good relationship with Li Xiao. Zhao Xiaohua had obviously recognized Jin Dongxiang a long time ago. She curled her lips in disdain, crossed her arms over her chest and said in a sarcastic tone. Why, Shosho's family asked for an extra 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, and since you can't afford it, you really want to sell your kidney? Without waiting for Jin Dongxiang to explain, Zhao Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said mercilessly, what a pity, this is a pawn shop, we don't accept waste kidneys, you'd better leave quickly. As she spoke, Zhao Xiaohua raised her hand and drove Jin Dongxiang out without caring what he wanted to say. I'll go. Jin Dongxiang's face turned black. It's true that good news is rarely known, but bad news spreads far and wide. It's only been less than a few hours, and Zhao Xiaohua already knows that Li Xiao wants to sell her kidney for money? If this had happened in the past, a thin-skinned person like Jin Dongxiang would not have been able to withstand such ridicule from Zhao Xiaohua and would have turned away in shame. But it's different now. Jin Dongxiang is a man who owns the system and has gold bricks in his arms. Why would he be afraid of an old woman like you? Thinking this in his heart, Jin Dongxiang suddenly raised his hand and slapped away Zhao Xiaohua's hand that was pushing him, cursing, you are blind, so you come here to sell your kidney? Let me tell you, I came here today to do some big business. If you delay me from making money, can you take the responsibility? After saying this, he pushed Zhao Xiaohua aside and almost made her fall flat on her face. You poor loser, how dare you touch me? Zhao Xiaohua became very aggressive and was about to fight with Jin Dongxiang after she stood up. Just then, a man in a suit walked out. What's going on? Manager Yan, this kid is causing trouble. Seeing this man appear, Zhao Xiaohua complained, this poor loser insisted on coming in, and I couldn't drive him away. Boy, you are so brave to cause trouble here. Manager Yan sneered and opened his mouth to call for help, but was interrupted by Jin Dongxiang. Don't listen to Zhao Xiaohua's nonsense. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to sell things. Jin Dongxiang had a stubborn temper to begin with, and now with the gold bricks in his arms, he felt more confident, so his words naturally sounded a bit arrogant. He thought silently in his heart, even rabbits bite when they are cornered. If you dare to bully me, I will get some more gold next month and then buy out your pawnshop. Hearing Jin Dongxiang's words, Zhao Xiaohua curled her lips in disdain. A poor loser like you still wants to come here to sell things? She turned around and explained to Manager Yan in a flattering manner, Manager, don't believe what this guy said. I know him and we were classmates. He was very poor when he was in school and could never afford brand name clothes. Now that he has graduated and started working, his monthly salary is only 3,000. Today was supposed to be the day he was going to get married, but he ran away because he couldn't afford the 300,000 yuan dowry that the other party wanted. I also heard from his wife that this guy looks young, but his kidneys are very weak and he is extremely weak. I have kidney deficiency? Jin Dongxiang was instantly furious, thinking to himself, damn Li Xiu, it's fine if you just do what you want to do, but you actually dared to say that I, Jin Dongxiang, have kidney deficiency. Who gave you the guts? We have been together for more than 2 years, and you won't even let me touch your hand. Now you are lying and saying that I have kidney deficiency. You. When I get the chance in the future, I will make you understand exactly what is going on. Sure enough, after hearing Zhao Xiaohua's explanation, Manager Yan looked at Jin Dongxiang with a bit more contempt and disdain. Go away, don't make trouble here. You don't look like you have any treasures on you. Leave now. As he spoke, Manager Yan reached out his hand to push Jin Dongxiang. A bunch of you who look down on others, let me tell you, I have money, plenty of money. Bang! Jin Dongxiang took out the gold brick and slammed it hard on the table next to him. The muffled sound frightened Zhao Xiaohua so much that her body trembled, and Manager Yan was stunned for a moment. This, gold brick? Is this true? Zhao Xiaohua opened her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief. When she got closer to take a look, she even wanted to touch the gold bricks, but Jin Dongxiang glared at her and kicked her out. Manager Yan has worked in the pawn shop for decades. He installed the electronic equipment and became excited after just 2 glances. It's 99% pure gold. It's top quality stuff. Such a big gold brick must be worth a lot of money. After saying this, Manager Yan put on a flattering smile and looked at Jin Dongxiang with eyes full of respect. Jin Dong acted like a big shot. After finding a place to sit down, he crossed his legs and said to Zhao Xiaohua, who was sitting stupidly on the ground, "Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Pour me some tea." Seeing that Zhao Xiaohua hadn't reacted, Manager Yan rushed forward and kicked her. Didn't you hear me? Hurry up and pour tea for this gentleman. Damn, this customer is not an ordinary person and he is willing to pay such a large and high-quality gold brick. Zhao Xiaohua, let me tell you, you are in trouble. This customer is obviously so rich, but you just dared to mislead me and said he was a poor loser. Zhao Xiaohua stared at the gold brick, then looked at Jin Dongxiang, who was sitting there, and went to pour tea with a confused look on her face. My dear guest, may I take this gold brick and have a good look at it? Manager Yan came closer and asked cautiously. You see. Jin Dongxiang waved his hand and agreed generously. Manager Yan raised his hand with some difficulty and picked up the gold brick, then placed it in front of his eyes and examined it carefully. This gold brick is very heavy, probably weighing more than 1 kilogram. It has a bright luster, so it should be pure gold. Wait. Manager Yan's expression suddenly changed. He frowned and stared at a certain place. After taking a few glances, Manager Yan's face changed drastically. He swung the gold brick in his hand and slapped it towards Jin Dongxiang's head. Good boy, you dared to trick me. Chapter 6, Stealing. A brick hit Jin Dongxiang and he fell to the ground. What are you doing? I'm bringing gold bars to you to exchange for money, how could you hit me? Jin Dongxiang asked, covering his head with one hand and pointing at the manager in front of him with the other. What are you doing? Do you fucking think I'm an idiot? How dare you use this kind of fake gold-plated thing to deceive me? I think you are looking for death. As he said that, Manager Yan raised his hand again to hit Jin Dongxiang. Manager Yan, what are you doing? Just at this moment, Zhao Xiaohua came over with tea, and asked hurriedly when she saw the situation in front of her. Zhao Xiaohua, you know this person, right? Well, you actually colluded with outsiders to use fake things to defraud the company's money. I think you should not come to work in the future. Manager Yan said angrily. Zhao Xiaohua, who was standing by, became anxious when she heard this and quickly denied it. I don't know him at all. Manager Yan, you have to check it out. I have already reminded you just now that this stinky loser definitely doesn't have anything valuable. I was right, wasn't I? Jin Dongxiang, who was lying on the ground, was very puzzled. Could it be that he was deceived? Was this little golden hand fake? This shouldn't be the case. What you think will come true? Jin Dongxiang, let me ask you, where did you get this thing? Zhao Xiaohua asked anxiously. I can't just say that a little golden hand suddenly appeared and gave me these abilities, right? So Jin Dongxiang made up an excuse. I just found it on the side of the road and thought I'd exchange it for some money. Damn it, you dare to bring something you picked up on the roadside to me? Tell me, how do we solve this problem? Manager Yan asked fiercely. I advise you to get out of here as soon as possible and stop embarrassing yourself here. Zhao Xiaohua kicked Jin Dongxiang's shoes and said. She didn't want to be fired because of Jin Dongxiang. She had worked hard to get this job, and she was hoping to catch a rich bachelor here. Since it's fake, I'll leave. I'll leave now. Jin Dongxiang got up from the ground and was about to leave. Manager Yan stared at Jin Dongxiang, holding the gold brick tightly in his hand, with no intention of returning it to Jin Dongxiang. Jin Dongxiang knew very well that there was no way he could get the gold brick back today, so he had no choice but to leave. But he couldn't just throw away a gold brick like that. Jin Dongxiang was very angry. When he went out, he saw a vase locked in the cabinet at the door. It looked old, so he used the skill of the golden hand to steal it. After leaving the pawnshop and walking to a distance, Jin Dongxiang took out the vase from his arms and began to study it carefully. There shouldn't be any fake items locked in the pawnshop cabinet, and the workmanship of this vase seems to be very old, so I shouldn't lose too much. He did not take the vase to other pawnshops for fear of being blackmailed again, so he returned home with the vase and the other 2 gold bricks. After arriving home, Jin Dongxiang's parents were sitting in the living room with anxious expressions on their faces. They already knew about the bride-picking ceremony in the morning, but since Jin Dongxiang hadn't come back yet, they were worried that there might be some danger. Xianzi, where have you been? Are you okay? Jin Dongxiang's mother Zhao Fenfang asked, pulling his arm. Mom, don't worry, I'm fine, but this marriage can't be completed. Their family is such bastards. They actually asked me to pay 600,000 yuan, otherwise Li Xiu would not go with me. In a fit of rage, I beat Li Xiu and her good-for-nothing brother Li Shang. Jin Dongxiang told the general course of events. If we can't get married, then forget it. We'll slowly look for someone else later. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. By the way, Dad, how did you deal with those guests? After what happened today, they will definitely laugh at our family. Jin Dongxiang turned his head and looked at his father Jin Jiangwo and asked. You don't have to worry about this. I've sent them away. The Li family knows exactly what they have done. No one will say anything bad about our family. Jin Jiangwo was also very angry. He never thought that the Li family would cause such a scene when they were out. That's good. Jin Dongxiang thought of the baby in his arms and said with a smile, Mom and Dad, let me show you a few things. They are all treasures. Although we can't get married today, the gains are still not small. What treasure? Zhao Fenfang's face showed a worried expression again. She was afraid that Jin Dongxiang's brain was damaged because of what happened today. But the next second she knew she was wrong. Jin Dongxiang looked outside the door, seeing no one there, and closed the door. He took out 2 gold bricks and a vase from the pawnshop from his arms. Mom and Dad, you must keep these 2 gold bricks well. When the creditors come to collect the debts, you can use these to pay them back. And this vase should be worth some money because it is old. You can't let others see it easily. Xianzi, where did you get these things? I tell you, you can't do anything illegal. Zhao Fenfang asked hurriedly when she saw the things on the table. Don't worry, Mom. Your son is lucky. On his way back, he found a box with these things in it. I waited for a long time but no one came to take them, so he just took them back. Maybe this is God's compensation to me. Jin Dongxiang did not tell the truth. After all, most people would not believe in the golden little hand. Xiangzi, tell me the truth, where did this thing come from? Jin Jiangwo had some experience as he had worked outside when he was young, so he didn't believe him at all. Dad, what I said is true. I didn't lie to you. This must be God's compensation for our family. Just keep it. In the end, Jin Doqiang's parents finally believed the origin of this thing and kept it well. After dinner in the evening, Jin Dongxian was sitting at home watching TV bored, when suddenly he heard the sound of quarreling outside the door. Tell your Jin Dongxiang to come out. We must make this matter clear today. This sounds like my mother-in-law's voice. Jin Dongxiang got up from the sofa and walked outside. Sure enough, the Li family was arguing with Jin Dongxiang's mother Zhao Fenfang outside the door. What are you doing here? Are you here to pay back the money? Put it down and get out of here. Jin Dongxiang said unhappily. You want to take back the money that's in my hands? Don't be so delusional. We're here to tell you that if you don't take out 600,000 yuan today, the next time you want to get married, it won't be just 600,000 yuan that can solve the problem. The mother-in-law pointed at Jin Dongxiang and said. Also, if you kneel down and apologize to us for the slaps you gave my daughter and my son, and give the house and car to my son, then we will forgive you. Chapter 7 Chatting Up. Humph, stop dreaming. I've made it very clear in your house this morning. If the 300,000 is not returned tomorrow, I can't guarantee that I will do something excessive. Jin Dongxiang didn't give his mother-in-law any face at all and directly retorted. Dongxiang, are you so heartless? We have been together for so many years, don't you have any feelings for me? It's only 600,000 yuan, and your family still has so many acres of land. If you sell it, it will be enough for us to get married. Besides, I only have this one brother. You are an only child, so you don't have to worry. My brother will have to rely on me for care in the future. We can earn money for a house and a car in the future, so it's not a big deal to give it to him. Li Shou came up, took Jin Doqiang's hand and said. My mother-in-law's shouting just now has attracted many neighbors around, and many people are pointing and talking. Jin Dongxiang felt ashamed, shook off Li Shou's hand, pointed at her and said, Get out of here, I'll go get the 300,000 tomorrow. If you don't have it, just wait. We are going to sleep. Don't disturb us anymore, or I'll call the police. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Dongxiang supported his mother Zhao Fenfang and walked into the house and closed the door tightly. When Li Shou saw this, she felt very regretful and turned to look at her mother, but her mother still had a confident expression on her face. Don't worry, daughter. With a family like theirs, they will definitely come to us crying and kneeling to ask you to marry him. We will settle accounts with them then. After saying this, the mother-in-law turned and left. After the Li family left, the world finally became a little quieter. Xiangzi, forget about not being able to get married, and we don't want the 300,000 yuan. Don't create unnecessary trouble, and don't make your father and I worry about you. Zhao Fenfang said. Don't worry about this. I have a way to make them cough up the 300,000. Go to bed. It's getting late. I'm going to bed too. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang returned to his room. I lay in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time, thinking about what Jin Shoushou said in my mind. 10 fingers have 10 skills, the first 2 are so powerful, the ones after that must be even more powerful. I can't wait to use the next few skills. As he was thinking, Jin Dongxiang fell asleep. In his dream, he dreamed that he was sleeping on a bed made of money. The quilt and bed sheets were all made of money. Even the bowls, chopsticks, plates and spoons for eating were all made of gold. The next morning, Jin Dongxiang woke up from a sweet dream, washed up, changed into clean clothes, and left home to buy breakfast as usual. In the breakfast shop, Jin Dongxiang was attracted by a girl. The girl has beautiful black hair and a great figure. She wears a sports vest on her upper body and sports shorts on her lower body, which makes her figure look even better. Her face is white and clean, without any wrinkles or pockmarks. She has big eyes, a high nose bridge, and a cherry mouth. She is like a fairy from heaven. Mustering up his courage, Jin Dongxiang stepped forward and took the initiative to say, Hello, beautiful lady, can we get to know each other? Sorry. The girl politely refused. Judging from the way you're dressed, you must like sports. So do I. We can exchange some fitness methods with each other. Jin Dongxiang said according to the girl's preferences. After hearing this, the girl looked Jin Dongxiang up and down. Jin Dongxiang noticed that she was looking at him, so he raised his arms to show off his muscles. The girl smiled softly and said, Sir, I have my own unique fitness method, so I don't need yours. Jin Dongxiang didn't say anything. He was intoxicated by the girl's smile. It was so beautiful, so pretty, and so adorable. All kinds of words of praise appeared in Jin Doqiang's mind. Jianzi, why are you in a daze? Everyone has left, why are you still standing there? After a moment, the breakfast shop owner called Jin Dongqiang. Hearing the shouting, Jin Dongqiang reacted and found that the other party had indeed left, but he had not gone far and could still see his figure clearly. Brother Wang, who is this girl? Why haven't I seen her before? Jin Dongqiang asked with a smile. You didn't come because you were busy preparing for your wedding a few days ago. You don't know that this girl has only appeared in the past few days. She comes to my place to buy breakfast every morning after her morning run. Wang Qianzu, the owner of the breakfast shop, responded with a smile. By the way, what do you want to eat? The same as usual? Wang Qianzu asked. Same old. Jin Dongqiang looked at the girl and said without turning his head. About a minute later, the boss packed the fried dough sticks and soy milk and handed them over. Jin Dongqiang took it, gave the money and left. It was a coincidence that the girl was walking in the direction of Jin Dongqiang's home, so Jin Dongqiang walked behind her, his eyes never leaving the girl's body. But at this moment, a van suddenly stopped beside the girl. The back door opened and two strong men came out, carrying the girl into the car. The girl was taken away before she could even shout. When Jin Dongqiang saw this situation, he rushed over at the speed of a 100-meter sprint and stopped the two masked men. You dare to snatch a beautiful woman in broad daylight. You are so lawless. Let this beauty go. Jin Dongqiang said. Who do you think you are? Get out of here right now, or don't blame me for being rude, said the man wearing the cloaked mask. Just be rude to me. I want to see how you can be rude to me, Jin Dongqiang said disdainfully. When the other party heard this, they looked at each other, and even the driver got out of the car and walked over. What's going on? Asked the driver. This guy is stopping us. He might be her bodyguard. What should we do? Asked the masked face. Jin Dongqiang was a little puzzled. Her bodyguard? What kind of joke is this? How could I be her bodyguard? Brother, you are in this industry for money, and we are in this industry for money as well. Otherwise, let's join forces and make a lot of money together. The driver looked at Jin Dongqiang and said. Because he was wearing a mask, Jin Dongqiang couldn't see the other person's expression, but from the tone of his voice, he seemed to be laughing. Make a lot of money? What are you talking about? Put her down and get out of here, or I'll call the police. Jin Dongqiang held up his cell phone and pretended to call the police. Call the police? Get the hell out of here, or I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. The man in the stained mask said angrily. Chapter 8 Shot. Jin Dongqiang was a little scared. Since they dared to do such a thing in broad daylight, they would definitely dare to kill him. What should I do? What should I do? Should I continue to save her? Jin Dongqiang began to hesitate. When he looked down, the girl was also looking at him, with a very pitiful look in her eyes. This is too fucking beautiful, isn't it? Never mind, let's fight. Jin Dongqiang made up his mind and looked up at the masked kidnappers. Let her go quickly, or I'll attack her. Jin Dongqiang often watches action movies and is very obsessed with martial arts. He often imagines what it would be like if he were a martial arts master, so he has some impression of martial arts moves in his mind. Striking a snake-like hand gesture, Jin Dongqiang stared at the people in front of him. What the FCK are you doing to me? The masked man cursed and let go of the girl in his arms. He walked up to Jin Dongqiang and punched him in the face. Jin Dongqiang was a little dazed by the punch and shook his head left and right several times to clear his mind. Humph, even children aren't afraid of such a small force. Jin Dong said with all his might. Brothers, let's take care of him first, and then we'll catch her, said the driver standing behind. As soon as he finished speaking, the other man let go of the girl and walked towards Jin Dongqiang. Jin Dongqiang looked at the three people walking towards him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He quickly ran past the three of them, pulled the girl and ran towards the back. Who are these people? Why do they want to kidnap you? Jin Dongqiang asked with a frown. I don't know either, the girl responded. Jin Dongqiang didn't say anything because he turned around and saw that the people behind him were about to catch up. So he quickened his pace, and after running for more than 10 minutes, Jin Dongqiang was really out of strength and let go of the girl. You run quickly, I will hold them back. Jin Dong shouted loudly. 3 masked men chased after them, but Jin Dongxiang was blocking them, so they had no way to chase the girl. Oomph, if you want to get past me, you have to kill me. Jin Dongxiang snorted coldly. He was sure that these people just wanted to catch the girl and would definitely not hurt others for no reason. The man in the painted mask became furious upon hearing this and punched Jin Dongxiang in the face again. Jin Dongxiang was beaten so hard that his nose was bleeding. The other kidnapper wanted to chase the girl, but unexpectedly, Jin Dongxiang simply lay on the ground and hugged the legs of the 3 of them, preventing them from moving at all. The girl was standing not far away watching the situation here. She was stunned when she saw Jin Dongxiang being beaten and bleeding. She had never experienced anything like this since she was a child, and no strange man was willing to risk his own safety and be beaten like this for her. I was immediately deeply moved. What are you daydreaming about? Run quickly. I can't stop them for too long. Jin Dongxiang saw the girl standing there in a daze and shouted. The girl reacted, turned around and started running, her figure moving away little by little. The 3 kidnappers tried to break free from Jin Dongxiang's restraints, but it was no use. They could only watch the girl go away little by little. Damn it, bastard, I'm going to beat you to death. I don't know who cursed, and then several people started beating Jin Dongxiang. However, the more they hit Jin Dongxiang, the tighter he hugged her, and the 3 of them had no way to catch up with the girl. Finally, the 3 men gave up the idea of chasing the girl, and Jin Dongxiang also found that the girl had run far away, so he let go of her hand. He rolled over and lay flat on the ground, looking at the masked men and said with a smile, "Ha, they have already run far away, you can't catch up with them." Damn it, you're ruining my good thing. The man with the stained mask kicked Jin Dongxiang in the face. Jin Dongxiang only felt a little dizzy, but the will in his mind told him not to faint. Brother, what should we do now? This kid has ruined our good thing. We can't just let him go. Asked the man with the white mask. Kill him. The man in the painted mask said coldly. After hearing this, the man in the white-faced mask took out a pistol from his pocket and pointed it at Jin Dongxiang's body. When Jin Dongxiang saw the other party take out a pistol, he felt very regretful. He never expected that the other party actually had a pistol. I have parents at home. What will happen to them if they die? If they don't die but become disabled, wouldn't that delay them even more? With a bang, the man in the white mask fired a shot, hitting Jin Dongxiang in the chest. For a moment, scenes from his childhood to his adulthood appeared before Jin Dongxiang's eyes. When I was a child, my family was poor, so I was curious about things I had never seen before. When I followed my father to play at my relatives' houses, I touched too many things from other people's homes, which made that family unhappy. They drove me and my father away. It was snowing, cold and dark that night, with no lights on the road except the street lamps. My father carried me on his back for several kilometers to another relative's house and stayed there. From then on, Jin Dongxiang hated that relative very much. But now, I have just gained some ability to provide my parents with a good life in the future, but this happened. Jin Dongxiang had tears in his eyes and muttered, "Dad, Mom, I will still be your son in the next life, and I will definitely repay you well." Before he knew it, Jin Dongxiang's eyes went dark. I don't know how much time had passed before Jin Dongxiang woke up. Am I dead? Jin Dongxiang asked himself. Master, you are not dead yet. A very pleasant voice came to my ear. Jin Xiaoxiu, you're still with me. Hearing Jin Xiaoxiu's voice, Jin Dongxiang smiled. I slowly opened my eyes and looked at everything around me. There was a needle on the back of my hand. This seemed to be a hospital. Jin Dongxiang tried hard to recall that he was shot by the kidnappers before he fell unconscious. He didn't know what happened to the girl or whether she was caught by the kidnappers. I tried so hard to save her, but if she was still caught, it would be so unfair for me to be shot. Jin Dongxiang wanted to get up from the bed to go to the bathroom, but his body didn't have enough strength and he could only get up slowly. After standing up straight, I felt dizzy and sat back on the bed. He closed his eyes and stood firm for more than 10 seconds, then slowly stood up again, holding onto the wall and walked towards the bathroom step by step. When he came out again, Jin Dongxiang felt much more comfortable and had recovered some strength. So I started to think about how I woke up in the hospital. Chapter 9: Escape. While I was thinking, the door of the ward suddenly opened, and a nurse and the beautiful woman came in from outside. You're awake. The beauty looked at Jin Dongxiang and asked. Well, why am I here? What happened? Jin Dongxiang asked puzzledly. My name is Chu Xinshin. Thank you for saving me. I was shot and have been unconscious for 2 days. The beautiful woman introduced herself and told about Jin Dongxiang's situation. Been in a coma for 2 days? Jin Dongxiang was shocked and started looking for his cell phone. He hadn't been home for 2 days, and his parents must have been worried to death, which is why he broke off the engagement. They must have thought that I was upset. You are looking for your cell phone. Here, I have already told your parents that you have something to do in the next 2 days, so you can't go back yet. Chu Xinshin said while holding the cell phone. Jin Dongxiang snatched the phone from Chu Xinshin's hand and took a look at the call records. He felt relieved that his mother had only called him once. Sir, we need to give you a comprehensive checkup to make sure you are back to health, the nurse said with a smile. Huh? Oh. Jin Dongxiang was a little confused and agreed. Accompanied by Chu Xinshin, Jin Dongxiang underwent a comprehensive physical examination. His wounds had healed and all parts of his body were normal. After hearing the result, Jin Dongxiang was quite happy. He has always been a loser, but losers also have needs, so he practiced to become a craftsman. What he was most worried about during this examination was that he would find out problems such as kidney deficiency. By the way, you haven't told me yet why those people kidnapped you? And they brought guns with them? Jin Dongxiang asked Chu Xinshin. Maybe he wanted to get something after kidnapping me. Chu Xinshin responded with a smile. What do you want to get? You're a weak woman, what I want to get from you is only lust. Looking at Chu Xinshin's figure, Jin Dongxiang couldn't help but imagine it. Go to hell, they must be after money. My parents are in business and have some money. I often go jogging in that area in the morning recently. Maybe because of this, they took a fancy to me and have been waiting for me. Finally, they had the chance, but who would have thought that they would meet you? Chu Xinshin started laughing as she spoke. If they were just after money, there would be no need for them to carry guns. Jin Dongxiang was a little skeptical. Now he had an indescribable feeling looking at Chu Xinshin in front of him. On the one hand, it was because the other party shot her in order to kidnap her, and on the other hand, she was hiding something from him. I don't know about that. Maybe it's for success. Chu Xinshin said seriously. Looking at the expression on Chu Xinshin's face, Jin Dongxiang felt it was ridiculous that the other party did not deceive him. By the way, I would like to thank you formally. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened this time. Thank you. When they arrived at the ward, Chu Xinshin helped Jin Dongxiang sit on the hospital bed. After saying this, he bowed deeply. We are of the same age, so just saying thank you verbally will be enough. You bowing to me makes me feel uncomfortable, as if. Jin Dongxiang hurriedly supported Chu Xinshin. The moment he touched Chu Xinshin's arm, Jin Dongxiang felt the feeling on his hand. It was very soft and tender, as smooth as the skin of a newborn baby, and it felt soft and boneless in his hand. To express our gratitude, please be sure to accept this card. This is my parents' way of saying thank you to you. They are very busy and cannot thank you in person today. I hope you don't mind. Chu Xinshin hurriedly withdrew her arm, took out a bank card from her pocket and handed it over. No, I can't accept it. I believe that if other people saw it at that time, they would definitely save you. This is what we should do. Jin Dong pushed it back. Please accept it. If you don't, my parents will definitely think that you haven't forgiven me. Chu Xinshin said firmly. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang looked up at Chu Xinshin's eyes with a firm look in his eyes. It seemed that he had to accept this card today. Then I'll take it. Jin Dongxiang said as he took the bank card. He did not ask for the password because he would not use a penny from this card and would return it to Chu Xinshin at a suitable opportunity later. You haven't eaten for 2 days. What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. Chu Xinshin asked with a smile. I'm really hungry when you say that. Just eat anything. I'm not picky about food. Jin Dongxiang responded. Okay, wait for me here. Chu Xinshin walked towards the door. As soon as she reached the door, she turned her head and looked over again. By the way, this card has no password. If you need money, you can go directly to the bank to withdraw it. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xinshin left the ward. After Chu Xinshin left, Jin Dongxiang felt very uncomfortable holding the bank card. He did not save her for the money, but simply because she was pretty. Moreover, in that situation, any man would help her if she encountered danger. Sitting in the ward and thinking for a while, and recalling the scene of the accident that day, Jin Donghyun felt that Chu Xinshin was too dangerous. If it was just for money, there would be no need to use a gun. She must have provoked some enemy, and the other party wanted to kill her, so she went with a gun. Jin Donghyun muttered firmly. Guessing this, Jin Donghyun became nervous. Would he be implicated if he rescued Chu Xinshin that day? What if the other party had someone arrest him? Or what if they came to his house to sabotage him? Wouldn't it be like saving someone and implicated his family? The more he thought about it, the more scared he felt. Jin Donghyun could no longer sit still. He found his clothes in the closet, took off his hospital gown and put them on. He walked to the door and looked around, but did not see Chu Xinshin. Trying his best to avoid suspicion, Jin Donghyun walked out and headed towards the elevator. After coming down from upstairs, Jin Donghyun quickly left the hospital. At the hospital gate, Jin Donghyun stopped a taxi and left. When he arrived at the door of his house, Jin Donghyun did not go in directly, but observed at the door for a minute or two. He learned this from TV to prevent someone from following him and hurting his family. After finding that there were no strangers, Jin Donghyun quickly returned home and closed the door. After searching the house for a while and finding no trace of his parents, Jin Donghyun became anxious and took out his cell phone to call his mother. Hey, Mom, where are you? Your father and I are working in the fields. Are you back? I heard that you were going to study in another place this time. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Asked Mother Zhao Fanfan with a smile. Chapter 10 Expulsion. Studying abroad? Jin Donghyun repeated in his heart, this Chu Xinshin is really good at deceiving people. The place where I work is a very small company. Not to mention studying away from home, even company dinners are very rare. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll buy it for you. Zhao Fanfang asked. It's all right. You and Dad don't need to work too hard. I'll find a way to pay the money you owe. Jin Donghyun reminded. Got it. Zhao Fanfang said and hung up the phone. Holding the phone, Jin Donghyun felt very upset. His mother was so concerned about him, but what did he do? He was almost beaten to death just because someone else was good looking. Back in the room, Jin Dong forced himself to take off his clothes. He was in such a hurry when he put on his clothes that he didn't have time to look. The bullet hole was still there, but the blood had been washed away. Fortunately, his parents were not at home, otherwise they would definitely be worried when they saw the bullet hole. Throw your old clothes into the trash and change into clean clothes from the closet. At this time, Jin Donghyun suddenly realized that he had not yet obtained Chu Xinshin's contact information, and he felt very regretful. Alas, maybe it's not our destiny, and God doesn't want us to be together. Jin Donghyun shook his head and muttered. In the evening, Jin Donghyun's parents came back with a roast chicken in their hands. What a sumptuous meal tonight. Jin Donghyun said with a smile. You haven't been back for 2 days. I thought of making you some delicious food to replenish your body. Jin Jangwo responded. Upon hearing this, Jin Donghyun felt very unhappy. His parents had left all the best things for him, but he could not give anything in return. During the meal, Jin Donghyun asked with a smile, Dad, Mom, when you were my age, did you ever think about doing something? Won't you be in the countryside in the future? We were married when we were your age. Our families were poor at that time, and we just wanted to have enough food to eat 3 times a day and keep warm. We didn't dare to have any other thoughts at all, Zhao Fanfang responded. Yes, life was so hard back then. If I didn't do farm work, my family would have no income. I did think about going out to do something, but reality shattered my fantasy, and my life will be like this. Jin Jangwo suddenly became serious. Xianzi, your parents have lived like this all their lives. We don't expect you to be successful. We just hope you can live your life in peace and find a wife to live with. If you don't want to live in the countryside anymore, we can sell the land at home and buy a house in the city. Don't worry, Dad. I will work hard and you two can enjoy your life at home from now on. Jin Donghyun also became serious. After dinner, Jin Donghyun washed the dishes, sat in the living room and chatted for a while before going back to his room to rest. The next morning, Jin Donghyun got up early, packed up, and went to work. He passed by a breakfast shop and bought a cup of soy milk and 2 fried dough sticks. What disappointed Jin Donghyun was that he did not meet Chu Xinshin, who came out for a morning run today. When he arrived at the company, the employees saw Jin Donghyun and started talking about him and pointing fingers at him. Fatty, what are they doing? Jin Dongxiang asked Lu Kai, who was working next to him. Lu Kai is Jin Dongxiang's best friend in the company, and they always help each other when there is something going on. Of course, we were discussing your marriage. I heard that on your wedding day the bride's family demanded $600,000, otherwise they would not go with you. Then you broke up. Is this true? The fat man asked. How did you know? Jin Dongxiang was shocked. He didn't tell anyone in the company about his marriage. He just asked for leave from his boss. You didn't know since you haven't come to work these 2 days. Your mother-in-law came to the company to make trouble. The manager stepped in to stop her and was scolded. Later, a colleague was reading a post online and accidentally found this post. The fat man told the whole story. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang immediately became nervous and pointed at the manager and scolded him. Isn't this cutting off his own escape route? Don't you want me to work? By the way, you'd better be careful. If the manager asks you something, just tell the truth. Ever since your mother-in-law scolded the manager, he seems to be very angry. As long as something is not done well, he will scold you. The fat man reminded. Thank you for reminding me. Jin Dongxiang thanked him and started working. The work in the morning went relatively smoothly and there was no difficulty. In the afternoon, as soon as Jin Dongxiang arrived at the company, the manager came out and called him. Jin Dongxiang, come to my office. The manager shouted. Remember, you must be cautious, speak politely, and don't anger the manager, otherwise you will suffer the consequences. The fat man reminded. Okay, I understand. Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile and walked towards the manager's office. The manager's surname is also Lu. He is a middle-aged man with a beer belly and a bald head. Usually, when there are beautiful women applying for jobs in the company, he will take the initiative to ask for an interview in person, but he will ignore the men who come. Manager, are you looking for me? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. Xianzi, how is your wedding going? Why didn't you notify us on the wedding day? I'll bring other employees from the company to support you. The manager asked with a wry smile. Manager, please don't ask anymore. I thought we could get married happily, but who would have thought that their family would ask for 600,000 yuan as a car fare on the wedding day? We are not a wealthy family. We have already given 300,000 yuan before, so how could we come up with 600,000 yuan? So the marriage did not take place in the end, and I took so many days of vacation in vain. Jin Dongxiang said with a frown. So what you mean is that you are not married? Or you are single? Manager Lu suddenly became serious. Yes, Manager Lu, if it weren't for the fact that their family is so ruthless in doing things, maybe I would have gotten married. Jin Dongxiang shook his head helplessly and said. If that's the case, why didn't you come to work the past 2 days? I approved your marriage leave, not for you to take a break, Manager Lu questioned. Manager, let me explain to you. I came to work that day, but I saw a beautiful woman being kidnapped, so I tried to rescue her. Later I was injured and stayed in the hospital for a few days. I was discharged yesterday. Jin Dongxiang briefly told him what had happened in the past 2 days. Should I praise you for what you said? Do good things and be a modern-day lay foam? Manager Lu glanced at him and said disdainfully. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang sensed some tension and didn't dare to continue talking nonsense. Manager Lu, I heard from my colleagues that my mother-in-law came to the company to cause trouble a few days ago. I didn't expect this to happen. I'm sorry. I will accept any punishment you want to give me. Jin Dongxiang apologized directly. Ah, okay, then you are fired. Manager Lu said with a sneer. Chapter 11 Revenge. Dismissed? Jin Dongxiang repeated. Yes, I sympathize with you, but the company is a place for work, not a place for your family to mess up. Manager Lu said, you can leave after you pack your things. I will transfer this month's salary to your card at the end of the month. Jin Dongxiang wanted to explain, but Manager Lu didn't give him the chance, no. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang smiled bitterly and shook his head, then left the manager's office and returned to his seat. The fat man turned his head and asked, what did the manager tell you? I was fired. Jin Dongxiang said lightly. What? Fired? You've been in the company for so long and your performance has always been very good, how could you be fired just like that? The fat man asked in surprise. What else could it be? Of course it's because of that old shrew who came to the company to cause trouble last time. Damn it, if she doesn't let me live a good life, I won't let them live a good life either. Jin Dongxiang cursed and left. He doesn't have anything important when working in the company, just some paper towels and teacups. These things are not expensive, so he just leaves them here. Xiangzi, don't do anything stupid. The fat man chased after him and said while holding Jin Dongxiang's arm. Don't worry, I know my limits. Take care of yourself. If you need any help, just call me. I won't refuse if I can help you. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile and turned away. Looking at Jin Dongxiang's back getting farther and farther away, the fat man stood there motionless, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised to reveal an evil smile. Before this incident happened, Jin Dongxiang was very capable at work in the company and manager Lu often praised him. Over time, Fatty had disagreements in his mind, including this time when Li Xiu's mother came to the company and it was Fatty who tipped off the company's location. On the other side, after leaving the company, Jin Dongxiang took a taxi to where Li Xiu worked, a beauty salon where Li Xiu worked at the cashier. When Jin Dongxiang arrived at the door, he rushed in without saying a word and saw Li Xiu at the cashier counter at a glance. Li Xiu also saw Jin Dongxiang and was very surprised. She asked, Dongxiang, why are you here? I'm still at work. If you want to talk to me about marriage, wait until I get off work. Getting married? What are your family's conditions now? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. It's still the same, 600,000 yuan, and a car and a house for my brother, and we can get married. Li Xiu was very happy and said it directly. She thought that since Jin Dongxiang could come to her workplace in person, he must have thought about getting married. Here she had a mortal enemy with whom she had a bad relationship. She spoke louder, deliberately letting the other party hear her, and acted very arrogantly. 600,000? The car and the house are for your brother? I think you are overthinking it. The car is right in front of my house. I won't give it to your brother even if I smash it. Forget about the house. My parents have worked hard all their lives to get this. There is no way they can just give it away. Another 600,000? I won't get married. Go back and tell your mother to return the 300,000 to me quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. Jin Dongxiang said in a mocking tone. The voices were loud enough that not only the cashier counter could hear them, but also people in the lounge area and waiting area nearby. Many people were blaming Li Xiu for her mistakes and the way their family handled things. Dongxiang, I'm still working. If you have anything to say, can you wait until I get off work to talk about it? There are so many guests here. They all heard what you just said. Isn't it embarrassing? Li Xiu said embarrassedly with a red face. Shameful? Why didn't your mother say it was shameful when she went to my company to make trouble? I've already been fired, so I don't have anything to worry about anyway. Jin Dongxiang decided to go all out and started shouting loudly. This shout directly called out the manager of the beauty salon. What are you arguing about? What are you arguing about? It's still working hours, what are you doing? And you, men are not allowed to enter here, didn't you see? The store manager came over and pointed at Jin Dongxiang's nose and scolded him. Don't want me to make a noise here? It's simple. Fire her and I won't come here to make noise again. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Xiu, what's going on? You should talk about your family matters at home. Why are you talking about it in the store? There are so many customers here. Who will be responsible if you disturb them? The store manager turned around and scolded Li Xiu. She also heard what Jin Dongxiang said just now, and she was so angry. You guys are getting married, and giving money is good enough, but you also want to give your brother a house and a car. Why do they give you that? Are you stupid because you have too much money? I'm sorry, manager. Li Xiu wanted to explain, but the manager didn't give her the chance. Li Xiu, I usually think you're a nice guy, but I didn't expect your family to be like this. I don't need someone like you with bad intentions here. You're fired. The manager's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, so everyone could hear it. Well done, give me another 10,000 later. Women like this shouldn't work here. A woman said excitedly. Handsome guy, if you don't have a girlfriend, please add me as your contact information and I will introduce one to you. Another younger guy said with a smile and took out his mobile phone, opened the WeChat QR code and waited for Jin Dongxiang to scan it. Li Xiu, I never thought you would be such a person. You make me sick. The staff member who had a bad relationship with Li Xiu also spoke up. Finally, Li Xiu left the cashier counter crying. She should have gone to change clothes. Please go out and wait. The manager looked at Jin Dongxiang and said, Okay, thank you all for asking for help. When he left, Jin Dongxiang did not forget to thank the women who were waiting for beauty treatments. In fact, this store manager is not a good person. Before Li Xiu came to work here, Jin Dongxiang was extremely unwilling. He heard from others that this store manager knew a lot of rich people and often took the girls in the store out to entertain others, and then gave the girls a sum of money as a consolation. Some girls were willing, while those who were unwilling got used to it after experiencing it a few times. He never thought that the store manager would speak for him this time. Maybe it was because she wanted to take Li Xiu to meet rich people, but was stopped by Jin Dongxiang several times, so she was not satisfied with Li Xiu in her heart. After waiting at the door for half an hour, Li Xiu changed her clothes and came out. Jin Dongxiang walked over quickly. This is my first revenge on you. If I don't see the money tomorrow, I will do something else. Jin Dongxiang said coldly. Chapter 12 Job Application. Looking at the man in front of her, Li Xiu was a little at a loss. Is this still the Jin Dongxiang she knew? He would never do these things before. I don't know what happened to you, but what you did today made me sick. I don't want to see you anymore. After saying that, Li Xiu ran away. Looking at Li Xiu's leaving back, Jin Dongxiang sneered. He didn't intend to end it like this. Dealing with Li Xiu was just the beginning. After returning home, Jin Dongxiang did not tell his parents that he was fired from the company, for fear that his parents would worry about him. I took out my cell phone and searched for job ads on the internet. After all, I was a college graduate, so finding a job shouldn't be too difficult. But after looking at many advertisements, Jin Dongxiang has not found a job that suits him. Either the academic qualifications required are high, or the salary is too low. Before, he made at least 3,000 yuan a month. Although it is not much, if the gap is too big, he will definitely not be able to accept it. Finally, at the end of the webpage, Jin Dongxiang saw a job with a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, which was exactly in line with his university major. With a trial mentality, Jin Dongxiang contacted the other party. Hello, are you recruiting graphic designers? Jin Dongxiang asked respectfully. Yes, you called me because you saw our advertisement, right? The job is very simple, you just need to be proficient in the application of graphic design. The voice on the other end was that of a young man. That's no problem, this is the major I studied in college. Jin Dongxiang felt there was a chance and responded with a smile. Well, if you have time, come and talk with me. The other party said. Is tomorrow okay? I'll go to your company tomorrow morning. The location is what's written in the advertisement, right? Jin Dongxiang asked excitedly. Yes, I'll wait for you at the company tomorrow morning. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. The next day, Jin Dongxiang got up early, packed his things, and drove to the location recorded on the address. Hello, are you recruiting graphic designers here? Jin Dongxiang came to the bar and asked the receptionist gently. The receptionist looked very good, with long hair, an oval face, and regular facial features. Most importantly, she was wearing a deep V work suit, which made her look very charming. Yes, do you have an appointment? The receptionist spoke in a very sweet voice. I called this person yesterday. Take a look. Jin Dongxiang took out his cell phone from his pocket and found the cell phone number of the person he contacted yesterday afternoon. The other party searched the phone number for about a minute, then looked up at Jin Dongxiang and said, Hello, this is Manager Wang from our company. He is in the office now. Can I take you there? Okay, thank you very much. Jin Dongxiang thanked. Under the guidance of the receptionist, Jin Dongxiang met Manager Wang. Hello, I contacted you yesterday. Jin Dongxiang said respectfully. I remember. I didn't expect you to come so early. Manager Wang said with a smile, Please sit down. Jin Dongxiang sat on the chair opposite Manager Wang. Do you have any work experience? Manager Wang asked. Yes, I worked in a Jiahua company before, but was fired for some reason. Jin Dongxiang talked about his previous job. Can you please tell me the reason? This is about me personally, it's not very convenient. Okay, then let me take a look at your resume. Manager Wang said with a smile. Jin Dongxiang handed over his resume and waited for the result. In fact, People in their line of work basically have connections with each other. After all, sometimes they need to help each other. If the other party doesn't ask further questions, they can naturally ask the company where they worked before to find out the result. Well, I took a quick look and I think your major is indeed related to our work. How about this? You design an advertisement for me. Any advertisement will do. Let me see your skills. Okay, but I don't have the equipment right now. I asked you to take you there. Manager Wang pressed the phone on the table and said, Secretary Liu, come in and take him to the vacant position and ask him to design an advertisement at random. Okay, Mr. Wang. After a while, a tall woman came in from outside, wearing a professional work suit, black stockings, and high heels, full of temptation. You go over with Secretary Liu. I'll give you half a day. If I'm satisfied, you can start work. Manager Wang said with a smile. Okay, thank you Manager Wang for the opportunity. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang stood up and followed Secretary Liu to the work area. They found a vacant seat and let Jin Dongxiang sit down. Just do it here first, and come to me if you need anything, said Secretary Liu. Thank you. After Jin Dongxiang thanked him, he sat down and started working on it. He didn't have a precise design goal, but when he saw the green plants on the table, he had an idea. Open the software, draw, create, and add text. Jin Dongxiang spent a whole morning revising the design over and over again, and finally came up with a satisfactory design. After saving it on his phone, Jin Dongxiang walked towards Manager Wang's office. When he arrived at the office door, Jin Dongxiang found that the door was not closed tightly, so he pushed it open and walked in. When I went in, I saw clearly that Secretary Liu was sitting on Manager Wang's lap, and the two of them were being very affectionate. I'm sorry, Manager Wang, I've finished designing it and wanted to show it to you, but I didn't expect. Come here, let me see. Secretary Liu quickly got off Manager Wang, straightened his clothes and walked out. Manager Wang took the phone, looked at it for a moment, and said, I'm sorry, I'm not satisfied with your design. Not satisfied? I have revised it many times. How could I be dissatisfied? Is there something I did wrong? I will revise it again. Jin Dongxiang said anxiously. No matter how you revise it, I will not be satisfied. You know too much. You are a hidden danger in my company, so please find another job. Manager Wang said coldly. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang regretted it very much. Why didn't he knock on the door when he entered? Why was he so reckless? Now, he lost a job that he had just got. After coming out of the company, it was already time for lunch. Jin Dongxiang took out the car keys and was walking towards the car when he suddenly saw Secretary Liu in front of him. Secretary Liu, please wait for me. Jin Dongxiang shouted from behind. Is there anything wrong? Secretary Liu stopped and asked. I'm so sorry about what happened just now. Let me treat you to a meal as my apology to you. Jin Dongxiang said awkwardly. Chapter 13, Liar. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang even pressed the car key. Most women like cars like the BMW Mini, after all, the design of this car is very feminine. Secretary Liu looked at the car, then looked at Jin Dongxiang, and nodded in agreement. What do you want to eat? Jin Dongxiang asked. Anything is fine with me. I'm not picky. At this time, Secretary Liu's tone suddenly became gentle, not as cold as it was just now when he was under the car. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang's body trembled slightly. No way, is his luck and love coming just like that? Hey, why do you come here to work when you drive this car? Are you some rich second generation? Are you out here to experience life? Secretary Liu took the initiative to find a topic. No, I'm just a child from an ordinary family. Jin Dongxiang didn't say much. Jin Dongxiang randomly found a Western restaurant, stopped the car, and walked in with Secretary Liu. Is there a private room for two? Jin Dongxiang asked. Yes, please come this way, the waiter said with a smile and led the way. Jin Dongxiang and Secretary Liu followed behind. After arriving at the private room, Jin Dongxiang ordered a steak and a drink, and so did Secretary Liu. Just now at Mr. Wang's place, I really didn't expect that you two would be together, otherwise I would definitely not go in. I apologize to you for this meal, and Mr. Wang did not hire me, which is also an explanation to you. Jin Dongxiang apologized again. It's nothing really. Actually, the relationship between Mr. Wang and I is not what you think. I just want to make more money, so... Secretary Lu stopped talking. I understand. It's not easy for everyone. Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? You look young and handsome. You must have a girlfriend when driving a car like this, right? Secretary Lu asked tentatively. No, I'm not good at talking, so girls stay away from me. Jin Dongxiang smiled bitterly. Yeah, I'm the same. Those men think I'm a cold woman and are unwilling to contact me. I dated one before, but he wanted to do that kind of thing to me, so we broke up. Secretary Lu took the initiative to tell about his past. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang was slightly stunned. It was just a meal, why would she say so much? And she even talked about her ex-boyfriend. Could it be that she wanted to? He. After figuring this out, Jin Dongxiang stopped pretending and said with a smile, after dinner, let's go to the movies together. Okay, I haven't watched a movie for a long time. Secretary Lu agreed readily. By the way, what's your name? I can't always call you Secretary Lu, right? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. Oh, just call me Tingting. Lu Tingting said. After the meal, the relationship between the two became much closer. Although Jin Dongxiang had never put much effort into women before, such things are often played out on TV and often appear in novels. Naturally, after watching them many times, he would understand a thing or two. When they entered the restaurant, they went their separate ways. When they came out, Lu Tingting took the initiative to hold Jin Dongxiang's arm, and for some reason, a hint of girlish shyness appeared on her pretty face. While watching the movie, Jin Dongxiang deliberately chose a seat where there was no one around, wanting to see what Lu Tingting could do. Sure enough, during the movie, Lu Tingting's hands were not idle. She kept touching Jin Dongxiang's hands in ways that seemed coincidental but actually had ulterior motives. After watching the movie, Jin Dongxiang asked tentatively, why don't we take a rest for a while and then go eat something delicious in the evening? The actions during the movie just now made him ask this question, and he didn't know whether Lu Tingting would agree. Okay. Lu Tingting agreed without hesitation. When the two finished doing all these things, they found a place to rest. Jin Dongxiang went to take a shower, and when he came out he was wrapped in a thin bathrobe. He looked up, but was stunned. I saw Tingting standing there, breathing sweetly, handsome guy, I'm tired. The coquettish voice carried an inexplicable temptation, and Jin Dongxiang pounced on her with a howl. Nearly an hour later, Jin Dongxiang lay in his seat, breathing heavily. He looked at Lu Tingting beside him. He never expected that the identity he had treasured for more than 20 years would be gone just like that. But he does not regret it. This is how society is now. If you don't do something, others will definitely do it, and in the end you will suffer the consequences. But at this moment, Lu Tingting received a text message on her mobile phone. She got up and went to the bathroom with her cell phone. Jin Dongxiang ignored her and continued to lie on the bed to rest. Okay, you stinking liar, stinking loser, you actually deceived my feelings. After coming out of the bathroom, Lu Tingting pointed at Jin Dongxiang and started to insult him. What did I lie to you about? Jin Dongxiang asked. You're just a loser, why are you pretending to be a rich second generation? The car was bought when you got married, and your spouse kicked you out because he thought you didn't have enough money. And you're still pretending in front of me? Lu Tingting said with a frown. I never said I was a rich second generation, and I did buy this car when I got married, but the marriage didn't go through because of them, not me. Jin Dongxiang explained. I fell into a trap today. I admit it. Don't let me see you again in the future. After saying that, Lu Tingting slammed the door and left with her things. Jin Dongxiang was the only one left in the room. He shook his head helplessly. Alas, why are women nowadays so materialistic? He took a shower, got dressed, checked out and left. But he did not go home because it was already 5 o'clock and the Li family still had not transferred the money. Jin Dongxiang came to a store selling things related to the dead, bought a paperman and left. He drove to Li Xiu's house, placed the paperman at the door, knocked on the door, and quickly ran downstairs. Downstairs, Jin Dongxiang heard the sound of the door opening and the insults from his mother-in-law. He was not angry but very happy instead. He took out his phone and sent a text message to Li Xiu, pay back the money quickly. After a while, the cell phone rang. It was Li Xiu's number. Once the money is in my hands, it's impossible to give it back. If you have the ability, come to our house and make trouble. If you don't have the ability, don't say anything. If you want to remarry my girl, don't even think about it without 1 million. The voice of the mother-in-law came from the phone. Oof, let's wait and see. Jin Dongxiang said coldly and hung up the phone. After leaving the Li family, Jin Dongxiang randomly found a restaurant nearby to eat. After dinner, Jin Dongxiang drove home. As soon as I arrived at the door of my house, several men suddenly came out from all directions. Who are you? What are you doing at my doorstep? Jin Dongxiang looked carefully and saw that they were not the people who kidnapped Chu Xinxin that day, so he mustered up the courage to step forward and ask. Chapter 14 Debt Collection. Who are we? Jin Dongxiang, you borrowed 100,000 yuan from us when you got married. Isn't it time to pay it back? Asked a man with a crew cut. Lend you 100,000 yuan? When did this happen? How come I don't know about it? Jin Dongxiang asked back. Actually you borrowed it from him, but he lost 100,000 in our place, so the 100,000 you owed him now you owe us. The man with a crew cut pulled a middle-aged man over. Jin Dongxiang knew this middle-aged man as a neighbor who lived not far behind their house. When they were getting married, they had no money, so they did borrow 100,000 yuan from him. Xiangzi, from now on, just pay them back the money you owe me. Stop talking fucking much. Do you have the right to speak here? Get out of the way. The man with the crew cut kicked him directly in the body and kicked him out. The middle-aged man didn't think much about it, he just stood up and ran away. Tell me, when will you pay me back? Asked the man with the crew cut. Give us some more time, and I'll pay you back when I have the money. Jin Dongxiang said with a slight tremor in his body. He had never experienced anything like this before, being visited by loan sharks to collect debts. You drive a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, but you say you don't have $100,000. Do I believe you? You don't have to pay it back if you don't want to. The interest is 50 cents. You can delay it as long as you want, as long as you pay me the interest every month. The man with the crew cut said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jin Dongxiang couldn't stand it. 50 cents interest? Robbery? That's 50,000 yuan a month. No, I don't agree. Jin Dongxiang refused directly. When the other party heard this, his temper exploded and he went up to Jin Dongxiang and started beating him up. I'll give you another chance. Do you want to pay back the money now or pay 50 cents interest every month? The man with a crew cut asked, holding his collar. Just at this moment, his parents came back from working in the fields. Seeing Jin Dongxiang being beaten by others, they stepped forward to stop them. Who are you? Why did you beat my son? Jin Jiangwo asked while holding a hoe. What? You owe us money and now you want to beat us up? The man with the crew cut asked. Dad, they are the creditors of Jin Hao's father. His father has no money to pay them back, so he asked us to pay them back. Jin Dongxiang said. We will pay you back when we have money. You can't hit my son. Jin Jiangwo still had no intention of putting down the hoe. Okay, 50 cents interest per month, I will collect the interest every month. If there is no interest in 1 month, I will increase it to 80 cents. If there is still no interest, I'm sorry, but I will take away your house and car. The man with a crew cut said with his eyes wide open. 80 cents? Damn, isn't this robbery? If you owe 100,000, the interest will be 80,000 a month. It would be better to just return the principal to you. Mom, please keep the things I gave you last time. Take out some and give them to them. That will be considered as our repayment. Jin Dongxiang said to his mother. But? Zhao Fenfang hesitated. No buts, go quickly. If you don't pay it back, the debt will accumulate and we will not be able to pay it back. Jin Dongxiang urged. Looking at Jin Dongxiang's determined eyes, then at the men who were collecting debts, Zhao Fenfang shook her head, opened the door and walked in. After entering the bedroom, he took out the things that Jin Dongxiang brought back last time from under the bed, took out a piece and walked out again. This gold brick is our repayment. I don't want the extra money. Jin Dongxiang said. The man with the crew cut held the gold brick with some doubts, looked at Jin Dongxiang, then took a bite and found teeth marks, indicating it was real gold. Okay, call me next time you need money. This is my phone number. I don't want such a high interest rate next time. The man with the crew cut handed over a business card, then took the gold brick and left. Son, if the owner comes looking for us, what can we use to return the lost items to him? Zhao Fenfeng said while crying. Don't worry, Mom. No one will come looking for us. Jin Dongxiang said. Mom, stop crying. Which is more important, the child's life or the money? At worst, if they come to us in the future, we will collect the money and pay them back. Jin Jiangwo put down the hoe and said while supporting Jin Dongxiang. The three of them entered the room and put Jin Dongxiang on the bed. Jin Jiangwo and Zhao Fenfeng told him to have a good rest and then left. Lying on the bed, Jin Dongxiang looked at the ceiling and felt inexplicably ridiculous. I went to the Li family tonight to ask for money, but I didn't expect that when I came back, the debt collectors came to the door and beat me up. If the people in the Li family knew about this, they would definitely laugh at me and say I deserved it. No, we have to make them suffer a little. Jin Dongxiang's heart became firm. Early the next morning, Jin Dongxiang packed up and went out. He called the man with the buzz cut from last night. Hello, who is this? You're calling me so early. Can't you let me rest? The man with the crew cut cursed. It's me. I gave you a gold brick last night and I want you to help me do something. Jin Dongxiang said. It's you. What's the matter? The man with the crew cut's tone changed a little. There is a family that owes me money, and I want to make them suffer a little, said Jin Dongxiang. Okay, let's just talk about the gold brick from last night. I've made up my mind to be your friend. Tell me their home address, said the man with the crew cut. Upon hearing this, Jin Dongxiang laughed softly. He had originally planned to prepare some money for him as a reward, but now it seems that this shaved man is a loyal guy. You don't have to go to their house, just go and teach their son a lesson. Their son's name is Li Shang. He doesn't have a job, but goes to the internet cafe to play games every day. He should be almost at the internet cafe by now. Jin Dongxiang said. Okay, let's go catch him now. The man with the crew cut said this and hung up the phone. Looking at the hung up phone, Jin Dongxiang was very happy. He drove to the door of the internet cafe and sent a message to Kunta telling him the address of the internet cafe. After a while, Kuntu and others came. Jin Dongxiang did not show up, but sat in the car and watched from a distance. Li Shang was taken out by them, severely beaten and threatened. Seeing this scene, Jin Dongxiang was extremely happy. At this time, the phone rang. It was the guy with the crew cut calling. I've already done it for you. I won't ask you for money this time, but you have to pay me next time. Of course, thank you, brothers. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Let Li Shang get hurt. If the Li family is smart, they will definitely think of Jin Dongxiang, and then they will definitely pay back the money obediently. But if the other party still refuses to pay back the money, then there will be nothing we can do. Chapter 1539,008. In the afternoon, Jin Dongxiang, who was strolling on the street, received a call from Li Xiu. Jin Dongxiang, what exactly do you want? Why did my brother get beaten? Li Xiu asked nervously. It's very simple. I've said it before, as long as your family returns the money to me, but if you keep dragging it out, it will not be good for us. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile on his face. Now that Li Xiu is called on her own initiative, there is an 80% chance that she will pay back the money. The remaining 20% depends on her mother. Of course, if her mother is determined not to pay back the money, then no one in their family can do anything. Don't you really want to marry me? I don't want 600,000 yuan. As long as you promise to give the car and the house to my brother, I will agree to you. Li Xiu said with a determined heart. Impossible. After rejecting, Jin Dongxiang hung up the phone directly. Damn it, do you really think I'm an idiot? You're still thinking about my house and car. Marrying you now is already giving you face. I don't think anyone in Lanzhou would want you if you don't marry me. Jin Dongxiang looked up and saw that he had arrived at the door of a men's clothing store. He looked down at his clothes and realized that he now had the ability to turn stone into gold. He no longer had to worry about money and he should dress himself up well. Hello, sir. As soon as I entered the store, the salesperson at the door greeted me respectfully. Hello, do you have the latest styles? Let me see. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Please come this way. The salesperson led the way and Jin Dongxiang followed behind. Coming to a shelf, Jin Dongxiang started to pick things up. But at this moment, a discordant voice emerged. Hey, isn't this Jin Dongxiang? He failed to marry Li Xiu because his family had no money. On the same day, he took a gold-plated brick to our pawn shop to pay back the money. I was almost fired by the manager. I'm unlucky when I see you, Zhao Xiaohua said sarcastically. Jin Dongxiang turned his head and saw that it was Zhao Xiaohua. Next to her stood a man who was about his age. The man was wearing a gold ring, a gold necklace, a watch, and all kinds of accessories. He must be the son of a wealthy family, or the child of a nouveau riche. Jin Dongxiang muttered in his heart, damn, it's so unlucky that I actually met her. Forget it, if I can't afford to offend her, I can afford to avoid her. Why, don't go. You're not happy with what I've said. Seeing Jin Dongxiang was about to leave, Zhao Xiaohua said relentlessly. Zhao Xiaohua, since we were classmates, I don't want to bother with you. You'd better not provoke me, Jin Dongxiang said coldly. Don't want to pay attention to me? Humph, how much do you think I want to pay attention to you? If possible, I wish we had not been classmates back then. It's so embarrassing, Zhao Xiaohua said with a frown. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang looked straight at Zhao Xiaohua. If Zhao Xiaohua was a man, Jin Dongxiang would have been unable to hold back and took action. Brother Hong, look at his eyes. He still wants to hit me. You have to do the decision for me. Zhao Xiaohua turned her head and acted coquettishly to the man next to her. Yes, I really want to hit you, but you are a woman, so I won't hit you, Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. After saying this, Jin Dongxiang was about to leave, but suddenly a big hand was placed on his shoulder. Brother, Xiaohua is a woman, yes. I am a man, and her boyfriend. If you have the ability, come and do something to me, Wang Hong said while holding Jin Dongxiang. Jin Dongxiang felt very uncomfortable being held down like this and wanted to break free, but the opponent was too strong and he couldn't. What are you doing? This is not allowed in the store. Suddenly a middle-aged man came over from the side. Before he could finish his words, he saw Wang Hong holding Jin Dongxiang's shoulder. Boss Wang, why are you here? You didn't even tell me in advance. I asked someone to welcome you. Boss Wang? Zhao Xiaohua was very surprised. She turned her head and looked at Wang Hong and asked, when did you become Boss Wang here? You never told me. Tell me, how many other identities are you hiding from others? Jin Dongxiang heard this and felt that it was a bad habit. Damn, she could speak well, why did she pretend to be innocent? She also acted like a spoiled child in front of so many people, and she was not embarrassed at all. Want to know? Hee hee, I'll tell you slowly. Wang Hong laughed twice lasciviously. Hateful. Zhao Xiaohua lightly punched Wang Heng's chest twice with her fist. Mr. Wang, who is this? The manager looked at Jin Dongxiang and asked. This is my old classmate, a poor loser. I think he came here to steal your clothes. Listen to my advice and send him away quickly, otherwise there will be endless troubles, Zhao Xiaohua said. What? Stealing clothes? The manager frowned and said, come on, kick him out. Be careful when you see him next time and don't let him in. Yes, manager. The salesperson who brought Jin Dongxiang here said, sir, please leave. I'm here to buy clothes, not to steal clothes. I'm not like some people who will do anything for money, Jin Dongxiang said meaningfully. I don't care if you are here to steal clothes or not. The lady next to Mr. Wang has said that you are not welcome in our store from now on. The manager pushed Jin Dongxiang and said. Well, it's better not to be so anxious. Isn't he here to buy clothes? Let him buy it and we'll watch, Wang Hong said with a sneer. Brother Hong is right. Let's just watch here and see what he does when he has no money to pay, Zhao Xiaohua echoed. After hearing this, the manager stopped pushing and let Jin Dongxiang start choosing. Jin Dongxiang pulled the clothes, glared at Zhao Xiaohua, and started to choose. After a few minutes, Jin Dongxiang picked up several sets of clothes and said, that's all. Kid, the clothes in my store are not cheap. You'd better think it over carefully before you make a decision, the manager reminded maliciously. Don't worry, since you have taken it, I have the money to give you. Jin Dongxiang was full of confidence. The salesperson started scanning the code, and after scanning, he found that the clothes that Jin Dongxiang took were not cheap at all, and one top cost several thousand yuan. How much? Looking at the salesperson's surprised expression, Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. The total amount is 39,800. Would you like to pay by card or cash? The The salesperson asked. 39,008? Zhao Xiaohua repeated in surprise. She never thought that Jin Dongxiang would dare to take such expensive clothes. Do you have money to pay? If you don't have enough money but still want to buy it, I can help you, but you have to kneel on the ground and bark like a dog, then crawl under my crotch. Wang Hong said with a big laugh. Chapter 16 1 million. Jin Dongxiang stared at Wang Hong with his fists clenched tightly. He wanted to punch him directly, but this was the other party's territory. If he punched him, he would most likely be taken away by the police. After thinking about it, Jin Dongxiang endured it. But what if I have money to pay? Are you going to bark like a dog and crawl under my crotch? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. Don't be shameless when I give you face. I am paying for you because I am giving face to Xiaohua. Wang Hong pointed at Jin Dongxiang and said, Brother Hong, why don't you make this bet with him? I think he just wants to show off. His family is very poor and he definitely can't come up with the 39,800. Zhao Xiaohua said coldly while standing aside. Hearing this, Jin Dongxiang laughed. This old classmate really understood him. He knew that he was just pretending and could not come up with the 39,800 yuan. Wang Hong stared at Zhao Xiaohua, and Zhao Xiaohua nodded confidently. After getting a positive answer, Wang Hong said firmly, Okay, I'll make this bet with you. If you can come up with the 39,800, I will not only bark like a dog and crawl under your crotch, but also call you dad again. Okay, it's a deal. Jin Dongxiang turned his head and looked at the shop assistants beside him and said, You all heard what he just said. You have to testify for me later. Don't waste time. Try to show off without even looking at the place. Can you afford these clothes? Zhao Xiaohua urged. Excuse me, sir, would you like to pay by card or cash? The salesperson believed what Zhao Xiaohua said and started to urge her as well. Swipe the card, just swipe this card. Jin Dongxiang took out the bank card that Chu Xinxin gave him last time from his pocket. Okay, please wait a moment, said the salesperson. He himself didn't know how much money was in this card. He had never gone to the bank to check it since he received it that day. In fact, he was a little nervous, wondering if it was enough to pay for the 39,800 yuan for clothes. A minute later, the salesperson smiled and said, Sir, please keep your card. This is the clothes you bought. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang reached out to take the bank card and said with a smile, Have you paid the money? Yes. The salesperson nodded heavily. Did you hear that? The money has been paid, shouldn't you fulfill your words? Jin Dongxiang asked Wang Hong. Impossible, this is impossible. Let me see his payment list. He is just a poor loser, how could he have the money to pay you? Zhao Xiaohua was anxious, because just now she was standing by and beating Wang Hong to agree to the bet with Jin Dongxiang. Wang Hong will definitely retaliate against her soon, and she doesn't want to lose a rich boyfriend because of Jin Dongxiang. Miss, this is the card swiping details just now. The salesperson handed the POS machine to Zhao Xiaohua. Zhao Xiaohua looked at it carefully and found that she had indeed spent 39,800 yuan on clothes. When she saw the balance, she was even more surprised as it was so long. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100, 900 and 60,000 and 200. Zhao Xiaohua read it out. Hearing this number, not only Zhao Xiaohua was surprised, but even Jin Dongxiang himself was very surprised. If it wasn't swiped, there would be 1,000,000 yuan in this card. What on earth does Chu Xinxin's family do? Just because he saved her once, he gave her 1,000,000 yuan as a thank you fee? If she was kidnapped last time, wouldn't the amount be much more, 10 times, or even dozens of times? Jin Dongxiang was stunned, completely stunned, and decided to pay back the 39,800 yuan when the time came, and collect up 1,000,000 yuan to return the card to Chu Xinxin the next time he saw her. Zhao Xiaohua looked at Jin Dongxiang with shining eyes. Her boyfriend Wang Hong only had more than 500,000 yuan in his bank card, while Jin Dongxiang had twice as much as him. When did this guy get rich? She must ask him about it. It would be even better if they could be together. After making up her mind, Zhao Xiaohua was no longer as cold and indifferent as before. Brother Hong, there is 1 million in Jin Dongxiang's bank card, and the 39,800 has really been swiped out. You have to fulfill your promise. Zhao Xiaohua spoke to Jin Dongxiang. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang, who was standing by, also felt that the woman was on his side, and began to wonder what this woman was thinking. You bitch, didn't you say he wouldn't have that much money? I made the bet with him because of what you said. To no one's surprise, Wang Heng slapped Zhao Xiaohua on the cheek. Zhao Xiaohua had a good appearance, with fair skin and regular facial features. After the slap, 5 finger marks appeared immediately. Brother Hong, I don't know what's going on. Last time, he didn't get married because he had no money. Later, he went to our pawn shop with a gold-plated brick. Our manager can testify to this. I didn't lie to you. Zhao Xiaohua covered her face with her hands, tears streaming down her face unconsciously. Oomph, you're a brave guy. Let's wait and see. Wang Heng snorted coldly and prepared to turn around and leave. Hey, don't go. So many people heard our bet just now. Do you want to deny it? Jin Dongxiang stopped Wang Heng. So what if you don't admit it? I'm very familiar with this manager. Will he side with you? Wang Heng said disdainfully. Mr. Wang, now that you have said it, you have to do it, right? A person should be honest. If you don't have integrity, what's the point of being a human being? Especially if you are a man. At this time, the manager of the clothing store spoke up. The meaning of this statement is very clear, it is to support Jin Dongxiang. After all, Jin Dongxiang directly swiped 39,800 yuan, and the balance of his bank card is more than 900,000 yuan. What about Wang Heng? He only buys 10,000 yuan at most each time, and the balance cannot be compared with Jin Dongxiang. You! Wang Heng was so angry that his whole body began to tremble. What do you mean? We heard it all. If you don't do it, you will be blacklisted by our store. Mr. Wang, listen to me. Integrity is more important than face. The manager said with a smile. Everyone looked at Wang Heng. Maybe he had no other choice, so he knelt on the ground and barked like a dog. Jin Dong forced his legs apart to let him pass through. Just wait for me. After doing all this, Wang Heng stood up and was about to leave. Don't go, is there something you forgot? Jin Dongxiang reminded with a smile. Don't go too far. Wang Heng said angrily with his fists clenched. When he was a child, his family sent him to a martial arts school to practice for a few years, so he is quite skilled. You said you wanted to call me Dad. I'm waiting. Hurry up. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Fuck you. Wang Heng cursed and punched Jin Dongxiang in the face. Chapter 17 for money. The punch was so powerful that Jin Dongxiang took a few steps back. He stood up straight by holding onto the cash register, his head still a little dizzy. Mr. Jin, are you okay? How are you? The manager hurriedly stepped forward to support Jin Dongxiang, and changed the address from Kit to Mr. Jin. I'm fine. Jin Dongxiang waved his hand with a little consciousness. Call the police. Don't let him go. You dare to beat someone up in my store. I think you are tired of living. Before Jin Dongxiang fell into a coma, he heard the last words his manager said, and he didn't know what happened after that. When he woke up again, Jin Dongxiang looked around and found himself in the hospital. Zhao Xiaohua was still sitting next to him. He didn't know if she had this worried expression all the time or if she changed her expression immediately after seeing him wake up. Jin Dongxiang, you're awake, you finally woke up, that's great. Zhao Xiaohua said, holding Jin Dongxiang's hand. Why am I in the hospital? Jin Dongxiang asked, rubbing his head. At that time, you were knocked unconscious by Wang Heng's punch. Fortunately, the clothing store manager called the police and Wang Heng had already been arrested. Then we sent you to the hospital. I asked them to leave first and I will take care of you here myself. Zhao Xiaohua described the general situation. Dongxiang, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been punched like that and wouldn't have been sent to the hospital. As she spoke, Zhao Xiaohua actually shed tears. Seeing Zhao Xiaohua like this, Jin Dongxiang was a little at a loss. She was not like this before. Now, not only did she not mock him, but she was so gentle instead, which made him a little flattered. Don't cry, it seems like there is some kind of relationship between us. Jin Dongxiang said nervously. Dongxiang, actually you don't know, I liked you when we were in school, but at that time I couldn't be with you due to the pressure of the environment. Today I think it through, no matter what the pressure is, I want to be with you, and no one can stop me. Zhao Xiaohua suddenly became serious. Is this woman crazy? What she said seems to be a confession of love to me. Looking at the expression on her face, she doesn't seem to be lying. Does she really like me? Jin Dongxiang muttered to himself. Zhao Xiaohua looked at Jin Dongxiang's expression, a little doubtful, and continued, what I said is true, don't you realize it? We are very predestined. Not only did we meet in the pawn shop, but we also met when buying clothes today. It is destined that we will be together. Okay, I understand what you mean, but I need to think about it. Jin Dongxiang said. From childhood to adulthood, no woman has ever said such words to him, and apart from Li Xiu, he has never been in love with any other woman. He can be said to be a novice in love. He believed Zhao Xiaohua's words with some belief but also had some doubts. By the way, what time is it now? How long have I been unconscious? Did my mother call? Jin Dongxiang asked a series of questions. It's past 10 o'clock now. You've been unconscious for 6 hours. My aunt called and I said you were busy working overtime at the company and wouldn't be going home tonight. Zhao Xiaohua answered one by one. Not going back? Where should I go if I don't go back? Jin Dongxiang asked with some confusion. What happened today is all my fault. I want to compensate you. Zhao Xiaohua said. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang was overjoyed. How could he not know the meaning of this sentence when it was so clear? After packing up, Jin Dongxiang went through the discharge procedures. You must be hungry. I know a delicious restaurant. Let's go eat? Zhao Xiaohua said while sitting in the passenger seat after coming out of the hospital. Okay, you show me the way. Jin Dongxiang had been unconscious for such a long time and was already hungry. Under the guidance of Zhao Xiaohua, they came to a Western restaurant. This restaurant was much more upscale than the one they had dinner at yesterday with Lu Ting, and it was definitely not cheap. Forget it. After all, she has been sitting in the hospital with me for such a long time today. I will treat her to a good meal as a way of repaying her. After finishing the meal, Jin Dongxiang looked at Zhao Xiaohua and said, let me take you home. It's getting late. Dongxiang, do you hate me? Zhao Xiaohua said with a wronged look. No, why do you suddenly say this? Jin Dongxiang was a little overwhelmed by this question. It's all because of me that you got injured today, and I've already told my family that I won't be going home tonight. Zhao Xiaohua said with a red face. Okay then, where are we going? Jin Dong asked, pretending to be stupid. In fact, how could he not understand that Zhao Xiaohua just wanted to do something with him? How about we find a place to rest for a while and then go to the movies in the second half of the night? Zhao Xiaohua made a suggestion. Okay. Jin Dongxiang nodded and agreed. The two of them booked a room at the hotel next to the Western restaurant. After checking in, Jin Dongxiang felt a little regretful. This hotel is too damn expensive, right? A standard room costs more than 500 yuan a night. Why not just go grab one? But because Zhao Xiaohua was next to him, he paid the money in order to avoid being looked down upon by others. As soon as he entered the room, Jin Dongxiang felt someone suddenly hugging his back tightly, and the smell of perfume lingered around his nose. Dongxiang, I love you. I love you very much. Zhao Xiaohua said seriously. After saying this, Zhao Xiaohua turned off the lights without waiting for Jin Dongxiang to react. In the darkness, Jin Dongxiang screamed, Zhao Xiaohua, are you crazy? I don't want it, woo-woo. He wanted to say something else, but couldn't. Dongxiang, stop talking, I love you, I love you. Zhao Xiaohua said this in the darkness. An hour later, Jin Dongxiang was lying on the bed in his elegant attire. Zhao Xiaohua patted Jin Dongxiang on the shoulder with some resentment and said angrily, you still said you don't love me. She suddenly thought of something and said, Dongxiang, there is something I want to tell you. Zhao Xiaohua said. What's the matter? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. I've seen a bag I like, but I don't have that much money. Can you buy me one? I'll think of it as a gift for us to be together. Zhao Xiaohua said embarrassedly. Jin Dongxiang had no way to refute this. They had just done something between a man and a woman. If he refused at this time, wouldn't it be too irresponsible? But at the same time, he also understood why Zhao Xiaohua was so proactive, it was for money. Okay, how much is it? I'll buy it for you. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. I knew you were the best. It's not expensive, just over 50,000. After saying that, Zhao Xiaohua gave Jin Dongxiang a big kiss on the face. Jin Dongxiang smiled bitterly and shook his head. He bought her the bag. Since he had already spent the money, Jin Dongxiang had let it go. Zhao Xiaohua is such a noisy woman. In that case, Jin Dongxiang won't be polite. He can afford to buy a bag for 50,000 yuan, but he must get some compensation in return. Chapter 18. Pull up your pants and don't recognize me. The next day, the ringing of the cell phone woke Jin Dongxiang up from his deep sleep. He opened his eyes hazily, picked up the phone, took a look and answered the call. Hello, who is this? Jin Dongxiang asked weakly. Xiangzi, what's wrong with you? Why do you speak so weakly? I hope nothing will happen to you? The nervous voice of Mother Zhao Fenfang came from the other end of the phone. Mom, I'm fine. I was just too tired from working overtime last night and fell asleep in the company. I'll be back soon. Jin Dongxiang woke up a little and responded with a smile. Okay, Mom will make you your favorite food at noon. Come back early. Zhao Fenfang said and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Jin Dongxiang put down his phone, lay on the bed hysterically for a while, sat up, turned his head to look at Zhao Xiaohua who was lying next to him, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. I picked up my phone and took a look at the order for the bag I bought last night, which was being prepared for shipment. Jin Dongxiang clicked on the refund without saying a word, and contacted the seller to say that he didn't like it and didn't want it anymore. After finishing all this, he quickly got up, washed, changed into new clothes and left the hotel. You're wishful thinking if you want to get anything good from me. Jin Dongxiang muttered to himself. On the way home, Jin Dongxiang went to the supermarket and bought a chicken and a fish. It was still early when I got home, and Jin Dongxiang's mother was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Mom, I bought chicken and fish. We'll eat them at noon today. Jin Dongxiang put the things he bought on the table with a smile. You were working overtime at the company last night, why didn't you tell me in advance? When I called you, a woman answered the phone. Was it Li Xiao? Zhao Fenfang asked with a smile. No, I'm an employee of the company. I went to the bathroom and forgot to tell you in advance. I was busy until late at night and didn't come back last night. I just slept for a while in the company. Jin Dongxiang responded with a slight frown. His mother always thought that the woman next to Jin Dongxiang was Li Xiao. After all, Jin Dongxiang had not brought back any other woman in all these years, and his mother had only seen Li Xiao. By the way, what do you think about your marriage to Li Xiao now? Zhao Fenfang asked. No, they want 600,000 yuan, and they want me to give my car and house to Li Shang. Of course I won't agree, so I keep dragging it on. Jin Dongxiang frowned and said, but the 300,000 yuan we gave before the wedding may not be returned. If you don't want to come back, then don't come back. Who knows, maybe you two can be together someday. Zhao Fenfang was quite optimistic. In fact, it wasn't that she didn't want the money back, but she was worried that something might happen to Jin Dongxiang, so it was better not to let it go. I'm going to cook, you can go into the house and rest for a while. After saying that, Zhao Fenfang took the chicken and fish to the kitchen. Jin Dongxiang returned to his room, lay on the bed, took out his mobile phone and looked at the latest recruitment information. If he continues like this without a formal job, Jin Dongxiang will soon be unable to afford gas, but fortunately he still has a little golden hand to help. By the way, Jin Xiaoxiao, why haven't you come out for such a long time? Jin Dongxiang asked in his mind. Master, I'm here. I will come out when you need me. The ethereal voice of Jin Xiaoxiao rang out. Jin Dongxiang suddenly thought of his Midas Touch skill and asked, it will be a new month in a week. Will I be able to use my Midas Touch skill by then? That's right, Master. After you upgraded your skill of stealing something last time, your skill of turning stone into gold also improved a bit. Now you can turn larger stones into gold. The little golden hand responded. Turning bigger stones into gold? I was able to turn bricks into gold before, how big can the bigger ones be? I must give it a try at the beginning of the month. Jin Dongxiang muttered to himself. Master, if you use the skill of stealing something twice more, you can unlock the next skill. You are a skilled craftsman. The voice of Jin Xiaoxiao sounded again. What can skilled craftsmen use it for? Jin Dongxiang asked with interest. There are 10 fingers in a pair of hands, and each finger has a skill. The initial skill of turning stone into gold is already very impressive, and the second one of stealing can take away what you want without anyone noticing. The remaining 8 skills are definitely more useful than one. A skilled craftsman can make you many beautiful and attractive handicrafts, such as a series of carvings. Little Golden Hand explained patiently. Make a lot of beautiful and nice crafts? If so, wouldn't I become a craftsman? After becoming famous, any random thing can be sold for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of dollars. Just thinking about it makes me very excited. 2 hours later, Zhao Fengfang stood in the living room and called out, Shanzi, come out for dinner. Okay, Mom, I'll be there soon. Jin Dongxiang responded, said goodbye to Jin Xiaoxiao, and went out to eat. The chicken and fish that Jin Dongxiang bought exuded an enticing aroma. Zhao Fengfang also cooked beef. The table full of dishes made Jin Dongxiang's appetite increase greatly. Only after wolfing down 3 bowls of rice did Jin Dongxiang feel full. Shanzi, eat more. Mom will serve you more. Zhao Fengfang said and was about to take Jin Dongxiang's bowl. No need, Mom. I'm full after 3 bowls. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, Mom, with your cooking skills, if our family opened a restaurant, the business would definitely be booming. Ha, I know you said this just to make Mom happy. I know my cooking skills. It's okay for me to cook at home, but if you really open a restaurant, I can't do it. Zhao Fengfang said with a smile. Don't be so modest, Mother. I've been eating it for so many years, and I still haven't had enough. Jin Jiangwo also said with a smile. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang felt a little envious. People of his parents' generation never asked for hundreds of thousands of dollars in gifts, and those who could get married in that era were truly in love, and there were no such things as money-worshipping women. Moreover, for so many years, Mom has worked tirelessly to stay by Dad's side and take care of the family as best as she can. She deserves all the hard work and credit. Just at this moment, Jin Dongxiang's cell phone rang. He took it out of his pocket and saw that the note was Hua Hua. Who is this? When did this person appear? Jin Dongxiang muttered in his heart full of curiosity. After answering the phone, Jin Dongxiang asked politely, Hello, who are you? Chapter 19, Breaking the Turn? Dongxiang, why don't you recognize me after you put on your pants? I'm Zhao Xiaohua. When you were unconscious last night, I saved my phone number in your phone and even specially noted it as Huahua for you. Don't you realize that? Zhao Xiaohua spoke in a delicate tone. This tone of voice made Jin Dongxiang feel very disgusted, and he couldn't help but imagine in his mind the way she spoke when she was with other men. What do you want from me? Jin Dongxiang asked calmly. I just want to ask if they have shipped the bag you bought for me last night. Zhao Xiaohua asked with a smile. I'll take a look for a moment. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up. Jin Dongxiang said very coldly. Dongxiang, didn't I make you happy last night? Otherwise, how about we still stay together tonight? Zhao Xiaohua asked with a smile. I said this, but I didn't mean it in my heart. Humph, it's only because you're rich now that I talk to you like this. If you were still the same as before, would I care about you? After I get my bag, who will recognize you, you idiot? But she didn't know that after Jin Dongxiang woke up this morning, he directly returned the bag. If she knew, she would be heartbroken now. No need. Jin Dongxiang responded coldly and hung up the phone. Who is it? Is it Li Xiao? Although their family's way of doing things is wrong, you can't be so cold to them, right? Zhao Fengfang asked. No, it's a friend, don't worry about her. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, Mom, you guys eat? I'll go back to my room to rest for a while, and then go to work. Okay, go ahead. Zhao Fengfang nodded in agreement. After returning to the room, Jin Dongxiang lay down on the bed to rest. He was really tired last night, but fortunately he had good physical strength, otherwise he would still be lying in bed and sleeping soundly. At 2 o'clock, the alarm on his cell phone rang. Jin Dongxiang woke up from his sleep and turned off his cell phone. I was hysterical for 2 minutes, then got up and washed up. There was no one at home because my parents had gone to the fields to do farm work. Driving away from home, Jin Dongxiang didn't know where he should go. Before I knew it, I drove to the pawn shop where Zhao Xiaohua worked. The last time I came here, I wanted to pay back the money with gold bricks, but not only did I not get any money in return, but their manager Yan also cheated me out of the gold bricks. After parking the car on the side of the road, Jin Dongxiang staggered inside. Zhao Xiaohua spotted Jin Dongxiang at a glance and greeted him with a smile. Dongxiang, are you here to see me? Yeah, I was bored so I thought of coming to see you. Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. But his real thought was to come and see if there was anything good that he could take away by stealing. If you really want to see me, why don't we open a shop together? Then you can see me every day. Zhao Xiaohua said with a smile. Open a store? I don't know anything. What can I do by opening a store? Jin Dong asked with a forced smile. I muttered in my heart, this woman is really scheming. She understands the inner thoughts of men. By the way, how is the business in your store recently? Jin Doqiang asked with a smile. I see, you are planning to open a pawn shop, haha, you really want to know that I am in this business and open this for me. I really love you so much. As she said that, Zhao Xiaohua was about to hug Jin Dongqiang and give him a kiss. Hey, this is where you work? It would be embarrassing if someone saw us. Jin Dong pushed Zhao Xiaohua away and refused. Just at this moment, the manager of the pawn shop walked in from outside. A guest is coming. Xiaohua, why don't you pour tea for him? The manager's voice came from behind. Jin Dongqiang smiled and turned his head to look over. The manager was also looking at him, and their eyes met. Is it you? The manager asked in surprise. Ever since he cheated Jin Dongqiang out of his gold bricks last time, he sold them as quickly as possible, and in order to prevent Jin Dongqiang from asking for them, the manager did not tell the truth to Zhao Xiaohua. If Zhao Xiaohua had known last time that what Jin Dongqiang brought were gold bricks, she would have hooked up with Jin Dongqiang long ago. Manager, he is my boyfriend now. He came to chat with me because he was bored. I think the manager won't mind, right? Zhao Xiaohua asked with a smile. After hearing this, the manager's nervousness gradually dissipated and turned into a smile. Of course I don't mind. I wonder if Mr. Jin has anything good that can be exchanged for money recently, but please don't come with a broken gold-plated brick like last time. Haha, a gold-plated broken brick? I think the manager must have made a lot of money with that broken brick. Jin Doqiang asked with a smile. It's just a broken brick. I lost it after you left last time. The manager smiled awkwardly. Really? I don't know where the manager lost it. I'll go pick it up. Maybe I can exchange it for a lot of money. Jin Dong said forcefully. Zhao Xiaohua stood aside and became more and more confused as she listened. Wasn't it just a broken brick with gold plating? How could it pay a large sum of money? Could it be that the manager embezzled Jin Dongqiang's gold brick? Did he deliberately lie to her that it was gold-plated? Thinking of this, Zhao Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, Manager, if that is a real gold brick, you should give me a corresponding commission. After hearing this, the manager couldn't help but ask, how dare you ask me this? Have you forgotten the vase you lost last time? It's hundreds of years old and worth a lot of money. I haven't even settled the bill with you yet, and you still dare to ask for a commission? Actually I'm here to do business today. I wonder if your store has any good things recently. I want to buy one to take home as a decoration. Jin Doqiang asked with a smile. Yes, I received the item in person yesterday. The manager said with a smile, then walked inside. After a moment, the manager came out with a square box in his hand. What is this? Jin Dongqiang asked curiously. This is a bracelet from hundreds of years ago. If you really want it, you can take it for 100,000 yuan. The manager said with an excited look on his face. But Jin Dongqiang saw something strange in his eyes, and he became wary. Manager, this isn't. Zhao Xiaohua wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the manager before she could finish her words. Xiaohua, since he is your friend, if he buys it, I will give you a commission of 50,000 yuan this time. After hearing this, Zhao Xiaohua said nothing more, but there was a hesitant expression on her face. Chapter 20 Lifesaver. Jin Dongqiang saw all of this clearly. He smiled and said, I don't like this thing. Is there anything better? Better? The manager looked at Jin Dongqiang with disdain. It seems to mean that there are better things, but can you afford them? Take out anything within 1 million. I have money here. If you don't believe me, you can ask Zhao Xiaohua. She knows. Jin Dongqiang saw what he meant and spoke. How can you not believe it? Mr. Jin, please wait a moment. After saying that, the manager walked towards the counter again. Is the food just now not good? Jin Dongqiang asked Zhao Xiaohua while the manager was away. Zhao Xiaohua turned her head to look at the manager and then at Jin Dongqiang, nodded and said, Yes, the good things in the pawn shop are not on the counter at all, but are placed in the cabinet at the door. The purpose is to attract rich people to come. Hearing this, Jin Dongqiang looked at the things placed in the cabinet at the door and had a good idea in his mind. I wonder if Mr. Jin would like this item? The manager walked over with a smile and placed a jade item on the table. This is top quality ice jadeite. I spent more than 400,000 yuan to buy it. If Mr. Jean really wants it, he can take it for 500,000 yuan. I will just consider it as a storage fee. The manager said again. Manager Yan, it's really unkind of you to do this. I came here sincerely to buy things, but you showed me this kind of rubbish. Jean Dongxiang glanced at him and said with disdain. He didn't understand this stuff, but Zhao Xiaohua just said that the good ones were all in the display cabinet at the door, and the ones taken out from there must be low-end stuff. Don't be shameless even if I give you face. Who do you think you are? You come to me to show off. Manager Yan suddenly got angry and pointed at Jean Dongxiang's nose. When Zhao Xiaohua saw Manager Yan's irritable look, she panicked. She weighed the pros and cons in her mind. On one side was her job, and on the other was Jean Dongxiang, a millionaire. It would not be good for her if she offended either side. Dongxiang, why don't you buy this? The ice jade is very good and worth the price. Zhao Xiaohua said coquettishly while pulling Jean Dongxiang's arm. Ha, why should I spend money on something I don't like? Jean Dongxiang said with a sneer. His real purpose of coming here was not to buy things, nor to see Zhao Xiaohua. His purpose was to steal something valuable. Jean Dongxiang, I've spoiled you, haven't I? Don't think that the world will revolve around you just because you have a couple of stinky dollars. People who come here to buy things are all worth over $1 million. Zhao Xiaohua suddenly changed her expression and pointed at Jean Dongxiang. She had already figured it out in her mind. She couldn't lose this job because of Jean Dongxiang. Who knows, maybe someday a man with a net worth of tens of millions will fall in love with her. That was why she came here to work. Jean Dongxiang only has 1 million, and after spending it, he will have nothing left. It is not worth it for Zhao Xiaohua to continue following him. Humph, I knew you were not with me because of love. Jean Dongxiang frowned and said. When he was leaving, Jean Dongxiang took a look at the things in the display cabinet and stole something. After coming out of the pawn shop, Jean Dongxiang drove away without any hesitation. When they got farther away, Jean Dongxiang took out the thing he had stolen from his arms and looked at it. It was indeed a good thing, both in terms of carving and material. Jean Dongxiang took a piece of jade. He didn't know whether the jade was good or not, but he just thought it was valuable from the outside. After finding a new pawnshop, Xingyu Pawnshop, Jean Dongxiang decided to sell the item and quickly make up for the shortfall in the bank card given by Chu Xinxin. I wonder how much this gentleman wants to sell it for? Asked the owner of Xingyu Pawnshop. How much do you think this thing is worth? Jean Dongxiang was reluctant to ask casually, so he asked the other party to make an offer. If you let him say it himself, if you say the price is too high, the other party will not buy it. If you say too low, the other party will guess that you are a novice and bargain hard, and may even doubt the source of the item. That's the price I'm talking about. The boss held up a finger. 100,000? Jean Dongxiang guessed. No, 1 million. The pawnshop owner named the price. When Jean Dongxiang heard this, he was shocked. My goodness, such a random thing is actually worth so much money. And this thing is so small, it doesn't look like it's worth $1 million at all. From your expression, are you dissatisfied with the price? I've already given you a very high price. If you go somewhere else, you may not get this price. The boss looked at Jean Dongxiang and said. No, 1 million is 1 million. I need the money urgently. Deal. Jean Dong pretended to be very anxious and said. Then Jean Dongxiang gave him a bank card number and the other party transferred 1 million yuan. After seeing the transfer was successful, Jean Dongxiang left the pawnshop. Jean Dongxiang now has nearly 2 million in his hands, 1 million of which will be returned to Chu Xinxin, and the rest of the money will be saved for future use in an emergency. He drove to the mall and decided to buy some new clothes for his parents. After all, his parents had been busy and hardworking for so many years and had not bought any new clothes. He walked around and looked, buying whatever he found suitable. It was already 7 o'clock when Jean Dongxiang came out of the mall. He was holding dozens of bags of different sizes, all of which were clothes he bought for his parents. When he arrived at the car, Jean Dongxiang put the clothes in the trunk and prepared to get in and leave. Jean Dongxiang? A questioning voice suddenly came from the side. Hearing the shouting, Jean Dongxiang turned his head and looked over. It was a few girls, one of whom Jean Dongxiang knew. It was Chu Xinxin. You're here at the right time. This is the bank card you gave me last time. I'm returning it to you. I don't have any use for it. Jin Dongxiang said as he took the bank card out of his pocket. No need. That's my parents' way of saying thank you to you. Just keep it. Xu Xinxin stretched out her hand and pushed it over. Who is this Xinxin? She drives a car like this and wears shabby clothes, so unfashionable. A girl next to Xu Xinxin glanced at Jin Dongxiang and said with disdain. You, what are you talking about? He was the one who saved me last time. He is my savior. Xu Xinxin quickly explained. Savior? Hey boy, you are not attracted by our Miss Chu's money, are you? So you arranged a kidnapping drama? The woman named Yu still sneered with disdain. Give me your money back, I don't need it. Jin Dongxiang took Xu Xinxin's hand, put down the bank card, turned around and left. I really didn't expect that today's scammers are so smart and know how to play the long game to catch big fish. Yu said relentlessly. Chapter 21 Waiting for me? After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang got out of the car, walked to their side, and pointed at the girl named Yu. I'm telling you, I'm not a liar. I was shot that day because I saved her. I don't know what you've been through. Not all men approach you with a purpose. Xu Xinxin saw Jin Dongxiang's angry look and quickly explained, I'm sorry, Jin Dongxiang, my friend was cheated a few days ago, so he is not in a good mood, please don't mind. I won't argue with her. But if you continue to hang out with people like her, you won't have any friends in the future. Jin Dongxiang reminded him and turned away. The woman named Yu stood there in a daze for a long time. It was only 2 minutes after Jin Dongxiang left that she finally reacted. So handsome. The tone he used when he accused me just now was so manly. Xinxin, do you want this man? If not, I will take you in. Yu said excitedly, as if she had seen a new world. Xu Xinxin never thought that Yu could say such a thing, so she asked in surprise, Yu, do you have a fever? You don't understand. There are very few men like this nowadays. Most men act like sycophants to me after they know my family is rich. But he is different. Not only does he not ask for your money, but he can also point out my mistakes. Yu said with a smile. Xu Xinxin didn't continue to pay attention to her, but came to the car alone and got in. Are you leaving or not? If not, I'll leave by myself. Xu Xinxin asked as he opened the window. Let's go, let's go. Yu got in the car. On the other side, Jin Dongxiang had no idea that his just words would capture a woman's heart. If she knew, she would definitely scold Yu for being a pervert. After returning home, my parents were sitting at home watching TV. Xianzi, you're back. The meal is ready. We're waiting for you to eat. Zhao Fengfang said with a smile when she saw Jin Dongxiang coming back. Don't worry, Mom. I bought clothes for you and Dad. Try them on to see if they fit. Jin Dongxiang said as he put all the big and small bags on the table. Looking at the bags on the table, Jin Jiangwo and Zhao Fengfang were a little stunned. They looked at the clothes on the table and then at Jin Dongxiang. Child, are you okay? If anything happens, tell your parents. We can definitely get through it. Jin Jiangwo asked. Dad, what are you talking about? What could possibly happen to me? I was on a business trip a few days ago, and I got my salary and bonus today, so I thought of buying something for you. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. His family members didn't know that he had been fired yet. If they knew, they would definitely be very worried, so he chose to make up a white lie and tell it when the time was right. Besides, I have money now. I took out a lot of loans when I bought the house and the car before, and I can use this money to pay them off. Mom and Dad, don't just stand there, go quickly. I will be filial to you in the future. This is just the beginning. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, and picked up the bag on the table and handed it to the two elders, asking them to try on clothes. A few minutes later, the two elders came out of the bedroom. Jin Dongxiang looked at their clothes and was very satisfied. Xianzi, this clothes is very expensive, right? Your father and I do farm work in the fields every day, and we can't wear clothes like this. You can return it and buy something for yourself. Zhao Fengfang said. It's not expensive, you can wear it, Mom and Dad. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. After trying on the clothes, the two elders put the new clothes away and came out wearing the old clothes. Let's eat. Jin Jiangwo looked at Zhao Fengfang and said. After hearing this, Zhao Fengfang went to the kitchen and brought the food. Xiangzi, since people value you so much, you must do a good job and not let them down. Zhao Fenfang reminded him while eating. Mom, don't worry, I will do my best. Jin Doxiang said with a smile. After dinner, Jin Dongxiang returned to his room and rested early. Early the next morning, Jin Dongxiang got up early to buy breakfast as usual. When he arrived, he found Xu Xinxin standing there. Are you waiting for me? Jin Dongxiang walked over and asked with a smile. Xu Xinxin was wearing a skirt and looked like a fairy. Many men passing by would turn their heads and look at her. I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. Actually, Yu is not that kind of person. She was deceived so badly. Xu Xinxin said embarrassedly. Don't worry, I don't take it to heart at all. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, have you eaten? I'll treat you to a meal? Okay. Xu Xinxin agreed with a smile. The two sat together, eating and chatting, talking about the usual things. But Xu Xinxin's feelings towards Jin Dongxiang have changed a lot. When he was rescued that day, Xu Xinxin already had a good impression of Jin Dongxiang. After having dinner and chatting for a while today, she found that Jin Dongxiang was a very good man who was responsible and capable. After eating, Jin Dongxiang paid the bill, turned his head and looked at Xu Xinxin and asked, where are you going? I'll take you there? Okay. Xu Xinxin agreed with a smile. After getting in the car, Xu Xinxin looked at Jin Dongxiang and asked, how could you, a grown man, choose to buy such a feminine car? Actually, I almost got married before, but the other party asked for 600,000 yuan on the wedding day, and my family didn't have the money, so the marriage didn't go through. It was their family that wanted this car, otherwise I wouldn't have bought it. Jin Dongxiang roughly explained the origin of the car. Oh, but it doesn't matter. I like this car very much. Xu Xinxin said with a smile. After saying this, Xu Xinxin realized that she had said the wrong thing, and quickly changed her words, I mean that such a car can attract most girls. Well, where are you going? I'll take you there. Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. Go to the city center, Lanshan building. Xu Xinxin responded. That's a listed company in Lanzhou. It's extremely difficult for ordinary people to get a job there. If you don't have a solid foundation, don't even think about it. Do you work there? Jin Dongxiang asked. Well, just an ordinary employee. Xu Xinxin said with a smile. In fact, the Lanshan building is the property of Xu Xinxin's father, and their family is the listed company mentioned by Jin Dongxiang. After arriving at the place, Xu Xinxin got out of the car and left. Jin Dongxiang drove to the BMW 4S store by himself, thinking of paying off the car loan first. When he arrived here, he parked his car at the door and entered the hall. It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet here. Jin Dongxiang muttered to himself. Chapter 22 Selling a Car. At this time, Li Shang's girlfriend, who was looking at the car, also saw Jin Dongxiang appear. I didn't expect to meet you here. Jin Dongxiang said sarcastically. Humph, you poor bastard, are you out of money and want to cash in your car? Li Shang said directly. Li Shang, who is this? Asked Li Shang's girlfriend Xiaolan. This is the poor guy who almost became my brother-in-law. He ran away on the wedding day because he had no money. Li Shang glanced at him and said. Oh, it's you. Fortunately, you didn't become our brother-in-law, otherwise you wouldn't be able to help us with our lives in the future. Xiaolan said with some relief. When Jin Dongxiang heard this, he looked at Xiaolan and then at Li Shang. It's really true that people from the same family are alike. They haven't even married into the family yet, but their personalities are just like Li Shang's family. Jin Dongxiang smiled and asked, you have hands and feet, why should I help you? Also, ask your boyfriend, what did he say at the time, asking me to buy you a car and a house for your marriage, is it necessary for me to do so? Buy a car and a house? Xiaolan asked with some confusion. What? Li Shang didn't tell you. On the wedding day, Li Shang's family asked me for 600,000 yuan, saying that it was for your wedding. I didn't give it to you, so in the end we didn't get married. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. He was sure in his heart that Li Shang did not tell Xiaolan the truth, but instead pushed all the faults onto Jin Dongxiang, so that his sister could still get married in the future. Xiaolan, you must not listen to him. He just wants to shift all the responsibility onto my sister so that he can find another wife in the future. Li Shang explained. Ha, some people know the truth of the matter. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, "You'd better go home and ask your sister when she will return the 300,000 yuan to me." At this time, a salesperson came over and asked with a smile, "Excuse me, is that Mr. Jin?" "I am." Jin Dongxiang turned his head and responded with a smile. "Hello, you can call me Xiao Lu. Your sales consultant is not here today because of something. I will take care of you." Xiao Lu said with a smile, "I wonder what business Mr. Jin wants to do today. What kind of business can a poor guy like him do? He must want to sell the car." Li Shang said disdainfully while standing aside. "Selling a car?" Xiao Lu looked at Jin Dongxiang with a questioning look on his face. "Yes, look at how poor he is. Can he afford a car? If it wasn't for my sister, could he afford it?" Li Shang mocked Jin Dongxiang crazily. After hearing this, the smile on salesman Xiao Lu's face gradually disappeared and turned into an expression of disgust. "Mr. Jin, you should know that if you sell a car here, it has to be depreciated. You have driven the car for such a long time, and the mileage, engine wear, and tire wear will all be deducted," Xiao Lu said. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang just smiled and didn't say anything. He wanted to see what the salesperson could do after knowing that he was there to sell cars. "Ha, I was right, wasn't I?" He was too embarrassed to say it. "How come he has the nerve to save face now?" Li Shang said with a laugh while standing aside. "Turns out he's a poor guy. I thought he was a rich guy. If I had known earlier, I would have asked someone else to receive him." Xiao Lu muttered softly. Although the sound was not loud, it was just loud enough for Jin Dongxiang, Li Shang and Xiaolan to hear. Jin Dongxiang remained not angry after hearing this and kept a smile on his face. But Li Shang was different. He smiled and said, "That's right. He's just a poor bastard. Let's kick him out quickly. Don't let him affect the mood of those of us who are watching the car here. Sir, please go out." Salesman Xiao Lu glanced at Jin Dongxiang and said disdainfully. In Xiao Lu's mind, Jin Dongxiang bought the car just to show off, and now that he's done showing off, he's going to sell the car to pay back the money. But Li Shang and the others are different. They are definitely here to buy a car, and they can buy a decent car. So Xiao Lu was very respectful to Li Shang and the other man. "Sir, I don't know what kind of car you want to buy. I can recommend it to you. If possible, I can give you a preferential price." Xiao Lu turned his head and looked at Li Shang and asked. Upon hearing this, Jin Dongxiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What are you laughing at? Poor guy." Xiao Lu turned around and blamed Jin Dongxiang. It's okay. You guys continue, I'll just watch from the side," Jin Dongxiang said. He wanted to see whether Li Shang could buy a car today. Was he just showing off or was he serious about it? Just stand aside and watch," Li Shang said confidently. "I don't know whether he believes he can afford to buy this car because of his boasting, or whether he can really afford it. Anyway, he looks very superior." Li Shang pointed to a Mini and asked the salesperson to introduce it to him. The salesperson introduced it to him carefully and attentively. "What is the lowest price for this car?" Li Shang asked. "The minimum price for this car is 280,000 yuan if you pay in full. Add in the purchase tax and insurance, and the total cost is less than 300,000 yuan, and you can drive it away. If you want to pay in installments, you can also pay this price, but you have to add an extra 10,000 yuan for additional equipment," said the salesperson. 300,000. Li Shang repeated. "Yes sir, if you like it, just buy it today. I can ask my superiors to give you a set of solar film." Saleswoman Xiao Lu followed up. She just wanted the commission. She only sold 7 cars this month and the commission was too little. "Xiaolan, what do you think of this car?" Li Shang turned his head and looked at Xiaolan, with a look of help in his eyes. Although this look was quickly replaced, Jin Dongxiang still saw it and stood aside, smiling and waiting for the result. "This car is great. We're going to buy a car when we get married anyway, so why not buy it today? It'll save us trouble later," Xiaolan said honestly. "But..." Li Shang wanted to say something, turned his head to look at the salesperson, then looked at Jin Dongxiang, but didn't say it, and pulled Xiaolan aside. I don't know what the two of them whispered to each other, but after a while they came back. "I'm sorry, my girlfriend doesn't like this car," Li Shang said. There was no trace of embarrassment on his face, as if all this had little to do with him. The salesman Xiao Lu next to him had a strange expression on his face. He might be thinking, "You are just here to show off, and you think you can sell one. Chapter 23, Surprise from the Merchant. Xiaolu shook his head helplessly and said, "How about this, sir, miss, you two take a look first, and come to me if you find anything you like." Okay, go and do your work first, we'll call you later," Li Sheng said with a smile. "Wait a moment, I haven't done my business yet." When Xiaolu was about to leave, Jin Dongxiang stopped her. Xiaolu looked at Jin Dongxiang and said with a smile, "Mr. Jin, if you want to sell the car, go to the after-sales department. It's in the back." "I'm not here to sell the car, I'm here to pay off my car loan." Jin Dongxiang stated the real purpose of coming here. He had been watching Li Sheng's performance just now, so he didn't deny it. Now that Li Sheng's performance was over and he was slapped hard, it was time for him to take care of his own things. "Pay off the loan? Don't you know each other? He said you were here to sell the car." Xiaolu asked with a smile. "We know each other, but we are not on the same path. I came here to pay off the loan, but I didn't expect to meet such an unpleasant person. So I stood here and watched his performance for a while, but I didn't expect the result to be exactly what I imagined," Jin Dongxiang said. "Okay, I misunderstood you just now. Please follow me, sir," Xiaolu said respectfully. She is very respectful to customers, but she doesn't need to be nice to those who pretend to be cool. "Repay the loan? When I asked you to take out 600,000 yuan when I married my sister, you couldn't even take it out. Do you have the money to repay the loan now? I want to see what you can use to repay it." Li Sheng followed behind. Jin Dongxiang ignored him. After arriving at the place, the salesperson made some inquiries and told Jin Dongxiang the remaining money. Jin Dongxiang took out his bank card and handed it over. "Please wait a moment, sir," Xiaolu said with a smile. A minute later, Xiaolu returned the bank card and said, "Sir, I have paid off the debt, but you still need to go to the bank to cancel your loan." "Okay, thank you," Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. "By the way, sir, this is my business card. If you need to buy a car, you can contact me. I guarantee to give you the lowest price," Xiaolu said with a smile. Li Sheng, who was standing aside waiting to watch the show, was stunned. He could never have imagined that Li Sheng actually had money and could even pay off his car loan. "Can you tell me how much money is in his bank card?" Li Sheng walked over and asked Xiaolu. "Not much, just under 1 million. Mr. Jin is much better than some people who like to brag. He does what he says, unlike some people who just say they are happy," Xiaolu said meaningfully. "Nearly 1 million, Jin Dongxiang, why don't you want to marry my sister?" "My sister asked you for 600,000 and you refused?" Li Sheng asked anxiously. If you don't want to, then you don't want to. I don't want to raise a child for someone else's family, let alone an ungrateful one." "Xiaolan, do you know the truth of the matter now?" Jin Dongxiang snorted twice, turned his head and looked at Xiaolan and said, "Li Sheng, what's going on? How could your family be like this? They gave your sister 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, and you asked for 600,000 yuan on the wedding day. I really don't understand what kind of life I will have after I marry. Let's separate for a while and calm down." After saying that, Xiaolan walked outside. Li Shenka became anxious and quickly chased after her to explain, but Xiaolan didn't listen to his explanation at all and walked straight out the door. Jin Dongxiang followed behind with the documents, and when he arrived at the door, he saw that Li Sheng was so anxious that he was about to cry, but Xiaolan still didn't change at all. "Xiaolan, where are you going? Do you need me to take you there?" Jin Dongxiang pressed the car key and asked with a smile. Xiaolan took a look at the car, turned her head and asked Li Sheng, "You said that we would have a car after your sister got married. You were talking about this car, right? You make me hate you even more." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaolan took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat. Jin Dongxiang got into the car with a smile. Li Sheng stood outside the car and knocked on the window, but Xiaolan ignored him. "Li Sheng, all this is retribution for your family," Jin Dongxiang said, then drove away. Li Sheng was left standing alone at the door of the BMW 4S store, cursing as he watched the cars going away. After riding his electric scooter home angrily, Li Sheng told Li Xiu and his mother what happened today. "This kid has 1 million? Li Xiu's mother asked in surprise. "Yes, and he just paid off his car loan," Li Sheng said. Xiu, you have been together for 2 years. Do you know about this?" Li Xiu's mother asked her. "I had no idea. Ever since we didn't get married, he seemed like a different person. Last time he came to our store and humiliated me in public, which led to my firing. He would never be like this before. Li Xiao said, a little disappointed. I told you that day not to go too far, but you didn't listen. You said you wanted $600,000, and you also wanted a car and a house. Now you have nothing, right? Li Xiao blamed. By the way, sister, mom, Jin Dongxiang told us to send the money he gave us as soon as possible. Li Sheng said with a frown. I can't give the money away now that it's in my hands. I want to see what else he can do. Li Xiao's mother said righteously. On the other side, Jin Dongxiang sent Xiaolan back home. Xiaolan took the initiative to invite Jin Dongxiang to sit upstairs for a while. Jin Dongxiang originally wanted to agree, but then he changed his mind and thought that it would be bad if she and Li Sheng conspired something to harm him, so he refused. The morning passed quickly. I went home for lunch and took a rest at noon. In the afternoon, Jin Dongxiang came to the sales office where he bought the house. The house was recommended by Li Xiao's relatives, and the person who sold them the house seemed to be Li Xiao's cousin. After entering the sales office, Jin Dongxiang began to look around, and finally he found Li Xiao's cousin. Cousin, are you busy? I need your help with something. Jin Dongxiang walked over and said with a smile. Hey, isn't this Jin Dongxiang, the man who almost became my cousin's husband? What are you doing here? Do you have no money to pay off the loan and are planning to sell the house? Li Xiao's cousin Wang Feng glanced at her and said. Hearing this, Jin Dongxiang laughed out loud. They are really a family. They say the same thing. In the morning, when Li Sheng was paying off the car loan, he said he was going to buy a car, and now his cousin says she is here to sell the house. I really don't know what's going on with this family. You are here to sell your house, but I don't have time to receive you. I'm busy. Or you can post it on those house-selling platforms and ask if anyone wants it. Wang Feng said, then turned around and prepared to leave. Chapter 24, Snitch. Cousin, don't worry. I'm not here to sell the house. I'm here to pay off the loan. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Pay off the loan? Wang Feng was a little skeptical. She stared at Jin Dongxiang from head to toe and said firmly, don't you want to make me happy? Don't I know what your family's conditions are? I'm really here to repay my loan. This is my bank card. Jin Dongxiang took out a bank card from his pocket and said. Seeing Jin Dongxiang's expression, Wang Feng believed him a little and reached out to take the bank card. Come with me. Wang Feng said. After arriving at the rest area, Wang Feng said again, sit here and wait for a moment. I'll go get the purchase contract you signed at that time. Okay. Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. After Wang Feng left, she did not go directly to get the house purchase contract, but stood in a secluded place and called Li Xiao. Hello, cousin, what's the matter? Li Xiao asked. Xiao, how is the situation between you and Jin Dongxiang going? Wang Feng asked with a smile. It's still the same. Ever since my mother asked him for 600,000 yuan last time, he has never come to our house to talk about marriage. Maybe it really won't work out. Li Xiao said with some disappointment. I see. I told you that Jin Dongxiang came to see me and took a bank card. He said he wanted to pay off his loan. Wang Feng said, if you want to come, hurry up. I can't stop you if you're late. What's the point of going back? After all, the house was written in his own name. He can do whatever he wants with it. Li Xiao had no interest at all. During this day, Li Xiao received 2 messages about Jin Dongxiang, but both times were news about Jin Dongxiang going to repay the money. It seems that Jin Dongxiang is really rich. If her mother had not forced Jin Dongxiang that day, perhaps the situation would not have been like this. Okay, you can handle it yourself. You'd better tell my aunt and see what she will do. Wang Feng reminded. Okay. Li Xiao responded and hung up the phone. Wang Feng put her cell phone away, rearranged her clothes, and walked to the counter to find the contract that Jin Dongxiang had signed to buy the house. Are you sure you want to pay back all the money? Wang Feng asked. Yes, cousin, please deal with it quickly. I still have things to do. Jin Dongxiang urged. The house you bought at that time was a 2-bedroom, 1 living room house of 80 square meters, and you took out a loan of more than 700,000 yuan. Wang Feng said the amount of money paid for the house. That's perfect. The money here should be enough to pay it back. Jean Doxiang said with a smile. Okay, then I'll go to the POS machine. After saying that, Wang Feng walked towards the counter again. She sent a text message to Li Xiu, saying, "Hurry up." When he came over with the POS machine, Jean Dongxiang was sitting on the sofa looking at the contents of the contract. "Dongxiang, are you really sure you want to pay back the remaining money?" Wang Feng asked again. "What else can I do? You can't let me carry so much debt all the time, right?" Jean Dongxiang said firmly, "I asked you to do this because I bought the house from you. If you don't do it for me, I will find someone else." No, I'll do it for you." Wang Feng asked tentatively, "Are you really not going to discuss marriage with Li Xiu again? What is there to discuss? You should have been there on the wedding day, and you know what kind of people they are. How can I marry her when things have come to this? How can I give them more if their family asks for more after we get married? Do I really have to sell my kidney? So it's better to cut your losses in time." Jean Dongxiang said seriously. "This is what is happening, but you can't be so heartless. After all, you and Xiu Xiu have been dating for 2 years. Wang Feng said earnestly. She wanted Li Xiu to be with Jean Dongxiang. After all, Jean Dongxiang had money now, and Li Xiu would definitely buy another house for her sister in the future. By that time, she could earn a large commission. But if the two of them did not get married, many relatives and friends saw what Li Xiu's family did that day, and no one would be willing to act as a matchmaker for them, so she would lose the commission for the house. At this moment, a voice called out from the door, "Jean Dongxiang, Jean Dongxiang." Hearing the shouting, Jean Dongxiang and Wang Feng both turned their heads to look over. Wang Feng knew that it must be his aunt's family. After all, she was the one who informed them, so she was not surprised. But Jean Dongxiang was different. He was shocked when he saw Li Xiu's family. "How did you find this place? How did you know I was here?" When Li Xiu's family came over, Jean Dongxiang took the initiative to ask. "Dongxiang, tell me why you are doing this? You used this money to pay off the loan, but in the end you are still alone. But if you give this money to me, you can marry Xiu Xiu, and then you can form a family of 3. That would be great," the mother-in-law said with a smile. After hearing this, Jean Dongxiang turned his head and looked at Wang Feng. At this time, he finally understood that it must be Wang Feng who told Li Xiu's family that they came to pay the house loan. Apart from her, no one else knew Li Xiu. "It's not that you can't get married. I just have one condition. The house and car will be used after we get married. Also, the 300,000 yuan I gave to your family must be handed over to me on the day of our wedding. And you are not allowed to ask me for the car and house for Li Shang's marriage." Jean Dongxiang said conditions that his family would never agree to. The purpose was simple: he didn't want to marry Li Xiu. He was afraid. He was afraid that the Li family would ask him for money in the future, that they would not be able to make a living as a couple, and that his parents would continue to worry about their affairs. The mother-in-law didn't say anything, and Li Xiu didn't say anything either, with a very disappointed expression on her face. But Li Shang is different. He broke up with his girlfriend Xiaolan this morning because of Jean Dongxiang. If he didn't get some benefits from Jean Dongxiang, he would never agree to let his sister marry him. Impossible. Let me tell you, the car, the house, and 600,000 are all necessary. Otherwise, you will never be able to marry my sister in this life. Li Sheng pointed at Jean Dongxiang's nose and shouted. "That's perfect. I don't want to marry her anyway," Jean Dongxiang said calmly. Turning his head to look at Wang Feng, who was standing beside him, he asked, "If you can do it for me, I won't hold you responsible for what happened today. If you can't, then call your manager over. By then, it won't just be as simple as paying off the loan. I'll also ask them to fire you." Chapter 25, Give you half? No, brother-in-law, you said we are all a family, is it necessary to do this? Since you insist on doing it, then I will do it for you. After saying that, Wang Feng picked up the POS machine on the table, inserted Jean Dongxiang's bank card into it, and after entering the numbers, the bill came out quickly. "Brother-in-law, this is the receipt for your loan repayment. Please take a look." Wang Feng handed over the receipt. She didn't want to lose her job because of her aunt's family. She had been working here for nearly 2 years and had many clients. If she lost this job, it would mean losing those clients, and then her future life would be hopeless. "Jean Dongxiang, don't think that we will just let it go. After you pay off the loan, you can give half of the house to our Xiu Xiu. Although you are not married, you bought this house together, so our Xiu Xiu's name must be on it. The mother-in-law began to focus on the house. Jin Dongxiang had no intention of paying attention to her. He had foresight when he bought the house, and Li Xiu was a spineless person when his mother-in-law was not around, so the house was only registered in his own name. "Aunt, stop making trouble. This is my workplace. If you have anything to say, go home and talk." Wang Feng was worried that the manager would be called over, so she spoke in a low voice. "Feng, this concerns your sister's happiness. The house was bought from you, you can't just ignore it," the mother-in-law said, holding Wang Feng's hand. "In care? I'd like to see what qualifications she has to take care of it. She's just a house seller. Only my name is written on the contract. When did I own half of your daughter's name?" Jin Dongxiang said lightly as he sat on the sofa. "What? Only your name?" The mother-in-law was shocked. She turned her head to look at Li Xiu and asked sternly, "Is what he said true?" Li Xiu nodded, confirming her question. "That's definitely not the case, Feng. Look at the contract you signed at that time. Xiu's name must be on it. How could it not be there?" The mother-in-law was unwilling to let it go and sought Wang Feng's help. "What are you arguing about? Wang Feng, what's going on? There are so many guests here, how can you quarrel like this?" A man came over and accused Wang Feng. "Manager Zhou, this is our owner. He's here to handle the repayment procedures. These are his family members," Wang Feng said as if it had nothing to do with her. "I wonder if you guys need any help." Manager Zhou understood and asked Jin Dongxiang directly. Before Jin Dongxiang could say anything, Li Xiu's mother became anxious and said, "Manager Zhou, you come and judge for us. This is my son-in-law. He didn't have money at first, so he failed to marry my daughter. Now he has money and he wants to pay off the loan for this house. My daughter should own half of this house, but he refuses to admit it." "You can't say that. I'm not your son-in-law. On the wedding day, you asked me to take 600,000 yuan, and also asked for a car and a house, saying that they were for your son's wedding. I didn't have them, so the marriage naturally couldn't take place. Now I'm here to pay off the house loan, which doesn't seem to have anything to do with your family, right?" Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. After hearing this, the people around began to blame. Some said that Jin Dongxiang was wrong, but most people accused Li Xiu's family of being too self-defeating. It was obviously their own family that did something wrong, but they still insisted on saying it was someone else's fault. Jin Dongxiang listened to what the people around him said and felt excited. "Humph, since your family wants to embarrass itself, then do it well. I want to see who your daughter can marry in the future." "Ma'am, we can't help with this matter. If necessary, please go to the police station to report it." Manager Zhou said seriously, "I have so many customers buying houses here. Who would be willing to buy a house if you make trouble here? So please leave." "That's right. You guys go first. If there is anything, we can talk about it when we get home." Wang Feng also echoed. "Okay, let's go, Jin Dongxiang. I want to see if you can move into your new house when the time comes." Li Xiu's mother said something harsh and left with Li Xiu and Li Shang. After they left, the people around them also dispersed. Those who needed to look at houses went to look at them, and those who needed to pay paid the money, as if nothing had happened. "Sir, may I take a look at your house purchase contract?" Manager Zhou walked up to Jin Dongxiang and said respectfully. "Of course it's convenient, take a look." Jin Dongxiang handed over the contract. After taking it, Manager Zhou looked at it for a while and said, "This house is only in your name, so it should belong to you. If necessary, our property management will protect the personal property of the owner." Hearing this, Jin Dong forced a smile. What this meant was that if Li Xiu's family came to cause trouble in the future, he wouldn't have to show up at all, the community property would drive them away. "Okay, I'll contact you if I need you." Jin Dongxiang turned his head and asked Wang Feng, "Is it finished?" "Yes, the house loan has been paid off." Wang Feng responded with the same respect. At this moment, she didn't want Jin Dongxiang to say that she had a relationship with Li Xiu's family. If that happened, she would lose her job. "Mr. Jin, this is my business card. Please keep it and you can contact me anytime if you need anything." Manager Zhou handed over a business card and said with a smile, "Okay." Jin Dongxiang responded and stood up to leave. Manager Zhou and Wang Feng escorted Jin Dongxiang away, one on the left and one on the right. After watching Jin Dongxiang get into the car, they returned to the sales hall. Manager Joe looked at Wang Feng and said, "Remember, if something like this happens again, you must first care about the feelings of our owners. If we return the house or resell it because of something like this, then we will lose more than we gain." "I understand, Manager Joe. I will pay attention to it next time." Wang Feng nodded in response. After leaving the sales hall, Jin Dongxian was about to drive away, but saw Li Xiu's family on the side of the road. "Humph, this is the retribution you deserve." Jin Dongxian parked the car not far from them, opened the window, and said in a cold voice, "Jin Dongxian, if you don't marry my daughter, I won't let you have a good life." The mother-in-law stood on the side of the road and pointed at Jin Dongxian and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you." Jin Dong forced a smile. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away, leaving Li Xiu and his family standing on the roadside waiting for a bus. Before he got home, Jin Dongxian's phone rang. He took it out of his pocket and saw that it was a call from Chu Xinxin. Chapter 26: Stealing. Why did she call me? Did she want me to take her home? Jin Dongxiang muttered to himself. After the call was connected, before Jin Dongxiang spoke, Chu Xinxin took the initiative to say, "You said she wanted to treat you to a meal because of what happened last night, and asked me to ask if you have time." "I'm almost home, let's wait for next time." Jin Dongxiang refused. He didn't want to be so close to Chu Xinxin. If the last thing happened again, Jin Dongxiang would consider whether to go ahead or not. After all, he had elderly parents at home who needed care. Chu Xinxin felt a little disappointed and asked, "Are you really not coming?" "No, maybe next time." Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. "Okay, let's make an appointment when you have time." Chu Xinxin said and hung up the phone. Yu, who was standing next to Chu Xinxin, saw her lost expression and knew that Jin Dongxiang had not agreed to come for dinner. "Do you think he is angry because of what I said to him last night? Otherwise, I should call him personally to apologize to him?" Yu asked with a serious expression. Chu Xinxin responded calmly, "He won't come, you don't have to fight." "How do you know? Maybe he is just waiting for me to apologize?" Yu asked. "I met him once today and explained to him, but he said he didn't care about what you said last night." "If that's the case, there must be other reasons." Chu Xinxin began to think in her mind, why exactly did Jin Dongxiang not want to have dinner with them? On the other hand, Jin Dongxiang thought that the loan for the house in the city had been paid off, so he could bring his parents to live there, which would also help his parents to have less hardship in their later years. "When I got home, my parents had already put the food on the table. Xiangzi, come and eat." Zhao Fengfeng said with a smile. "Mom and Dad, there is something I want to discuss with you." Jin Dongxiang said with a little seriousness. "If you have anything to say, just tell us directly. Mom and Dad will definitely agree." Zhao Fengfeng said with a smile. "Child, do you want your parents to lend you another 600,000 yuan so that you can marry Li Xiu? With just a word from you, we can ask others to lend us money, as long as you can be happy in the future." Jin Jiangwo said with the same seriousness. Jin Dongxiang was so serious only twice. The first time was when he asked his parents for 300,000 yuan as a dowry for Li Xiu's family, and the second time was when he went to pick up Li Xiu on the wedding day. "No, Dad. I just want our whole family to move to the city. You have worked hard for most of your lives. From now on, you will stay at home and your son will be filial to you." Jin Dongxiang said seriously. "Move to the city?" Zhao Fengfeng asked, "Son, your father and I are used to living here. If we move out, we have to consider this and that. It's better to stay here. After all, we are used to it." "Yes, Xiangzi, your mother and I appreciate your kindness, but that is your wedding house, so we won't live there." Jin Jiangwo smiled and waved his hand. Hearing this, Jin Dongxiang's face was full of disappointment, and he said lightly, "Mom and Dad, I'm not getting married now, so the house is empty anyway. Why don't we move in with our own family? It can also add some popularity, right? Forget it. We are both old now. It is quiet here. We won't go there anymore." Jin Jiangwo said, "As for you, you work in the city, you live in the city, and you can just come back if you have something to do. If you don't go, I won't go either." Jin Dongxiang said firmly. "Then wait until you get married and then move in." Jin Jiangwo said with a smile. Okay, let's eat quickly, or the food will get cold soon." Zhao Fengfeng said as she sat aside. Seeing how determined his parents were, Jin Dongxiang stopped forcing them and picked up his chopsticks to start eating. But just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Funfang stood up and walked over, asking, "Who is it?" "Tell Jean Dongxiang, you bastard, to get out here." A shouting voice came from outside the door. "Mother of my child, don't be in a hurry to open the door when you come back." Jean Jiangwo shouted while sitting in the house. "Xianzi, tell mom the truth. When you came back tonight, you asked us to move to the city. Did you offend someone? Are you afraid that they will come to our house to make trouble?" Zhao Funfang asked nervously. "Yes, Xianzi, if there is any problem, we can discuss it as a family and solve it. Tell us what happened." Jean Jiangwo asked with a frown. "Mom and Dad, I asked you to move to the city because I don't want you to continue to work hard in the future, and I really don't know these people outside." Jean Dongxiang explained. At this moment, Jean Dongxiang was also confused. Who would come to cause trouble for him so late at night? He hadn't provoked anyone during this period of time. Could it be that they discovered that he had stolen something from the pawn shop? But the voice that just shouted was not the voice of Manager Yan from the pawn shop. Who could it be? The more Jean Dongxiang thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. If these people didn't leave tonight, his parents would not be able to sleep well. Thinking of this, Jean Dongxiang stood up from his chair and walked towards the door. "Xianzi, stop, what are you doing?" Jean Jiangwo stopped him and asked. "Dad, don't worry. I'll go out and see who it is. Why are they causing trouble so late at night?" Jean Dongxiang responded with a smile and continued walking towards the door. Jean Jiangwo and Zhao Funfang were worried that something unexpected might happen, so they followed behind and went out with hose in the yard. "Who is it?" Jean Dongxiang asked as he walked to the door. "Jean Dongxiang, open the door for me quickly." Someone outside shouted again. "Just because you say open the door, I'll open it for you? Who are you?" Jean Dongxiang retorted. He thought that since the other party was outside the door, if they dared to break down the door or throw stones into the yard, he would just call the police and let them handle it. "Open the door, I'm from the pawn shop." The person outside shouted. "Pawn shop? What are you doing in my house?" Jean Dongxiang asked nervously. Could it be that the other party already knew that he was the one who lost the items both times and came to ask him for money? "Boy, we suspect you stole something from our pawn shop. You'd better open the door and let us take a look. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." The person outside explained his purpose. "Stealing things? Xianzi, tell mom the truth, did you steal their things?" Zhao Funfang became nervous when she heard about stealing things and asked with a frown. "Child, if you have any difficulties, just tell your family. Don't do such sneaky things." Jean Jiangwo shook his head and said. Chapter 27 No Evidence. Jean Dongxiang's heart skipped a beat. How could the other party find out that he had taken their things? And they didn't find it the first time, so it was even more impossible this time. They are just asking with a tentative attitude and have no real evidence to prove. "You said I stole things from your pawn shop. Do you have any evidence?" Jean Dongxiang asked righteously. "Evidence?" The man outside hesitated, and after a moment continued, "You went to our pawn shop twice, and things were lost from our pawn shop twice. We suspect you stole it." Suspicion? That means you have no evidence? Let me tell you, I have never taken anything from you. Moreover, I took a gold brick to your store to pay back the money, but your manager Yin cheated me out of the gold brick. I didn't come to settle the score with you, but you took the initiative to come to my door." After Jean Dongxiang knew that the other party had no evidence, he spoke without any fear. "Manager Yen, can you tell me what's going on?" Someone outside asked. "Boss, this is true, but didn't you sell the gold brick?" Manager Yan's voice came from outside. After hearing this, Jean Dongxiang opened the door directly and saw more than 10 people standing at the door, including Manager Yan. "You admit it, right? Tell me, how are you going to compensate me for my gold bricks?" Jean Dongxiang now had a reason, so he was naturally not afraid of these people outside. "Mr. Jean, I'm so sorry. There may be some misunderstanding between us. We made a mistake. I'm sorry to bother you," said a middle-aged man. "Just say sorry and let it go? That's a gold brick. Your manager Yen lied to me and said it was gold-plated, and he even hit me on the head. Shouldn't we settle this account?" Jean Dongxiang said without any fear. "Mr. Jean, how about this? When you bring your things to our pawnshop to pay back the money, we will give you more. Don't ask about the gold bricks. After all, it will have a great impact on our reputation if it gets out. And I will also deal with Manager Yen properly. Do you think it's okay? The middle-aged man said respectfully. They came to Jin Do-kyung's house just out of suspicion, thinking that they might scare the other party into confessing, but they didn't expect that Jin Do-kyung would have the upper hand in the end. Okay, but next time I go to your pawnshop, I don't want to see this person. Jin Do-kyung pointed at Manager Yen and said. That's no problem. The middle-aged man said with a smile, since we've already discussed it, Mr. Jin, we'll leave first. After saying that, the middle-aged man left with a group of people. After watching them leave, Jin Do-kyung smiled. This skill of stealing is really amazing. He took it away without anyone noticing, and the other party would not investigate it. After closing the door, Jin Do-kyung turned his head and looked towards his parents. Mom and Dad, don't worry. They have no evidence to prove that I stole their things. Besides, I have never stolen anything from them. Jin Do-kyung said with a smile. Shanzi, you just said that you went to their pawnshop to pay back the money with gold bricks, but they cheated you out of a gold brick? Jin Jangwo asked calmly. Yes, Dad. Originally, after I picked up those things, I wanted to exchange them for money, but I didn't expect that the other party would become jealous after seeing them. He lied to me that they were gold-plated and drove me away. Fortunately, I didn't take out all of them at that time, otherwise there would be nothing left. Jin Do-kyung simply recounted what happened that day. Okay, stop asking so many questions. As long as Chanzi hasn't done anything sneaky, it's fine. Just let him be cheated. Every failure makes you wiser. Zhao Funfang put down the hoe in her hand and said to Jin Do-kyung while pulling him. Back in the house, Jin Do-kyung looked at Zhao Funfang and said, Mom, go get the things I gave you. What do you need those things for now? Zhao Funfang asked, somewhat confused. I'm going to take it out to pay back the money tomorrow. I'm worried that someone will get jealous if I keep it at home, said Jin Do-kyung. Well, it's you who picked it up anyway, so you can decide for yourself. Zhao Funfang said and went into the house to get the thing. After a while, Zhao Funfang came out with a gold brick and a small vase in her hands. Go to bed early, Mom and Dad. I'm going to bed first. Jin Do-kyung took the things and said with a smile. After saying that, he returned to his room. Fortunately, those people did not have the courage to break into a private house, otherwise if they found the vase, everything would be exposed. It seems like it would be better to sell it tomorrow to save trouble. The next morning, Jin Do-kyung got up early, bought some food at the door, and drove to Xingyu pawnshop. The boss from that day was here again. When he saw Jin Do-kyung coming in, he took the initiative to greet him. Mr. Jin, what good stuff do you want to sell me this time? The boss asked with a smile. This gold brick and this vase. I'm in urgent need of money. Just name a price. Jin Do-kyung took out the gold brick vase from his arms, put it on the table and said. The boss picked it up and looked at it carefully. 10 minutes later, he put it down and said with a smile, I can give you 500,000 for this vase, but I can only give you 150,000 for this gold brick according to the current market price. Okay, transfer the money to the same account as last time. Jin Do-kyung agreed immediately. Mr. Jin, please wait a moment. The boss stood up and walked towards the counter. After a while, the boss came out again with a sinister smile on his face. Mr. Jin, I wonder where you got this vase? The boss asked, glancing at him. It was passed down in my family. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Jin Do-kyung asked. He didn't feel anything was wrong. It was normal for the other party to ask this question. No matter who bought this ancient thing, they would ask about its origin. Jin Do-kyung didn't take it seriously. Mr. Jin, do you think this is okay? Our pawnshop's business hasn't been very good recently, so I can only give you 600,000 for these two items. If it's okay with you, I'll transfer the money to you now. The boss said with a smile. Jin Do-kyung did not answer, but looked at the boss and then at those things. Okay, since you, the boss, have spoken, it would seem that I am stingy if I don't give in. Jin Do-kyung said with a smile. Okay, Mr. Jin is a very straightforward person. I'll transfer it to you right away. The boss took out his mobile phone and started operating. After a minute, the boss looked at Jin Do-kyung and asked, Mr. Jin, can you check if the money has arrived? Jin Do-kyung opened the mobile banking app and took a look at his account balance, which was 600,078 yuan. We're here. Thank you. Jin Dongxiang thanked him and got up to leave. Chapter 28. It's you? After leaving Xingyu pawn shop, Jin Dongxiang's cell phone started ringing. He took it out of his pocket and took a look. It was a call from Zhao Xiaohua. Jin Dongxiang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and answered the phone. He really wanted to see what trick Zhao Xiaohua was going to play. Dongxiang, I'm really sorry about yesterday. If I didn't do that when things came to that point, the manager would definitely be angry and might even fire me. Zhao Xiaohua said coquettishly. Don't worry, I don't take it seriously at all. What's the matter with you calling me? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. It's good that you don't take it to heart. I heard from Manager Yen that the boss took them to your house last night, suspecting that you stole something, but in the end there was no evidence. It was also revealed that Manager Yen cheated you of gold bricks. Is that true? Zhao Xiaohua asked with interest. It's true, and I'll ask your boss to punish your Manager Yen. Jin Dongxiang responded. Wow, Dongxiang, I didn't expect you to be so capable that our manager would get punished. Usually when the boss is not around, he acts arrogantly and domineeringly. It's really great that he is punished this time. Zhao Xiaohua said with a smile. Jin Dongxiang was a little confused. Why did Zhao Xiaohua call him? Was she just to ask about what happened last night? Dongxiang, actually it was our manager who asked me to call you. He knows that we have a special relationship, so he wanted me to plead for him. He also said that he wanted to treat you to lunch today and hoped that you would not make a fuss about it. Zhao Xiaohua said. When she spoke, her tone was sometimes cold and sometimes affectionate, just to make Manager Yen take a good look and not dare to bully her in the future. Forget it. Tell your Manager Yen that I don't bother with him, but I hope he won't make the same mistake again in the future. Jin Dongxiang said, if there is nothing else, I will hang up. Dongxiang, don't be anxious, I have one more thing I want to ask you. Zhao Xiaohua shouted. What's the matter? Jin Dongxiang asked. The bag you bought for me last time, I calculated the time should arrive. When will you deliver it? You can pick me up and go out for dinner together. Zhao Xiaohua asked with a smile. Oh, you're talking about this? It hasn't arrived yet. I'll contact you when it arrives. Just wait for my call. Jin Dongxiang said this and hung up the phone. The bag was returned directly after Jin Dongxiang woke up, and now the bag does not exist at all. At this moment, Jin Dongxiang received a text message on his mobile phone, which was an interview information from Lanshan Building. Hello, Mr. Jin Dongxiang. We have reviewed your resume. Please come to the conference room on the 8th floor of Lanshan Building for an interview at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Jin Dongxiang was so happy when he saw this content. He was looking for a job that night and saw the recruitment advertisement of Lanshan Building on the internet. He just tried to send a resume to the other party and did not even expect the other party to give him a chance for an interview. As long as I can successfully get a job in Lanshan Building this time, I will do my job well and not have random girlfriends anymore, causing the same problems as before, Jin Dongxiang muttered to himself. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jin Dongxiang arrived at the conference room on the 8th floor of Lanshan Building, but he was the only one in the conference room and the interviewer had not come yet. While waiting, Jin Dongxiang was thinking about how to answer the various questions asked by the other party. A few minutes later, the door of the conference room opened and two women and a man came in from outside. Jin Dongxiang had his back to the door of the conference room, so he didn't see who came. When the other party walked to the opposite side of him and he stood up to greet him, he saw that Chu Xinxin was among the interviewers. It's you, Jin Dongxiang, what a coincidence. Chu Xinxin greeted him without any hesitation. Yes, hello Miss Chu, and hello to all the interviewers. Jin Dongxiang greeted them respectfully. He never expected that the person who would interview him would be Chu Xinxin. When he sent Chu Xinxin to work that day, he only knew that she worked here, but he didn't know that she would be the interviewer. If he had known earlier and given her a resume, she might have come here to work long ago. Hello Mr. Jin, do you have any unique insights into graphic design? The male interviewer asked with a smile. Unique insights? Anything that can be designed to be unique is a unique insight. If you just imitate others, you will not be able to create a design of your own in the end. Jin Dongxiang answered the question seriously. The interview lasted nearly an hour and went smoothly. Jin Dongxiang was able to answer any questions the other party asked easily. And with Chu Xinxin involved, the questions were naturally easier for him. Mr. Jean, we will contact you later, so you can go back and wait for notification. The male interviewer said to Jean Dongxiang. Okay, thank you. Jean Dongxiang thanked politely and left the meeting room. After watching Jean Dongxiang leave, the male interviewer looked at Chu Xinxin and said, Mr. Chu, do you know this Jean Dongxiang? Yes, it was him who saved me last time, and he also returned the gratitude my parents gave him. Chu Xinxin said with a smile. So Mr. Chu wants him to work in the company? Asked the male interviewer. I'll notify you about this and we'll talk about it then. Chu Xinxin responded and walked out the door. There were only one male interviewer and one female interviewer left in the conference room. It seems that our Miss Chu is in love. The male interviewer exclaimed with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. What if we are just ordinary friends? Asked the female interviewer. Have you ever seen Mr. Chu care so much about an ordinary friend? Didn't you see that during the interview just now? Mr. Chu didn't put any pressure on Jean Dongxiang at all, and the questions he asked were all very basic. The male interviewer asked back. Who cares? He's not in the same department as us anyway. The female interviewer said indifferently. On the other side, after coming out of the conference room, Jean Dongxiang took the elevator downstairs directly. Chu Xinxin chased him out and took another elevator downstairs. When he reached the first floor, Jean Dongxiang just came out of the elevator and saw Chu Xinxin standing at the elevator door. Chu Xinxin, I didn't expect that you were in the Human Resources Department. If I had known earlier, I would have asked you to submit a resume a long time ago. Maybe you would be working here now. Jean Dongxiang said with a smile. Chapter 29 Giving Gifts. I really didn't expect you to come here for an interview. I was just arranged to interview new employees this afternoon, and I didn't expect you to be the first one. Chu Xinxin said with a smile. I really want to thank you just now. The questions you asked me were all the most basic ones. If you had increased the difficulty, I might not have been able to answer them so fluently. Jean Dongxiang took the initiative to express his gratitude. It's nothing. You saved me last time, but you didn't even accept the thanks from my parents. So I gave you a break during the interview as a thank you. Chu Xinxin said. By the way, there is something I still need your help with. If possible, I would like to come to this company to work. I want to find opportunities in my life here. Jean Dongxiang suddenly became serious. When Chu Xinxin heard this, she was very excited. She had never thought that Jean Dongxiang would demand to work here so strongly. We are friends, so don't worry. As long as I can help, I will never refuse. Chu Xinxin agreed with a smile. In that case, I'll treat you to dinner tonight as a way of thanking you in advance, said Jean Dongxiang. Last night, Chu Xinxin and you invited him to dinner, but he didn't go. Today, after knowing that they were the interviewers, he took the initiative to invite them to dinner to help, and they would definitely not refuse. But Chu Xinxin's expression was a little disappointed. Tonight? I'll go up and see if there are any plans for tonight. I'll let you know in advance then. Okay, if it doesn't work today, let's do it tomorrow. Anyway, I'm just an unemployed vagrant now, and the most I have is time. Jean Dongxiang said with a smile. Okay. Chu Xinxin nodded and agreed. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving first. Remember to tell me in advance in the evening. Otherwise, it will be like last night, when I got home and you called me to invite me to dinner. I didn't know what to do and could only refuse. Jean Dongxiang said with a smile. What he said sounded like he was taking advantage of the situation. He was the one who clearly refused, but he acted as if he was called at the wrong time. Could it be that we could have had dinner together just by calling in advance last night? Not necessarily. Well, I'll go up first. Chu Xinxin said, and entered the elevator, while Jean Dongxiang left Lanshan Building. Coming out of Lanshan Building, Jean Dongxiang muttered in his heart, since she helped me, I should show some appreciation. Just treating her to a meal is not enough. I should give her something. But what should I give as a gift? Women love cosmetics the most, but every woman has her own favorite brand. You can't just call someone and ask for it directly. Wouldn't that be too rude? Besides, Chu Xinxin's skin is fair and tender, and she looks good without cosmetics. If cosmetics don't work, why not try perfume? Yes, perfume. After deciding what to give Chu Xinxin, Jean Dongxiang drove to the mall. It was already 4:30 and they got off work at 6, so he had to buy it before the other party got off work. Arriving at the underground parking lot, Jin Donghyun parked the car and took the elevator to the first floor. There are many brand stores on the first floor of the mall, selling perfumes, cosmetics, and other items for women. Jin Donghyun found a relatively famous Chanel store that he knew and walked in. "Hello sir, is there anything I can help you with?" the clerk asked when he saw Jin Donghyun walk in. "Hello, I would like to ask, which is your most popular perfume this season? I want to give it to someone as a gift." Jin Donghyun asked with a smile. "Please follow me, sir. The perfumes are here." Everyone has different preferences. Not all popular perfumes are liked by others. You can choose a scent that you like, or a scent that is similar to the other person's perfume, the clerk said with a smile. When Jin Donghyun heard this, he felt it made sense. The most popular is not necessarily the best. So he picked up the perfume samples and began to smell them one by one. There were so many kinds of perfume that in the end Jin Donghyun felt that his nose was not his own. He could no longer breathe fresh air, and his nose was filled with the smell of perfume. "Sir, is there one you need?" the clerk asked with a smile after seeing him smell all the perfumes. "No, do you have any other perfumes?" Jin Donghyun asked. "I'm sorry sir, these are the samples of all the perfumes. If you don't have them, it might be another brand," the clerk said with a smile. "Okay, then I'll take another look," Jin Donghyun said and prepared to leave. "But before I left the store, I heard the clerk behind me say, 'Humph, you stinky pretentious guy, why are you here to buy perfume if you don't have money? How can you not like any of the perfumes you tried? I don't believe it, you must have no money.' That's right, there are too many men like this nowadays. I don't know which unlucky girl would actually know such a man." Several shop assistants were talking in the back. Jin Donghyun didn't take their words to heart at all. After all, he really couldn't afford such perfume at the beginning. His monthly salary was 3,000 yuan. He had to keep some for himself and give some to Li Xiao. He didn't have any extra money to go to such a brand store to look at perfumes. After coming out of the Chanel store, Jin Donghyun went to Givenchy next door. "Sir, what can I do for you?" the clerk asked with a smile. "I want to give a perfume to a friend. Can you recommend one?" Jin Donghyun asked with a smile. "Okay, please follow me." The clerk led the way. After arriving at the perfume area, the clerk gave Jin Donghyun a general introduction, such as what kind of women might like what kind of perfume, and what kind of perfume is suitable for what season. Anyway, Jin Donghyun felt that what the clerk said made sense, so he asked him to recommend a model. "Sir, why don't you choose this one? This is our Givenchy's latest perfume. Your friend will definitely like it." The clerk took a bottle of perfume from the display cabinet and placed it on the table. Jin Donghyun took a look and found the outer packaging to be very high-end. "How much is this?" Jin Donghyun asked with a smile. "This is our new model this year, brilliant as the morning dawn, and the price is 1,299, the clerk said with a smile. "So expensive?" Jin Donghyun was a little surprised after hearing the price. He thought that this perfume would cost only 400 or 500 yuan at most. "Sir, if you think this is expensive, you can buy 50 milliliters, which only costs a few hundred yuan, but this perfume is in short supply. Your friend will be happier if you buy 100 milliliters, said the clerk with a smile. Chapter 30 Complaint. "Okay, then let's do as you said and pack it in 100 milliliters packages," Jin Donghyun said with a smile. "Sir, please come with me to pay the bill." The clerk took Jin Donghyun to the cashier. After Jin Donghyun paid, the clerk put the perfume into a bag and gave him a sample. After giving the gift, Jin Donghyun felt that he had not suffered any loss, so he left with the perfume. It's almost 5:30 now, and Xu Xinqin still has half an hour before she gets off work. Carrying the bag to the underground parking lot, Jin Donghyun walked to the car, opened the door and got in. Suddenly, a person jumped out from the surrounding. "Li Shan? What are you doing? Get out of my way quickly, I have something else to do," Jin Donghyun shouted. "Get out of the way? Humph, Jin Donghyun, I haven't asked you to resolve the matter of breaking up Xiaolan and me last time. I didn't expect to meet you here. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Money? Or a car or a house?" Li Shang said in a condescending manner. "Fuck you, get out of my way right now." I have something urgent to deal with. Jin Dongxiang cursed. I just saw that you were carrying something from Givenchy. Are you going to give it to some woman? I never expected that you would have an affair with another woman just after losing contact with my sister for a few days. It was a wise decision for my sister not to marry you. Li Sheng shouted with a smile. Hearing this, Jin Dongxiang felt helpless. He didn't expect that although this kid had no money, he could recognize all the brands. Thinking back to when he first saw this brand, he had to recognize it many times before he could remember it. Jin Dongxiang, if you want to leave, you can either give me 100,000 yuan as compensation, or just take it away from me. It's your choice. Li Sheng said, standing outside the car with a gangster-like look. Okay, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Jin Dongxiang said, then released the handbrake and stepped on the accelerator. He stepped on the accelerator suddenly, and the mini engine roared. Li Sheng was so scared that he quickly jumped to the side, and stumbled and fell to the ground when he landed. Are you really going to kill me? Li Sheng said as he sat on the ground with a frightened look on his face. Humph, this is what happens when you anger me. Next time, it won't be as simple as just letting you sit on the ground. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang stepped on the accelerator and left. Li Sheng sat on the ground without moving, but took out his mobile phone from his pocket and called his sister Li Xiu. Hey, sister, you have to make the decision for me. Li Sheng said in a wailing voice. What's wrong with you? Don't cry, tell me slowly, who bullied you? Li Xiu asked anxiously. Li Sheng was the one who carried on their family line, so the whole family doted on him very much. Moreover, Li Xiu was only a few years older than Li Sheng, so she treated Li Sheng even more dotingly. When Li Sheng was bullied at school as a child, Li Xiu would always come forward to help him. Over time, Li Sheng felt that he deserved all this. Sister, I just met Jin Dongxiang in the mall. I wanted to ask him how he was going to resolve his relationship with you, but I didn't expect him to hit me with his car. Fortunately, I dodged in time, otherwise I might have been unconscious now. Li Sheng said. Met in the mall? Li Xiu repeated. Yeah, I don't know who he bought the gift for, and it's Givenchy. It's obvious that it's not cheap. Li Sheng continued, Sister, you must avenge me. Don't worry, I'll call Jin Dongxiang right now and get to the bottom of it. Li Xiu hung up the phone angrily. On the other side, Jin Dongxiang, who was leaving the underground parking lot, had no idea that Li Sheng had actually filed a complaint, and that it was a complaint against a gangster. After a while, the cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Li Xiu calling. I didn't want to answer it at first, but after all, we had been together for 2 years and I still had some feelings for her, so I answered the call. Hello, why are you calling me? Have you figured it out? Are you going to return the 300,000 to our family? Jin Dongxiang asked with a sneer. Jin Dongxiang, let me ask you, did you see my brother in the underground parking lot just now? Although we two couldn't be together, you can't ignore our feelings. My brother was still young, and you were going to hit him with your car. Li Xiu said in a blaming tone. I wanted to hit him? He was the one who blocked my car and told me to give him 100,000 yuan, otherwise he wouldn't let me go. I had no choice but to drive away forcefully. I didn't expect that this little bastard would actually tell on me. Jin Dongxiang immediately became unhappy and told the truth. Li Xiu on the other end of the phone didn't know what to say when she heard this. She knew very well what kind of person Jin Dongxiang was. He would never lie, and he would not drive his car to hit Li Sheng for no reason. It must be that Li Sheng lied. I was so excited when I heard the news that I was almost hit that I didn't think it through. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called Jin Dongxiang so embarrassingly. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I have other things to do. Jin Dongxiang said. I heard from Li Sheng that you bought something to give to a woman? Li Xiu asked with some jealousy. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? We have no relationship anymore, and it seems there is no need to tell you. Jin Dongxiang spoke in a very cold tone. We've been together for 2 years, and you've never given me anything from Givenchy. Li Xiu complained. If you hadn't always asked me for money to support your brother, I would have given it to you. Jin Dongxiang sneered and said, nothing else, just hang up like that. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang hung up the phone. 20 minutes later, at exactly 5:50, Jin Dongxiang arrived at the entrance of Lanshan building, parked the car aside and waited for Chu Xinxin to come down. But at this moment, Jin Dongxiang's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Chu Xinxin. "Hey, I'm waiting for you downstairs in the company," Jin Doxiang said with a smile. "It's like this. You knew that I was going to have dinner with you, so she asked to come along. I had no choice but to ask you if you could take her with you," Chu Xinxin asked. After hearing this, Jin Doxiang was overwhelmed. They were best friends, and if he didn't bring her, Yu would definitely say bad things about him in front of Chu Xinxin. But if he brought her, there was a great possibility that Yu would insult him again. After thinking it over and over, Jin Doxiang finally nodded and agreed, "Okay, bring it if you want. I'll wait for you downstairs." "We'll be down right away," Chu Xinxin responded and hung up the phone. After a while, Jin Doxiang saw Chu Xinxin and Yu coming out of Lanshan building. He walked up with the gift he bought and said with a smile, "Chu Xinxin, this is a gift for you, as a thank you for helping me." "Why does she have it and I don't?" Yu asked, standing aside. Chapter 31 Dinner. Upon hearing this, Jin Doxiang himself found it funny. Doesn't this woman really have no idea what shame is? Whether he can get a job in Lanshan building in the future depends on Chu Xinxin. It is normal to give her a gift and treat her to a meal. "And you? What have you done for me? What's more, you blasted me and slandered me when we first met. It would be strange if I gave you something." Although he thought so in his heart, Jin Doxiang couldn't say it out loud. After all, Chu Xinxin was still here, and he had to give Chu Xinxin face. "Miss Yu, I didn't know you were going to dinner with me when I was buying things, otherwise I would have bought you a gift as well," Jin Doxiang said with a smile. "Okay then, next time you buy a gift for Xinxin, remember to buy one for me as well," Yu reminded. "Stop standing there. Where are we going to eat?" Chu Xinxin looked at Jin Doxiang and asked. "I was in a hurry when I bought things just now, and I haven't booked a restaurant yet." "Where do you want to eat?" Jin Doxiang asked with a smile. "That's what you said, so we will decide on the restaurant," Yu said with an evil smile. "Yu, they are the ones treating us to a meal, so of course they make the decisions. How can we take the initiative?" Chu Xinxin stood aside and blamed. "It's okay. I'll treat you to dinner. Of course, we have to go to a restaurant you like. Get in the car and I'll show me the way." Jin Doxiang pressed the car key and said. The three of them were not far from the parking spot. Just as they were about to reach the car, the headlights of a Mercedes-Benz sedan next to them flashed twice. "Forget it, I don't like riding in such a feminine car. I'd better drive my own car. You follow me," Yu said as he took out the car keys. Jin Doxiang's face was slightly embarrassed. This Mercedes-Benz S450 cost more than 1 million yuan, while his own car was only around 300,000 yuan. It was normal for the other party to look down on his car. But Chu Xinxin did not look down on Jin Doxiang. Instead, she opened the passenger door and got in. You drive yourself, I'll go with Jin Doxiang," Chu Xinxin said with a smile. Ever since she was rescued by Jin Doxiang last time, Chu Xinxin had developed a lot of good feelings towards him and tried to find ways to get closer to him. However, she didn't expect that he would secretly escape from the hospital. She searched for him in the hospital for a long time but couldn't find him. Finally, after checking the surveillance, she realized that he took advantage of the time when Chu Xinxin went out to buy food to escape. "You'd better follow me closely, I drive very fast," Yu reminded Jin Doxiang. "Don't worry," Jin Doxiang responded with a smile, and then the two cars drove one after the other. Halfway through, Chu Xinxin looked at Jin Doxiang and asked seriously, "Why did you run away from the hospital last time?" "I have some important matters at home that I need to go back to deal with, so I left first." "I didn't have time to tell you, I'm sorry." Jin Doxiang had expected her to ask this question, and he had already thought of the answer. "You didn't leave me any contact information, so I didn't know how to contact you. In the end, I could only stand at the door of the breakfast shop waiting for you, but I didn't expect that I would actually wait for you," Chu Xinxin said with a silly smile. After hearing this, Jin Doxiang felt very warm inside. During the 2 years he and Li Xiu had been together, Li Xiu had never stood at the door of the breakfast shop early in the morning to wait for him. It was always him who stood downstairs of Li Xiu's house waiting for Li Xiu. But a layer of resistance suddenly emerged in his heart. He was afraid that Chu Xinxin would be like Li Xiu, and that Chu Xinxin's family would also ask for an exorbitant amount of money. If that happened, his life would be over. Not long after, Yu's car stopped and Jin Dongxiang parked behind her car. Seeing Yu getting out of the car, Jin Dongxiang and Chu Xinxin also got out of the car. Let's eat here. It may be a little expensive, but don't worry, if you don't have money I can pay for you first. Yu said with a disdainful look. That night she told Chu Xinxin that she liked Jin Dongxiang, but she didn't expect Chu Xinxin to still sit in Jin Dongxiang's car, which made her feel a little unbalanced. When Jin Dongxiang bought a gift, he only bought one for Chu Xinxin, which made her even more uncomfortable. So when she was driving alone just now, she had already decided in her heart that she would play a good prank on Jin Dongxiang and make him look ridiculous. Yu, how can you talk like that? Chu Xinxin began to blame. It's nothing, just a meal. I can afford it. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. A group of 3 people entered the restaurant. It was a Western restaurant. The decoration outside was already very luxurious. After entering, the inside was even more magnificent. This restaurant looks very high-end. It must be opened for children from wealthy families. Ordinary people definitely can't afford it. Is there any private room available? Yu asked the waiter. Yes, please follow me, said the waiter with a professional smile. The waiter took the 3 of them to a private room and sat them down, then gave each of them a menu. There was no unusual expression on Chu Xinxin and Yu's faces, but Jin Dongxiang was different. Jin Dong was shocked when he saw the menu. It was more expensive than he thought. It was too damn expensive, wasn't it? They dared to charge $9.99 for just a steak? Why didn't they just rob? They dared to charge hundreds of dollars for a glass of freshly squeezed juice. Isn't this robbery? What? Your fruit is made of gold? Jin Dongxiang, who was sitting behind him, didn't even dare to look. It turned out that the steak worth 999 yuan in front was just the starting price, and there were more expensive ones later. Give me a filet steak cooked to medium rare, a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice, a dessert, and a fruit platter. Yu smiled at the waiter. Okay, miss. The waiter wrote it down and responded with a smile. I did the same as her and replaced the orange juice with watermelon juice. Chu Xinxin said with a smile. Okay, sir, what would you like to order? The waiter asked Jin Dongxiang, who was sitting nearby, with a surprised expression. Jin Dongxiang? Are you surprised? Are you wondering if you have enough money in your pocket to treat us to a meal? Don't worry, I told you I will pay if you don't have money. Yu said disdainfully. Yu, what are you talking about? Jin Dongxiang must not have made his choice yet. He will explain it naturally after he has made his choice. Chu Xinxin helped Jin Dongxiang refute. I want the same as them, and a 12-inch pizza to feed the 3 of us. Jin Dongxiang closed the menu and said with a smile. Okay, sirs, please wait a moment, we'll be there soon. The waiter said with a smile and left the private room. Chapter 32 Cold Words. Jin Dongxiang, you should feel your pocket to see if you have that much money. Do you know how much that steak just now cost? Yu asked disdainfully. I know, 1,599. Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. Just after Yu finished ordering, he started flipping through the pages and saw the steak Yu ordered, as well as a series of food. What she ordered alone cost more than 3,000 yuan. He already knew the rough price of the meal, which was just over 10,000 yuan at most, and he still had several 100,000 yuan in his bank card, so he could still afford it. Yu, since Jin Dongxiang invited us to dinner, you can't treat him so coldly. Chu Xinxin reminded. Xinxin, I am just like this, you know that. Yu looked at Jin Dongxiang and said, Jin Dongxiang, if you can't stand me like this, just say it directly. I am just like this and you will slowly find out in the future. It's nothing. I noticed it the first time I saw you. You have nothing to do with me anyway. I don't care. Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. As the saying goes, a good man does not fight with a woman. Jin Dongxiang is not stupid enough to argue with a woman, let alone a woman who drives a Mercedes-Benz worth more than 1 million yuan. He can't win the argument at all. By the way, I heard from Xinxin that you are going to work in Lanshan building? What position are you applying for? Yu asked with interest. She also works in Lanshan building and is the manager of the design department. She has already made up her mind that once Jin Dongxiang joins the company, she will give him a good beating. No matter which department he is in, she will not let him have an easy time. It would be best if he could be in her own department to save trouble. Graphic design, design department. Jean Docheong responded with a smile. Really? Ha ha ha. Yu burst into laughter. God is really merciful. Jean Docheong will have no good days now. I forgot to tell you that Yu also works in Lanshan building. She is the manager of the design department. If you join the company, you will be in the same department. Just ask Yu for help if you have any problems. Shu Xinshin introduced with a smile. Design manager? Jean Dong was greatly surprised. He just thought that Yu was an employee of Lanshan Building Company, but he didn't expect that she would be the manager of the design department. No wonder she drives such an expensive car, it's reasonable. Hee, then you better be careful next time. I am very strict. Yu said in a threatening tone. Yu, since you two are in the same department, you should help each other. After all, Jean Docheong saved my life. Shu Xinshin said anxiously. Upon hearing this, Jean Docheong was a little confused. He had saved her life? Didn't the people who kidnapped her last time do it for money? How could they take her life? The more Jean Docheong thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. It would be better for him to keep a distance from Shu Xinshin in the future. It would not be worth it if he was implicated. That's you. He is not in your department. If he were in your department, you can help him however you want. But in my department, you must strictly abide by the company's regulations. Yu said forcefully. You. Shu Xinshin wanted to help Jean Docheong argue, but Jean Docheong interrupted before she could finish her words. Yu is right. When working in a company, you must look like you are working. If you need help from others for everything, then in the end, won't you accomplish nothing? Look, you're speaking for him, but he doesn't appreciate it at all. Yu said with a pout. Soon the waiter brought their orders and placed their orders in front of them. In fact, there is nothing different. After all, I just followed Yu's order. After taking 2 bites, Yu smiled and said, Jean Docheong, if this small piece is not enough for you, just order 2 more. It's okay, it's enough to eat. Jean Docheong responded with a smile. After dinner, Jean Docheong sat down and rested for a while. Shu Xinshin and Yu were chatting animatedly, and he had no chance to interrupt. Waiter, pay the bill. Yu shouted. Hello, the total consumption of this table is 18,000. Would you like to pay by card or cash? The waiter came over and said with a smile. Yu did not respond but looked at Jean Docheong. The meaning was simple, she was waiting for Jean Docheong to make a fool of himself. Who would carry more than 10,000 yuan in cash when going out? Looking at his poor appearance, even if he had a bank card, it might not be enough to pay for this meal. Let me pay. Shu Xinshin understood Yu's meaning and said with a smile. No need, use my card. Jean Docheong smiled and took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. Originally, he said he wanted to treat Shu Xinshin to a meal, and he just sold something today and received 600,000 yuan so he could easily pay for the meal. It will be embarrassing if some people's bank cards have insufficient balance soon. Yu said sarcastically with a smile. Since I'm inviting you to dinner, I must have brought enough money. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made myself look boring, unlike some people who came without being invited. Jean Docheong said with a smile. He couldn't bear it any longer. During the meal, Yu kept speaking coldly to him. What's more, a meal is just a meal. You owed me a favor by eating my meal. Not only did you not know how to repay me, but you also acted like this. Who could tolerate this? After all, your parents are the only ones in this world who will tolerate you, others are not your parents. A minute later, the waiter came back and said with a smile, Sir, this is your bank card and this is the ticket. Please keep it safe. Thank you. Jean Docheong said with a smile. Humph, boring. I'm leaving. Yu said, then got up and left. After she left, Jean Docheong and Shu Xinshin were still sitting in the restaurant. Don't be unhappy. Yu is just like this. Once you start working with her and get to know her for a while, you will find that she is actually a very good person. Shu Xinshin explained. It's okay. I never cared about her words or actions. After all, everyone has their own personality. Jean Docheong smiled and said, Let's go. It's getting late. I'll take you home or your parents will worry about you. Okay. Chu Xinxin responded and stood up with her bag. The two of them walked outside talking and laughing. Yu did not leave, but drove not far away and watched them. When she saw them come out laughing, she was so angry that she smashed the steering wheel. Chu Xinxin showed the way and they soon arrived at the gate of the community. I'm leaving now. I'll contact you when I have any news. Chu Xinxin said with a smile. Okay, goodbye. Jin Dongxiang responded and drove away. Chapter 33 Exposed. When they got home, Jin Jiangwo and Zhao Fenfang had already gone to their rooms and fallen asleep. Jin Dongxiang did not disturb them. He tiptoed back to his room and lay down to rest. The next morning, Jin Dongxiang got up early, thinking that the results would be out by 8 o'clock when Chu Xinxin went to work, but he waited until noon and there was still no result. I spent the whole morning at home, playing with my phone in the bedroom without leaving. At lunch, Zhao Fenfang looked at Jin Dongxiang and asked, Xiangzi, why didn't you go to work this morning? Didn't I go on a business trip a few days ago? The company arranged for us to take turns to rest, and today is my turn. Jin Dongxiang made up a lie. He didn't want to make his parents worry because of his dismissal, so he made up white lies and actively looked for a job outside. Once he found a job, all the lies were over. I told you it's okay. You're just old and tend to worry too much. Our son will handle his own affairs. We don't need to worry about it. Jin Jiangwo said to Zhao Fenfang. Oh, that's why I'm worried. Okay, let's eat quickly. Zhao Fenfang said with a smile. After dinner, Jin Jiangwo and Zhao Fenfang rested for a while and then went to work in the fields. Jin Dongxiang was free at home anyway, so he followed them. The autumn harvest season is coming soon. There is a lot of farm work to be done in the fields, and children from every household come to help when they have nothing to do. Hey, isn't this the groom Jin Dongxiang? Why don't I see your wife? Suddenly, a very discordant voice came from the side. Jin Dongxiang turned his head and looked over. The person who was talking was Zhao Tsong, who had been at odds with him since childhood. He had been feeling resentful about Jin Dongxiang's marriage to Li Xiu, and thought, how could such a beautiful woman fall in love with a country bumpkin? But when he saw Jin Dongxiang coming back alone and learned the reason, he finally understood that the other party just wanted money, but Jin Dongxiang was a poor guy, so the marriage did not take place. Zhao Tsong, didn't you go to work in the city? Why are you back when the new year hasn't even arrived yet? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. The two of them had been playing together since they were young, but they had also been sworn enemies since childhood and would fight whenever they met. Jin Dongxiang's words made Zhao Tsong feel ashamed. If he was not unhappy with his job in the city, he would never come here to do farm work. This is not how he thinks of himself. In his mind, he should be sitting in an office counting money every day. Why did you get fired? Ha, I knew you wouldn't be able to do this for long. Jin Dong said with a big laugh. Zhao Tsong, what are you here for? How can you be compared with Jin Dongxiang? Although he didn't get married, he has a job in the city. If anyone is like you, hurry up and work for me. Zhao Tsong's father Zhao Zhu shouted from the side. It's coming. Why are you rushing me? Zhao Tsong said impatiently. Zhao Tsong has a younger brother who is 12 years younger than him. Before he had this brother, Zhao Tsong was spoiled by his family. He was uneducated and dependent on his parents. He thought things would be better after he got a job, but he did not expect that working not only did not bring any help to the family, but made him more dependent on his parents and started to compare with others. Now Zhao Tsong's parents don't even give him pocket money. Zhao Tsong, who was halfway through his walk, suddenly stopped, turned around and said with a smile, Jin Dongxiang, why are you pretending to be a dog basket with me? I heard that you were also fired by the company. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang trembled slightly. He had never thought that Zhao Tsong could actually recognize the people from his previous company and also know his current situation. What are you talking about? A few days ago, our Xiangzi was arranged by the company to go on a business trip for a few days. After he came back, he not only received a bonus, but also had a day off today. Zhao Fenfang said standing aside. Whether it's what I said, you can ask him yourself. Who would not go to work in broad daylight for no reason? Zhao Tsong said with a smile, then walked towards his father. Zhao Fenfang and Jin Jiangwo turned their heads and looked at Jin Dongxiang with questioning expressions, and it was obvious on their faces that they were waiting for Jin Dongxiang to explain. Xiangzi, tell your parents what happened. Weren't you on vacation at home? How could you be fired? And didn't you get a bonus for a business trip some time ago? Zhao Funfang asked worriedly. Mom, don't worry. Don't listen to Zhao Tsong's nonsense. Nothing happened to me. Jin Dongxiang did not directly answer Zhao Funfang's question. Son, tell me the truth, have you been fired? Jin Jiangwo asked with a frown. For a moment, Jin Dongxiang didn't know how to answer. If he said no, he would be deceiving the two elders, but if he said yes, the two elders would worry about his work again. It's like this actually. I asked for wedding leave some time ago but ended up not getting married. My managers thought I was deceiving them, so they fired me because of this. But it doesn't matter. I have already applied for a job at Lanshan Building, and I should be able to get the result today. Jin Dongxiang chose to tell the truth. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Where did you get the money to buy clothes for your parents last time? Also, those people at night said that you stole their things, is that true? Zhao Funfang asked worriedly. The money I used to buy you clothes last time was saved by me. They accused me of stealing that night. They really wronged me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting idle at home now. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, Mom and Dad, don't worry. I can handle my own problems. Oh, forget it. The child is grown up and has his own ideas. Let him do what he wants. Jin Jiangwo shook his head helplessly. Thank you, Dad, for understanding me. Actually, I have already figured it out. If I am not successfully recruited by Lanshan Building this time, we will open a restaurant in the city later. My mom cooks so deliciously, and there will definitely be a lot of people coming to eat there. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. If you are successfully hired, just work hard, okay? You don't have to worry about things at home, said Zhao Funfang. Yeah. Jin Dongxiang responded and started doing farm work. Zhao Tsong, who was standing by, heard what they said and felt amused. Jin Dongxiang had always been regarded as a good student by his family since he was young. He started working after graduating from university, but who would have thought that he would actually do such a sneaky thing? If it weren't for Jin Dongxiang, Li Xiu might have been Zhao Tsong's girlfriend, and they might have even been married and had children. Chapter 34 Anxious. After finishing farm work in the evening, Jin Dongxiang returned home and sat in the living room chatting with his father Jin Jiangwo, while his mother Zhao Funfang went to cook dinner. Didn't you say in the afternoon that the results would be out today? What did they say? Did they ask you to go to work? Jin Jiangwo asked. I don't know either. Maybe there will be a result tomorrow. I will call the other party later. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. He also had some concerns in his heart. Could it be that Chu Xinxin failed to get him into the company? Or did the people in their company look down on his resume and yesterday's interview? Your mother and I are not very educated, and we haven't been able to create very good conditions for you. We don't want you to follow our path, so we hope that you can study hard, work hard, find a girl you like, marry and have children. But how could you hide the fact that you were fired from the company from your mother and me? Jin Jiangwo asked. I don't want to make you worry. You've worked hard enough, and I don't want you to worry anymore because of me. Jin Dongxiang said. Okay, stop talking. Our son is so outstanding, it's their fault that they don't know how to cherish him. Zhao Funfang said with a smile, let's clean up and get ready for dinner. Jin Dongxiang went to the kitchen to help serve the food. After dinner, Jin Dongxiang returned to his room, took out his mobile phone and checked the web page where he had previously submitted his resume. There was no message and no new text messages. So he sent Chu Xinxin a text message, why didn't you receive any notification today? Are you dissatisfied with something? After sending the message, Jin Dongxiang held his phone and waited for a reply, but after waiting for a long time, Chu Xinxin did not reply to his message. Maybe he's busy with something. Jin Dongxiang comforted himself. Ever since he met Chu Xinxin during the interview at Lanshan Building, Jin Dongxiang felt that his chances of success were very high, so he never took the matter seriously. Today, the other party did not give him any news, so he was anxious. He waited until late at night, but Chu Xinxin didn't reply to his text message, so Jin Dongxiang fell asleep with his phone in his hand. Early the next morning, Jin Dongxiang got up early, packed up, and changed into the clothes he had spent a huge amount of money to buy that day. He hoped that Chu Xinxin would still be standing at the door of the breakfast shop waiting for him to come out, give him a surprise, and tell him good news. But imagination is just imagination after all, and reality is still cruel. Jin Dongxiang came to the breakfast shop with a smile on his face, but did not find any trace of Chu Xinxin at the door. Brother Wang, is Chu Xinxin here today? Jin Doqiang asked with a smile. Chu Xinxin? Who is she? I don't even know her. Restaurant owner Wang was a little puzzled. It's that beautiful girl, the one I chatted up in front of your stall last time. Jin Dongqiang reminded. Oh, you are talking about her. She didn't come today. What's the matter? Have you fallen in love with her? Boss Wang asked in amusement. No, there is something I want to tell her, but she didn't reply to me when I texted her last night, so I was wondering if I would meet her here. Jin Doqiang said with a smile. Xiangzi, listen to me. Since you like her, pursue her boldly. Do it while there is still a chance. Don't wait until you lose her to cherish her. Boss Wang said with a smile. After hearing this, Jin Dongqiang felt helpless. How could he possibly have a good impression of Chu Xinxin? She was just pretty and he made friends with her. After buying 2 breakfasts, Jin Dongqiang drove away. He went to the entrance of Lanshan building, intending to wait here for Chu Xinxin to appear. But after waiting for a long time, Chu Xinxin did not show up, and Jin Dongqiang felt a little disappointed. Could it be that I was not favored by them? Chu Xinxin didn't want to see me because she was embarrassed? It doesn't matter if I don't see him or not, or if I can't find a job. Anyway, with Jin Xiaoxiu's ability, I don't have to do anything for the rest of my life and I won't have to worry about food and clothing. Just as Jin Dongqiang was about to start the car and leave, there was a sudden knock on the car window. Jin Dongqiang turned his head and looked over, and found that it was Chu Xinxin, who was knocking on the car window gently with a smile on her face. Rolling down the car window, Jin Dongqiang asked with a smile, "Why didn't you reply to my text message last night?" "I was too busy last night and didn't have time to reply to you." "Why are you here? Is there something wrong?" Chu Xinxin asked back. "I went to buy breakfast and asked the restaurant owner. He said you hadn't gone to buy breakfast today, so I bought one for you." Jin Dongqiang picked up the breakfast and said with a smile. "Thank you. I was busy too late last night and couldn't get up this morning, so I didn't go." Chu Xinxin responded. Jin Dongqiang wanted to ask about his interview, but after thinking about it, he gave up and said with a smile, "Then I'll leave first and won't bother you anymore." "Is there something wrong with you? Why are you hesitating?" Chu Xinxin asked simply. She didn't have any extra thoughts and had always treated her friends sincerely, so she didn't understand Jin Dongqiang's purpose of coming. Actually, I came here to ask you how your interview went. Did you guys come to a conclusion?" Jin Dongqiang steeled himself and asked with a smile. "Oh, you are talking about this. There were some things in the company yesterday and we didn't have time to review them. The result should be given to you today. You can go back first. I will inform you as soon as there is a result." Chu Xinxin said. "Okay, then I'll go first." Jin Dongqiang responded, started the car and left. Chu Xinxin stood there, watching the mini car moving away, and smiled faintly. But no one has ever been so nice to her. He bought breakfast so early and stood here waiting for her. She couldn't help but feel a little more favorable towards Jin Dongqiang. In fact, whether Jin Dongqiang can come to work is just a matter of her words, but Yu Yu's attitude last night made her hesitate. If she recruited Jin Dongqiang and put him in Yu Yu's department, what should she do if Yu Yu made things difficult for Jin Dongqiang everywhere? What if Jin Dong can no longer bear it and voluntarily resigns? But if she didn't hire Jin Dongqiang, wouldn't he be even more angry when he found out that she was the HR manager? Chu Xinxin stood there watching Jin Dongqiang driving away, feeling overwhelmed and torn in her mind. "Xinxin, what are you doing standing here? Why don't you go upstairs?" At this time, Yu Yu came over from behind and said with a smile, "Oh, is this the loving breakfast sent by your lifesaver? How thoughtful. What are you talking about?" "He just came to ask about the interview the day before yesterday and brought me a breakfast. If you want to eat it, he can give it to you. Anyway, I already had it at home this morning, so I'm not hungry." Chu Xinxin said lightly. Chapter 35 Disappointment. "Forget it, just eat it quickly. If I eat it, I don't know what your savior will say to me." Yu Yu held Chu Xinxin's arm and said, "Let's go upstairs to work." The two walked into the company side by side, talking and laughing. On the other side, Jin Dongqiang went straight home after leaving the entrance of Lanshan building. At the door of his house, Jin Dongqiang saw Zhao Song sneaking around his door. "What are you doing? Why did you lose your job? Why don't you help your family when you come back? Do you want to steal things? Jin Dongxiang got out of the car and shouted. What are you talking about? I just came to take a look. Zhao Tsong said in a panic, I'm leaving. After saying that, Zhao Tsong left without looking back. Jin Dongxiang felt that something was wrong with Zhao Tsong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong with him, so he shook his head and walked into the house. Back in the room, Jin Dongxiang lay on the bed with his phone in hand, waiting for good news from Chu Xinxin. Unconsciously, he fell asleep. In his dream, he and Li Xiu successfully married, but their married life was not very happy. His mother-in-law would call him for money whenever she had the chance, and even forced him to buy a car and a house for Li Shang. A series of reasons led to the breakdown of Jin Dongxiang and Li Xiu's married life. In the end, they had no choice but to divorce. After the divorce, his mother-in-law came to his house every day to harass him and disrupt his life. Jin Dongxiang had no choice but to move back to the countryside. His parents at home also found it hard to accept Jin Dongxiang's decision. When they were about to educate him ideologically, suddenly a cell phone rang. Jin Dongxiang was awakened by the ringing of the cell phone. He raised his head and looked around the room. He realized it was a dream and felt better. Fortunately, I did not successfully marry Li Xiu, otherwise the life in my dream might have become reality and ended up in divorce. After a few seconds of hysteria, Jin Dongxiang answered the phone and asked excitedly, Hello, is there any news? Yes. I'm sorry. There were 3 people in the interview, and they voted 2-1. You were not admitted. The reason they gave was that you didn't have enough work experience. Chu Xinxin said embarrassedly. Not enough work experience? That's too much. Jin Dongxiang felt very disappointed. I thought I could get a job in Lanshan building, but I didn't expect everything to be shattered in the end. When are you free? I'll treat you to a meal as an apology to you. Chu Xinxin said lightly. No need. This is how the job is. It's normal that no one notices me. Jin Dongxiang said with a wry smile. Okay, let's contact each other when we have time. I'm busy now. Chu Xinxin said and hung up the phone. Holding the phone, Jin Dongxiang felt ridiculous. The excuse of not having enough work experience was too low end. It would be better to say that they just didn't think highly of his work ability. After Chu Xinxin hung up the phone, she looked at Chu Yu in front of her and asked, Is it a bit inappropriate for me to do this? According to his ability, he can definitely be admitted. What's wrong with that? He himself said it's normal not to be chosen. Don't think too much about it. Yu comforted with a smile. She is the happiest now. Originally, she didn't want to let Jin Dongxiang enter the company, but Chu Xinxin is the HR manager, and Jin Dongxiang is Chu Xinxin's savior. She has no way to shake Chu Xinxin's mind. But now, Chu Xinxin herself has decided not to let him come in to work, so there is no trouble. Okay, don't look so miserable. I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Yu said, then got up and left Chu Xinxin's office, returning to her job with a smile. Time passed quickly, a few days went by, and it was September, the time for students to go back to school. Jin Dongxiang made up his mind to bring his parents to live in the city and find a storefront near the school to open a small restaurant. On the one hand, this would stop his parents from working so hard, and on the other hand, he would be able to be with them all the time. After thinking about all this, Jin Dongxiang found a 2-pound stone, thinking that it would turn into gold. Soon, a stone turned into gold, and then he found 2 slightly larger stones and successfully turned them into gold as well. With these 3 pieces of gold, you can successfully realize your ideas. Jin Dongxiang excitedly took these things to Xingyu pawn shop. The boss was sitting in the pawn shop drinking tea. When he saw Jin Dongxiang coming, he greeted him with a smile, Mr. Jin, long time no see. It won't take long. I came here to exchange these 3 pieces for cash. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, then put the gold on the table. When the boss saw the gold on the table, his eyes lit up. He picked up a piece and looked at it carefully, then changed to another piece and looked at all 3 pieces of gold. Mr. Jin, are you sure you want to exchange these 3 pieces of gold for cash? The boss asked with a smile. Yes, I want to do some business recently and need capital, so I thought about exchanging these. Jin Dongxiang stated his purpose. Okay, according to the current market recycling price, 1 gram is 300 yuan. Let's weigh these 3 pieces and see how much they weigh in total. The boss carried 3 pieces of gold and walked towards the counter. After a while, the boss came out again and said with a smile, I'll give you 1 million for this gold. Is that okay with you? Okay, that's enough capital for my business. Jin Dongxiang agreed with a smile, but he knew in his heart that these 3 pieces of gold were worth more than 1 million. The boss readily transferred the money to him, and the two of them sat here and drank tea for a while. Jin Dongxiang looked at the things on the counter and had an idea in his mind. I only need one more upgrade to steal something, and by then my third skill, skilled craftsman, will be unlocked. So I might as well do it from him. With this thought in mind, Jin Dongxiang stood up with a smile and said, I'll go over and get busy, so I'll leave first. Okay, Mr. Jin, come and have tea when you have time. The boss responded with a smile. When he was leaving, Jin Dongxiang took away a small paisho from the display cabinet. Since you are doing business, a paisho is a good luck charm, and it must not be a bad thing if it can be placed in a display cabinet. After getting in the car, Jin Dongxiang studied it for a minute, then started the car and left. I found a school that was relatively close to the new house, and happened to see a storefront with a rental advertisement posted on it. But this house was a bit small and not suitable for opening a restaurant, but more suitable for opening a convenience store, so I left and continued looking for a suitable house nearby. Chapter 36: Renting a House. After walking for a long time, Jin Dongxiang finally found a suitable place. It's not too far from the school, about 300 meters away. There are 2 restaurants within 50 meters, so business should be very good. So he took out his cell phone and dialed the advertiser's number. Hello, Mr. Wang, do you have a house for rent? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. Yes, the house is close to the school and the rent is a bit more expensive than usual, said Mr. Wang. If it's too expensive, then forget it. If it's just a little bit more expensive, I can accept it, said Jin Dongxiang. 10,000 a month. Mr. Wang was very direct. After hearing the price, Jin Dongxiang started to calculate in his mind. 10,000 yuan a month is 120,000 yuan a year. The house is not far from the school, and there are only 2 restaurants nearby. The business should be good. Besides, his mother's cooking is so delicious that it will definitely attract the appetite of these students. Thinking of this, Jin Dongxiang smiled and said, Okay, I'll rent it. Are you at the storefront now? Mr. Wang asked with a smile instead of his previous serious expression. Yes, I just happened to pass by here and saw your advertisement. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. If you really want to rent it, I'll come to you with the contract now, Mr. Wang said, but if you don't want to rent it, I won't waste my time coming here for nothing. Jin Dongxiang found it very funny. Wasn't this landlord a little too direct? Judging from the tone of his words, even those who really wanted to rent a house would think twice. Come on, I'll wait for you here. Jin Dongxiang said firmly. Okay, I'll be there right away. Mr. Wang said excitedly and hung up the phone. Putting the phone in his pocket, Jin Dongxiang went to the grocery store next door. It is now the time when students are in class, and there are not many people in the grocery store. It should be the neighbors nearby who are buying things here. Jin Dongxiang went in and got a bottle of water. After paying, he started chatting with the boss. Boss, how is business here? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. It's okay when students are getting out of school. Usually, we sell it to our neighbors nearby. The grocery store owner said with a smile. By the way, I saw you standing at the door of the store next door just now. Do you want to rent a house? The grocery store owner continued to ask. Yes, I want to start a small business to earn some money to support my family. Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. Doing business in this place depends on luck. The stores in front of the school have already occupied most of the students, and only a few students will walk so far to come here, said the grocery store owner. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang hesitated a bit. Should he rent a house here? This place is indeed a bit far away, and there are many restaurants near the school. Students nowadays are lazy and will definitely not go far away, unless the food is delicious. Thank you for the reminder, boss. Jin Dongxiang thanked with a smile and left the grocery store. After getting in the car, Jin Dongxiang did not drive away immediately. Golden little hand, golden little hand. Jin Dongxiang shouted. Master, I'm here. Is there anything I can help you with? Asked Jin Xiaoxiao. Can the skill of a skilled craftsman be used for cooking? Jin Dongxiang asked seriously. As long as there are skilled craftsmen who can cook, there is no need to worry about students not coming to eat. Of course, master, if you need, I can now send all kinds of recipes to your brain so that you can remember them forever. Jin Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Okay. Jin Dongxiang agreed with a smile. After a while, many recipes and the cooking methods of those dishes appeared in Jin Dongxiang's mind. Master, with these practices and the skills of a skilled craftsman, you will definitely be able to perform at an extraordinary level. Little Golden Hand said with a smile. Thank you. Jin Dongxiang thanked. He thought about Kung Pao chicken in his mind, and the recipe of Kung Pao chicken and the ingredients instantly appeared in his mind. Thinking of this, Jin Dongxiang smiled faintly. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly there was a sound of knocking on the car window. Are you the one who wants to rent a house? Asked a man with a beer belly standing outside the car. Jin Dongxiang rolled down the car window and responded with a smile. It's me, are you Mr. Wang? Yes, can you please open the door so I can sit in and look at the contract? Mr. Wang asked with a smile. Jin Dongxiang opened the car door and let Mr. Wang get in. Here is the contract. You can take a look at it and modify it if there is anything wrong. Mr. Wang handed over the contract and said with a smile. Okay. After taking the contract, Jin Dongxiang began to look through it. The contract is only 2 pages long and there isn't much complexity involved. It's all very simple, like monthly rent, water and electricity bills and so on. No problem, you can sign it. Jin Dongxiang turned his head and looked at Mr. Wang and said. Here is a pen. Do you want to pay with cash or mobile phone? Mr. Wang asked excitedly. He hasn't rented out this house for half a year. The rents of the surrounding houses are only around 6,000 to 8,000 yuan, but he directly asks for 10,000 yuan, so not many people choose his house. Having met a fool like Jin Dongxiang today, of course he wanted to rent out the house quickly, otherwise there would be no chance of renting it out again and he might never meet a fool like Jin Dongxiang again in the future. I have a condition. I can't pay you a year's rent all at once. I will pay you every 3 months. After all, your rent is too high, and I don't know how the business will be. Jin Dongxiang said. That's no problem, just write it down below. Mr. Wang agreed with a smile. After signing the contract, Jin Dongxiang added Mr. Wang on WeChat and transferred 30,000 yuan to him, which was the rent for the first 3 months. After finishing all these, the landlord gave the key to Jin Dongxiang. After opening the door, Jin Dongxiang looked at the layout inside. It was very nice and had simple decoration. Judging from the layout, there must have been a restaurant here. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Mr. Wang said with a smile. Goodbye. Jin Dongxiang responded. Now that I have rented a house, all I have to do is convince my parents. They will definitely not refuse since the rent has already been paid. After locking the door, Jin Dongxiang drove back home, just in time for his parents to return from farm work. Mom and Dad, I have good news to tell you. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. What good news? Come inside and tell me. Zhao Fenfang asked with a smile. I went to a school near my new house, rented 2 storefronts, and decided to open a restaurant. You're the chef, my dad is in charge of the cashier, and I'll be in charge of washing dishes and wiping tables, Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Chapter 37 Worry. But Zhao Fenfang and Jin Jiangwo both looked embarrassed. Xiangzi, the land at home still needs to be watered and cultivated. If your mother and I are gone, who will take care of the land? Jin Jiangwo said somewhat disappointedly. Just rent it out to the neighbors around here. That way you don't have to work so hard in the fields every day, and you can also receive rent every year. Jin Dongxiang had already thought about this problem. Since the child has already made up his mind, and it's rare that he wants to start his own business, we should help him. Let's move to the city tomorrow. Zhao Fenfang said with a smile. The next morning, Jin Dongxiang helped his parents pack their things and put them in the car. Then the family rushed to the location of the new house. In Jiankang community, a parking space was given for free when the house was purchased, and the license plate number was also recorded. When they arrived at the gate of the community, the security guard did not stop them, but opened the door to let them in. They lived on the 9th floor of Building 14, Unit 2. After finding a place, they parked their car in the parking space at the door, unpacked their things, and took the elevator up. When I opened the door, the smell of a new house hit my nose. Mom and Dad, please come in. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. His parents had only been here once, and that was when the house was still unfinished. Now seeing how it looked after being renovated, they had excited smiles on their faces. You guys live in the big bedroom, and I'll live in this small bedroom. Jin Dongxiang said as he carried all of his parents' things to the big bedroom. No need. Your mother and I are old. We can live in this small bedroom. You can live in the big bedroom. Jin Jiangwo refused. Dad, there are two of you and I'm alone. It would be a waste of space if I live in the big bedroom. You guys stay there. It's decided. Don't refuse. Jin Doqian made the decision with a smile. The family cleaned up the house, and Jin Doqian went out to buy some daily necessities, a few pairs of slippers, and food for lunch. This community has many advantages. It is not far from the shopping mall, so my parents don't have to walk too far to go shopping. There is also a square nearby, so they can go for a stroll after dinner. The greening in the community is very good, and the security guards are very dedicated. They patrol the community every hour to ensure the property safety of the owners. You guys take a rest first, I'll go cook for you. Zhao Fengfang said with a smile when she saw Jin Doqian coming back with the vegetables. No, Mom, I'm going to cook a meal for you two today so that you can taste my cooking skills. Jin Doqian said with a smile. Xianzi, when did you learn to cook? How come we didn't know? Zhao Fengfang asked, full of confusion. I've been watching a few food shows these days and learning from my phone. You guys should have a good rest and wait for dinner. Jin Doqian said as he pushed Zhao Fengfang into the living room with a smile. When Jin Doqian bought these vegetables, he had already thought about what to do in his mind. There is no limit to the number of times the skill of skilled craftsmen can be used, so he doesn't have to worry at all. He started by washing and cutting the vegetables. With the skills of a skilled craftsman, cutting vegetables was very easy for Jin Doqian, who had never cooked before, and he cut them quickly and neatly. After cutting the vegetables, I started to fry them in the pan, following the ingredients in my mind and executing them step by step. It took Jin Doqian nearly an hour to prepare a table full of dishes and serve the rice on the table. Mom and Dad, it's time to eat. Come and try what I cooked. Jin Doqian said with a smile. After hearing this, Jin Jiangwo and Zhao Fengfang, who were sitting in the living room watching TV, got up from the sofa and walked to the dining table. Looking at the dishes on the table, the two elders looked at Jin Doqian with some surprise. It was my first time cooking, and it was pretty good that the food didn't get mushy. I was able to achieve such a level. The color of the dish was very good and it had a strong flavor. Mom and Dad, don't just stand there, sit down and try my cooking. Jin Doqian said with a smile. Okay. Zhao Fengfang and Jin Jiangwo nodded in agreement. She sat down, picked up the chopsticks and tasted it. It tasted very good and the seasoning was not so strong, which shocked Zhao Fengfang. Xianzi, tell Mom, when did you learn to cook? Zhao Fengfang asked with a smile. I learned it from those food shows on my phone. How is it? Is it delicious? Jin Doqian asked with an expectant expression. It's delicious, of course it's delicious. It's the first time I cooked and it turned out like this. It seems my daughter-in-law will enjoy a good life in the future. Zhao Fengfang said with a big laugh. Yes, son, you cook such delicious food. You will definitely attract a lot of beautiful girls in the future, Jin Jiangwo praised. Thank you for the compliments, Mom and Dad. This is my first time trying it, and I'm not very familiar with it yet. Once I get familiar with it, I will make delicious food for you two every day. Jin Doqian said with a smile. The family was having a great time. After dinner, Jin Doqian washed the dishes and the utensils. Xianzi, didn't you say you rented a store? Where is it? Take us over to have a look. Zhao Fengfang asked after taking a sip of tea. Okay, then let's go now? Jin Doqian asked. Let's go. Jin Jiangwo nodded in agreement. The family of three drove to the storefront rented by Jin Doqian. Jin Doqian took out the key from his pocket and opened the door. How much is the monthly rent for this place? Zhao Fengfang went in for a walk and came out to ask. It's not much. In order to prevent his parents from continuing to ask about the rent, Jin Doqian quickly changed the subject. Mom, how do you think we should decorate the house? If there's any decoration required, just paint the walls white, then buy some tables and chairs and put them in place, that's all. Zhao Fengfang said lightly. This kind of idea is the decoration style of those small restaurants in the past, which is simple and economical. However, in today's society, such simple and economical decoration is not acceptable. We must design a style that can attract more students and students can bring other students with them. This will bring benefits. The meals must also be diversified. It cannot be just rice and noodles. It would be best to add hot pot. When the weather is cold, there will definitely be a lot of students coming to eat. Thinking of this, Jin Dongxiang strengthened his idea in his heart and prepared to find someone from a decoration company to start the decoration in the afternoon. Xianzi, you haven't told me the rent for this house yet. Zhao Funfang once again returned to the issue of rent. It's not much money, don't worry. I paid the landlord 3 months' rent in one go, and I'll pay the rest of the rent after there's some profit. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. How much money is not much money? Jin Jiangwo said with a worried look on his face, Son, your mother and I have never done business. We have worked in the fields all our lives. If we lose money, we will not be able to pay you back. Chapter 38 Idle. That's right. You said it's not easy for you to make money. Now, in order to prevent us from working so hard, you have opened a restaurant. What if you lose money? Zhao Funfang also began to worry. In business, there are gains and losses. It is impossible to make money right from the beginning, so I have made up my mind. Even if we lose money in the early stage, we will continue to run the business. It will definitely get better in the future. Jin Dongxiang said firmly, Mom and Dad, don't think too much. Xianzi, why don't you find a cook? If you really want your parents to come to the city, they can wash dishes, wipe tables, and clean up for you. Zhao Funfang said. Mom and Dad, stop talking. I've already thought about it. You will be the cook and you will be in charge of collecting the money. I will wipe the table and wash the dishes. When I become proficient in cooking, I will help you in the kitchen. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. After hearing this, Zhao Funfang and Jin Jiangwo didn't know what to say next, so they just nodded and agreed. Jin Dongxiang was very happy to see that the two elders agreed. After taking a look here, Jin Dongxiang took the two elders for a stroll around the community. Mom and Dad, there is a shopping mall here, about 500 meters away from our community. You can come here for a stroll when you have nothing to do. When they arrived at the entrance of the mall, Jin Dongxiang said to his parents. After walking a few hundred meters, they arrived at the square, and Jin Dongxiang said again, Mom and Dad, you have nothing to do after dinner, so you can come here for a walk. It's not far from our community. Okay. Jin Jiangwo nodded with a smile. After returning home, Jin Dongxiang gave each of the two elders a key. Mom and Dad, you guys take a rest at home first. If you want to go out for a walk, go out for a while. I'll be back soon. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Go ahead, your mother and I can move freely. Jin Jiangwo said with a smile. After leaving home, Jin Dongxiang drove to the store and searched for decoration companies on the internet. He found one with relatively good reviews and contacted the company. Hello, I have 2 storefronts here and I would like you to decorate them. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Where is the location? Let's go over and take a look, and then discuss the decoration style, said the person on the other end of the phone. It's 500 meters west of the 3rd middle school, between 2 shops, with a mini car parked at the door. Jin Dongxiang stated the location. Okay, we'll arrange for someone to go over right now. The person from the decoration company said this and hung up the phone. Putting the phone in his pocket, Jin Dongxiang sat in the car and waited. After about half an hour, a van drove over and stopped in front of Jin Dongxiang. At this time, Jin Dongxiang's cell phone started ringing. He did not answer the call, but got out of the car and walked to the side of the van. You are from the decoration company, right? I just called you. Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. Hello. The co-pilot got out of the car and took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands with Jin Dongxiang. Take a look at these 2 storefronts. There isn't much space. If I want to open a restaurant, you guys can tell me how to decorate them appropriately. Jin Dongxiang said, pointing at the storefronts. The 2 of them walked in and started to look, while Jin Dongxiang stood at the door waiting. After a while, the 2 men came out and said, Do you have any decoration ideas? We can give you some reference. Yes, I want to make this wall more trendy, preferably one that can attract people at first sight. I have no objection to the other things. Jin Dongxiang said. Okay, here is my contact information. We will make a rough plan after we go back. You can take a look at it. After confirmation, we will start the decoration. The other party handed over a business card and said. Okay, but you'd better hurry up. The rent here is quite expensive and we can't delay too long. Jin Dongxiang took the business card and reminded. Don't worry, I'll give you a blueprint in 3 days at most. The other party said and got in the car. After the people from the decoration company left, Jin Donghyun locked the door and drove away. But at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Jin Donghyun, what are you doing? Turning around, it was Li Xiao. My work was disrupted by your mother, so I thought about doing something and rented a store here. Why are you here? Jin Donghyun was not that serious, but he didn't smile either. I'm out for a walk. Do you have time in the evening? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Li Xiao said. Okay. Jin Donghyun agreed. At around 6 o'clock, Li Xiao called. Hey, where are you? Jin Donghyun asked. I'm at the door of my house, come and pick me up. Li Xiao said. Okay. Jin Donghyun agreed and hung up the phone. After driving to Li Xiao's house, Jin Donghyun sent Li Xiao a text message, I'm here, please come down. Li Xiao did not reply to the text message. After a minute, Li Xiao came out of the corridor. Jin Donghyun opened the car door and let her sit in, but just as she was about to leave, Li Shang and his mother-in-law suddenly appeared. Sister, where are you going? Li Shang asked Li Xiao, who was sitting in the passenger seat. What? Have you figured it out? Now you want to rekindle your old relationship with my daughter? Jin Donghyun, let me tell you, without 600,000 yuan, you two can't get married. The mother-in-law said coldly. After hearing this, Jin Donghyun burst out laughing. He came here because Li Xiao asked him to have a meal. They have been together for more than 2 years. Even if they broke up, Jin Donghyun could still treat her as a friend. But he didn't expect that her mother would actually want them to rekindle their old love. Mom, what are you talking about? I asked Donghyun to come here. I wanted to treat him to dinner. Li Xiao got out of the car and explained. Daughter, don't be fooled by him. He just wants to take this opportunity to rekindle our old love and brainwash you into marrying him for free. He is no longer the Jin Donghyun of the past. The mother-in-law concluded, as if she saw through Jin Donghyun's thoughts. Jin Donghyun still didn't say anything and smiled faintly. Jin Donghyun, if you want to marry my sister, it's actually very simple. You don't have to give up the 600,000, but you have to give me your car and your house, and you have to transfer them to my name. Li Shang walked over and said with a smile. Oh, I didn't expect that after so much time has passed, your family still thinks this way. Jin Donghyun shook his head and sighed. What do you think? Is there anything wrong with us doing this? Li Xiao only has this one brother, so of course we have to consider him. The mother-in-law said, besides, don't think that our Xiao can't marry anyone else except you. There are many people chasing after her, and someone even came to propose marriage today. Chapter 39 still in the original position. How many people in Lanshan City don't know what your family has done? Do you think anyone other than me will marry your daughter? Jin Donghyun couldn't help but asked with a smile. What are you talking about? Can my sister get married? Let me tell you, as long as we want, my sister can get married anytime. If I didn't want to give you a chance, I would have ignored you a long time ago. Li Shang stood aside and pointed at Jin Donghyun and said. Really? Then I don't want this opportunity. You all should just ignore me. By the way, now that things have come to this, please return the betrothal money I gave you. Don't make me harass you like a debt collector all day long. Jin Donghyun said in the same annoyed tone. It was almost time for dinner, and many people passed by them. Some of them knew the details of the wedding of Li Xiao and Jin Donghyun that day, and they also knew how the Li family treated Jin Donghyun in order to get Li Shang married. The onlookers stood aside, talking and laughing, and some even said directly, Hey, Li family, your behavior makes everyone despise you, you should quickly let the young man go and stop wasting his time. That's right, you have no shame. You take other people's money and act so confidently. I don't know where you get the courage from. More and more people gathered around, and the news about the Li family spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and soon everyone in the community knew about it. What does our family's affairs have to do with you? We can do whatever we want. Are you too idle to do anything? The mother-in-law was too embarrassed to accept the situation, so she stood there and started blaming the people around her. Oh, it's really embarrassing to live in the same community with such a person. I hope it won't have any impact on my daughter's marriage in the future. A woman who was about the same age as the mother-in-law said as she walked. She was right. As long as there was a bad person living in this community, there would be a lot of negative comments about this community. Besides, if everyone in the community knew about it, it meant that everyone in the entire Lanshan city knew about it. After the onlookers dispersed, Li Xiu's face was covered with tears. She had no choice. Born in such a family and having a younger brother, she could only sacrifice her own happiness for her brother's happiness. In her heart, Jin Dongqiang is a very good man, responsible and capable, and more importantly, he can give her a happy life in the future. She really wants to break free from the constraints of her family and marry Jin Dongqiang without any worries, but real life tells her that this is not possible. Xiu, let's go home. There are many men waiting to marry you. You don't have to care about this one. The mother-in-law still said confidently. But Li Xiu did not follow them and left. Instead, she said, Mom, brother, you guys go up first. I'll be back soon. I have something to say to Jin Dongqiang. Okay, you'd better explain it to him clearly and let him know that without 600,000 yuan, not only can he not marry you, but I won't give him a penny of the 300,000 yuan for the betrothal gift, and no girl will be willing to marry him in the future. The mother-in-law said in a tough tone. There is one more thing, sister. Xiaolan broke up with me because of Jin Dongqiang. If Jin Dongqiang can't make Xiaolan come back to me, I can't agree to marry him. Before leaving, Li Shang turned his head and glared at Jin Dongqiang. I understand. Li Xiu agreed. Jin Dongqiang opened the car door and got in, and Li Xiu followed closely behind. Did you ask me to come here just to let your mother mock me? Jin Dongqiang glanced at Li Xiu and asked. No, I didn't mean that. I asked you to come when they were not at home, but I didn't expect them to come back. I didn't mean it. Li Xiu said with his head down. It's no use saying anything now. It's too late. Your mother has already said so much. It's really impossible for the two of us. There is no chance at all. Jin Dongqiang said firmly. I know, I'm sorry. Li Xiu apologized with his head down. Forget it, this matter has nothing to do with you. It's all your mother's fault. Jin Dongqiang looked at Li Xiu's aggrieved face and said, What do you want to eat? I'll treat you even if it's our farewell dinner. Let me treat you as an apology. Li Xiu looked up at Jin Dongqiang and said. Where are you going? Jin Dongqiang asked. Let's go to the hot pot restaurant we often eat at. Li Xiu said with a smile, there are many memories of the two of us in that place. It is also where we started, so I want to end there and end all the memories of the two of us. Actually, there is no need to do this. I think very clearly that these are not what you meant. You just listened to your mother. You can also be considered a victim. Although we are not married, we have been in love for 2 years. We can be friends. Jin Dongqiang said with a smile. Forget it. If my mother sees us together, she will definitely make fun of you. Even friends will do the same. It's better for us to just treat each other as strangers from now on. Li Xiu said with a smile. After arriving at the hot pot restaurant, the two walked in together. How many people are there? The waiter asked with a smile. 2. Li Xiu responded with a smile. Come with me. Led by the waiter, Li Xiu and Jin Dongqiang came to a position near the window. Still here. Li Xiu turned his head and said with a smile. Yes, maybe this is what God has destined. Jin Dongqiang responded with a smile. After sitting down, the waiter brought the menu. Li Xiu ordered the dishes and the soup base, and the two of them sat there waiting. I remember we sat in this position when we first came here to eat, and also before we got married. I didn't expect that we would still be sitting in this position when we were about to break up completely. Li Xiu said with a smile. Jin Dongqiang nodded and said, in fact, if you were more determined, we wouldn't be unable to get married. You just take your family's opinions too seriously. What can I do? They are my family after all. They are the ones who gave birth to me and raised me. Li Xiu said helplessly, if we could choose, we would probably be together. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Don't always fantasize. What is supposed to be is what is supposed to be. Fate has already arranged it. Jin Dongqiang said indifferently. But the more indifferent he looked, the more sad Li Xiu became. When she decided to marry Jin Dongqiang, she had made all preparations. No matter what, she would be with Jin Dongqiang until the end. Chapter 40 Uninvited Guests. Hello, please move aside and don't get scalded. The waiter came over and said to Jin Dongxiang while looking at the bottom of the pot. The waiter's voice broke the two people's fantasy and brought them back to reality. Don't worry. I will return the 300,000 yuan betrothal money you gave me once I have saved enough. Li Xiu suddenly became serious and said. I believe you. Just give it to me when you have enough money. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. What he wanted was an attitude. He didn't really want Li Xiu's family to pay the 300,000 yuan betrothal money right away. After all, the Li family couldn't come up with so much money at once. Even if they borrowed it from everywhere, Li Xiu would still have to pay it back bit by bit in the end. If she couldn't pay it back, she might have to marry the other party for nothing to pay off the debt. During the meal, Jin Dongxiang and Li Xiu chatted a lot and had a very happy time, but just when they were about to finish their meal, a familiar voice suddenly came. Hey, isn't this our Mr. Jin Dongxiang? A familiar voice came. Jin Dongxiang turned his head and looked over. It was Yu. It was really a narrow road for enemies. Why did she appear here? And it seemed that she came alone. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Miss Yu. What? Haven't you eaten yet? Do you want to eat something together? Just order whatever you want. I'll treat you. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Yu looked at Jin Dongxiang, then at Li Xiu, and finally said with a smile, forget it, I'd better not disturb you. If something happens to you too because of me, I can't bear the responsibility. It's okay, since you are Dongxiang's friend, let's eat together. Li Xiu said with a smile. Yu was a little confused after hearing this. Any woman would feel disgusted if a woman suddenly came over to say hello to her while she was having dinner with her boyfriend or male friends. But looking at the way Li Xiu spoke in front of her, it seemed that she not only felt disgusted, but also meant it sincerely. Okay, since the lady has said so, I will respectfully obey your order. Yu sat down, but not next to Li Xiu, but next to Jin Dongxiang. Just order whatever you want to eat. We've both almost finished eating. Jin Dongxiang said. Okay. Yu turned around and called the waiter. Is there anything I can help you with? The waiter asked with a professional smile. Give me the menu so I can order some food. By the way, please clear everything off the table, Yu said in a commanding tone. Withdrawn? But these two haven't finished their meal yet. How about we change your seats? The waiter asked in confusion. No need, we've all finished eating, let's leave and give her a new pot base. Jin Dongxiang said. He guessed that the waiter might have misunderstood something. After all, Yu was sitting next to Jin Dongxiang and was about to clear the pot. This gave a feeling of the guest taking over the host's position, or she was the real host, and the person sitting opposite her was her lover, the mistress. According to Yu's wishes, the waiter took away the used soup base, brought a new one, and served Yu a new wave of dishes. By the way, you are his girlfriend, right? Yu asked Li Xiu. No, it's the woman who we almost got married. We are just ordinary friends now, but after today we will be strangers. Li Xiu explained the relationship between them with a smile. Oh, so that's the case. I thought Jin Dongxiang was deceiving us. It turns out you are the woman who asked for 600,000 yuan in cash on the wedding day. Yu said without hesitation. Jin Dongxiang regretted hearing this. He had told Chu Xinxin about this matter at the beginning, but he didn't expect Chu Xinxin to turn around and tell Yu. At this time, Li Xiu, who was sitting opposite, had an extremely embarrassed expression on his face was red all the way to his neck, as if blood was about to drip out. Yu, just eat. Why are you talking about these things? Those are all things of the past. Jin Dongxiang said. It's me, but I couldn't be born in such a family, so this is the only way. Li Xiu did not avoid the question, but answered it directly. Don't mind it. I am a straightforward person who speaks without thinking. Yu surprisingly apologized to Li Xiu. Hearing this, Jin Dongxiang didn't want to believe it at all. If he wasn't sitting next to him, he wouldn't believe that Yu would apologize to others. But he was sitting next to him, and he heard everything Yu said clearly. By the way, I haven't asked yet, what is the relationship between you two? Li Xiu looked at Yu and asked. A friend who couldn't be more ordinary. Jin Dongxiang spoke first. In fact, we were boyfriend and girlfriend, and we almost became office lovers. However, because the higher-ups were more strict, Jin Dongxiang gave up the opportunity to work in Lanshan building for me. I was very touched by his behavior, so I wanted to marry him. Yu started to make up a story. Jin Dongxiang sat aside and listened to Yu's words. If he was not Jin Dongxiang himself, he would believe Yu, because the expression on Yu's face was too real and did not look like a lie at all. Well, I believe you. Jin Dongxiang is a very good man. You will definitely be happy with him in the future. I wish you all the best. Li Xiu smiled and said, I didn't prepare any gifts for you today. This meal is my gift to you. After saying that, Li Xiu stood up and walked towards the cashier. Jin Dongxiang wanted to get up and pay the bill, but was stopped by Yu beside him. Where are you going? Yu asked seriously. What did you just say? When did I give up the opportunity to work in Lanshan building because of you? I was not accepted, okay? Also, when did I become your boyfriend? When did you decide to marry me? Jin Dongxiang asked a series of questions. Don't you see? I'm helping you. If you can't get your relationship with this woman out of the way, your future will be ruined by her. Yu said firmly. But you can't let a woman pay the bill, and I told her when she came that I would treat her to a meal. Jin Dongxiang said anxiously. It's no use worrying now. She must have paid the money. And I believe that she will come over and tell you and leave soon. Yu began to guess. Jin Dongxiang ignored her and turned to look at Li Xiu. Sure enough, after paying the money, Li Xiu came over with her bag. Chapter 41 Nonsense. She didn't sit down, but stood beside the table and said with a smile, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You guys take your time eating. I'll take you there. Jin Dongxiang stood up and said. Sit down. Yu suddenly became serious and accused loudly. This voice attracted many people's attention. All eyes were on Li Xiu, who was standing next to the table, and Jin Dongxiang, who was standing by the window. For a while, they became the focus of the entire hot pot restaurant. Many people were wondering if he was caught cheating. Others said that the man looked so ugly, so how could there be two women around him? I'm really sorry, Miss Li. We still have some things to deal with after we finish eating, so Dongxiang won't be able to take you away. You can hail a car and leave by yourself. Yu turned around and said to Li Xiu with a smile. It's nothing. I just want to tell you that I'm leaving first. Li Xiu said with a smile. After saying that, he left the hot pot restaurant without looking back. Jin Dongxiang looked at Li Xiu outside through the window. She looked very lonely standing in the dark, and even seemed to be escaping in a panic. How could you do this? What does it have to do with you if I send her away? What's your relationship with me? Why are you doing this? Jin Dongxiang asked Yu beside him. I was helping you, but not only did you not express your gratitude to me, you even blamed me like this. You really made me feel disappointed. Yu's words sounded like a tad biting a kind person. Do I need your help? Besides, this is my personal matter and has nothing to do with you. If you want to help, there are more people who need your help, so go help others. Jin Dongxiang blamed loudly. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang flipped to the other side of the table and chased outside. But when he reached the door, Li Xiu had already left in a taxi. After seeing Jin Dongxiang's behavior and what he said, the customers in the hot pot restaurant all started to blame Yu, but their voices were very low. Yu, who was sitting there eating hot pot, saw the situation and her lips curled up slightly. She knew that Jin Dongxiang still liked Li Xiu in his heart, and she was just a passerby. It's a pity that I still wanted to be with you. It's a pity that I thought you looked okay and were tough enough. Yu muttered to herself. After chasing Li Xiu out of the door and finding that she had left, Jin Dongxiang did not return to the hot pot restaurant, but drove away. On the way home, Jin Dongxiang couldn't figure out how she had offended Yu and made Yu treat him like this. When I got home, my parents were sitting on the sofa watching TV. Xianzi, you're back. Have you eaten? Mom will make it for you. Zhao Fenfang asked with a smile. I've already eaten. I'll go back to my room first. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile and went back to his room. After returning to the room, he sent a text message to Li Xiu. In fact, that woman and I are just ordinary friends. I didn't succeed in getting a job at Lanshan building because she didn't like my work ability. It's not what she said at all. Don't mind it. After sending the message, Jin Dongxiang kept the phone in his hand, waiting for Li Xiu's reply, but he waited for a long time and still didn't get any text message from Li Xiu. In order to prevent Li Xiu from being sad, Jin Dongxiang decided to give her a call. The phone rang for a long time but no one answered. After a few minutes, Jin Dongxiang's phone rang. It was a text message from Li Xiu. I don't care at all. I know you won't lie. I believe you are just ordinary friends, but it's the same for us. Whatever you want to do in the future has nothing to do with me. You don't have to report to me. In the past, whenever a woman came to chat with Jin Dongxiang would explain his relationship with the other party to Li Xiu. Over time, Jin Dongxiang had become accustomed to this kind of life, so he acted like this today. When my restaurant opens, I'll invite you to dinner. Jin Dong forced a smiling expression. Okay. Li Xiu replied with one word, ending their text message chat. After the explanation was clear, Jin Dongxiang no longer felt that uncomfortable feeling in his heart, and he fell asleep not long after lying in bed. The next morning, Jin Dongxiang woke up as usual. He wanted to put on his clothes and go out, but he didn't know what to do after going out, so he washed up and lay back in bed. At around 10 o'clock, Jin Dongxiang received several photos on WeChat, which were sent by the workers of the decoration team yesterday. Jin Dongxiang clicked on the photo and looked at it carefully. It was the decoration drawing of the store, and it was completed according to his standards. Okay, let's do the construction according to your drawings. Jin Dongxiang replied. In order not to delay your opening time, let's start this afternoon. You can take a rest after dinner and we will meet at the door of the store at 2 o'clock. The worker sent a WeChat message. Okay. Jin Dongxiang replied. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jin Dongxiang excitedly came to the entrance of the hotel and saw a van parked there waiting. Jin Dongxiang walked over and knocked on the car window. Come down and move the things in first. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. After saying that, he walked to the door, opened it and walked in. Several workers moved the necessary items from the car into the house little by little. Here is the key, take it. Sometimes when I'm not here, you can open the door and start working by yourselves. Jin Dongxiang handed over the key to the door. Okay, we will definitely not let the boss down. Just wait and see the results of our decoration. The worker said with a smile after taking the key. By the way, there is one thing we haven't discussed yet, the price, said Jin Dongxiang. This matter is crucial. If he doesn't ask at the beginning, he will not be able to bear it if the other party asks for hundreds of thousands after the decoration is completed. It's just 2 storefronts, and he thinks that 50,000 yuan at most will be enough. This is the first time we work together, and you liked my first drawing. The price can be a little cheaper, and the construction won't be too troublesome. It's just 59,000. What do you think? If okay, we can start now. The worker said with a smile. Jin Dongxiang thought about it in his mind. The price was not high, but it would be better if it could be cheaper. Make it cheaper. You also said that this is our first cooperation. If there is a first, there will be a second. I will come to you again when I need to decorate a store in the future. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Boss, look, although this is simple, it is time-consuming. We have to dismantle all of this and redo it, which also takes time. So don't bargain. The worker said, pointing to the wall. Chapter 42 Records. How about this, 55,000? I like the number 5 very much. If possible, you can start right away. Jin Dongxiang said. You're making it difficult for me. The worker frowned and said, you seem to be a real person. Let's both compromise. 57,000 is the lowest price. If it's okay, we'll do it. If not, forget it. Jin Dongxiang was happy. He had never thought that the price could be reduced by 2,000 yuan. He thought that it would be great if the price could be reduced by 1,000 yuan. Okay, let's do it according to the price you mentioned. We must move quickly and finish the work as soon as possible. The rent is too expensive. If we keep wasting time, we will really be losing money. Jin Dongxiang urged. Don't worry about this, the bricklaying will be done quickly. The worker said with a smile, then walked over and prepared to start working. But as soon as I plugged in the power cord, bang, there was no power. How could this happen? Jin Dongxiang asked. Maybe it's because the wires here are aging and need to be reinstalled. Boss, if you add this, 63,000 yuan can guarantee that the wires will never have such a problem in your lifetime. The worker said with a smile. Jin Dongxiang was originally feeling smug because he had saved 2,000 yuan. However, he did not expect that in just a few minutes, he had to pay 6,000 yuan more. This deal was really not cost-effective. Fortunately, the wires only broke down today. If the failure occurred during their business hours or after the renovation was completed, it would be troublesome and it would cost more than 6,000 yuan to solve the problem. Okay, let's do as you say. Jin Dongxiang agreed. Okay, then we'll go by the wires first. You have to pay half of the salary up front, and you can pay the remaining half after the decoration is completed and you are satisfied, said the worker. Okay, I'll transfer it to your WeChat. Jin Dongxiang took out his mobile phone and transferred 30,000 yuan to the other party's WeChat, and specially marked that it was the initial cost of decoration, and there would be another 33,000 yuan in the later stage. He did this to prevent the workers from refusing to acknowledge their obligations in the future, and this gave him an extra layer of protection. The workers put their tools here and left. Jin Dongxiang sat in the room for a while, but couldn't find out what the problem was with the wires, so he was about to leave. But at this moment, he saw the landlord passing by. Mr. Wang, landlord, you've come at the right time. I have something to ask you. Jin Dongxiang stopped the landlord and said. What's wrong? The landlord asked with a smile. The electrical wiring in your storefront is broken and needs major repairs. The decorator asked for 6,000 yuan for the wiring renovation and said that the quality issues can be guaranteed for life. So after 3 months, I can only give you 24,000 yuan out of the 30,000 yuan rent. Jin Dongxiang said. He cannot be asked to pay the 6,000 yuan, or he cannot be asked to pay all of it. After all, he is just a tenant and he has to return the house to the landlord in the future. Oh, I see. Okay. The landlord agreed with a smile, but did not take out anything to record. Let's do this. In order to prevent conflicts between the two sides in the future because of this, let's record a video to prove this matter. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Okay. The landlord agreed. Then the two of them repeated what they had just said, and Jin Dongxiang happily put the phone into his pocket. Is there anything else? If not, I'm in a hurry to leave first, said the landlord. Okay, goodbye, landlord. Jin Dongxiang smiled and waved. After the landlord left, Jin Dongxiang stood there and smiled foolishly. It seemed that God was still kind to him and he didn't spend extra money in the end. But what he didn't know was that the average rent in this area was 4,000 yuan, and the highest was 6,000 yuan near the school gate. It was rare for him to earn 10,000 yuan a month in this place, and the landlord didn't pay any compensation. Half an hour later, the workers came back and bought a lot of wires and some other things that Jin Dongxiang didn't know what they were used for. Since we've already agreed on it, you guys go ahead and do your work. I'll be leaving first. Remember to lock the door when you leave. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Don't worry, we have been in this business for many years, of course the door will be locked. The worker responded with a smile. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang was always a little uneasy, but he couldn't say it out loud, so he drove away. After shopping for more than half an hour, Jin Dongxiang deliberately passed by here and looked into the store. Seeing the workers working, he felt relieved. After leaving here, Jin Dongxiang returned home and sat on the sofa watching TV with his parents. By the way, I have already found someone to do the decoration of the restaurant. It should be completed soon. I will go buy whatever we need to open the restaurant. Jin Dongxiang looked at his parents and asked. You must buy more plates, bowls, and chopsticks. As for tables and chairs, buy as many tables as you can fit, with 4 chairs for each table. These should have matching sets. You can find out by going to the furniture store. Jin Jiangwo mentioned a few things. Xiangzi, just do what you should do. Your father and I will go buy the things needed for the opening of the restaurant. We have nothing to do anyway, so we can take this opportunity to go out and take in the scenery of the city. Zhao Fenfang said. Let me do it. You don't have a car and it will be so tiring to run. Jin Dongxiang said. I'm not tired. Your dad and I don't have anything to do anyway. It's good to exercise. Zhao Fenfang said immediately. Seeing the determined expression on Zhao Fenfang's face, Jin Jiangwo no longer refused and nodded in agreement. How about this, I'll buy you a car and you can ride it around, so I can feel more at ease. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, besides, our family will need an electric car in the future, so we can use it for shopping and other things. After hearing what Jin Dongxiang said, Zhao Fenfang and Jin Jiangmo did not refute, but nodded and agreed. After agreeing, Jin Dongxiang started searching online and found a store that could deliver the car the next day. He picked out a car that looked good and had high safety performance and bought it. At this time, Zhao Fenfang stood up and walked into the bedroom, and came out again after a moment. "Mom, are you going out?" Jin Dongxiang asked. "Didn't you say you were going to buy an electric car? Let's go," Zhao Fenfang said with a smile. "Ha ha ha, Mom, we don't have to go. It's very convenient now to buy and pay online, and it will be delivered tomorrow," Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. "Xianzi, can we trust people on the internet?" Some time ago, a family in our village was defrauded of a lot of money on the internet and almost committed suicide by drinking pesticides. Zhao Fenfang asked with a worried look on her face. Chapter 43, Help. "Mom, don't worry. They must have bad intentions to be cheated online. If they are not greedy for small gains, no one can cheat them of their money." Jin Dongxiang smiled and said, "When I have the chance in the future, I will teach you how to buy things online. It's very cheap, at least half the price of the store." "Okay." Zhao Fenfang asked with a smile, "Then why don't we go buy it and wait for it to be delivered to us?" "Yes, just sit down and watch TV, there's no need to be so troublesome," Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. He understood his mother's worries. After all, there were too many scammers on the internet. It was not as simple as just going to a store to buy something, paying a certain amount of money and taking the item away. After sitting here and watching TV for a while, Jin Dongxiang's cell phone suddenly started ringing. He took it out of his pocket and took a look. It was Li Xiu calling. "Didn't we agree to be strangers and not bother each other after dinner yesterday? Could something have happened? Was she forced to call?" With a series of question marks, Jin Dongxiang answered the phone. "Dongxiang, where are you? Something happened here. Can you come over?" Li Xiu on the other end of the phone asked anxiously. "I'm at home. What happened?" Jin Dongxiang stood up and went back to the room. "My brother was driving his friend's car and had a traffic accident on Xinhua Road. The other party asked for compensation. I called around to borrow money but couldn't get any. Now I can only call you, but don't worry, I will return the money to you when I have enough." Li Xiu explained the cause and effect of the incident. "Wait a minute, I'll be there now," Jin Dongxiang said and hung up the phone. Coming out of the room, Jin Dongxiang smiled and said to his parents, "I have something to go out for, if you want to go out for a walk, go out for a walk." "Okay, go and do your work. You don't have to worry about me and your dad," Zhao Fenfang said with a smile. "Yeah." Jin Dongxiang responded and left home. "I went downstairs, got in the car, started the car and drove towards Xinhua Road." After coming out, Jin Dongxiang felt a little regretful. He forgot to ask Li Shang what car he hit when Li Xiu called him just now. If it was a luxury car worth millions or tens of millions, how would he compensate? But now the arrow has been shot, and there is no point in regretting it now. I can only bite the bullet and go ahead, hoping that Li Shang only hits a car worth tens of thousands of dollars. After more than 10 minutes, Jin Dongxiang drove to the place. He did not get out of the car immediately. He sat in the car and looked at the situation over there. After seeing clearly that the other party was driving a Mercedes-Benz, he searched on the internet and found out that it was a Mercedes-Benz A180 with a landing price of more than 200,000 yuan. Seeing this, Jin Dongxiang felt relieved and got out of the car and walked over there. Before I got close, I heard someone shouting, "Hurry up and give me the money. If you don't have money, I will make you regret it today." Damn it, you have no money but you're still pretending to be cool by borrowing someone else's car. No one cares and the insurance company won't pay you. Hurry up and pay. Don't even think about leaving if you don't have 50,000 yuan. Honey, look at how poor they are. They don't seem like people who can come up with 50,000 yuan. And look at this woman. She just said she was going to call her friend, but she hasn't shown up yet. I think she definitely doesn't want to take care of their business. Why don't we take a loss and call the police to arrest them and let the police handle it? A woman's voice came over. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang felt a little sorry for Li Xiu. Her brother was in trouble, and her parents didn't come over. Only she, as her sister, was waiting here. And she must have run out of options, so she called me. Forget it, just give her a few tens of thousands of dollars, and it will be considered as settling the grudge between us. Jin Dongxiang walked closer, and Li Shang saw him first. He walked over with a smile and said, "He is here to compensate you. If you want how much money you want, just go to him directly." "Can I leave now?" "Leave? Where are you going? You hit my car, and you just pulled someone over here and you can leave? If he doesn't compensate me, who can I go to?" the other person said, pulling Li Shang's clothes. Jin Dongxiang did not stop him, but stood aside and smiled softly. "Damn it, I'm here and you want to leave, using me as a scapegoat? Why should I do that? Besides, it was your sister who asked me to come here. I came here because of our 2-year relationship, not to curry favor with the people in your Li family. Dongxiang, please save my brother. I really have no other choice. They said that if I don't pay 50,000 yuan, they will send my brother to the police station. I can't let him go in," Li Xiu said with tears in her eyes. Seeing Li Xiu crying, Jin Dongxiang's heart softened immediately. What he feared most was women crying, especially women with whom he had a relationship. What exactly happened? Why did the car accident happen? Jin Dongxiang asked. "I'm not too sure. I was shopping and saw people watching here, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect it to be Li Shang. He borrowed his friend's car and said he was going to pick up his girlfriend to go out and play, but he didn't expect his girlfriend to borrow the car and this happened," Li Xiu said. "Where are your parents? Why don't you call them and ask them to come over?" Jin Dongxiang asked. "My brother said that if my parents knew about this, they would definitely break his legs when he got home, so I had no choice but to keep it a secret from them. I made a lot of phone calls, and many people who knew about what happened on our wedding day refused to lend me money. I really had no other choice," said Li Xiu, wiping away her tears. "Mr. Jin, what are you daydreaming about? Why don't you give the money to the guy who repairs the car? I have something urgent to do." Li Shang's disdainful voice came over. "Who do you think you are? Why should I help you pay the money? I'm your sister's friend, not your friend. If you have the guts to borrow your friend's car, just call your friend and ask your friend to pay the money," Jin Dongxiang accused. It's not that he doesn't want to pay the money, but he wants Li Shang to learn his lesson. If something like this happens again next time, and Li Xiu calls him again, should he intervene or not? If he intervenes, he will come to him if something like this happens in the future, but if he doesn't, he really can't bear to see Li Xiu's pitiful appearance. Did you hear that? They said they won't help you pay the compensation. Hurry up and ask someone to send you the money. If you don't have the money, I will call the police now and let the police handle it," the other party said while pulling Li Shang. "Sister, please find someone to save me quickly. Jin Dongxiang is not here to help at all. He is here to watch the show and wants to see the two of us embarrass ourselves," Li Shang shouted. Chapter 44, Improve Your Memory. Li Xiu looked up at Jin Dongxiang and wanted to ask, but before she could speak, Jin Dongxiang whispered, "I guess you don't want to clean up your brother's troubles in the future. Don't worry, I will take care of it, but I must teach him a lesson, otherwise he will never learn his lesson and will get into trouble again in the future." "Then you just need to be moderate and never irritate the other party." Li Xiu nodded in agreement with Jin Dongxiang's statement. Then he turned his head and looked at Li Shang and said disappointedly, "Brother, I made a lot of calls, but the other party refused to help. I can only call Jin Dongxiang. If he is unwilling to help us pay the money, then I really have no other choice. Otherwise, call my parents and ask them to come and pay the money." "No, absolutely not. If my parents knew about this, I would have no pocket money in the future." Li Shang quickly refused. "So what do you say we should do now? How about you call your friend and ask him to come over and compensate you? You can treat it as something you owe him and pay it back slowly in the future." Li Xiu suggested a solution. "Yes, just do as your sister said and ask your friends to come over. Otherwise, no one else can help you," Jin Dongxiang echoed. "Sister, it's not that I didn't call. I had already called before you came. My friend said that he doesn't care about this matter, and he wants to see the car appear in front of him intact, otherwise he won't let me go," Li Shang said in a crying voice. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang turned his head and looked at the car behind Li Shang. It was a Volkswagen with a damaged front bumper. It would probably cost tens of thousands of dollars to repair it. Today, Jin Dongxiang not only has to compensate for this car, but also for another one. If he had known this would happen, he would not have come. Wouldn't it be nice to eat the ribs he spent tens of thousands of dollars on? Kid, since you have no other options, you can't blame me for not giving you a chance. I'll call the police station right now and ask them to come and arrest you. As the man spoke, he took out his cell phone from his pocket to make a call. Li Xiu nervously pulled Jin Dongxiang's clothes, and Jin Dongxiang understood and walked over. Brother, don't rush to call. How much will it cost to repair your car? Jin Dongxiang asked, looking at the Mercedes-Benz. There wasn't actually any big problem with the Mercedes-Benz. It just had a small dent in the back, which wasn't a big deal. 50,000, not a penny less. The man said firmly. 50,000? Why don't you go and rob? I think you have only 5,000 yuan at most. Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. 5,000? Are you an angel hired by a fucking monkey? 5,000? I said 50,000 and it means 50,000, not a penny less. The man pointed at Jin Dongxiang and said. Jin Dongxiang looked around the car, and when he walked to the front of the car, he found a pass there, which was from Lanshan Building. He thought that Chu Xinxin worked in Lanshan Building, and maybe they knew each other. With Chu Xinxin's help, maybe the matter could be resolved without even having to pay the last 5,000 yuan. As for the favor from Chu Xinxin, he could just find a chance to repay it later. Thinking of this, Jin Dongxiang asked the man, "Are you from Lanshan Building? What's your name? What does it matter what your name is? Can you just leave without paying me?" The man sneered and said, "I'm telling you, my name is Cheng Dong." After coming up with a name, Jin Dongxiang took out his cell phone from his pocket and called Chu Xinxin. Not long after, Chu Xinxin answered the phone. "Hello, what's the matter?" Chu Xinxin asked. "Yes, do you know a man named Cheng Dong in Lanshan Building?" Jin Dongxiang asked in a low voice. "Let me think about it. There seems to be such a person, and he seems to be a driver." "What's wrong? Is there anything?" Chu Xinxin asked. "The younger brother of a friend of mine hit Cheng Dong's car with his car. It was just a small dent, but he actually asked for 50,000 yuan. I'd like to ask you if you can mediate and let me pay less. Even if I owe you a favor, I will pay you back later." Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. "You owe me a favor, so does that mean you have to do whatever I ask you to do?" Chu Xinxin asked with a smile. "As long as it's not excessive, I will never refuse." Jin Dongxiang said firmly. "Okay, I'll have someone call him." Chu Xinxin said with a smile and hung up the phone. Putting the phone in his pocket, Jin Dongxiang walked to Li Xiu's side. "How about it, kid, did you find out the answer?" Cheng Dong asked with a smile. "Husband, look at how poor he is, how could he know anyone in your Lanshan Building? Besides, a company like Lanshan Building is not something a country bumpkin like him can get in easily," the woman said, supporting Cheng Dong's arm. Just wait for the call." Jin Dongxiang snorted coldly. Then he stopped talking to Cheng Dong, walked to Li Shang's side, looked at Li Shang and said, "I'm telling you, don't be too ostentatious in the future. There are always people who are better than you. I can help you once because of your sister, but I will never help you a second time. Remember this." "Huh, you just want to marry my sister without spending any money?" Li Shang sneered and said disdainfully. "What are you talking about? I'm telling you, your sister and I can't be together. We're just ordinary friends." Jin Dongxiang pointed at Li Shang and said, "When you are above others, you should make others be human. When you are below others, you should make yourself be human. If others don't offend me, I won't offend others. I helped you, but you still offended me, then don't blame me for cutting off the roots." After saying this, Jin Dongxiang felt that he was very arrogant. He had never been so tough to say such words in front of others. "You should thank Dongxiang quickly. If it weren't for him, you would be finished today," Li Xiu said, standing aside. "Sister, what should we do with this car?" Li Shang asked, pointing at the car behind him. "What should I do? How much ability do you have? You can borrow a car, but you can't repair it for others? Your sister has tried her best to help you, and you can handle the rest yourself." Jin Dongxiang pointed at Li Shang's nose and shouted coldly, "Get out of here, I don't want to see you. Let's go, we'll take care of the Mercedes." Li Xiu pushed Li Shang away. Li Shang didn't dare to delay any longer, so he got in the car and drove away. Hey, who told you to leave?" Cheng Dong shouted from behind. "Let him go, I will take care of this matter," Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Dong's cell phone started ringing. Jin Dongxiang knew that it must be someone who had connections with Chu Xinxin. Chung Dong took out his cell phone from his pocket and saw that it was someone from Lanshan building calling. He showed some hesitation on his face. He never thought that Jin Dongxiang could really get someone from Lanshan building to solve the problem. Why don't you answer it? Do you need me to answer it for you? Jin Dongxiang was more certain of his thoughts when he saw the expression on Chang Dong's face, and said with a smile. Chapter 45 Help. Chung Dong took out his phone and looked at it, then raised his head to look at Jin Dongxiang in front of him. He felt it was unbelievable. How could a country bumpkin know anyone from Lanshan building? If you don't dare to answer the phone, give me the phone and I'll ask the people in your company. It will cost 50,000 yuan to repair a hole of this size? Jin Dongxiang said as he walked towards Chung Dong. Why wouldn't you dare answer it? I just don't believe that you know anyone in our company? Chung Dong said, putting the phone down in panic. Chung Dong was afraid that if this matter was known by people in the company, his career would be over. It was just a pit that could be solved with less than 5,000 yuan. Husband, what are you worried about? Hurry up and answer the phone. Is it possible that this poor loser knows someone in your company? Even if he does, he must be a grassroots employee. The woman glanced at Jin Dongxiang and said disdainfully, besides, the company must be calling at this time because there is something that needs your attention. Just answer the phone without worry. Yes, you are right. After listening to his wife, Chung Dong pressed the connect button. Hello, I'm Chung Dong. What's the matter? Chung Dong said with a smile. Jin Dongxiang and others couldn't hear what was said on the other end of the phone. After a moment, Chung Dong hung up the phone with a frown. What's the matter, husband? Does the company want you to do something? The woman asked anxiously. No, it was the Human Resources Department that called. They said they received news that a car had a traffic accident here on Xinhua Road and asked me what happened. I never thought that this guy actually knows someone in Lanshan building, and he's the manager of the Human Resources Department. Chung Dong whispered next to his wife's ear. What? HR manager? This guy doesn't look like someone who can know the HR manager. The woman said in surprise. Maybe they are just low-key. Cheng Dong shook his head helplessly. What happened? What did the people at Lanshan building say? How do we resolve the car accident? Jin Dongxiang asked Chung Dong, who was standing aside and whispering. Jin Dongxiang believed that Chu Xinxin would definitely minimize the compensation for the car accident, and in the end it might not even cost 5,000 yuan. But Li Xiu, who was standing next to him, didn't think so. Like Chung Dong and others, she didn't believe that Jin Dongxiang would know anyone in Lanshan building. Even if he did, he must be a grassroots employee. Brother, the flood has really washed away the Dragon King temple. Family members don't recognize each other anymore. Lanshan building just called me and told me the solution. It's just a small matter. I can drive over and repair it myself. I won't trouble you anymore. You can go. Cheng Dong walked over and said with a smile. We don't have to pay compensation? Jin Dongxiang asked in shock. He didn't believe that a phone call to Chu Xinxin could have such a big effect. It must be that Chu Xinxin found other people to help, maybe Yu. After all, Yu was the manager of the company's design department and his words were very authoritative. Thinking of this, Jin Dongxiang no longer felt as surprised as before. Yes, brother, this is my business card. If you need me in the future, just call me. Cheng Dong handed over a business card with a smile. Jin Dongxiang took it and responded with a smile, okay, I'll take it. If there is anything you need me to do, go to Lanshan building to find Chu Xinxin and let Chu Xinxin contact me. Okay, I also hope that you can say a few good words for me next to Manager Chu. It's not easy now, and who doesn't want a higher salary? Cheng Dong was happy when he heard Jin Dongxiang directly say Chu Xinxin's name. I didn't expect that Jin Dongxiang could actually contact the HR manager directly. It seems that he has to build a good relationship with Jin Dongxiang. Li Xiu, who was standing by, was a little confused. Who was Chu Xinxin? And why did the other party become more respectful to Jin Dongxiang when he heard Chu Xinxin's name? Could it be that Jin Dongxiang really knew someone from Lanshan building? If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. Chung Dong said with a smile. Goodbye. If there is a chance, I will ask Chu Xinxin to invite you to have a meal together as an apology to you. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Okay. Chung Dong said okay 3 times in a row, then got into the car with his wife and left. After watching Cheng Dong and the others leave, Jin Dongxiang stood there and smiled gently. It seems that he must ask Chu Xinxin for help if he has any problems in the future. He never expected that she would be so helpful. In the end, she solved the problem without me having to pay a penny. Let's go. I'll take you home. Jin Dongxiang said to Li Xiu, who was a little dazed. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang walked towards the car. Li Xiu followed behind him. She stared at Jin Dongxiang's back. This man had changed so much in such a short time that she hardly recognized him. And why hadn't I heard him say before that he knew anyone from Lanshan Building? And the woman from last night also said she was from Lanshan Building, so did he have some unclear relationship with Lanshan Building? Li Xiu started thinking about it in her mind, but she couldn't figure it out, so she decided to ask Jin Dongxiang, and if possible, ask Jin Dongxiang to find her a job in Lanshan Building, so that she would not have to be idle in the future. After getting into the car with Jin Dongxiang, Li Xiu asked directly, "What is your relationship with Lanshan Building? Why are you suddenly asking me this?" Jin Dongxiang asked back, somewhat confused. From the tone of that person's voice just now, it seems that the Chu Xinxin has a very high status in Lanshan Building. Li Xiu said lightly. She is just an employee in the Human Resources Department of Lanshan Building. In fact, the one with real ability should be you from last night. She is the manager of the design department of Lanshan Building. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Is that so? Li Xiu hesitated, not knowing whether he should say it out loud. What's wrong? Is there anything you need? Jin Dongxiang noticed that Li Xiu's expression was not right, so he took the initiative to ask. I want you to do me a favor. I'm free now and have nothing to do. I just want you to ask your friends if there is any suitable job for me in Lanshan Building. Li Xiu firmed up his heart and said to Jin Dongxiang. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang looked at Li Xiu with his eyes wide open, his eyes revealing some surprise. He could not imagine that Li Xiu could actually say such a thing. He thought that after helping her like this, he would no longer have anything to do with her, but he did not expect Li Xiu to make such a request. Chapter 46 Asking for Money. Li Xiu, I came here to help today just for your sake, otherwise I wouldn't have come here at all. Besides, I'm not familiar with Chu Xinxin from Lanshan Building, so I can't help you. Jin Dongxiang said unhappily. Okay. Li Xiu said a little disappointed. By the way, let me tell you, you'd better stop interfering in your brother's affairs in the future, otherwise a lot of things will happen to your family because of him. Jin Dongxiang kindly reminded. He's my brother. I only have this one brother. If something happens to him and I don't care about anything, can I still be considered his sister? Li Xiu seemed like a different person, and her tone of voice was very cold. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang wanted to say something, but seeing the expression on Li Xiu's face, he didn't open his mouth to speak. He stepped on the accelerator and quickly arrived at Li Xiu's door. Get out of the car. Jin Dongxiang said coldly. Li Xiu didn't even look at him. She opened the car door and said, "Thank you." After saying that, he got out of the car. Jin Dongxiang had no intention of staying, so he was about to step on the accelerator and leave, but at this time Li Xiu's mother and her family appeared again. Mom, it's Jin Dongxiang. If it weren't for Jin Dongxiang today, I wouldn't have hit someone when I borrowed my friend's car, and he wouldn't have to pay for repairs. Li Sheng pointed at Jin Dongxiang, who was sitting in the driver's seat, and said to his mother. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for Jin Dongxiang to hear. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang's heart skipped a beat. What the hell was going on? He went to help him with good intentions, but ended up being identified as a bad guy? Jin Dongxiang, Li Sheng is a good boy. How could you race with Li Sheng? Now the car is damaged, you can't just sit there and do nothing, right? Asked the mother-in-law while standing outside the car. Today she was out of character, not shouting as loudly as before, nor was she as sarcastic as before. This made Jin Dongxiang a little confused. Could it be that he had completely changed overnight? Please find out the truth of the matter before you come and talk to me. Jin Dongxiang said lightly. The truth? The truth is that you met me on the road, mocked me, and used provocation to force me to race with you. Otherwise, so many things would not have happened. Li Sheng pointed at Jin Dongxiang and said. Really? Your sister knows the whole story best. Why don't you ask her and let her judge for you? Jin Dongxiang looked at Li Xiu, who had just gotten off the car, and said, tell your mother the whole story and let your mother know who is the liar. Li Xiu didn't speak directly. She glanced at her brother and her mother, then turned to look at Jin Dongxiang. Suddenly she laughed coldly and said, "Mom, my brother is right. I saw the car accident scene when I passed by, and Jin Dongxiang not only ignored it, but also forcibly took me away." Jin Dongxiang was very surprised to hear this. He never thought that Li Xiu would say such a thing. He thought that Li Xiu could tell the truth and clear his name. Now it seems that this family is of the same character and will never meddle in other people's affairs again. Did you hear that? Xiu said so, and you still don't admit it? Hurry up and take out the money so that Li Shang can go and repair his friend's car. The mother-in-law stood at the door of the car, and she looked as if she would not be able to leave if you didn't give her money today. Li Xiu, what are you talking about? Is this what happened? Jin Dongxiang looked at Li Xiu seriously and asked. That's it. Moreover, not only did you not care about it, you also didn't let me do anything about it. You wanted them to send my brother to the police station. Li Xiu opened his mouth and continued to slander. I'm such a jerk. I thought we could still be friends even if we didn't get married, but I didn't expect you to be such a person. I misjudged you. Jin Dongxiang smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, Okay, since you want money, then tell me how much you want? 100,000. No one spoke, and Li Sheng suddenly spoke. 100,000? Why don't you just rob? If I remember correctly, you drive a Volkswagen, and the full price of that car is at most 100,000. You're spending 100,000 to repair it, are you trying to cheat me? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. If I say 100,000, it means 100,000. Pay the money quickly. You can't leave here if you don't pay today. Li Sheng said forcefully. That's right. If you don't pay compensation today, I won't let you leave. The mother-in-law also said. Li Xiu didn't say anything, but Jin Dongxiang could tell by looking at Li Xiu's cheek that Li Xiu definitely had the same idea. He couldn't understand why Li Xiu suddenly became like this. What did she do wrong? Did she become like this just because she wanted to go to work and he didn't agree? Let's put it this way. The surveillance camera should know exactly what happened. Were you and I racing, or did you hit someone else with your car? The surveillance camera can explain everything. I'll call the police now. Jin Dongxiang said as he took out his cell phone from the car and pretended to call the police. Mom, we can't let him call the police. If he does, my brother will definitely be arrested in the end. Li Xiu said anxiously while standing aside. Li Xiu knew that the business card of the person who was hit was in Jin Dongxiang's hands. As long as Jin Dongxiang called Cheng Dong after arriving at the police station, he would tell everything. Hearing this, Li Sheng rushed directly to Jin Dongxiang's car and snatched Jin Dongxiang's cell phone. Want to call the police? Don't even think about it. Li Sheng pointed at Jin Dongxiang and said. What you are doing is illegal. I advise you to return the phone to me as soon as possible. Jin Dongxiang said in a threatening tone. I just won't give it to you, what can you do? Li Sheng put the phone in his pocket. What exactly do you want? Jin Dongxiang asked. The mother-in-law smiled coldly and said, It's very simple. As long as you give me 100,000 yuan, you can leave. You are committing fraud. Jin Dongxiang said helplessly. Fraud? If you hadn't taken me to race, today's car accident wouldn't have happened. All the responsibility lies with you, and you must take responsibility. The mother-in-law said coldly. We all know what's going on, and there's no need to say anything more. You want money, right? I'll give you money, but you'd better not fall into my hands in the future, otherwise I'll make you live a life worse than death. Jin Dongxiang said angrily. Wait until you have that ability. Li Sheng said disdainfully. Give me my phone and I'll transfer the money to you. Jin Dongxiang said lightly. I can give it to you, but don't play any tricks, otherwise I'll let you see how powerful I am. Li Sheng said. Chapter 47 Call the Police. Jin Dongxiang didn't say anything, but stared at Li Sheng. Being looked at like this by Jin Dongxiang, Li Sheng's body trembled slightly. Jin Dongxiang's eyes were terrifying, cold and gloomy, as if he wanted to kill Li Sheng with his eyes. Li Sheng handed the phone over with a trembling hand, and Jin Dongxiang reached out and took it back. The car was always in the burning state. After taking the phone, Jin Dongxiang raised the window and locked the car door without waiting for Li Sheng to react. Did my money come from the wind? I can give it to you just by saying so, without you even having to think about it carefully. Jin Dongxiang muttered while sitting in the car. On second thought, he got all his money through Jin Shoushou, so it was indeed a bit of a windfall, but even so, he couldn't just give it away for free. Open the door for me. When Li Shang reacted, the window had been completely raised and the car door could not be opened. He could only stand outside the car and knock on the glass and shout. Jin Dongxiang, you will not be able to leave here unless you give me money today. The mother-in-law also shouted while standing in front of the car. Li Xiu didn't say anything, just stood aside and looked at Jin Dongxiang indifferently. Since you are so unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Jin Dongxiang took out his cell phone and called the police. Hello, Lanshan City Public Security Bureau. A response came from the phone. Jin Dongxiang told what had just happened in his current location, and the next step was to wait for the police to arrive. About 10 minutes later, the sound of sirens was heard from a distance. Hearing this, Jin Dongxiang smiled with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Looking at the Li family members outside the car, panic expressions appeared on their faces. Li Shang walked to his mother-in-law and said something unknown, and they were about to leave. Stop, don't go. What did you just say? Why are you so scared now? Jin Dongxiang opened the car door and got out and said. The whole family didn't turn around to pay attention to him and walked towards the stairs. Jin Dongxiang stood there and watched their miserable appearance with a smile. A police car drove over and Jin Dongxiang went to greet it. Did you call the police? The policeman asked Jin Dongxiang. That's right, someone just threatened me. They said they wouldn't let me go unless I gave them 100,000 yuan, but they ran away when they heard the sirens. Jin Dongxiang roughly explained what had just happened. Do you know their names? Or their home addresses? The police asked while taking notes. I know, it's in this building. Jin Dongxiang said. At this time, the Li family had already entered the house and looked at the situation downstairs through the window. They all prayed in their hearts that Jin Dongxiang would not tell them, but when they saw Jin Dongxiang looking up and pointing in this direction, their hearts sank. Mom, what should I do now? The police will definitely take me away. Li Shang was anxious. I don't know either. What should I do now? Li Shang's mother was also very anxious. After a moment of silence, she said, Xiu, how about you go out and say something good to Jin Dongxiang so that he won't pursue the matter? It's no use saying anything now. The police are already here. If I had known the situation would be like this, I should have let him leave. Li Xiu said calmly. Sister, what are you talking about? If we don't let him pay, who will repair the car? Li Shang shouted at Li Xiu. Knowing that your driving skills are not good enough, why did you borrow your friend's car? Not only did you hit someone else's car, but now you're also involved in the accident. Li Xiu said disdainfully. Li Xiu really has no way to deal with his younger brother. His parents are too controlling of him. He has been spoiled since childhood and has never experienced any hardships. After graduation, he has become a parasite at home and has never thought about working to earn money. Xiu, what do you mean? If it weren't for this Jin Dongxiang, would your brother have raced with him and hit someone else today? Li Xiu's mother also began to blame her. Haha, speeding? It's already come to this, Li Shang, and you're still planning to hide it from Mom? Li Xiu said with a sneer. What do you mean? Isn't the car accident caused by speeding? Li Xiu's mother said in surprise, and looked at Li Shang with an interrogative look. Are you going to say it or am I going to say it? The police will be here soon. If we don't say it, we will have no chance. Li Xiu said. Li Shang kept his head down and remained silent. Since you don't want to tell me, let me tell you, Mom. Your son did get into a car accident while borrowing someone else's car, but it wasn't caused by a car race with Jin Dongxiang. He was driving by himself to pick up his girlfriend, and his driving skills were not good. He rear-ended a Mercedes-Benz on the way. I happened to pass by and saw it. The other party wanted 50,000 yuan, but I didn't have it, so I called to borrow it. In the end, it was Jin Dongxiang who helped. Otherwise, Li Shang would have been waiting for you to redeem him at the police station. Li Xiu told the truth. What? Li Shang, tell me, is what your sister said true? Li's mother looked at Li Shang and questioned him. Her expression was very serious, and her tone did not allow for any doubt. Li Sheng still kept his head down and said nothing. Just at this moment, the doorbell of Li's house rang, and several people became nervous. Mom, it's useless to say anything now. You should think about how to solve this problem. Li Sheng finally spoke, speaking nervously. Don't think about it. The only way now is to actively admit your mistakes, tell the truth, and apologize to Jin Dongxiang. Maybe Jin Dongxiang will let you go and not hold you responsible. Li Xiu said as he sat aside. Apologize to him? For what? Li Sheng asked. Why? Because you lied to our mother. If you had told the truth, things would not be like this. Besides, is it difficult for you to apologize to Jin Dongxiang and get his forgiveness? Li Xiu's tone suddenly became stern. Over the years, she had never spoken to her brother Li Sheng like this. Even if he made a big mistake, she would always teach him in a gentle voice. Son, just listen to your sister this time. If you are really arrested, you will have a criminal record and your life will be ruined, said Li's mother. Open the door, we are from the police station. There is something I need to know from you. A shouting voice came from outside the door. Remember what I just said to you. Don't be willful anymore, otherwise no one can save you. Li Xiu stood up and walked towards the door. Halfway through, he did not forget to advise Li Sheng. When he opened the door, Jin Dongxiang and 3 other men in police uniforms were standing at the door. Comrade police officer, they are this family. Jin Dongxiang said when he saw Li Xiu. Chapter 48 Takeaway. Were you the ones who stopped his car and prevented him from leaving just now? The policeman asked Li Xiu. Come in and talk. Li Xiu stepped aside to let the policeman in. Upon entering the Li family, Jin Dongxiang had an unspeakable feeling. It was here that the Li family demanded 600,000 yuan to destroy his marriage. He did not expect that when he came here again, he would be accompanied by the police. Comrade police officer, it was him. He hit someone with his car and slandered me, saying that I was racing with him and he hit me. He also asked me to pay compensation. He asked me to pay 100,000 yuan for the repair of a Volkswagen. Don't you think this is a scam? Jin Dongxiang pointed at Li Sheng and said. Is what he said true? The policeman asked Li Sheng. Yes. Li Sheng nodded and agreed, then looked at Jin Dongxiang and said, Brother Dongxiang, I know I was wrong, please forgive me, I will never do such a thing again, and if you want to marry my sister in the future, I don't want the house and the car, can you let me go? Li Sheng begged Jin Dongxiang in a crying voice. If there was no one else here, he would have wanted to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. When Jin Dongxiang heard this, he was very surprised. Is this still the self-righteous Li Sheng? He actually admitted his mistake to him. For a moment, Jin Dongxiang couldn't accept it. Yes, Dongxiang, please forgive Li Sheng. If you marry Xiuxiu in the future, wouldn't it be a joke to outsiders if something like this happened in between? Li's mother began to persuade. Watching a joke? Aren't there enough jokes watched by outsiders? I have made up my mind. I will never marry your daughter in this life. You don't need to say anything more. As for Li Sheng, leave him to the police. Jin Dongxiang said firmly. If he promised to let Li Sheng go today, he believed that Li Sheng would continue to do the same in the future. Only by letting him suffer some pain would he understand what it meant to not be inflated for no reason. What is the relationship between you? The police turned his head and looked at Jin Dongxiang and asked. She and I were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship before, and then when we got married, her family asked for a dowry of 300,000 yuan, which I gave her. But I didn't expect that on the wedding day they wanted 600,000 yuan, or they would not get married. My family really didn't have that much money, so we didn't give her the money. I didn't expect that her family would inflict such mental trauma on me time and again. I tolerated it time and time again, but this time I really couldn't stand it anymore, so I called the police. Jin Dongxiang told the story between him and the Li family. I seem to have heard about this incident. It turns out you are the unfortunate man. The policeman said sympathetically. After hearing this, another policeman looked at the Li family angrily and said, You are such a shameless family. Take him away and interrogate him thoroughly. Highway robbery is no small matter. As soon as he finished speaking, several policemen walked up to Li Sheng and wanted to arrest him and take him away. When Li's mother saw this scene, she immediately panicked and stepped forward to stop it, but was stopped by a policeman. Li Sheng was taken downstairs by 2 policemen, and another one stopped Li's mother. Li Xiu did not react at all, just stood there watching the scene. Xiao, don't just stand there in a daze. Go and persuade Jin Dongxiang to let your brother go and not take him away. He is the only boy in our family. Who would marry him if his identity information is tainted? Li's mother said to Li Xiao. I have no choice. Jin Dongxiang must have made up his mind, otherwise he wouldn't have really called the police. Li Xiao said helplessly. After hearing this, Li's mother despaired and sat on the ground motionless. When the policeman saw her like this, he did not continue to stop her and went downstairs. After reaching downstairs, the policeman took Li Sheng into the car. Drive behind us and verify the situation with us. The policeman looked at Jin Dongxiang and said. Okay, if he is lying, I have the dashcam to prove it. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Dongxiang got into the car and drove behind the police car. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the police station. Jin Dongxiang told the whole story, took down the dashcam and showed the police the video evidence, and even called Cheng Dong to ask him to come over. After Cheng Dong arrived, he told the police what happened in the car accident and showed them where the car was hit. All the evidence was against Li Sheng, and he himself was in despair. Perhaps because he knew that he had no way to escape, his eyes became moist, as if he was about to cry. Thank you for your cooperation. If you want to sue him, go to the court. Or if you don't want to sue him, come to the police station to withdraw the case. The police looked at Jin Dongxiang and said. Thank you. Jin Dongxiang thanked him and left, and Cheng Dong followed him. Hey, Mr. Jin, what's going on? Cheng Dong just knew Jin Dongxiang's name when he asked. After you left, I sent my friend home. I didn't expect her brother to slander me and asked me to pay him 100,000 yuan. Of course, I was not happy about it, so I called the police. Jin Dongxiang smiled and said, thank you for taking the time to come and testify for me. Cheng Dong smiled and said, it's nothing. This is what I should do. It's my honor to be able to help you, Mr. Jin. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Dong drove away, and Jin Dongxiang did not stay here any longer. When he got home, Jin Dongxiang's mother Zhao Fanfang had already prepared dinner, and the two elders had already eaten, leaving him alone. Xianzi, where have you been? Why did you come back so late? Zhao Fanfang asked Jin Dongxiang. I went to the police station, so I came back late. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Police station? What's going on? Why do we have to go to the police station? Jin Jiangwo asked hurriedly. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, it has nothing to do with me. I just witnessed a car accident this afternoon. The police were looking for witnesses, so I went there to take a statement. It was already so late when I came out. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Xianzi, sometimes you can't just be a witness casually. What if you offend someone you shouldn't because of your role as a witness? If something happens to you, what will happen to your parents in the future? Zhao Fanfang said with some disappointment. Don't worry, it's just a car accident and the police are just collecting evidence. It's not a big deal. Jin Dongxiang comforted with a smile. After dinner, Jin Dongxiang sat in the living room and chatted with his parents about the restaurant for a while before returning to his room. As soon as he entered the room, Jin Dongxiang's cell phone started ringing. He took it out of his pocket and saw that it was Li Xiao calling. He hung up without thinking too much. Chapter 49. Let us find a way to raise money. I thought that after hanging up, Li Xiao would have some self-awareness and would not call again, but I didn't expect that less than a minute later, Jin Dongxiang's phone rang again. He hesitated for a few seconds holding the phone, and finally chose to hang up. Li Xiao called just about her brother Li Shang, and it was most likely her mother who asked her to call. After all, when the police arrested Li Shang and left today, Li Xiao did not say anything, let alone try to stop them. Coupled with Li Xiao's sudden attitude today, Jin Dongxiang decided to expose their family to the public and make them worry. After hanging up this time, Li Xiao did not call again. Jin Dongxiang looked at the quiet phone with some disappointment. This was not the effect he wanted. What he wanted was to see the Li family begging him, but now everything seemed wrong. Could it be that their family decided to give up Li Shang, their only son? While Jin Dongxiang was thinking, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a text message. Jin Dongxiang opened the text message from Li Xiao and read it. Jin Dongxiang, answer the phone. No matter what happens between us, you can't vent your anger on my family. If you have any ability, use it on me. After reading the text message, Jin Dongxiang smiled faintly, and his phone started ringing again. It was a call from Li Xiao. This time Jin Dongxiang did not hang up but answered the call. What are you doing? If you want to plead for your brother, forget it. Jin Dongxiang said directly. Since this is a matter between the two of us, why involve others? Just use whatever tricks you have on me. Li Xiu said coldly. Is it a matter between us? Li Xiu, stop kidding. If your brother hadn't lied to your mother, if they hadn't stopped the car, would what happened later have happened? If you told the truth at that time and your mother hadn't stopped me, would such a thing have happened? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. Then tell me, what can I do to let my brother go? Li Xiu asked seriously. Jin Dong forced a smile. When he came back, he had already thought about how to let her brother go. Didn't we give 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift before, but it has never been returned? It would be better to exchange Li Shang for 300,000 yuan. Money is much more useful than people. Give me back my 300,000 yuan and I will withdraw the case immediately. Otherwise, forget it. Jin Dongxiang said. But our family can't come up with that much money right now. Li Xiu said with a frown. I don't care about that. I just want to get my money. Jin Dongxiang said coldly, call me when you have money to give me, and then hang up. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang hung up the phone. Li Xiu put down the phone, looked at her mother and said, you heard it too. Jin Dongxiang's intention is very simple. He just wants the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift. Xiu, it's not that I don't want to give it to him, but I don't have that much money. How about you think of a way? Ask your good friends to borrow some? If all else fails, apply for a few credit cards and repay the money later. No matter what, you can't let your brother get hurt. Li's mother said. All my friends know what happened on my wedding day. They don't believe that I can pay back the money, so no one will lend me money. If they did, I wouldn't have called Jin Dongxiang to borrow money this afternoon. Li Xiu said with a frown. If we had successfully married at that time, the house and car could have been obtained slowly, and the money could have also been obtained slowly. You were just too impatient, and that's why you pushed Jin Dong into a corner. Now you want me to be the middleman, but I have no other choice, and he won't listen to me at all. Li Xiu said in a blaming tone. Now that things have happened, what's the point of continuing to talk about these things? We should think of a way to pay back Jin Dongxiang's 300,000 yuan with our dirty money. Li Xiu said in a lost tone. How could she not have the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift before the marriage? She didn't spend a penny of it, and there was no place in the family where she could spend so much money. Now it seems that there is only one possibility, that mom secretly gave the money to my younger brother Li Shang and asked him to spend it. Thinking of this, Li Xiu turned his head and looked at his mother and said, since you love your child so much and let him use the money for my wedding, you should take good care of him in the future and don't let such things happen to him again, otherwise I will not be able to help him. Li Xiu said. Mother Li did not look disappointed, but was thinking whether to take out the money. The 300,000 yuan would be used by Li Shang when he gets married in the future, and at least it could be used as a down payment for a house. In the police station, Li Shang squatted in the corner of the prison. He thought about how comfortable it was to be at this time in the past, either playing outside with friends or lying in bed at home. There were still tears around her eyes, as if she had just cried. At this time, Jin Dongxiang was lying on the bed playing with his mobile phone and reading gossip and entertainment news. This might be his biggest hobby. He would read the news when he was bored. Early the next morning, Jin Dongxiang was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. Hello, who is this? He answered the phone without even looking. It's me, Xu Xinxin. Xu Xinxin asked with a smile, I helped you a lot yesterday, don't you have any intention of thanking me? Jin Dongxiang had never thought about Xu Xinxin's question. It could be said that he had no time to think about it. Since yesterday afternoon, Jin Dongxiang had been receiving calls non-stop and his head was about to explode. Of course I have to thank you very much. You decide the time and place. I will definitely arrive on time. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, by the way, there is also Cheng Dong. You can ask him to come too. He drove to repair it himself and didn't ask us for a penny. I should thank him. Of course we won't ask you for money. The car he drives is the company's car. The company cooperates with some shops every year, so it doesn't cost anything to go to those shops to repair the car. We will reconcile the accounts with the company at the end of the year, and we will give them the money if the accounts are correct. Xu Xinxin said with a smile. Can I tell you my real identity now? Why did Chung Dong look so surprised and become much more respectful to me after hearing me say your name? Jin Dongxiang asked. What kind of identity can you have? It's just the life of a normal person. You go to get off work and come home every day, and at most go out shopping. There's nothing else to do. Shu Xinshan said lightly. Chapter 50 Rejection. Okay, I got it. I'm going to sleep for a while. I'll tell you how to thank you when I wake up. Jin Dongxiang said and hung up the phone without waiting for Chu Xinshin to answer. Putting down his phone, Jin Dongxiang buried his head and continued to sleep. When I woke up from my sleep again, it was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiangzi, come out for dinner. The voice of Mother Zhao Fenfang came from the door. Okay, I'll be there. Jin Dongxiang responded, then put on his clothes, washed up, and walked out. Just at this moment, Jin Dongxiang's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Chu Xinshin. Hey, what's wrong? Jin Dongxiang asked. I want to invite you to have dinner together. Yu is on a business trip and I don't want to eat alone. Chu Xinshin said in a somewhat shy tone. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang looked towards the food on the table. His mother Zhao Fenfang had prepared a table full of his favorite dishes, and the two elders were waiting for him to eat. If he said now that he was going out and not eating at home, Zhao Fenfang would definitely be disappointed. No, the food is ready at home. I'll eat at home and we can talk about it in the evening when I have nothing to do. Jin Dongxiang rejected Chu Xinshin's invitation. Chu Xinshin responded disappointedly. Jin Dongxiang didn't know what to say and hung up the phone. For some reason, deep in his heart he had a consciousness of resisting Chu Xinshin, or even resisting all women from having close contact with him. Who called? Was it Li Xiao? If she asks you out for dinner, then go. Zhao Fenfang spoke when she heard what Jin Dongxiang said on the phone. No need, Mom. She's just an ordinary friend. I've already told her. Let's have dinner with her when we have time in the evening. Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. The family of three sat at the dining table and started eating. After dinner, Jin Dongxiang wanted to go to the store to take a look. He didn't know how much he had done in that day. When he arrived at the store, Jin Dongxiang saw that the door was wide open, but there was no one inside the store. Jin Dongxiang went in and walked around, calling out a few times, but no one answered. Aren't these people too irresponsible? There are so many things in the store, and they just leave them like this? If the wires are stolen, who will compensate for it in the end? Jin Dongxiang muttered to himself as he stood there. Angrily, Jin Dongxiang took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed the number of the decorator. Hello, Mr. Jin, what's going on? The laughter of a decorator came from the receiver. Let me ask you something. All the things in this store are still there. You are all not in the store, and you just leave the door like this without locking it? Jin Dongxiang asked angrily. Boss Jin, don't worry. No one will take those things. They are safe there. Besides, we are having dinner nearby and will be back soon after finishing the meal. The decorator said with a smile. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back to the store. Jin Dongxiang said this and hung up the phone. After waiting in the store for 5 minutes, the workers didn't come back, so Jin Dongxiang sat in the car and waited. Half an hour passed. Jin Dongxiang sat in the car watching the passers-by. Some people even entered the store to look at things like wires on the ground. Fortunately, Jin Dongxiang was sitting in the car watching, otherwise these things would have been lost. Nearly an hour later, Jin Dongxiang saw decoration workers walking towards the side not far away. Jin Dongxiang got out of the car, took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was already 2 o'clock. Boss Jin, you must be getting impatient waiting. The brothers work slowly and eat slowly, so we took a short break after dinner. I think Boss Jin, you won't mind, right? The worker who collected the money yesterday came up and said with a smile. It doesn't matter. I don't care. After all, those who do physical work need proper rest. But you just left with the door open. Aren't you worried that the things inside might be stolen? Jin Dongxiang asked. Jin Dongxiang could understand that they took a break for meals. After all, it was impossible for those who did physical work to work the whole day. If they did that, even a young man would be tired and have back pain, not to mention these workers who were almost the same age as his father Jin Zhangwo. These things are worthless, no one will steal them, the worker said with a smile. No? Just now when I was sitting here waiting for you to come back, no less than 4 people went in and tried to steal the wires. You tell me that they won't be stolen? Jin Dongxiang asked angrily. Mr. Jin, don't be angry. We were wrong this time. We will definitely pay attention to this issue in the future, the worker said with a smile. Jin Dongxiang looked at the workers' faces and knew that it was not easy for them. Nothing was lost this time, so he gave up blaming them. Okay, next time you must pay attention to this problem, otherwise I won't compensate you if something is lost. Jin Dongxiang said, hurry up and do it. Okay, brothers, let's get to work. The worker shouted, and several people entered the store and started working. Watching the workers getting busy, Jin Dongxiang thought that there was nothing else to do in the afternoon, so he decided to help them here. By the way, you can also see whether they are doing their work seriously or just wasting time here. Jin Dongxiang walked into the store, looked at the workers and said with a smile, I don't have anything to do this afternoon, so I'll help you here today. No, a few of us can do it, and the clothes you wear are so clean, it would be bad if they got dirty. The worker smiled and rejected Jin Dongxiang's idea. It's nothing. You can wash dirty clothes and wear clean ones. But if the decoration is slow and takes too long, it will extend my opening time. Besides, there is not much work. These 2 small storefronts can be finished in a week at most. I can help you here, so you can do less, increase the speed and save some time. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. The reason why he wanted to stay here was because he was worried that these workers would keep dragging their feet and wasting time, and by then the rent would be due before the hotel even opened, or the students would have gone on vacation and the hotel would not have been renovated yet. Wouldn't that be a complete loss-making business? So he decided to come here every day when he had nothing to do to supervise the workers while they worked. As long as there were people around, they would not be lazy and would work faster. Just at this moment, Jin Dongxiang's cell phone rang. He took it out of his pocket and saw that it was a call from Chu Xinxin. Chapter 51 Plea. Looking at the caller ID, Jin Dongxiang was a little puzzled. This was the 3rd call from Chu Xinxin in half a day. The first 2 were asking for dinner. He wondered what she wanted to do this time. With a look of disgust, Jin Dongxiang answered the phone and asked calmly, What's wrong? I just want to ask if you have time in the evening. I want to have dinner with you. Chu Xinxin directly stated her purpose. Jin Dongxiang glanced at the time on his phone. It was 2:30. It was only 2:30 and lunch hadn't even been finished yet, and she was already talking about dinner. Wasn't this woman a little too fussy? Now I don't know if I have time in the evening. Let's talk about it in the evening. If I don't have time, I will go out to dinner with you. Jin Dongxiang responded expressionlessly. After getting this response, Chu Xinxin was a little unhappy, and frowned and said, Jin Dongxiang, what's wrong with you? I, a woman, want to have a meal with you, but you repeatedly refuse. What's wrong? Is it embarrassing to have a meal with me, or can I eat you? Neither. I really have something to do. Wasn't I denied entry to Lanshan building a few days ago? So I thought about doing something on my own, so I found a storefront to open a restaurant. Now I'm here watching the workers working on it. When Jin Dongxiang heard that Chu Xinxin was unhappy, he immediately started to explain. Chu Xinxin on the other end of the phone felt like a fool after hearing this. She wondered why she didn't hire Jin Dongxiang in the first place. If she had hired him, she would have someone to accompany her for dinner every day, and it would also help promote the relationship between the 2 of them. There would be no need to make this invitation phone call. Okay, then call me in the evening whether you have anything to do or not and let me know. Chu Xinxin reminded. Well, as long as there is nothing else, I will definitely ask you out for dinner. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, I still have some things to do, so let's not talk about it for now. I'll call you when I have nothing to do in the evening. Okay. Chu Xinxin responded with one word and then hung up the phone. Putting the phone in his pocket, Jin Dongxiang returned to the store with no expression on his face. It's not that he didn't want to accompany Chu Xinxin for dinner, but because every time he went out to eat with Chu Xinxin, Yu would be beside him. It was Yu whom he didn't like, and he hated Yu very much. Nothing good would happen when he saw this woman Yu. Moreover, he couldn't say it directly. He was worried that Chu Xinxin and Yu would be angry if he said it, but he couldn't stand it if he didn't say it, so it would be best if they didn't meet. Boss Jin, if you have anything to say, please leave first. We are here to take care of you. The worker said with a smile when he saw Jin Dongxiang coming in. Hearing this, Jin Dongxiang became even more unhappy. This is my own shop. I asked you to work here and you just worked hard. Why do you care if I am here or not? What? If I am not here, you can be lazy? If I am here, you will do your job well? Jin Dongxiang did not say what he was thinking, but responded with a smile, I don't have anything to do. What I have the most now is time. After hearing this, the workers didn't know what to say and just started working. Jin Dongxiang looked around the store. When the workers came yesterday, they plugged in the power and said that there was a problem with the wires and that the circuit needed to be rearranged. However, Jin Dongxiang looked around and found no signs that the wires had been disassembled or reinstalled. Did these workers cheat me? Actually, there was nothing wrong with the circuit, but these workers wanted to charge more money. But the wires had already been purchased yesterday, and he saw it with his own eyes. It was impossible that the workers would take them back after he left, right? Jin Dongxiang couldn't figure out the problem no matter how hard he tried, so he walked over to the worker. Did you have a receipt for the wires you bought yesterday? Bring it to me and see it. Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. After hearing this, the worker looked a little serious, as if asking why they wanted an invoice at this time. But he didn't dare to ask this question, so he looked at the other two workers. What? Don't you have the invoice? In order to appease the worker, Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, actually, I want these invoices to get reimbursed. After all, it's a lot of money. Boss Jin, it's not that we don't want to give you an invoice. We usually never think about reimbursement when we buy things, so we didn't ask for an invoice after we made the purchase. You didn't tell us earlier, otherwise we would definitely give you an invoice. The worker said helplessly. Oh, okay. Just take me to the place where you bought the wires yesterday and ask them to issue an invoice. That's all. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang took the lead and walked outside. When he walked to the side of the car, he turned his head and looked over, but the workers did not follow him. What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Let's go. Jin Dongxiang stood in place and shouted with a smile. He was now even more certain that the workers had used some tricks to cause the wires to malfunction yesterday. In fact, they did not replace the wires, and they even repaired them very easily. The workers had hesitant expressions on their faces but remained where they were. Three of them even stood together, looking at each other. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Jin Dongxiang walked closer and asked with a smile. Boss Jin, it's not that we don't want to go with you, actually. The worker paused as he spoke. What happened yesterday? If you have something to say, just say it directly. Jin Dongxiang still had a smile on his face. If you don't tell me, I will. Actually, the wires weren't broken yesterday. It was because they hadn't been used for a long time that the circuit breaker tripped, so there was a power outage. Another worker said directly, Boss Jin, you can punish us however you want, but please don't tell our company about this, otherwise we will be out of work. Yes, Boss Jin, this is all our fault. I will return the money to you. Please don't tell our company. We all have elderly parents and young children at home. We did this just to make more money. I will return the money to you now. The worker who collected the money said in panic. After saying that, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and transferred 6,000 yuan to Jin Dongxiang via WeChat. Boss Jin, the money has been transferred to you. We hope you can forgive us this time. The worker said in a pleading tone. It's okay not to tell your company, but I have a condition. After receiving the money, Jin Dongxiang looked at them and said with a smile. Chapter 52 Rewards. Boss Jin, please tell us what you want. As long as it's something we can do, we will definitely agree to it. The worker asked hurriedly, as if he had found a life-saving straw. Looking at their expressions, Jin Dongxiang wanted to laugh, but he couldn't laugh too wildly in such an occasion, so he forced himself to endure it. You should know the consequences of your actions. Not only will you face dismissal from the company, but if I call the police, you will also be subject to legal sanctions for fraud. Jin Dongxiang said in a deliberately mysterious tone. Boss Jin, please stop teasing us. Just tell me how you can keep from telling anyone about this? The worker asked anxiously. The more anxious they were, the happier Jin Dongxiang was. The more panicked they were, the more excited Jin Dongxiang was. My request is very simple. Please return half of the wages I paid you yesterday, and you can use the other half to help your family. As for the remaining half, I will return it to you when you have finished the decoration and I am satisfied with it. I think you will not refuse this condition of mine, right? Jin Doqiang asked with a smile. Several workers looked at each other, as if asking for each other's opinions. Jin Doqiang did not disturb them. He walked outside with a smile on his face, allowing them to discuss inside to their heart's content. Anyway, no matter what the final result of this matter is, Jin Doqiang will definitely benefit. If they agree, it will speed up their construction, but if they don't agree, Jin Doqiang will call the police and tell the people in their company. He can also get a compensation and even be able to renovate his 2 stores for free. After a moment, one of the workers came over with a wry smile. Boss Jin, do you think this will work? The money you gave us yesterday has already been divided among the 3 of us brothers. One of our brothers' family owes money to other families, and when we knew he made money, we went to collect it. Now he doesn't have that much money, so we will give you less, and you can give us the rest when you finish the work. The worker asked tentatively. He was very worried that Jin Doqiang would not agree to this request, and he was even more worried that this sentence would anger Jin Doqiang, which would then be a loss for them. Jin Doqiang didn't feel anything bad about what he said. As long as they could pay back some of the money temporarily, it would be fine. He would have to give it to them in the end anyway. Besides, every family has difficulties. Jin Doqiang's own family still owed more than 100,000 yuan to others. Jin Doqiang agreed with a smile. Okay, if your family is in trouble, we should help them. Just give out as much as you can. Anyway, it's just a deposit to me. When you've done the job and I'm satisfied, I'll return it to you. Hearing this, the workers looked hesitant again, as if they were worried that Jin Dong would be too strong and would not give them money in the end. After all, there were many such incidents, so it was normal for the other party to be a little hesitant. You can rest assured. I'm not the kind of boss who would hold the money and not give it to you. You should have been able to see that yesterday. If you hadn't caused such a scene today, I wouldn't have asked for any of it back. Jin Doqiang continued with a smile. Okay, let's put it this way. I'll transfer 30,000 yuan to you via WeChat. The worker smiled and took out his mobile phone to transfer 30,000 yuan to Jin Doqiang. Jin Doqiang took out his phone and collected the money. He looked at the workers and said, "This room is not very large, and my requirements are not very high. As long as you can do a good job, I will pay you more. As long as you do it fast enough, I can give you another 1,000 yuan as hard work fee." He knows how to be considerate of others. His 2 elders used to work in the countryside every day to earn their money. He knew very well that it was not easy for these people to earn money. They worked so hard every day, going out in the wind and rain. So the extra money he gave was considered as their food expenses and round-trip fare during the period when they were renovating the store. Thank you, Boss Jin. We will definitely finish it as soon as possible, and we guarantee that you will be satisfied at first sight after it is completed. When the workers heard that they would be paid more in the end, they were so happy that they started to make promises to Jin Doqiang directly. Jin Doqiang responded with a smile. Okay, go ahead. The worker entered the house and told the other 2 workers the news. The 3 of them changed their nervous expressions to happy ones, and without saying much, they started working. Jin Doqiang did not leave during the entire afternoon. He watched the workers work and bought them water and cigarettes. He said he had done his best. By 6 o'clock, it was already dark and the workers had finished their work for the day. They packed up their things, walked to Jin Doqiang's side, and said with a smile, "Boss Jin, we'll leave first." "Okay, I'm leaving too. Please be careful on the road," Jin Doqiang said with a smile. He watched the 3 workers get in the car, start the car and leave before he got in his own car. Sitting in the car, he hesitated. Chu Xinxin had called him several times today to invite him to dinner. If he did not accept, it would be a bit unreasonable. Besides, she had helped him so much yesterday, so he had to repay the favor. Just when he was thinking about whether to accompany Chu Xinxin for dinner, Jin Doqiang's cell phone started ringing. He raised it and saw that it was a call from Chu Xinxin. "What you think is what you get." Jin Doqiang muttered with a smile and answered the phone. "Hello, Jin Doqiang, do you have anything to do tonight?" Chu Xinxin asked expectantly. Jin Doqiang heard the tone of Chu Xinxin's words and responded with a smile. "Miss Chu invited me 4 times a day, how can I not go?" "You stand at the door of the company and wait, I will come to pick you up now." "Okay, I'll go downstairs now." When Chu Xinxin heard that Jin Doqiang accepted the invitation to dinner, she was immediately overjoyed and responded excitedly. Don't worry, it's the rush hour now. It will take me at least half an hour to get there. You wait upstairs in the company now. I'll call you when I get there and then you can come down. Jin Dongxiang stopped Chu Xinxin with a helpless smile. It is the rush hour after get off work, and this place is 10 kilometers away from Lanshan building. Even if there is no traffic jam, it will take about 20 minutes to get there. What's more, it is the rush hour after get off work and the traffic is even more congested. It will take at least 40 minutes to get there. Half an hour is already shortening the time a bit. Okay then, let me see if there's anything delicious to eat first. Chu Xinxin agreed with a smile. Chapter 53. Don't believe me? After hanging up the phone, Jin Dongxiang started the car with a smile on his face and drove towards Chu Xinxin's company. There was a severe traffic jam on the road. Half an hour had passed and they were still 5 kilometers away from the Lanshan building in the city center. Jin Dongxiang was really uncomfortable, but he was still a little lucky that he didn't ask Chu Xinxin to come down half an hour later, otherwise he didn't know how long he would have to wait. Time passed little by little, but the number of cars on the road not only did not decrease, but increased a lot. More than 10 minutes passed before Jin Dongxiang drove less than 1 kilometer. At this time, the phone rang. Jin Dongxiang took it out and took a look. It was Chu Xinxin calling. Hey, where are you? I'm waiting for you at the company gate. Chu Xinxin asked curiously. She was a little worried, afraid that Jin Dongxiang, who had already agreed to her invitation, would change his mind at the last minute and not come. After all, Jin Dongxiang said half an hour, and it had been almost an hour and he still hadn't come, which made her a little scared. I'm stuck in traffic on Gongye Road now. You go upstairs and wait. You can come down when I'm there. Jin Dongxiang said while looking at the traffic conditions ahead. He himself didn't know how long it would take, but it would definitely not be cleared immediately. Chu Xinxin frowned slightly and said lightly, Jin Dongxiang, you don't want to have dinner with me, so you deliberately made an excuse? I stood at the entrance of the company and didn't see any traffic jams. I've already promised you, and I won't change my mind easily. I'm really blocking you here. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a WeChat video for you to watch. Jin Dongxiang was helpless. He didn't expect that this girl didn't believe what he said. Okay, I don't have anything to do, so let's start a video and chat. Chu Xinxin agreed with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Jin Dongxiang opened WeChat and started a video chat with Chu Xinxin. In less than 5 seconds, the video was connected and Chu Xinxin's face appeared on the phone. Jin Dongxiang turned the phone's camera to the rear camera and aimed it at the traffic jam outside. What do you think? I didn't lie to you, did I? There really was a traffic jam, otherwise I would have arrived at the door of your company a long time ago. Jin Dongxiang said helplessly. You still don't believe me. If you don't believe me, why did you wait for me for so long? Why did you ask me to eat? Why don't you go find someone else? Do you only know me? Jin Dongxiang muttered in his heart. Okay, I misunderstood you, I'm sorry. Chu Xinxin said with a smile, how about I go in your direction, so that I can see you as soon as possible, and we can go to dinner as soon as possible. Forget it. There are so many cars on the road. If I miss it, I will have to turn back, and it will be a waste of time if I get stuck in traffic again. Just listen to me and go upstairs to wait for me. I will call you when I get there. Jin Dongxiang stopped Chu Xinxin from thinking. As soon as Jin Dongxiang finished speaking, the vehicles in front started moving. After driving 500 meters forward, Jin Dongxiang finally understood why the traffic jam was so severe. The 5 cars in front rear-ended each other, and it happened to be at an intersection. The traffic police car couldn't come over, so they parked far away and came over on foot to deal with it. Look, this is the reason for the traffic jam, and you still don't believe me. Jin Dongxiang took out his mobile phone and showed Chu Xinxin the scene of the car accident. Okay, I believe you. It's my fault. Come here quickly. I'll wait for you on the roadside. Chu Xinxin said with a smile. After driving this section of road, there was no traffic jam ahead, and soon Jin Dongxiang's car arrived at the entrance of Lanshan building. Jin Dongxiang saw where Chu Xinxin was and hung up the video chat. The car stopped in front of Chu Xinxin. Jin Dongxiang opened the window, smiled and said, "Where are you going, beautiful girl? I'll take you there." Okay, I wonder if the handsome guy needs a girlfriend. I don't have a boyfriend either. Chu Xinxin joked with a smile. But when Jin Dongxiang heard this, his face turned dark. He didn't feel that Chu Xinxin was joking. Instead, he felt that Chu Xinxin was speaking very seriously. No, I don't have any intention of finding a girlfriend for the time being, Jin Dongxiang said seriously. Seeing Jin Dongxiang's serious look and earnest tone, Chu Xinxin knew that Jin Dongxiang was serious. Don't think too much, I'm just teasing you. I don't really want to be your girlfriend. Besides, even if I want to be your girlfriend, you have to pursue me. I won't give myself to you for nothing. Chu Xinxin got in the car, glanced at him and said with a smile. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang's serious expression faded a lot, and he said lightly, "Don't make such jokes with me in the future. I am a man who has been hurt by love. I can't afford such jokes. I know. I will be careful about the scale of my jokes in the future. Don't worry." Chu Xinxin looked out the window and said expressionlessly. In her heart, she really had a crush on Jin Dongxiang, so she made such a joke to test whether Jin Dongxiang also had a crush on her. But who would have thought that it was just a joke, but Jin Dongxiang actually took it seriously, so seriously. Jin Dongxiang turned his head and looked at Chu Xinxin and asked with a smile, "Where are we going to eat?" "It's a bit cold today, how about eating hot pot?" asked Chu Xinxin. "Okay, I know a good hot pot restaurant. I'll take you there." Jin Dongxiang drove towards the hot pot restaurant where he had a date with Li Xiu. The hot pot in that place is indeed delicious, otherwise he and Li Xiu would not go there often to eat. And he took Chu Xinxin there not because he missed anything, but simply because he thought it was delicious. After arriving at the place, Chu Xinxin looked at the sign of the hot pot restaurant, then looked at Jin Dongxiang, and asked with a questioning look on her face, "How do you know I want to eat here? This hot pot is super delicious, and their crispy tripe is my favorite." "Oh, really? I used to often tell." Jin Dongxiang stopped talking halfway, and then changed his approach and started again. "I used to often come here to eat, it's delicious, and I like tripe very much." "Well, we too have a common hobby, hee hee," Chu Xinxin said with a smile, then got out of the car. Jin Dongxiang brought Li Xiu here to eat 2 days ago, and met the female WU. Today he brought Chu Xinxin here to eat again. When the waiter saw him, his face was full of envy. Chapter 54. It's you. Is there any room left? Chu Xinxin asked the waiter expectantly. How many people are you? The waiter looked at Chu Xinxin and asked. Just 2 people. Chu Xinxin responded. There is just 1 seat available. Please follow me. After saying that, the waiter led the way, and Chu Xinxin and Jin Dongxiang followed behind. After sitting down, Chu Xinxin looked at Jin Dongxiang with the menu and asked with a smile, "Can you eat spicy food?" Only spicy food is worthy of eating hot pot. Sure. Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. After a while, Chu Xinxin ordered the dishes she wanted to eat, and then handed the menu to Jin Dongxiang. Take a look at what you want to eat, just order it. I have a special VIP savings card here with money in it, and it can also get a discount. Jin Dongxiang didn't say anything, but smiled and nodded. After ordering 2 dishes he liked, he handed the menu to the waiter. When he and Li Xiu came here to eat, when they were paying the bill, they happened to meet a woman who was applying for a special VIP card. At that time, Li Xiu really wanted Jin Dong to get one. After all, he could get a discount, and as long as there was money on the card, he didn't have to worry about whether he had money on him to come here to eat. At first, Jin Dongxiang was very happy to agree, but after asking, the cashier told Jin Dongxiang that he needed to recharge more than 5,000 yuan to apply for special VIP. At that time, Jin Dongxiang was just a college student who had just graduated. He simply did not have that much money on him, and he had no way to ask his family for so much money at once. After all, it would cost 5,000 yuan to get a membership card just to have a meal. Parents from ordinary families would definitely not agree, let alone those from a poor family like his. In the end, he did not succeed in getting the special VIP status. Because of this, Jin Dongxiang was ridiculed by the cashier. Later, the store manager came over and fired the waiter on the spot, which made up for Jin Dongxiang's inner trauma. But despite this, he and Li Xiu were still angry about this matter. Li Xiu thought that after getting a card, they could still go to eat even if they had no money, and they could get discounts. This could be said to be a special benefit for people like them who often come to eat. However, Jin Dongxiang thinks it is a waste to spend 5,000 yuan on food and a card. Wouldn't it be better to use the 5,000 yuan to do something else? The 2 of them were in a cold war for about a week. Finally, Jin Dongxiang couldn't bear it anymore and took the initiative to contact Li Xiu. After explaining the reason to Li Xiu finally forgave him. Now that he thinks about it, perhaps the person who was processing the special VIP status at that time was Chu Xinshin, and it is possible that he and Li Xiu had been in a cold war for a week because of Chu Xinshin. Please wait a moment, it will be here soon. The waiter said with a smile and left their seat. After the waiter walked away, Chu Xinshin looked at Jin Dongqiang and asked, "Hey, did you see the way the waiter looked at you just now? He seemed full of envy and jealousy. What happened? Do you know each other?" "I don't know him. Maybe he has that expression because he sees such a beautiful woman like you next to me," Jin Dongqiang said with a wry smile and found an excuse. "Hey, let me tell you something really funny," Chu Xinshin suddenly said to Jin Dongqiang with a smile, her face looking very mysterious, as if it had not been told to anyone for a long time. "What funny thing?" Jin Dongqiang thought it was an internal matter of their company, so he asked curiously. But he didn't expect that Chu Xinshin's next words would hit the mark of his suspicions. Chu Xinshin said, "It happened a few years ago. I remember it very clearly. When I applied for this card, there was a couple. The woman also wanted to apply for it, but the man didn't have the money so he didn't apply. They were also ridiculed by the waiter. In the end, the woman and the man quarreled and left." After hearing this, Jin Dongqiang's face darkened. He looked at Chu Xinshin with a fierce look in his eyes and said lightly, "The man you are talking about is me, and the woman is my Li Xiu who refused to get on the wedding car on the wedding day because of money." Chu Xinshin, who was sitting opposite, had a smile on her face, but after hearing Jin Dongqiang's words, the smile on her face instantly disappeared and was replaced by an embarrassed expression. "I'm really sorry, I didn't know. If I had known, I would rather spend my own money to get a card for you than have you two quarrel because of me. I'm so sorry." Chu Xinshin clasped her hands together and apologized to Jin Dongqiang. "It's nothing. It's been a few years and I've forgotten it long ago." Jin Dongqiang shook his head and said, "It was indeed because I had no ability at that time. If I had ability and money, I would not have been ridiculed by a cashier, and I would not have blamed other people. If anyone really has to blame someone, it's Li Xiu herself. She was so materialistic at the time that she got angry with me just because of a membership card. If Jin Dongqiang had seen through her true colors earlier, he would have broken up with her. It's all because of love that has confused our eyes," Jin Dongqiang summed up a truth. At this time, the waiter came over with the bottom of the pot. "Sir, please move aside so that it won't spill on you." Jin Dongqiang leaned to the side to make room for him. After the waiter put the soup base on the pot, he brought over the dishes they ordered one by one. "Okay, let those unhappy things go with the wind, and eat quickly," Chu Xinshin said with a smile. Jin Dong strongly agreed with Chu Xinshin's words and echoed, "Yes, life is short, happiness is only temporary, and all troubles should be thrown away." The two of them started eating, chatting, and laughing. After the waiter left their table, he found another waiter and said with a smile, "Did you see the man? He was the one who brought a woman to dinner that night. In the end, I don't know if he was caught by his girlfriend. He became the focus of the whole place at that time. I didn't expect him to come to dinner again today. He doesn't feel embarrassed at all. Is this woman his girlfriend?" Another waiter asked curiously. "No, this is another one. I really don't know what's so good about real men. They are surrounded by so many women. It's really enviable and jealous." The waiter sighed. Another waiter looked towards Jin Dongqiang, and after seeing that Chu Xinshin looked like a fairy, he swallowed softly. "Maybe she's rich. Look at that woman. She must have had plastic surgery. Otherwise, how could she be so pretty? Is he rich? The man drives a BMW Mini. I checked and it's worth about 300,000 yuan. The woman is so pretty. If you want to find someone richer than him, there will be many. Forget it, let's not discuss this anymore. The manager will scold us if he sees us. Let's get back to work. Sooner or later, we will have so many beautiful women around us." After saying that, the two of them started to get busy. Chapter 55 Sister-in-Law? After the meal, Jin Dongqiang took the initiative to stand up to pay the bill, but when he walked to the bar, he was informed that the bill had already been paid. How could this happen? Jin Dongqiang asked the cashier. "Miss Chu is our special VIP, so you don't need to pay cash when you dine here. There is still a lot of balance in the card," the cashier explained with a smile. Jin Dongqiang was stunned when he heard this. Is this place so high-end? He took the initiative to help the guests pay the bill, but Chu Xinshin had been sitting in her seat without moving. No, return the money in her card and I will pay for the meal. Jin Dongxiang said with a frown. At this time, Chu Xinxin came over, stood behind Jin Dongxiang and said with a smile, "Don't argue with me. Since the money in the card has been paid, it cannot be refunded. But I should treat you to a meal. After all, you helped me so much yesterday." Jin Dongxiang turned his head and looked at Chu Xinxin and said with a wry smile, "It's okay. There will be many opportunities in the future. It's not like we won't see each other again after this meal." Chu Xinxin said jokingly, "Okay, let's go. Don't stand here stupidly." Being pulled by Chu Xinxin, Jin Dongxiang had no choice but to leave. The two got in the car. Jin Dongxiang started the car and asked Chu Xinxin, who was sitting next to him, "It's getting late, let me take you home." What Jin Dongxiang was thinking in his mind was that they would go their separate ways after dinner, so he took the initiative to offer to send Chu Xinxin home. But Chu Xinxin didn't think so. She had originally planned to go to the movies with Jin Dongxiang after dinner and then go home happily. After hearing Jin Dongxiang's words that he wanted to send her home, Chu Xinxin's smile disappeared immediately, and she muttered in her heart, "Is this a normal man? How come he doesn't have any romantic interests like other men? What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Jin Dongxiang saw the expression on Chu Xinxin's face and asked with a frown. Chu Xinxin reacted and said a little nervously, "Oh, no, since you want to take me home, let's go, I'll show you the way." "Yeah." Jin Dongxiang hummed, and then didn't say anything else. They drove along the route indicated by Chu Xinxin. Along the way, the two of them didn't say anything else except how to get there. Chu Xinxin was waiting for Jin Dongxiang to speak, while Jin Dongxiang was thinking about sending Chu Xinxin away as soon as possible so that he could go home and sleep. Soon, the car arrived at the gate of Haoruan Community, and Chu Xinxin said, "I'm here, thank you for taking me back." "It's nothing, just go in and don't let your parents worry." Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. Then he sat in the car and watched Chu Xinxin go in before preparing to leave. At this time, Jin Dongxiang remembered that after he saved Chu Xinxin last time, she gave him a bank card with 1 million yuan as a thank you. Now it seems that their family is really rich. Moreover, all the people living in Haoruan Community are rich people in Lanshan City. This place is not something that ordinary people can afford. After leaving Haoruan Community, Jin Dongxiang drove towards the ordinary community where he lived. Halfway through the journey, Jin Dongxiang saw a very familiar figure, and from the back it looked like the man was drunk, with a shaky walking posture. Getting closer, Jin Dongxiang confirmed that the owner of this familiar figure was Li Xiu. Why was she still outside so late at night? And judging from the way she walked, she seemed to have drunk quite a bit of alcohol. Although Li Xiu's attitude towards Jin Dongxiang was very bad yesterday, after all, the two had been in a relationship for 2 years, so Jin Dongxiang kindly stopped the car and quickly caught up with Li Xiu. "Why are you still outside? And you drank so much?" Jin Dongxiang pulled Li Xiu's arm and asked with a frown. Li Xiu turned her head and looked over. Her face was very red, like a monkey's butt. Looking at the person in front of him, Li Xiu said in a daze, "Who are you? Do we know each other? Let me go, I want to go home." "Why did you drink so much?" Jin Dongxiang muttered, pulling Li Xiu towards the car. "Come on, I'll take you home." At this time, not far away, in a black SUV, the man sitting in the passenger seat said calmly, "Brother Xiao, your point has been taken away by someone. Damn it, I followed you so far, just looking for a chance to take action, but I didn't expect someone like Cheng Yaojin to show up halfway. Let's go and rob him." Zhang Xiao cursed angrily, stepped on the accelerator and drove to the side of Jin Dongxiang's car and stopped. Lu Chang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, got out of the car first and pointed at Jin Dongxiang, threatening him, "Boy, let her go. She is my sister-in-law. If you dare to touch my sister-in-law, I think you don't want to live anymore." "Your sister-in-law?" Jin Dongxiang was a little confused. When did Li Xiu find a boyfriend? No, definitely not. Their family would definitely not agree to Li Xiu going out to find a partner now. After all, they were still waiting for Jin Dongxiang to send 600,000 yuan. Thinking of this, Jin Dongxiang turned his head and looked at Lu Cheng and Zhang Xiao, who got off the SUV. It was obvious that these two men were not good people. From the tattoos on their arms and the tone of their voices, they must have seen Li Xiu drunk and wanted to pick up the body. After guessing the other party's thoughts, Jin Dongxiang ignored them, but quickly stuffed Li Xiu into the car, and then walked quickly towards the driver's seat. But before he got there, Lu Cheng stopped him and said, "Boy, didn't you understand what I said? That's my sister-in-law, where do you want to take her?" "I'm sorry, I don't know you." She and I are friends. I haven't heard her say that she has a boyfriend, so please move aside. Jin Dongxiang did not show any weakness and spoke to the two people in front of him with a firm attitude. After hearing this, Lu Cheng looked at Zhang Xiao standing aside with a complicated expression on his face, as if he was asking what to do now since his friend had come and his identity had been exposed. Zhang Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Brother, I just met her last night. We went out tonight, but she left alone after drinking too much. I was worried about her safety, so I chased her out. Also, we had already confirmed our relationship when we went out tonight, so it's normal that you didn't know." Jin Dongxiang didn't know how to respond to Zhang Xiao's words. What Zhang Xiao said was very right. The relationship was only confirmed tonight, so it was normal for him, Jin Dongxiang, not to know about it. How can I believe what you say? Jin Dongxiang looked Zhang Xiao up and down several times, but still didn't believe it, so he asked in a puzzled tone. Chapter 56. Exchange. Boy, you'd better not be shameless. My elder brother has already given you enough face by talking to you with a smile. Put my sister-in-law down quickly, otherwise I will not be polite to you. Lu Chang, who was standing aside, couldn't help but started to threaten. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang no longer believed Zhang Zhao's words and wanted to leave as soon as possible. But this was not something he could decide. Zhang Xiao did not move and stared at Jin Dongxiang. Lu Cheng understood what Zhang Xiao meant as soon as he saw his expression and stopped Jin Dongxiang directly. What do you want to do? Jin Dongxiang asked nervously. Lu Cheng laughed and said, "What?" As soon as he finished his words, Lu Cheng punched Jin Dongxiang in the face. Lu Cheng used all his strength in this punch. Although he was not a martial artist, he often fought with others, and he was never vague when he fought. After being punched, Jin Dongxiang felt dizzy and golden stars appeared in front of his eyes. Brother, you'd better not meddle in things that are not your business, otherwise it will not do you any good. In a daze, Jin Dongxiang heard Zhang Xiao say with a smile. He shook his head, trying to regain some consciousness as much as possible, and looked at Zhang Xiao. At this moment, Zhang Xiao had already walked to the passenger seat, opened the door, and was about to reach out to hug Li Xiu, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Let her go. Jin Dongxiang shouted and rushed towards Zhang Xiao. But with Lu Cheng standing in front of him, he had no way of getting past him. Just as he got closer to Lu Cheng, he was kicked back by the other party. He staggered and fell to the ground. I'm telling you, my eldest brother has decided on this woman today, and you'd better pretend nothing happened. Lu Cheng walked over, pointed at the tip of Jin Dongxiang's nose, and then slapped Jin Dongxiang in the face. For Jin Dongxiang, who had never known how to fight since childhood, he had no idea how to deal with the current situation. He couldn't beat them, and he couldn't get close to them to rob them. If he called the police, the two men would have left by the time the police arrived. Even if he found them in the end, Li Xiu would have been abused by them. In desperation, Jin Dongxiang looked at Li Xiu, who was being helped out of the car by Zhang Xiao, and shouted loudly, Li Xiu, wake up quickly. For a drunk person, such shouting has no effect at all. Li Xiu looked at Zhang Xiao, who was supporting her, and said to him with a smile, handsome boy, have another drink. Seeing this, Jin Dongxiang really had no idea what to do. At this moment, the voice of Jin Xiuxiu suddenly came out, Master, do you need help? Yes, I need to, but I'm no match for them and there's no way I can stop them. Jin Dongxiang responded dejectedly. Don't worry, Master. I have a way, but I need you to use 50 points. Said Little Golden Hand. Points? What points? Jin Dongxiang asked, somewhat confused. Every time you use a skill, you will accumulate 10 points, so you now have a total of 100 points. 50 points can be exchanged for a basic martial artist skill, allowing you to easily deal with these two people. Jin Xiaoxiu explained. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang raised his head and looked at Zhang Xiao, Li Xiu, and Lu Cheng. If he didn't take action, Li Xiu would be taken away by them. Besides, this thing can be obtained by using skills, and you can get it slowly in the future. Besides, it's not a bad thing to have some kung fu. Thinking of this, Jin Dongxiang responded firmly, hurry up, help me exchange it now. In less than 10 seconds, Jin Dongxiang felt that many fighting methods and various simple moves appeared in his mind. With these, Jin Dongxiang slowly stood up and shouted to Lu Cheng, who was about to get in the car and leave, hey, is it not good to leave like this? Boy, I think you are looking for death. After hearing this, Lu Cheng turned his head and pointed at Jin Dongxiang and shouted. Forget it, Qingzi. There's no point in arguing with a guy who wants to be a hero and save the damsel in distress but has no real ability. Let's go quickly and don't let him ruin our good things. Zhang Xiao said with a smile as he sat in the driver's seat. Okay. Lu Cheng felt that this made some sense and ignored Jin Dongxiang, opening the car door and preparing to get in. When Jin Dongxiang saw his move, he rushed forward, came to Lu Cheng's side, and pushed Lu Cheng's head with his right hand directly against the car door. The movements were as smooth as flowing water. Jin Dongxiang himself felt a little unbelievable after performing such a move. Wasn't this little golden hand a little too magical? It could actually give him the power of martial arts. Moreover, after obtaining this power, Jin Dongxiang felt that his body seemed to have undergone a rapid transformation. His body was full of strength, completely different from before. Boy, you are looking for death. Zhang Xiao, who was sitting in the main driver's seat, saw Lu Cheng being beaten and took out 2 baseball bats from the car. He got out of the car, gave one to Lu Cheng, took one for himself, pointed at Jin Dongxiang and said, "Since you are looking for death, the brothers will meet your request. Lu Cheng, fight for me. I will take responsibility for any problems." Zhang Xiao said arrogantly. Their family is one of the most wealthy families in Lanshan City. They own a medium-sized supermarket located in an area with high traffic. Their business is very good. Moreover, Zhang Xiao is the only son in the family. His family members dote on him very much, which has led to him becoming what he is now. Okay, kid, I'll let you know the consequences of hitting me. Lu Cheng said as he walked towards Jin Dongxiang with a baseball bat. When it got closer, a baseball bat was swung down and hit Jin Dongxiang. Lu Cheng used all his strength to hit the baseball bat, and the bat was solid, so if it hit someone, they would definitely suffer serious injuries. Just as the baseball bat was about to hit Jin Dongxiang's head, he suddenly raised his left hand, grabbed the rapidly falling baseball bat, and then kicked Lu Cheng hard in the abdomen. Lu Cheng was shocked by Jin Dongxiang's behavior. Is he still the same idiot? How could he change so much in less than a minute? It was as if he had become a different person. Jin Dongxiang himself was also very surprised. He didn't have to think about what moves to use. His limbs moved naturally, and the power he unleashed was astonishing. "Qingzi, how are you?" Zhang Xiao pointed at Jin Dongxiang with a baseball bat and asked Lu Cheng, who was kicked to the ground. Chapter 57 Injured. Brother Xiao, this kid is a little weird. He was not like this just now. It's like he has become a different person in less than a minute. Lu Cheng held his stomach, slowly stood up and expressed his confusion. Yeah, I feel it's pretty weird too. Zhang Xiao turned his head and looked at Jin Dongxiang, saying calmly, "Boy, do you think you can fight with a knife no matter how good your skills are?" As he spoke, Zhang Xiao took out a dagger from his waist, and Lu Cheng also took out a dagger shortly afterwards, and the two of them pointed at Jin Dongxiang. Regarding the attack just now, Jin Dongxiang was full of confidence in his current abilities, and did not take the daggers in their hands seriously at all. Come on, give it a try. Jin Dongxiang walked towards the two of them with a confident smile. Zhang Xiao is no pushover, he has practiced taekwondo for more than 10 years and has some real skills. Seeing Jin Dongxiang coming over on his own initiative, he smiled faintly. Boy, you're looking for death. Zhang Xiao shouted and stabbed Jin Dongxiang in the abdomen with a dagger. The speed was very fast, but Jin Dongxiang's ability also showed extremely fast speed. Just when the dagger was about to reach his abdomen, Jin Dongxiang dodged the attack of the dagger by turning sideways. Humph! Zhang Xiao snorted coldly, and quickly turned the hand holding the dagger and stabbed towards Jin Dongxiang's abdomen again. This time Jin Dongxiang did not choose to dodge, but reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiao's hand. When he was about to punch him, he suddenly felt a burning pain in his thigh. Lu Cheng, who was originally standing there motionless, saw that Zhang Xiao's attack failed, so he assisted in the attack. When Jin Dongxiang was not paying attention, he stabbed Jin Dongxiang's thigh with a dagger. The pain in his thigh made Jin Dongxiang, who was originally planning to attack Zhang Xiao, stop. Seeing the right moment, Zhang Xiao attacked Jin Dongxiang again with a dagger, still aiming at Jin Dongxiang's abdomen, because he didn't dare to stab other places. If someone was killed, even if he sold the supermarket in his home, it would not be enough to compensate. The consciousness in his mind became firm for a moment, and enduring the pain, Jin Dongxiang stood up straight to block the dagger stabbed by Zhang Xiao, and then hit him in the cheek with a straight punch. This punch used all the strength of Jin Dongxiang's body. Zhang Xiao felt a black screen before his eyes, and he staggered to the ground, unable to move. Seeing this situation, Lu Cheng, who was about to continue his sneak attack on Jin Dongxiang, stopped his attack and looked at Zhang Xiao not far away. Brother Xiao, how are you? Brother Xiao, Brother Xiao. But no matter how Lu Cheng shouted, Zhang Xiao lay on the ground without moving. Because he was stabbed in the leg with a dagger, Jin Dongxiang did not attack Lu Chang at this moment. He covered the wound on his leg with one hand and stared at Lu Chang. As long as Lu Chang dared to attack him, he would knock Lu Chang down with one blow, just like he did to Zhang Xiao, and get himself out of danger as soon as possible. But Lu Chang ignored him and walked towards Zhang Xiao, who was lying on the ground. Seeing Zhang Xiao lying on the ground motionless, his body trembled, and he slowly squatted down and felt Zhang Xiao's nose. He's still breathing. He's not dead yet. Lu Chang shouted excitedly. Don't worry, I won't kill him. Jin Dongxiang said calmly while standing aside. Don't think that you can show off in front of us just because you got the advantage today. Let me tell you, kid, you are in trouble. From today on, I will arrange people to beat you up every time I see you on the street. At this time, Lu Chang did not forget to threaten Jin Dongxiang. He helped Zhang Xiao, who was lying on the ground, up, walked to the side of the car, and pulled Li Xiu out from the back seat. Li Xiu staggered and fell to the ground, but Lu Chang had no intention of paying any attention to her. He helped Zhang Xiao lie down in the back seat, got into the driver's seat, and drove away. Come on, handsome guy, have a drink with me. Li Xiu fell to the ground, but there was no sign of sobering up. She looked at Jin Dongxiang and said with a smile. Drink, drink, drink. What are you drinking? I'll take you home. Jin Dongxiang endured the pain in his legs, helped Li Xiu up, helped her to the co-pilot seat, and then he turned around and got on the driver's seat. I don't know what I did wrong in my previous life to be so entangled with you in this life. Didn't we agree to be strangers from now on? Why did the heaven tease me like this and let me meet you here? After muttering something in his mind, Jin Dongxiang started the car and drove away. But just less than 500 meters away, Li Xiu suddenly looked at Jin Dongxiang and asked in a very serious tone, Who are you? Where are you taking me? Let me off, I want to get off. Just do your job well and I'll take you home. You've had too much to drink. Jin Dongxiang responded in the same unpleasant tone. But this directly angered Li Xiu. She opened the car door and turned to look at Jin Dongxiang, who was driving. You bastard, let me out of the car, or I will jump out. Seeing Li Xiu's actions, Jin Dongxiang was shocked and quickly stopped the car on the side of the road. Fortunately, he was not driving very fast, otherwise Li Xiuzhen would have been hurt, and he didn't know how her family would treat him. After parking the car, Li Xiu got out of the car, slammed the door, and started to curse, You shameless bastard, you still want to do something bad to me, don't you know what kind of character you have? After cursing, she continued to stagger forward. Originally, Jin Dongxiang didn't want to bother with Li Xiu after hearing the insults and the pain in his leg, and wanted to let her fend for herself. But looking at Li Xiu's appearance, he was still worried, so he got out of the car and tried to pull Li Xiu in. Li Xiu, wake up. I'm Jin Dongxiang. I'm Jin Dongxiang. Please take a good look at me. Jin Dongxiang pinched Li Xiu's arms and shook them quickly, shouting while shaking, hoping to use this method to make Li Xiu more awake. But this method really worked. Li Xiu slowly woke up, and only stopped Jin Dongxiang when she felt the pain. Let me go, what are you doing? Are you shaking me like this to break me apart? Seeing Li Xiu sober up, Jin Dongxiang stopped and asked seriously, Why are you still drinking outside so late? What does it have to do with you? By the way, why are you here? Why don't I have any memory of what happened just now? Li Xiu asked a series of questions while patting his head lightly. I just saw you passing by, so I thought of sending you home. Also, 2 people just had bad intentions towards you. Fortunately, I showed up in time, otherwise you would have regretted it. Jin Dongxiang said proudly. Chapter 58 First Aid. You saved me? Li Xiu looked at Jin Dongxiang with questioning eyes. Hearing such doubtful words, Jin Dongxiang said unhappily, What? You don't believe it? Do you want me to take you to the police station and check the surveillance on that road? Seeing Jin Dongxiang so determined, Li Xiu couldn't say that she didn't believe it, so she just smiled and nodded without saying anything. Get in the car, I'll take you home, and then I'll go to the hospital to bandage my wound. Jin Dongxiang's leg was still bleeding, and he felt that his body couldn't bear it anymore and he might faint at any time and anywhere. Li Xiu did not get into the car, but looked at the place where Jin Dongxiang was covering with one hand. It was a short cut, but the wound was very deep and was still bleeding. If the bleeding continued like this, Jin Dongxiang would definitely die from excessive blood loss. Seeing this, Li Xiu believed what Jin Dongxiang had just said, and immediately helped Jin Dongxiang into the car, and then she sat in the passenger seat herself. Let's go, I'm awake. You were injured because of me. Let's go to the hospital first and get your wound cleaned. Otherwise, you will definitely get into trouble due to excessive bleeding, Li Xiu said with an anxious expression. I'd better send you back first. Otherwise, if something happens to you again, I can't bear the responsibility. Jin Dongxiang rejected Li Xiu's idea. If they really go to the hospital first, Li Xiu will be drunk again and disappear again. If anything happens, Jin Dongxiang cannot bear the responsibility. The Li family will definitely ask for a large sum of money. After all, they still have Li Sheng in their family. I'm awake now. I'm fine. Let's go to the hospital first, Li Xiu urged. Jin Dongxiang started the car without saying anything. The steering wheel was in his hands. He could go wherever he wanted first. Li Xiu had no say at all. But after driving less than 500 meters, Li Xiu asked Jin Dongxiang to stop the car again. Hurry, pull over, I want to vomit. Li Xiu covered his mouth and said hesitantly. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang stopped the car on the side of the road without any hesitation and turned on the hazard lights. Li Xiu opened the car door, walked out quickly, and vomited while standing not far away. Jin Dongxiang was sitting in the car. In order to avoid vomiting the hot pot he had eaten that night, he chose not to look at Li Xiu. After a while, Li Xiu got back into the car, still muttering, I feel better after vomiting it out. Then I'll keep going, Jin Dongxiang said. Let's go, but not this road. Don't think I'm drunk. I'm sober now. This road leads to our home. Now we are going to the hospital. Li Xiu looked at the roads on both sides, then looked at Jin Dongxiang, and said firmly. But Jin Dongxiang had no intention of paying any attention to her and continued driving. Maybe Li Xiu also discovered this problem, so she pulled the door open and threatened Jin Dongxiang, if you don't go to the hospital now, I will jump out of the car immediately. Just don't regret it then. Seeing Li Xiu's actions and the expression on her face, Jin Dongxiang knew that Li Xiu was not joking and was very serious. If he didn't drive to the hospital, Li Xiu would really jump out of the car. Okay, I lose. I'll go to the hospital now. Jin Dongxiang shook his head helplessly. He turned the car around and rushed to the hospital. There were no cars on the road at night, but Jin Dongxiang drove very fast because he was already slightly unconscious. If he didn't receive treatment, he would most likely get into a traffic accident due to excessive blood loss. He was very glad that Li Xiu didn't think about himself, but about him. When he arrived at the hospital, Jin Dongxiang had begun to see double. Nurse, doctor, help. As soon as she walked in, Li Xiu started shouting loudly. The shouting was urgent and loud, and it directly called over 4 or 5 nurses and 2 doctors. Hurry, nurse, doctor, help, there is a cut on his leg and it has been bleeding. Li Xiu briefly explained the cause of the illness. At this time, the nurse also saw that Jin Dongxiang's right leg was bleeding continuously, and the blood had dyed his pants and shoes red. How long has he been bleeding? The doctor asked. It should be half an hour, doctor, please save him quickly. Li Xiu said anxiously. Such a deep wound needs to be sutured. Take him to the emergency room and prepare for surgery. The doctor gave the order for surgery. When several nurses heard this, they pushed a bed from the side, asked Jin Dongxiang to lie on it, and then ran quickly to the emergency room. Li Xiu ran closely beside him until they reached the door of the emergency room, where she was blocked outside. Jin Dongxiang saw what just happened and felt very relieved. During the operation, after anesthesia, Jin Dongxiang lost consciousness and soon closed his eyes. Half an hour later, the lights in the emergency room were turned off, then the door opened and the doctor walked out. Li Xiu, who had been walking back and forth anxiously, saw the doctor and hurried over to ask, Doctor, how is he doing? The wound has been sutured, but you need to rest well because of excessive blood loss. The doctor said calmly, remember to pay the fee later. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. Li Xiu thanked the doctor repeatedly. The doctor left, and in less than 5 minutes, the bed was pushed out. Li Xiu became anxious again when she saw that Jin Dongxiang still had his eyes closed and there was bright red blood in the infusion bottle. Nurse, what happened to him? Li Xiu asked, looking at the unconscious Jin Dongxiang. It was the effect of anesthesia and he lost too much blood, so we gave him a blood transfusion. He will be fine after some rest. The nurse responded. After hearing this answer, Li Xiu calmed down her anxiety. Jin Dongxiang was seriously injured because of her. If something happened, how would she explain to the 2 elders of the Jin family? Moreover, Jin Dongxian was an only child, and the continuation of the Jin family would depend on him in the future. Following the nurse to the ward, Jin Dongxian was moved from the mobile bed to the bed in the ward, and 2 nurses pushed the bed out. The remaining nurse stayed in the ward and looked at Li Xiu and said, "The patient needs to rest well. If nothing happens, wait for him to wake up naturally and feed him something to replenish his blood. Also, pay the medical fee as soon as possible." "Okay, thank you, nurse." Li Xiu thanked the nurse. After the nurse left, Li Xiu took out a bank card from her bag. This was the salary card that Jin Dongxian gave her. She had never touched the salary in it. She had originally planned to use it in case of emergency after her marriage, but now she had no choice but to use it. Chapter 59 Self-Blame. With his bank card, Li Xiu found a place to pay and loaded a card with 10,000 yuan. After all, he could get a refund if he couldn't use it all. Besides, he had lost so much blood and had a blood transfusion, and he didn't know if this 10,000 yuan was enough. If it was not enough, he could load more. Holding the recharged card, Li Xiu came to the nurse's station and handed the card to the nurse, who deducted the cost of surgery, blood transfusion, nutrient solution, and bed. There are still 3,000 yuan in the card. The nurse handed the card to Li Xiu and said, "By the way." "Thank you." Li Xiu thanked him and returned to the ward with the card. Seeing Jin Dongxian lying on the hospital bed with no signs of waking up, she was very worried and even cried out of worry. "Look, if you don't have the ability, don't try to be a hero. You're seriously injured. If something happens to you, how can I explain to your parents? Besides, we've already had our farewell dinner and said we'll be strangers from now on. Why do you still care about me? I deserve what happens to me. It's the retribution I deserve. It has nothing to do with you. You shouldn't be like this." Li Xiu cried and spoke, unconsciously reaching out a hand to hold Jin Dongxian. During the 2 years they were together, the most intimate thing they had done was holding hands. Jin Dongxian didn't dare to think of anything else. Even if he did, he was worried that Li Xiu would not agree, so he never said anything that should be done between boyfriends and girlfriends. At this time, Li Xiu was really moved by Jin Dongxiang's behavior, and she was also thinking, if she privately decided not to take the 600,000 yuan, and the car and house all belonged to Jin Dongxiang personally, what would be the consequences of marrying Jin Dongxiang under such circumstances? But when he thought of his mother's appearance, Li Xiu dispelled this idea in his mind. If I really marry Jin Dongxiang like this, my family will definitely be in a rage and my future life will not be happy. Forget it. I'd better not waste his feelings and let him not be insulted because of me again. After 2 hours, Jin Dongxiang blinked slightly and slowly opened his eyes. I wanted to sit up, but I felt weak and dizzy. I simply didn't have the ability to do so. He could only lie on the hospital bed and look around. When he looked to the right, he saw Li Xiu already asleep on the side of the bed. In order not to wake Li Xiu up, he did not say anything, but just looked around. After knowing that he was in the hospital, he felt relieved. I reached into my pocket with my left hand and slowly took out my cell phone. I didn't know when the phone turned off. He turned on his cell phone and saw dozens of missed calls and text messages, all from his mother Zhao Fenfang. There has been no news about Jin Dongxiang and she is very worried. So Jin Dongxiang took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Zhao Fenfang, "Mom, I'm not going home tonight. My cell phone just ran out of battery. I just charged it and turned it on. I'll be back tomorrow." After sending the message, Jin Dongxiang put his phone on the table, slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Jin Dongxiang woke up early and when he looked to his right, he found that Li Xiu was gone. Has she left? Never mind. She did her best by staying with me for a whole night last night. After all, she didn't force me to save her. Jin Dongxiang thought quickly and looked out the window with a smile on his face. At this moment, the sound of a door opening was heard. Jin Dongxiang turned his head and saw Li Xiu, who was holding a bowl of porridge in her hand. You haven't left yet? Jin Dongxiang asked in surprise. You were injured so badly because of me. If I leave, would I still be a human being? Seeing Jin Dongxiang waking up, Li Xiu finally smiled. After she woke up this morning, she was very worried when she saw that Jin Dongxiang was still not awake, so she left the ward to buy some porridge, thinking that Jin Dongxiang could drink it after he woke up to replenish his energy. Let me help you up. Have some porridge. I just bought it. It's still hot. Li Xiu put the porridge on the table and was about to help Jin Dongxiang get up. No, let me rest for a while. I just woke up and I don't want to faint again. Jin Dongxiang stopped Li Xiu's action. He didn't have the strength to get up in the middle of the night, and his head was still in a daze. If he moved too much, he might faint again, which would not be worth it. After hearing what Jin Dongxiang said, Li Xiu didn't dare to act rashly. She stood aside and looked at Jin Dongxiang with a silly smile. What are you grinning about? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. I'm very happy to see you wake up. You know, if something happened to you, I wouldn't be able to explain to your parents. As she spoke, Li Xiu's eyes became red again. Seeing that Li Xiu wanted to cry, Jin Dongxiang couldn't stand it anymore and quickly stopped her. Don't cry, you know, what I can't stand the most is women crying. Besides, don't blame yourself too much. I just passed by and saw someone walking unsteadily, so I went over to find out it was you. If the person last night was not you but someone else, I would have done the same. Jin Dongxiang said in a comforting tone. The two chatted and laughed for a while, and Jin Dongxiang's body slowly recovered some strength. With Li Xiu's help, he sat up straight. Let me feed you, Li Xiu said while holding the porridge. Forget it, I'll do it myself. I'm not to the point where my hands and feet are paralyzed. Jin Dongxiang rejected Li Xiu's behavior. He took the porridge from Li Xiu's hand, picked up the spoon and started drinking. After drinking a few sips, Jin Dongxiang suddenly remembered that Li Xiu had not answered his question last night, so he asked again, by the way, you haven't told me why you are still outside alone so late, and you drank so much wine? Because of my brother. My mother said that my brother was in jail because of me. If I hadn't known you, been with you for 2 years, and talked about getting married, my brother wouldn't have been arrested. She kicked me out of the house, and I decided to go out drinking in a fit of rage, but I didn't expect what happened later. Li Xiu said with his head down. It's just as I guessed. Let me tell you, your brother is a troublemaker. Even if you didn't know me and met someone else, and talked about marriage with that person and failed in the end, your brother would still be like this. He is just that kind of person, and it's all because of your parents spoiling him. Jin Dongxiang said. There is something I want to ask you for help with. Li Xiu suddenly became serious and said to Jin Dongxiang while staring at him. Chapter 60 Li Xiu's decision. Jin Dongxiang turned his head and looked at Li Xiu. Seeing Li Xiu's serious face, he was full of doubts. What did this mean? Why did he suddenly become so serious? If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. There's no need to be so serious. As long as I can do it, I will do it. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Xiu's face was filled with excitement, and he quickly said, You can definitely do it. In fact, I just want you to be magnanimous and let my brother go. After all, he is still young and has grown up under the protection of our family for a long time. He has never experienced anything. After saying that, Li Xiu looked at Jin Dongxiang expectantly. She didn't have much confidence. After all, she had told a lie that day. It was good enough that Jin Dongxiang didn't blame her. Moreover, she had suffered such serious injuries last night. Now she was asking him to let her brother go. It was reasonable if he didn't agree. Jin Dongxiang, who was sitting on the hospital bed drinking porridge, didn't say anything, but stared at Li Xiu in front of him. He understood Li Xiu. After all, Li Xiu was kicked out by her parents last night because of Li Sheng's matter. If she hadn't brought her brother home today, her parents would definitely not let her in. If she goes out to drink because of her troubles at that time, and what happened last night happens again, it will be terrible. After thinking for a moment, Jin Dongxiang nodded and agreed, I will be discharged from the hospital this afternoon, and then we will go to the police station to pick up your brother. Thank you Dongxiang. Fortunately, you didn't bother with him, otherwise this incident would definitely cause him considerable harm. Li Xiu thanked Jin Dongxiang excitedly. Don't thank me. You spent the whole night here with me last night. I owe you a favor. I promised to let your brother out as a way of repaying you for the favor. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Just at this moment, the door of the ward suddenly opened and my mother-in-law walked in from outside. Jin Dongxiang, do you know why you ended up like this? Asked the mother-in-law with a look of disdain. Looking at his mother-in-law in front of him, Jin Dongxiang looked at Li Xiu again. How did she know that he was here? Did Li Xiu tell her? No, Li Xiu knew. I don't get along with her mother, so I shouldn't have told her mother on my own initiative. Li Xiu, who was standing by, seemed to understand Jin Dongxiang's look, and explained with an embarrassed face, I didn't go home last night. My mother was worried about my safety, so she called and asked me where I was. I said I was at a friend's house, but my mother didn't believe it. Finally, under my mother's questioning, I can only say that I was in the hospital with you." After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang did not answer. He turned his head to look at his mother-in-law beside him. He was waiting for his mother-in-law to perform and wait to see what she meant. "Jin Dongxiang, our Xiao stayed here with you the whole night last night. What is the relationship between you two? How could it make Xiao sacrifice so much?" asked the mother-in-law with a stern face. "Mom, last night." Li Xiu was about to say something, but was interrupted by her mother-in-law. "I don't want to hear your explanation, I want to hear Jin Dongxiang's explanation. My daughter just casually accompanied you in the hospital for a whole night. If I tell anyone, will my daughter be able to get married in the future?" After saying this, Jin Dongxiang finally understood that the purpose of his mother-in-law coming here was to make him marry Li Xiu, and the conditions for marrying Li Xiu might be much more stringent than before. "Just say whatever you want to say. There's no need to beat around the bush," Jin Dongxiang said calmly. The mother-in-law showed an evil smile on her face and said, "Li Xiu spent the whole night here with you last night. If you tell others about it without a name or status, people will laugh at you. So my request is very simple. As long as you agree to marry my daughter and give her a name, that's enough." "Ha ha. It's not just that simple, right? Are there any other requirements?" Jin Dongxiang asked with a sneer. When the mother-in-law heard this, she laughed and said, "My request is very simple. The 600,000 yuan I mentioned at the beginning is still 600,000 yuan, but your car and house must be given to Li Shang. I heard from Li Xiu that you opened a small restaurant. After you get married, this restaurant must also be given to Li Shang so that he can have a business in the future and will not be idle. My request is so simple, you should agree, right?" Jin Dongxiang looked at Li Xiu, who was standing aside, and asked with a smile, "Have you asked your daughter what she thinks? Her opinion? Her body and hair were given by her parents. Everything she has was given by me. Of course she will listen to me. Is there any need to ask for her opinion?" the mother-in-law said domineeringly. She did not even think about giving Li Xiu a chance to speak. Originally, when Li Xiu was alone at home, she was quite favored. Her parents loved her very much and would try their best to satisfy her with whatever she wanted. But the good times did not last long. After a few years, her parents wanted a second child, and it was a son. From then on, Li Xiu no longer had the life like a princess before. On the contrary, her parents taught her every day that she must love her younger brother, because he was the only son in the family and would be his parents' hope when he got married. In this way, Li Xiu was brainwashed little by her parents. She tried her best to satisfy her younger brother's wishes as long as he wanted to do something. Even after she graduated from university and started working, she gave her younger brother pocket money every month and also took out part of the money to subsidize the household expenses. Li Xiu's life from childhood to adulthood has been arranged by his family, so when he grew up, he had no ideas of his own. If she had any ideas of her own, she would not let her family make decisions for her. "Li Xiu, does your mother's words reflect your opinion?" Jin Dongxiang looked at Li Xiu expectantly. He wanted to give Li Xiu another chance. After all, every time Li Xiu said in front of him that she did it out of helplessness. Jin Dongxiang looked straight at Li Xiu, while Li Xiu's eyes were filled with hesitation. She looked at her mother and then at Jin Dongxiang, as if she was struggling with something in her heart. After a moment, Li Xiu seemed to have made up her mind. Her eyes were full of determination. She looked at Jin Dongxiang and said, "Dongxiang, I'm sorry. It wasn't easy for my mother to give birth to me and raise me. Now that I'm grown up, I can't go against her words. So if you want to marry me, do as my mother asks." After the words fell, the mother-in-law smiled and said, "Boy, did you hear it clearly?" Chapter 61 Breakup Fee. Jin Dongxiang, who was sitting on the hospital bed and drinking porridge, heard this and slowly put the porridge on the bedside table. In fact, he had already thought of this result, but he still wanted to hear the result from Li Xiu's mouth. "Very good, the result did not disappoint me. You should go home and be a good girl. I don't need your help here, let alone your company. Just treat what happened last night as a dream." Jin Dongxiang curled his lips and said with a sneer. Li Xiu's words made Jin Dongxiang completely desperate. He no longer had any extravagant desires in his heart. "Leave? What about what happened last night? My daughter stayed with you in the hospital for a whole night. What will others think if this gets out? How can Li Xiu marry someone else in the future? The mother-in-law said unyieldingly. After hearing this, Jin Dongxian laughed and said, if I hadn't saved her last night, she wouldn't know what would happen to her now, and I wouldn't be injured because of her. Injured? Who saw you injured? Who knew you were injured? I don't care, you have to compensate our Xiu. The mother-in-law finally said what she really wanted in her heart. She came here with only one purpose, which was to make Jin Dongxian compensate Li Xiu and make a huge sum of money from Jin Dongxian, so that when Li Shang needed money, she could use it for emergency. Jin Dongxian thought this was very funny. Who saw that he was injured? Doesn't lying in the hospital now prove that he was injured? Doesn't the surgery last night prove that he was injured? Doesn't the medical record prove it? If you want money, just say so directly, but this reason is a bit too hurtful. You can't take a penny from me, so go ahead. I don't want to argue with you. Jin Dongxian looked at Li Xiu and said, I just promised you that I will go back to the police station this afternoon to close the case and let your brother go home. From now on, we will have nothing to do with each other. I don't want the 300,000 you want either. Just consider it as your breakup fee. After saying that, Jin Dongxian lay on the hospital bed with the quilt covering his head. At this moment, he really wanted to cry, but this was not the place to cry, and there were outsiders here, so he could only endure it. Jin Dongxian, since you are breaking up with my daughter, the breakup fee cannot be less. 300,000 is far from enough. 2 years of my youth have been wasted on you. How many 2 years can a person have in his lifetime? So the breakup fee must be at least 1 million. When the mother-in-law heard that the two were breaking up, she immediately proposed the amount of the breakup. Mom, stop talking and let's go. Li Xiu spoke up to stop her mother-in-law from going any further. Xiu, don't look at your mother like this. It's actually for your own good. What if you can't get married in the future? And you don't have a job now, you can't just stay at home doing nothing all the time, right? Just take the money no matter what he asks for. When your brother gets married in the future, you can use it to support him, and you can also use it to deal with emergencies when your family needs money. The mother-in-law began to brainwash Li Xiu again. Jin Dongxian heard these words clearly. His mother-in-law was really a good mother. She even cursed her daughter that she would never get married. Moreover, in order to make her son's marriage smooth, she had already started to work hard on Li Xiu's feelings. Mom, let's talk about this later. After all, Dongxiang is angry now, and what he just said was just out of anger. Let him be alone for 2 days. Li Xiu made up a lie and said. She herself understood that her family's behavior was extremely shameful, but they were her parents after all, and she had no way to stop them from doing anything. Jin Dongxiang had already endured enough slander and insults for her, and she didn't want to continue like this. You. The mother-in-law was about to say something, but Li Xiu interrupted her and said, Mom, please stop talking. I just asked Jin Dongxian to go to the police station to rescue my brother. If he changes his mind now, my brother's matter will be delayed. Speaking of Li Shang, the mother-in-law immediately became serious. After thinking about Li Xiu's words, she felt that there was some truth in them. The mother-in-law said, Jin Dongxiang, you can put your affairs with Li Xiu aside for now, but Li Shang must come back this afternoon. Dongxiang, we're leaving first. You should have a good rest. Li Xiu followed. After about 10 seconds, the door of the ward opened and closed again. When Jin Dongxiang heard this, he slowly poked his head out from under the quilt. Thinking back to what his mother-in-law said just now, Jin Dongxiang really couldn't understand it at all. She could destroy the happiness of her own daughter for the sake of her own son. Is such a person worthy of being a mother? Is the son a biological child, but the daughter is not? After lying in bed and resting for more than an hour, Jin Dongxiang slowly got out of bed. At first he couldn't use strength in his legs, and after standing for a while he was able to use some strength. At this time, the nurse opened the door and came in. Seeing Jin Dongxiang standing, she said, Move slowly, don't move quickly. If the wound bursts, it will be troublesome. Thank you. Jin Dongxiang thanked with a smile. It's nothing. This is what we should do. After this bottle of water is finished, there will be no more medicine for today. You can move around in the hospital or choose to be discharged and recuperate at home, but you must come to change the dressing after 3 days. The nurse reminded. Okay, I understand. I will go through the discharge procedures in a while. Jin Dongxiang said. Then I'll be out first. The nurse said and left the ward. Jin Dongxiang was left alone in the ward again. He took a few slow steps, but due to the pain from his wound, he could not walk like a normal person and could only limp. After walking for a few minutes, he got used to it and started to pack up his things. His pants were covered in blood from last night, and there was a cut on them from a dagger. There's no way I can wear this. If I go home and my parents see the blood on it, they'll definitely be worried. No, I must buy a new pair of pants when I'm discharged from the hospital. Jin Dongxiang muttered to himself. At 10 o'clock, Jin Dongxiang changed his clothes, temporarily put on the pants he wore last night, and temporarily walked out of the ward with the medical records. Nurse, I'm going to go through the discharge procedures. How much did it cost last night? Jin Dongxiang asked. He lost consciousness after arriving here last night and didn't know that Li Xiu had already paid the money, so he asked the nurse. Oh, the friend who was here with you last night has already recharged the card. She asked me to give this to you. The nurse took out a bank card, a hospital recharge card and a note and handed them to Jin Dongxiang. Chapter 62 Discharge. When he saw the bank card, Jin Dongxiang immediately understood that this was the salary card he gave to Li Xiu when they were together. The purpose was to ensure that Li Xiu would not lack money to spend and would not have to worry about Jin Dongxiang having an affair or something like that. After such a long time, this bank card is finally back in my hands. I don't know if there is still money in the card. If there is no money, it will be useless to return it. By the way, sir, there are still 3,000 yuan in this card. You can withdraw it at the cashier when you get to the door later. The nurse reminded Jin Dongxiang when she saw that he had not left yet. This sentence pulled Jin Dongxiang back to reality from his fantasy. Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile, okay, I understand. Thank you. Holding the bank card and the recharge card, Jin Dongxiang took the elevator down to the first floor, found the payment counter, and handed the card to the staff. There are still 3,000 yuan in it. Do you want to withdraw it all? The staff asked with a smile. Yes, withdraw all, thank you. Jin Dongxiang thanked with a smile. After a while, the staff handed over a stack of cash. Jin Dongxiang took the money and left the hospital. After leaving the hospital, Jin Dongxiang limped to the parking lot, pressed the car key and was about to get in the car. But it was very difficult to get in the car. It didn't hurt so much last night, so why did it hurt so much today? After getting in the car with difficulty, Jin Dongxiang started the car and drove slowly. Jin Dongxiang felt very uncomfortable when driving. Since his right leg was injured, it was very painful for him to apply the brake and accelerator. Fortunately, Jin Dongxiang was very careful along the way. For safety reasons, he drove very slowly. The journey from the hospital to his home, which was supposed to take 10 minutes, took more than half an hour. When he got home, Jin Dongxiang parked the car and took the elevator to go upstairs. When he reached the door, Jin Dongxiang suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something, so he stood at the door and recalled it. A minute later, Jin Dongxiang remembered that there was blood in a hole on the pants caused by a dagger, so he should go buy a pair of pants before coming back. After thinking about it, Jin Dongxiang walked to the elevator entrance and pressed the down button, but at this moment, the door suddenly opened and his mother Zhao Funfang came out. The two saw each other, and Zhao Funfang smiled and asked, "You're back." "Well, Mom, are you taking out the trash?" Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. "Yes, last night your dad and I were thinking of cooking a new dish for you to try, but we couldn't cook it well. So much garbage was created. If it was left at home, it would definitely go bad, so I thought of taking it out." Zhao Funfang looked at Jin Dongxiang while holding the trash can, and asked doubtfully, "You're back, why don't you come in? What are you doing standing here?" "Oh, I just remembered that I left something in the car. I was going to go downstairs to get it, but now I don't want to go." "Mom, the elevator is here. You go take out the trash. I'll go into the house first," Jin Dongxiang said, pointing at the elevator. When Zhao Funfang heard this, she didn't doubt anything and slowly walked into the elevator. During this time, Jin Dongxiang stood there without moving. He didn't move until he saw Zhao Funfang go down in the elevator before he limped towards home. "I must not let Dad see the injuries on my body, just bear with it," Jin Dongxiang muttered to himself. Then I endured the severe pain and tried my best to walk normally, not with a limp. When he walked into the living room, his father Jin Jiangwo was watching the news on TV. After Jin Dongxiang came in, he greeted him and quickly walked towards his room. Originally everything was going smoothly and Jin Jiangwo did not notice the injury on his leg. But as soon as he opened the door of the room, he heard Jin Jiangwo's voice shouting from behind. Xianzi, I remember that when I bought this TV, it could connect to the internet. Can you teach me how to do it? Jin Jiangwo said with a smile. Okay. Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. But he did not walk towards Jin Jiangwo, but went straight into his own room and locked the door after entering. Xianzi, what are you doing? Jin Jiangwo's voice came from outside the door. Dad, wait a moment, I'll be out soon. Jin Dongxiang responded, then took out a pair of pants from the closet. After enduring the pain and changing into clean pants, Jin Dongxiang threw last night's pants into the trash can. He also tied up the bag and put it behind the door, thinking that he would take it out and throw it away the next time he went out. I have to find a reason to talk about my leg that won't worry my parents. It will be exposed soon, and then I can't tell the truth and make them worry, right? After sitting in the room and thinking for a few minutes, Jin Dongxiang decided to say that he sprained his ankle because he played too hard last night. This reason was acceptable, and his parents didn't have to worry. After thinking it over, Jin Dongxiang opened the door and walked outside. When he was leaving the house, Jin Dongxiang said as he walked, "Maybe I played too hard last night and accidentally twisted my ankle. When I woke up this morning, I couldn't even walk properly." The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but Jin Jiangwo could just hear it. He looked at the way Jin Dongxiang walked and saw that he was limping as if he had really sprained his ankle. "Your mother will go out to buy groceries later. I'll ask her to buy you some medicine for bruises and sprains. You can apply it yourself and it will be fine." Jin Jiangwo glanced at him for a few seconds, then turned around and continued to fiddle with the TV. After Jin Dongxiang came over, he slowly sat on the sofa, took the TV remote control from Jin Jiangwo, and started pressing buttons. After a series of operations, the TV interface changed to the interface of the online program. "Dad, that's all. You can search for whatever you want to see by yourself," Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. "You are young and you often watch such TV shows, so you can understand it easily. But it's different. I'm old and can't understand it. Please go slower so I can watch it more carefully." As he said that, Jin Jiangwo walked to Jin Dongxiang's side and sat on his right. Jin Jiangwo wanted to follow Jin Dongxiang's instruction and press one button, but when he took the remote control, his left hand accidentally touched Jin Dongxiang's leg. It wouldn't have been a big deal if it had touched Jin Dongxiang, but with such a long leg, it could have touched anywhere else, but it just happened to touch the wound on Jin Dongxiang's body. The stitches were just put in last night and were already very painful. This touch made it even more painful. Jin Dongxiang couldn't help but scream. "Ah!" When Jin Jiangwo heard this voice, he looked at Jin Dongxiang with confusion on his face. "What's wrong with you?" Jin Jiangwo asked puzzledly. Chapter 63 Dragging. At this time, Jin Dongxiang was very anxious. He didn't know how to explain it. He sat on the sofa hesitantly, lowered his head and said nothing. "Xianzi, did I touch your foot?" Jin Jiangwo asked with a worried expression. "It's nothing, Dad. Just try it yourself. It's just one step. Go to the main menu and then select online TV." Jin Dongxiang instructed him verbally, then stood up and slowly walked towards the room. After returning to the room, Jin Dongxiang locked the door. He was worried that his mother Zhao Fanfan would come back and worry about him after hearing what his father Jin Jiangwo said, and then open the door directly. It would be troublesome if she saw gauze wrapped around Jin Dongxiang's leg. After locking the door, Jin Dongxiang lay on the bed, found as comfortable a position as possible, took off his pants, looked at the red blood on the gauze, and wanted to clean it with a tissue, but he didn't understand these things. It would be terrible if he accidentally got the wound infected. At this moment, Jin Dongxiang's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out of his pocket and took a look. It was a call from Chu Xinxin. "Jin Dongxiang, I have 2 movie tickets here. Can you accompany me to the movies?" Chu Xinxin asked expectantly. "No, after I sent you home last night, I met a friend on the way. She was in danger, so I stopped the car to help. I suffered some minor injuries and am recuperating at home." Jin Dongxiang roughly recounted what happened last night. He didn't go into detail. On the one hand, he was worried that his parents outside might hear what he said. On the other hand, Chu Xinxin and Li Xiu didn't know each other, so there was no need to go into so much detail. "Is your injury serious? Have you gone to the hospital? Or should I come over to see you?" Chu Xinxin asked 3 questions in a row. "I've been to the hospital and had the bandages put on. I'm fine. You don't have to come over." Just go to the movies by yourself. I can't accompany you. Jin Doxiang said with a smile. This is also his true inner thought. He doesn't want to stay with Chu Xinxin for a long time, otherwise, problems will easily arise. If others saw it, they would definitely go to the company to publicize Jin Doxiang's affairs. After thinking it over again and again, Jin Doxiang decided to forget it. In the evening, Jin Doxiang put on his clothes and limped out of the room. His mother Zhao Fenfang was standing beside the dining table, staring at him. Shanzi, what's wrong with your legs? Why do you limp when you walk? Zhao Fenfang stared at his legs in a daze. What? Didn't my dad tell you? I played too crazy at my friend's house last night and sprained my foot. I didn't feel anything when I came back today, but after I rested for a while after entering the house, the pain came up. It must be a bone injury. I will be fine after 2 days of rest. Jin Doxiang explained. Your father didn't tell me, does he know? Zhao Fenfang turned her head and looked at Jin Jiangwo, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and asked. I know. I came into the room, changed into clean clothes, and turned on the TV for him. He saw my legs and I explained it to him. I thought he would tell you when you came back, but I didn't expect he didn't tell you. Jin Doxiang said with a smile. After hearing this, Zhao Fenfang walked towards Jin Jiangwo and accused him. Look at you, you just watch TV all day. Why didn't you tell me when your son sprained his ankle? After you came back, you started busy sweeping and mopping the floor. I was so engrossed in watching TV that I forgot to tell you. Jin Jiangwo responded with an embarrassed expression on his face. Xianzi, mom knows a place that does great foot massage. I'll take you there after dinner. Zhao Fenfang said worriedly. Upon hearing this, Jin Doxiang became anxious. He walked with a limp because of a leg injury. If he really asked someone to massage his feet, wouldn't that expose his injury? By that time, my parents would definitely be worried about the injury on my leg and would ask me exactly what happened. Thinking of this, Jin Doxiang began to think about how to deal with it. Let's eat first, and then we'll go after dinner. Jin Jiangwo stood up and said. While eating, Jin Doxiang thought of a good idea. He would say that he was too tired from playing last night and wanted to rest early, and go tomorrow. The longer he could delay, the better. When tomorrow comes, he would say that he had something to do and would go when he had nothing to do. He would delay day by day, and by that time his leg injury would heal and he wouldn't need to go to have it massaged. Thinking of this, Jin Jiangwo decided to implement it this way. After dinner, Jin Doxiang stood up and said, Mom and Dad, I played for too long last night and didn't sleep well. I'm going to rest first. I'll wait until tomorrow to massage your feet. The sooner you get treatment, the sooner you'll recover. If you delay it for too long, I'm worried it might damage the bones. Zhao Fenfang said with a worried look on her face. It's okay, Mom. I know my own body. If the pain really couldn't be endured, I would definitely not hide it from you. Jin Doxiang said with a smile. Yes, the child knows his own body. Wouldn't it be better to let him slowly move around and recover? You are just worrying too much. Jin Jiangwo, who was sitting aside, echoed. Okay, then you must tell me if you feel any pain, and we will go to treat you as soon as possible. Zhao Fenfang reminded. After hearing this, Jin Doxiang nodded heavily and agreed. Jin Doxiang limped back to the room, locked the door and got straight into bed. The next day, Jin Doxiang slept until noon and only woke up when his mother Zhao Fenfang called him to eat. After getting out of bed, Jin Doxiang had somewhat adapted to the pain in his leg, and he no longer limped as badly when he walked as he had yesterday. After getting dressed and washing up in the bathroom, Jin Doxiang walked towards the restaurant. Xianzi, is your foot feeling better? Zhao Fenfang asked. Much better. Look, it doesn't hurt as much to walk today as it did yesterday. Jin Doxiang said as he took a few steps to let her see. I'm glad you're feeling better. Come and have dinner. Zhao Fenfang smiled. After lunch, Jin Doxiang found an excuse and left home. After leaving home, Jin Doxiang had nowhere to go, so he came to the rented storefront, wanting to see how the workers were doing. When we arrived, the store door was locked. The workers must have gone out to eat. That was pretty good. They locked the door before leaving today. Since there was nothing else to do, Jin Doxiang sat in the car and waited for the workers to come back. Chapter 64 Release. More than an hour later, the workers came back and saw the BMW Mini parked at the door. They knew it was Jin Doxiang. One of the workers walked to the car, looked inside through the window, and found that Jin Dongxiang was already asleep in the car, so he did not disturb him. After opening the shop door, 3 workers started working. In the end, Jin Dongxiang was woken up by the sound of cutting wood. Rubbing his eyes and looking into the store, Jin Dongxiang saw the workers working, so he opened the door and walked down. After entering the store, Jin Dongxiang saw the general appearance of the decoration, which was all done according to his requirements. He nodded and indicated that it was very good. "Boss Jin, what's wrong with your leg?" the worker asked when he saw Jin Dongxiang limping while walking. "I played too hard with my friends the night before yesterday and accidentally twisted my ankle." Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, "Go and get busy, don't worry about me." "Did you sprain your ankle?" "That's great. I know how to massage feet. Let me treat you?" the worker said to Jin Dongxiang with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jin Dongda was shocked. He had not expected that this worker could be so versatile. He not only had the skills to decorate the house, but also the skills to work with the human body. "No need, I'm much better now." Jin Dongxiang refused with a smile. After standing in the store for a while, Jin Dongxiang felt some pain in his legs. He told the workers to work hard and then got back into the car. Sitting in the car, Jin Dongxiang was bored and started playing with his mobile phone. At this time, Li Xiu called him. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Jin Dongxiang answered the phone and asked lightly. "Didn't you promise me yesterday to let my brother out? Why haven't I seen my brother until now?" Li Xiu asked in a voice full of doubt. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang suddenly remembered what he had promised Li Xiu yesterday. He told Li Xiu yesterday morning that he would release her brother after he was discharged from the hospital. "I was busy with something yesterday afternoon, and in my anxiety I forgot about your brother's matter. I'll go now." Jin Dongxiang started the car and said, "I'll go with you, so that my brother won't do anything to you again." Li Xiu said in a worried tone. "No need, I can go by myself. I believe that Li Sheng will change after this incident." Jin Dongxiang refused with a smile. "Okay, then I'll wait for news at home." Li Xiu responded and hung up the phone. Putting the phone on the passenger seat, Jin Dongxiang quickly rushed to the police station. After arriving at the police station, I found the police officer who handled the case that day. "Hello, I'm here to withdraw the case," Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. "Withdraw the case? Have you already discussed it privately?" the police officer asked in surprise. "After all, this is not a small matter. If you prosecute highway robbery, it will take at least 3 years. Yes, his family has already apologized to me, and Li Sheng is still young, and no one wants his criminal record to appear in his information," Jin Dongxiang explained. "Okay, I'll print out a settlement agreement for you. When you all sign it, he can be released," the policeman said with a smile. "Yes." Jin Dongxiang nodded and agreed. Nearly an hour later, the police came over with Li Sheng holding the settlement agreement. "This is the settlement agreement. As long as you sign it, if something similar happens again in the future, you just need to call the police and we will arrest him directly. Please take a look at it," the policeman said and handed over the settlement agreement. Jin Dongxiang took a look and felt that there was no problem, and Li Sheng's signature was already there, so he took the pen and signed and pressed his fingerprint. "Okay, you can leave now. Remember, never do this again, otherwise the law will not let you go." The policeman looked at Li Sheng and warned. Here Li Sheng was very obedient. He nodded and agreed with a smile without any resistance. After coming out of the police station, Li Sheng's attitude towards Jin Dongxiang changed 180 degrees. "Jin Dongxiang, don't think that I will thank you if you let me out of here today. You are wrong. Not only will I not thank you, but I will hate you. You'd better not fall into my hands in the future, otherwise I will make you experience the consequences of a life worse than death," Li Sheng threatened with a fierce face. "Ha, I didn't expect you to thank me, but I also didn't expect that you still didn't repent after being in there for so many days. If I had known this would happen, I might as well let you stay in there." Jin Dongxiang glanced at him and said lightly, "If you really have the guts, come to me. I'll be waiting for you." After saying that, Jin Dongxiang walked straight to the car, got in, started the car and left. Li Sheng stood alone at the door of the police station, waited for 10 minutes, hailed a taxi and left. After returning home, Li Xiu and his mother were very happy and asked him if he had suffered in there. Li Sheng responded calmly, "Nothing. These few days in there made me think through a lot of things. Don't worry, I will never do this again. Well, it's good that you know you were wrong. In fact, the car accident had nothing to do with Jin Dongxiang, and it was he who solved the accident in the end, so the other party did not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, based on the other party's determined look that afternoon, he would definitely send you to jail, and the result would be different now. Li Xiu said lightly. Yeah. Li Sheng nodded and responded with one word, then walked into his room. Seeing Li Sheng's appearance, Li Xiu and her mother were very surprised. Li Sheng was not like this before. How come he had changed so much in just a few days? On the other side, after leaving the police station, Jin Dongxiang came to the hospital and asked the nurse to help change his medicine. He looked at the wound on his leg and found that it had recovered so quickly that the nurse was surprised. Jin Dongxiang's mind turned, and he thought of Jin Xiuxiu. It is possible that Jin Xiuxiu helped him recover his body while he was sleeping, so he was not in so much pain today. Thinking of this, Jin Dongxiang felt that this little golden hand was truly omnipotent, and if it weren't for the little golden hand, who knows what Jin Dongxiang would be like now. After leaving the hospital, Jin Dongxiang drove home. When he got home, Jin Dongxiang walked around and found that no one was at home, so he returned to his room. Jin Dongxiang was lying in bed with nothing to do, so he took out his mobile phone and started reading the latest news. After reading for about half an hour, Jin Dongxiang was about to fall asleep when his mobile phone suddenly rang. Chapter 65 Preparation for Opening. Jin Dongxiang woke up from a half-sleep and took a look at the caller ID on his phone. It was an unfamiliar number, and he had no impression of this phone number in his mind. After the call was connected, Jin Dongxiang didn't say anything, waiting for the other party to speak. The other party didn't speak either, waiting for Jin Dongxiang to speak. The call was connected in silence for a minute. Jin Dongxiang wondered which idiot called to play a prank on him, so he hung up the call, put down his phone and prepared to go back to sleep. But less than 10 seconds after he put it down, he hit me again. Jin Dongxiang answered the phone and still didn't speak. The other party didn't speak either, and the phone remained silent again. But this time Jin Dongxiang did not choose to hang up the phone. He was worried that the other party would call again and it would disturb his sleep. After answering the phone and putting it aside, Jin Dongxiang was about to fall asleep. Perhaps it was because of my heavy breathing when I was sleeping, the other party cursed me and hung up the phone, but he called again not long after. Jin Dongxiang was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. He couldn't bear it any longer, so he answered the phone and started swearing. Who the hell are you? Can you let me sleep? You answered the phone and said nothing. You acted like a ghost. Who are you trying to scare? Ha, you are the man who heroically saved the beauty that night, right? I'm Zhang Xiao, do you remember? A cold laugh came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Xiao? I don't know him. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Jin Dongxiang was about to hang up without thinking much. Don't be anxious. You still remember that night when you hit me, right? You'd better be careful. When you go out at night, check if there is anyone following you. When you drive, be careful and look at both sides of the road to avoid being hit by anyone. Zhang Xiao on the other end of the phone said in a threatening tone. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang recalled that night, with the help of Jin Xiaoxiu's power, he did beat the gangster, but he did not kill him. And he heard another person named Qingzi call the beaten man someone like Brother Xiao, and the person who called was called Zhang Xiao, so it seemed that it should be him. If you really have the ability, come find me. I'll be waiting for you. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile and hung up the phone. He now possesses the ability of a primary warrior given by the Golden Hand. He does not need to be afraid of ordinary people and can deal with them in no time. On the other side, Zhang Xiao, who was hung up on, was so angry that he threw his phone directly. He had asked several people for Jin Dongxiang's number, but he didn't expect that the other party would dare to hang up on him. Qingzi, can you remember what that man looks like? Zhang Xiao asked Lu Chang. Of course, Brother Xiao, what do you want to do? Lu Chang asked respectfully. Take your men with you and wander around the streets if you have nothing to do from today on. Beat him up if you see him. Beat him hard. I will be responsible if anything goes wrong. Zhang Xiao said fiercely. But Brother Xiao, we don't know where he often hangs out. If we knew, we could stake out and catch him. Now we're just searching aimlessly. Lanshan City is so big, how can we find him? Lu Chang said hesitantly. Then find someone to ask. I just don't believe that among so many brothers, no one knows Jin Dongxiang. Zhang Xiao said. Jin Dongqiang? Okay, I'll find someone to ask now. Lu Chang said. On the other side, after Jin Dongqiang hung up the phone, he fell asleep. He didn't think about how powerful the other party was and what he could do to him. After all, this is a society ruled by law, and if he really can't solve the problem, he can call the police. When he woke up, it was already night. Jin Dongqiang's cell phone ringing woke him up from his dream. After taking a look at the caller ID and seeing it was his mom, he hung up the phone. I got up, opened the door and walked out. When I got to the living room and saw my parents preparing dinner, I said, I'm at home. I didn't go out. Oh, I was wondering why you didn't answer the phone. Zhao Fenfang said with a smile, hurry up and wash your face and come over for dinner. Jin Dongqiang went to the bathroom, washed up, and when he came out, the food was already on the dining table. Xianzi, when will the restaurant open? Your father and I have been idle at home for such a long time, so we might as well go back to the countryside and come back when the restaurant opens. Zhao Fenfang asked. It will be done soon. I went to see the decoration of the store this afternoon and it is almost ready. We will open it directly after the decoration is completed. You will be busy then. You can take a good rest while you are free these few days. Jin Dongqiang said with a smile. Okay, I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I'll go shopping with your dad and buy some bowls, chopsticks, spoons and other things. We'll wash them at home and they can be used directly when the restaurant opens. Zhao Fenfang said with a smile. I'll buy the table and chairs online and have them delivered directly to the store. Jin Dongqiang suddenly thought of the electric car he bought for his parents online that night and asked, has the electric car been delivered? The one I bought isn't too big, so it should be able to be put in the elevator and sent upstairs. It was delivered yesterday afternoon. Your mother and I went out for a ride today. It was pretty good. Jin Jiangwo said calmly. After dinner, Jin Dongqiang and his friends sat in the living room, watching TV and discussing the opening of the restaurant. Why don't we find a small-scale performance and have them perform, so that more people can know that our restaurant is open? Jin Dongqiang suggested an idea. No, our restaurant is not very big, so there is no need to make it so grand. We can just hand out some flyers and let people around us know. Mother Zhao Fenfang rejected Jin Dongqiang's idea. Yeah, let's listen to your mother. Let's just make some flyers and distribute them at the school gate to let students know that a new restaurant has opened next to the school. Jin Jiangwo echoed. Okay, then let's do as you said. I'll go to the copy shop to make some flyers and offer some simple benefits, such as giving away drinks with meals, or giving away 10 yuan for recharging a card for 100 yuan, to attract students' attention. Jin Dongqiang said with a smile. In fact, many restaurants are using this method. After all, as long as you give it away for free, people will feel that they are getting a good deal, and they will often dine at your restaurant. Moreover, word of mouth can spread from 1 person to 10 people, and from 10 to 100 people. At that time, it will be hard for business to be bad. This activity is good. Those students have worked very hard. Some of them recharged in advance so they don't have to worry about not having money for meals later. Others only have money for meals but not for water. If we give them a bottle of drink for free, they will have a better impression of us. Mother Zhao Fenfang agreed with a smile. Chapter 66 Kneel down and apologize. After dinner, Jin Dongqiang's cell phone started ringing. He took it out of his pocket and took a look. It was a call from Li Xiu. Hey, what's wrong? Jin Dongqiang asked expressionlessly. Li Sheng was released this afternoon. He had done what he promised. Why did Li Xiu call at this time? Could it be that her mother-in-law had brainwashed her again and asked her for money? Dongqiang, I just heard Li Sheng calling someone and telling them your information. Did you offend someone? Li Xiu asked in a worried tone. Ha, who can I offend? Maybe your brother is just angry and wants to find someone to deal with me. Jin Dongqiang said with a sneer. Recently, apart from sending Li Sheng to jail, Jin Dongqiang has not provoked anyone else. If anything, he beat up Zhang Xiao and Lu Chang when he rescued Li Xiu last night. Moreover, this afternoon when Jin Dongqiang was sleeping, Zhang Xiao got his phone number from somewhere and threatened him. They might have found someone at the vehicle management office through the license plate and asked for the phone number. Could it be that Li Sheng knew Lu Chang and the others? No, they definitely didn't know each other. Zhang Xiao was from a wealthy family, while Li Sheng was from an ordinary family. Moreover, he was a gangster, while Li Sheng could be considered a rebellious teenager at best. No, someone called him and he told others the news. Is it possible that you saved me that night and the other party was so angry that he asked someone about you? Did he want to take revenge on you? Li Xiu thought of a possibility and said nervously. I don't know, who cares? Let him do whatever he wants. I'm not afraid anyway. Jin Dongxiang said calmly. He now possesses the primary warrior abilities exchanged with Golden Little Hand. Ordinary people have no way of getting close to him. If they want to cause harm to him, they can only find those who practice martial arts. I'm just telling you, that's all you need to know. I can't help you with anything else. Besides, this news is my reward for saving me last night. Suddenly Li Xiu's tone became much colder. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang held his phone without painting and muttered in his heart, is this woman mentally ill? She was fine just now, but in just a few seconds she seems to have become a different person. Thank you then. Jin Dongxiang said this and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Fanfan looked over with a smile and asked, Shanzi, is this Li Xiu? If you have nothing to do, bring her back to sit down with you. Jin Dongxiang's mother had not met Li Xiu many times. It was not that Jin Dongxiang was unwilling to take her home, but that Li Xiu was unwilling to go home with him. She said that Jin Dongxiang's family was too poor, and it would be too hot or too cold if she went home with him, so it would be better for her to sit comfortably at home. Moreover, they can't even get married now, and their relationship is hot and cold, so there is even less reason for him to bring Li Xiu back. But my parents didn't know much about the relationship between them, and Jin Dongxiang didn't say much about them when he returned home. I'll bring him back if I have a chance. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, Mom and Dad, I'm going back to my room first. Okay. Zhao Fanfan responded. Back in the room, Jin Dongxiang took out his cell phone and started playing. As for Zhang Xiao and the others, Jin Dongxiang didn't take them seriously at all. They were just a bunch of hooligans. When they came to find him, he would make them suffer a little and they would give up. But at this moment, Jin Dongxiang's cell phone rang, and the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. After answering the phone, Jin Dongxiang asked calmly, Who is it? I, Jin Dongxiang, have found your house. Hurry up and get out here, kneel on the ground and apologize to me. I can forgive you. Otherwise, I will make it impossible for you to live here in the future. Zhang Zhao's voice came from the receiver. Hearing this, Jin Dongxiang got off the bed, walked to the window, looked downstairs, but did not see Zhang Xiao or Lu Chang. Could this group of people have found a house in the countryside? Humph, from the information he got from Li Shang, at most he knew where he lived before, and he had no idea that his family had already moved here. You are at our door? Why didn't I see you? I'm standing at the door now. Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. Jin Dongxiang, you'd better stop playing tricks. Listen carefully to the sound of the car horn. Zhang Xiao said angrily, and then the sound of a car horn came from the receiver, but there was no sound of a car horn in the community where Jin Dongxiang lived. What? Do you think your car horn sounds nice? If you want to listen to it, go home and listen to it slowly. I don't have the time to listen to your car horn. If you have nothing to do, hang up. Don't disturb my rest. The more Jin Dongxiang spoke, the colder his voice became. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang hung up the phone directly. Now he was not worried at all. The whole family lived in the city and there was no one in the old house. They could do whatever they wanted. If they went too far, someone would naturally appear to stop them. Lying on the bed, he put his phone directly on the bedside table, then closed his eyes and prepared to sleep. Early the next morning, Jin Dongxiang got up early, went out of the room, washed up, and went to the living room. Get up, sit for a while, we'll eat soon. Mother Zhao Fanfang said with a smile. Yeah. Jin Dongxiang sat on the sofa and took out his mobile phone to play. After a few minutes, Father Jin Jiangwo came out of the room, cursing. Dad, what's wrong? Why are you so unhappy so early in the morning? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. I don't know who it was, but he honked his car horn at the door of our old house last night until late at night. The old neighbors around here came out to stop him, but the other party said he was looking for someone there and was afraid he wouldn't find him if he didn't honk. But the sound of the horn has been around our old house all the time. Jin Jiangwo said with a dark face. How do you know about this? Jin Dongxiang asked curiously. They all live in the city now. Did Jin Jiangwo go back last night? In the second half of the night, several neighbors called me and asked if I had offended anyone, which was why they kept honking their horns outside our house. I have been in this city for several days, how could I have offended anyone? Besides, even if we did offend someone, we should not have gone back to our hometown since we live in the city, Jin Jiangwo said lightly. At this time, Jin Dongqiang remembered that Zhang Xiao called him before going to bed last night and asked him to listen to the sound of the car horn. Now it seems that they have really found their hometown in the countryside. Chapter 67, Trouble Again. Xiangzi, the society is too chaotic now. You can't just provoke anyone. Look at this matter. I don't know who he was looking for last night, but he went to the wrong place and disturbed the neighbors around him. Jin Jiangwo suddenly looked at Jin Dongqiang and warned him. I know, Dad. Don't you know me? I will never provoke anyone casually, unless they provoke me first. Jin Dongqiang said with a smile. Xiangzi, even if someone provokes you, you cannot fight back. You must know how to use legal means to protect yourself. Mother Zhao Funfang said as she came out of the kitchen with a meal. I know, Mom. Jin Dongqiang stood up with a smile and said to Jin Jiangwo, Dad, it's time to eat. The family sat together and had dinner. Jin Dongqiang had nothing to do, so he sat on the sofa and watched TV. After half an hour, his parents said something and went out to buy things. Jin Dongqiang was the only one left at home. He lost interest in watching TV and went back to his room to rest. After sleeping until noon and having lunch, Jin Dongqiang's cell phone rang. He took it out of his pocket and took a look. It was a call from a worker. Seeing this caller ID, Jin Dongqiang's heart skipped a beat. Did something happen in the store? Why did these workers call at this time? Or have they finished the decoration work? This shouldn't be the case. He still had a lot of things to do there yesterday afternoon. With a series of puzzlements, Jin Dongqiang answered the phone and asked with a smile, What's wrong? Boss Jin, please come over and take a look. There are more than 10 people standing in front of the store, looking for trouble. The worker said nervously. Looking for trouble? How could this happen? Did they say who they were looking for? Jin Dongqiang asked hurriedly. I told you, we're here to find you, and we want to shut down your store. The worker briefly explained the other party's intentions. Okay, I'll go over now. If they start to smash the decoration in the store, don't worry about it, let them do it. As long as they don't hurt you, it's fine. Jin Dongqiang reminded. Okay, I got it. The worker said and hung up the phone. After packing up, Jin Dongqiang quickly went out. When he reached the living room, his parents saw how flustered he looked and stopped him. Xiangzi, what are you doing in such a hurry? Zhao Funfang asked worriedly. It's okay, Mom. The workers said there was a mistake in the renovation. I'll go over to take a look. Jin Dongqiang made up an excuse and walked out the door. He guessed that these troublemakers should be Zhang Xiao and his friends, but how did they know that he opened a store? Not many people knew about this. Xu Xinchen knew, but she didn't know the exact location of the store. Her parents would definitely not reveal the news. The only person left was Li Xiu. She happened to meet her when the store was closed that day, so she was the only one who knew the location of the store. Moreover, on the morning of that day in the hospital, Li Xiu's mother said that if we were to get married, we would have to give the restaurant to her younger brother Li Shang. It must have been Li Xiu who told their family about this, and then Li Shang told Zhang Xiao and others the news. When he was still a few dozen meters away from the hotel, Jin Dongqiang saw a lot of people gathered at the door, but they did not take any action and just stood there. After parking the car, Jin Dongqiang squeezed his way to the front little by little from the back. I was wondering who it was, it turns out to be you. Why did you bring so many people to my store? Do you want to smash my store? Jin Dongqiang said, pointing at the store behind him. The decoration here is not completed yet, and the tables and chairs have not been put in, so they can smash it however they want. The worst that can happen is that we can redecorate it. Smashing your store is no big deal. If you don't apologize to our brother Xiao today, you can't leave here. Before Zhang Xiao could say anything, Lu Chang stood aside and pointed at Jin Dongqiang and said. As soon as the words fell, the dozen or so people who were originally standing behind them all surrounded Jin Dongqiang. Ha, you guys want to keep me here? Do you think they have the ability to do so? Jin Dongqiang asked with a sneer. No matter how good you are at fighting, you are alone. We have so many people, we can defeat you even in a round-robin battle. Zhang Xiao responded with a smile. Jin Dongqiang didn't take these people seriously, but the workers who were decorating the store didn't think so. Seeing Jin Dongxiang surrounded by so many people, the workers became anxious. Boss Jin, don't worry, we have called the police and they will be here soon. The workers standing at the back shouted. In fact, they did not call the police. The reason they said that was just to scare these people and make them back off. Call the police? Ha, do you think I'm afraid that you will call the police if I dare to bring so many people here in broad daylight? As long as I make a phone call, not to mention the police in this area, the police in the entire Lanshan city will not be dispatched. Do you believe it? Zhang Xiao said confidently. If you want to show off, you should pick a good place. Don't show off in this place. You even prevented the entire Lanshan city police from responding. Jin Dongxiang didn't believe what Zhang Xiao said at all. If Zhang Xiao really had such great ability, he would have found him long ago and there would be no need to ask Li Sheng about his own affairs. Jin Dongxiang, I'm going to kill you today. Suddenly a familiar voice came out from the crowd. Jin Dongxiang turned his head and saw that it was Li Sheng. At this time, Li Sheng was rushing towards him, cursing and holding a baseball bat in his hand. Just when he was about to reach him, Jin Dongxiang moved and kicked out, kicking Li Sheng several meters away. I really didn't expect that you still don't know where you are wrong. You dare to join these people in finding trouble with me. Jin Dongxiang looked at Li Sheng and said lightly. Xingzi, who is this? I didn't even give the order, but he already started. Isn't he so disobedient? Zhang Xiao asked unhappily, standing aside and looking at Li Sheng lying on the ground. Brother Xiao, this is Li Sheng who provided us with the information. He said that he also had a grudge against Jin Dongxiang and wanted to come along. I agreed, but I didn't expect this kid to be so disobedient. Xingzi glanced at Li Sheng and said. Li Sheng, who was lying on the side, heard what Zhang Xiao and Lu Cheng said, and his face immediately darkened. He originally thought that his proactive move would enhance the impression in Zhang Xiao's mind, so that Zhang Xiao would use him more. Unexpectedly, he failed to gain anything and ended up losing more, and Zhang Xiao had a bad impression of him. Chapter 68 Begging for Mercy. Li Sheng, do you know what it means to shoot yourself in the foot? Jin Dongxiang said with a smile as he looked at Li Sheng lying on the ground. You idiot, get out of here and don't embarrass me here. Lu Cheng insulted Li Sheng in a bad mood. Hearing this, Li Sheng did not dare to refute. He glared at Jin Dongxiang, got up from the ground and stood aside. Seeing this scene, Jin Dongxiang smiled and turned to look at Zhang Xiao and Lu Cheng on the side. He was waiting for their next move. At this time, Zhang Xiao and Lu Cheng were also looking at him. Jin Dongxiang, kneel on the ground and apologize. I can consider forgiving you, but if you don't agree, I won't be able to control the strength of these brothers. Zhang Xiao smiled grimly. It's impossible to apologize. Just do whatever you want. I, Jin Dongxiang, will stand right here. Jin Dongxiang said calmly with a fierce look in his eyes. Okay, brothers, come on, I will take responsibility if you beat me, and there will be a huge bonus. Zhang Xiao shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, all the thugs surrounding Jin Dongxiang rushed towards him. Jin Dongxiang stood there, without moving, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he smiled. When those people were about to reach Jin Dongxiang suddenly attacked, punching with the left and kicking with the right, knocking the two closest people to the ground. After this move, the people around didn't dare to move and stood 2 meters away from Jin Dongxiang and looked at him. Jin Dongxiang looked around and found that Li Sheng was still among these people, so he took the initiative to walk towards the crowd. He took a step forward and those people took a step back. Come on, why are you standing there? Hurry up and defeat him to win the 100,000 yuan bonus. Zhang Xiao shouted again from behind. After these words were spoken, the gangsters looked at each other and approached Jin Dongxiang again. Some of them even picked up bricks from somewhere and held them in their hands, eager to try. Come on, come on. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. The people in front rushed over with their fists raised and ferocious expressions on their faces. Finding the right moment, Jin Dongxiang attacked, using all his strength, and punched the first man hard in the face. Immediately afterwards, the second and third men were easily knocked to the ground. The people behind him were holding bricks in their hands. Jin Dongxiang didn't dare to act rashly and watched them looking for opportunities. The first person who approached Jin Dongxiang raised a brick and was about to hit Jin Dongxiang on the head. Jin Dongxiang dodged sideways and kicked the other person's calf, causing him to stagger and kneel on the ground. Although he dodged the first one, it was not so easy for the following ones. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. He was hit on the back and on the head with a brick. The brick on his back was not a big deal, but the brick on his head was more serious. Jin Dongxiang's eyes became a little dark and even had golden stars in front of them. Seeing Jin Dongxiang like this, the people around him became excited. They rushed to Jin Dongxiang and started punching and kicking him. In desperation, Jin Dongxiang could only hold his head with both hands to resist their attacks. Jin Xiaoshu, is there any way to deal with these people? Jin Dongxiang asked in his mind. Master, the elementary martial arts moves you exchanged last time can deal with these people. Jin Xiaoshu's ethereal voice came out. I was just hit by a brick. Is there any way to help me regain consciousness quickly? Jin Dongxiang asked again. 20 points can be exchanged for recovery of minor injuries. Would you like to exchange it? Asked Little Golden Hand. Exchange. Jin Dongxiang answered without thinking. After a few seconds, Jin Dongxiang no longer felt faint, and his body was still full of strength. He stood up from the ground and pushed the 5 people closest to him out. This push directly pushed them back 3 meters, and one of them staggered and fell to the ground. Humphrey Jin Dongxiang snorted coldly. This time he did not attack passively, but chose to take the initiative. He punched and kicked each of the people who were standing. The dozen or so people brought by Zhang Xiao were lying on the ground, while Jin Dongxiang, who had just been knocked down, stood there. Zhang Xiao, Lu Chang, if you have any other tricks, just use them. Jin Dongxiang said as he looked at them with a fierce look in his eyes. Looking at Jin Dongxiang's eyes, Zhang Xiao's body trembled slightly. He never expected that Zhang Xiao had such skills and could deal with the more than 10 people he brought so quickly. Jin Dongxiang, you are so cruel. I won't let you be so lucky next time. Zhang Xiao said, and left here as if escaping. When Lu Cheng saw that Zhang Xiao had run away, he pointed at Jin Dongxiang and wanted to say something, but before he could say anything, he ran away. Your eldest brother has run away, why don't you leave? Are you planning to stay here so that I can practice your skills? Jin Dongxiang said disdainfully. When those people heard this, they got up from the ground and ran away. Li Xing even stood up and turned around to escape, but Jin Dongxiang would not let him get away like that. He rushed over and grabbed his clothes with one hand to prevent him from escaping. Want to run away? Didn't you ask me if I agree? Jin Dongxiang said indifferently. Brother Chang, I know I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Please let me go, please. Li Shang begged for mercy in a crying voice. Is it possible for you to let me go? You sold my information to these people, and you dared to cause trouble for me together with these people. I don't think you will change unless you suffer some pain. Jin Dongxiang said coldly. Zhang Xiao and the people brought by Lu Cheng all ran away, leaving only Jin Dongxiang, Li Shang, and the people watching around. Jin Dongxiang didn't care about what these people were talking about. He carried Li Shang into the store. Boss Jin, are you okay? The worker asked Jin Dongxiang. It's okay, you guys continue working, I'll come in and take a look. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. The blood at the corner of your mouth. The worker pointed at the corner of Jin Dongxiang's mouth and said. After hearing this, Jin Dong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his strong hand, took a look and walked to the back. Turning on the faucet, Jin Dongxiang scooped up a handful of water to rinse his mouth, spat out a mouthful of light red blood, then washed his face and walked outside. Li Shang was surrounded by 3 workers and looked at them timidly. What are you doing? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. Boss Jin, when you went in just now, this kid wanted to run away, but was stopped by our brothers. To prevent him from escaping, we just watched him. The worker said with a smile. Chapter 69, Unreasonable. Okay, leave it to me, you guys get busy. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile while pulling Li Shang's clothes. Brother Chang, what do you want? Can I kneel down and apologize to you? Can you let me go for the sake of our relationship over the years? Li Shang said with a sad face. Hearing this, Jin Dongxiang ignored him, pulled his clothes and walked outside. After getting in the car, Jin Dongxiang locked the door. Sitting in the passenger seat, Li Shang was already in despair. He didn't dare to move and just stared blankly at Jin Dongxiang. The car started moving. Jin Dongxiang had already made up his mind, since you, the Li family, treat me like this, I can't continue to tolerate it, otherwise you will continue to take advantage of me. Soon, the car arrived downstairs of Li's house, and Jin Dongxiang got out of the car and pulled Li Shang out. People from Li Shang's family, come out. Jin Dongxiang shouted from where he was standing, "Neighbors nearby, come out and take a look. The people from the Li family are going too far." After hearing this shout, many neighbors looked over from their windows, but only Li Shang's family did not come out. The Li family suddenly asked for 600,000 yuan on the wedding day. I refused to let us get married if I didn't give it to them. Later, Li Shang had a car accident, and I helped him out of consideration for my relationship with his sister Li Xiu. I didn't expect that my efforts would be thankless, and they even stopped me on the road and demanded money. I had no choice but to call the police to arrest him. Yesterday, at the request of his sister, I went to the police station to release him. I didn't expect that he would bring people to cause trouble for me today. Come out and see. Jin Dongxiang shouted. Brother Chang, how are our family going to live here in the future if you continue like this? Li Shang asked with a dark face. How do you live? You only think about yourselves. When have you ever thought about me? Have you ever thought about what would happen if something unexpected happened to me today? What would happen if I went to the hospital? Jin Dongxiang asked seriously. Indeed, Li Shang had not thought about these issues at all. He just wanted to go and watch the fun with Zhang Xiao, Lu Chang, and others, and avenge himself if he had the chance. In this way, it would not be in vain to pass on the news to them. But he never expected that Jin Dongxiang would be so skilled, and he took care of them all in less than half an hour. If he had known it earlier, he would never have dared to follow him even if he was beaten to death. It's the Li family again. They have done all kinds of shameful things. My daughter went out for a blind date yesterday, and the other party stopped contacting her after sending her back. When I asked him why, he said that there is a custom in our community to ask for money on the wedding day. He was afraid, so he cut off contact with my daughter. I don't know which neighbor it was who started shouting. That's right, how can this family not feel ashamed? Why don't they move out of here right away? They're bringing bad reputation to the entire community. Another family echoed in response. At this moment, Li Xiu's voice came from behind. Jin Dongxiang, Li Shang, why are you together? What are you doing? Everyone, take a good look. This is my wife, with whom I failed to marry. The people next to her are my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Jin Dongxiang said, pointing at Li Xiu's family. Hurry up, take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments so that everyone can see it. Don't wrongly accuse people in our community in the future. After saying this, suddenly more than a dozen cell phone flashes started flashing. I didn't know if I could take a picture, but I just kept taking pictures. After hearing this, Li Shouka became anxious, walked to Jin Dongxiang's side and asked, What are you doing? What? Ask your good brother. I was kind enough to let him go and not bother with him. I didn't expect that he would bring people to cause trouble for me today and even hit me on the head with a brick. Do you think I can let such a person go easily? Jin Dongxiang asked back fiercely. The mother-in-law standing nearby saw Jin Dongxiang's appearance, walked up, pointed at him and blamed him. What's wrong with hitting you? You don't have the ability to get a wife. Our Li Xiu fell in love with you, which is a blessing you have cultivated for several lifetimes. If you don't have money, we won't marry you. What's wrong with this? Besides, Li Sheng brought people to cause trouble for you because you sent Li Sheng to the police station for no reason. Who can tolerate this? I think beating you is too light a punishment. I have already done you justice by not burning your house down. Ha, then hurry up and burn my house down. Go ahead, hurry up. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, if he burns down our house, it won't be as simple as sending him to the police station. Okay, Mom, stop talking. Li Sheng was indeed wrong in this matter. I know everything. I don't know who Li Sheng called yesterday and he just wanted to know Jin Dongxiang's information. Li Xiu took her mother-in-law aside and told her about what happened yesterday. Mom, don't worry about it. Go upstairs and I'll take care of the rest. Li Xiu said. Deal with it, or don't come back, said the mother-in-law with a stern face. There were only 3 people left downstairs, Li Shang, Li Xiu, and Jin Dongxiang. Jin Dongxiang didn't care and just stood there. Anyway, it was the Li family who was embarrassed, not him. My dear neighbors, I'm so sorry. I apologize to you for making you feel wrong because of our family affairs. Li Xiu said respectfully, but this is our family affair. We had discussed in advance about asking for money on the wedding day. He didn't have the money, so the wedding didn't go through. You can't just listen to his one-sided words, so please don't just watch the fun. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang looked at Li Xiu in surprise. He never thought that Li Xiu would have the nerve to say such a thing. Isn't this distorting the truth? It was obviously their family's fault, but they insisted that someone else did something wrong. Let's not talk about what happened before, let's talk about what happened today. What do you want to do? Li Xiu looked at Jin Dongxiang and asked sternly. Sister, save me, he beat me today. Li Sheng said. Where did I hit you? How are you? Do you feel dizzy? Li Xiu asked hurriedly, winking at Li Sheng. Li Sheng looked into his sister's eyes, covered his forehead with one hand, and said listlessly, Sister, I have a headache. He hit me on the head and kicked me. When Jin Dongxiang heard this, he was really at a loss as to what to do with the two Li siblings. It was really a good show. Then according to you, I should compensate you? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. Let's not talk about compensation for now. My brother is feeling uncomfortable now. Let's go to the hospital. You can pay whatever money is needed. Li Xiu said calmly. Chapter 70 Apology. That's great. Check it for me too. Many people saw your brother bringing people to beat me up this afternoon, and there are surveillance cameras in that area. Otherwise, let's let the police intervene and see who suffered the loss. Jin Dongxiang said. After hearing this, Li Xiu looked towards Li Sheng, not knowing what to say. He could only look disappointed in Li Sheng. Do you still want to go to the hospital now? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. Tell me, what can I do to let my brother go? Li Xiu asked expressionlessly. It's simple. As long as your brother apologizes to me and promises not to cause me any trouble in the future, I will agree to let him go. Otherwise, I can only choose to use the law to protect myself. Jin Dongxiang said. Brother Chang, I apologize. Please don't send me in again. It's too uncomfortable in there. Li Sheng asked directly. Okay, you'd better be sincere. If you're not sincere enough, I won't agree. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. This was the first time he was so tough in front of Li Sheng and Li Xiu. When he was with Li Xiu before, he couldn't do anything to Li Sheng. He was so angry on the wedding day, and Jin Dongxiang just slapped the two siblings, and then he had no chance to do anything to them. Brother Chang, I'm sorry. This is my fault. I shouldn't have told Zhang Xiao and the others about you, and I shouldn't have brought people to your store to cause trouble. Please let me go. Please let me go for the sake of our 2-year relationship. Li Sheng said with his head down. Feelings? There are no feelings between your sister and I. Maybe there were some before, but now there is only hatred between us. Before Li Xiu could speak, Jin Dongxiang took the initiative to speak. Humph, the feelings are long gone. From tomorrow on, if Jin Dongxiang does anything to you, tell me when you come back, or call the police on the spot to deal with him. Li Xiu said indifferently. Okay, I've been waiting for that day. Now you continue to apologize to me. Kneel down and apologize. Jin Dongxiang shouted sternly. Kneel down? Li Xiu repeated in surprise. She could never have imagined that Jin Dongxiang would make such an unreasonable request. As a man, he should kneel to heaven, to the earth, and to his parents, so how could he kneel down to others so easily? What? You don't want to? Then I'll call the police and let them handle this matter. Jin Dongxiang took out his mobile phone and said pretentiously. No, Brother Chang, I'll kneel. Li Sheng stopped Jin Dongxiang. Li Sheng. Li Xiu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Li Sheng before she could finish her words. Sister, don't worry about it. This is all my fault. If I hadn't been so anxious to seek revenge, what happened this afternoon wouldn't have happened. Apologize, my patience is limited. Jin Dongxiang said. Li Sheng looked into Jin Dongxiang's eyes and had a psychological struggle for more than 10 seconds, but finally chose to kneel down and apologize. Brother Chang, it's all my fault. I'm jealous. I apologize to you. Please forgive me. Li Sheng said softly with his head down. At this moment, a woman's voice suddenly came. Li Sheng, what are you doing? Jin Dongxiang, Li Sheng, and Li Xiu turned their heads and saw that it was Li Sheng's girlfriend Xiaolan. Seeing Xiaolan, Li Sheng wanted to find a crack to hide in. How could she see such a scene? Although he told her to come and play with him in the afternoon, why did he choose this time? Xiaolan, why are you here? Li Xiu went up to her and said. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Sheng stood up from the ground. Li Shang asked me to come here. I didn't expect to see such a scene. Li Shang, why did you kneel down to Jin Dongxiang? Xiaolan asked, puzzled. Of course it was Li Shang who provoked me, otherwise would I let him do this? Jin Dongxiang said with a sneer. I really didn't expect it. You told me that you have changed after such a long time and you are no longer the same as before. I didn't expect that you still haven't changed. You are still the same character, and you let others force you like this. How can you not feel ashamed? Xiaolan asked. It's not what you think. Just listen to me and I will explain it to you slowly. Li Shang stepped forward and grabbed Xiaolan's arm, saying with a sad face. I don't want to hear your explanation. Don't look for me in the future. I don't want to see you again. Xiaolan shook off Li Shang's hand and turned away. Li Shang wanted to chase Xiaolan, but was stopped by Jin Dongxiang behind him. Li Shang, did I let you go? Did I accept your apology? Jin Dongxiang, this concerns my brother's life. If they break up because of you, I will never forgive you. Li Xiao said. Don't worry, I never expected you to forgive me, and I won't accept your forgiveness. It's over between us, completely over. Jin Dongxiang looked at Li Shang and said seriously, come here, kneel down, and apologize. Li Shang knew Jin Dongxiang's methods, and had no choice but to do as Jin Dongxiang said. I really know I was wrong. Brother Chang, please let me go. Li Shang was so anxious that tears were about to fall. Okay, don't let me see you again. Jin Dongxiang said, then got in the car and left. When he was almost at the door, Jin Dongxiang saw the angry Xiaolan walking towards the door. Jin Dongxiang parked the car next to Xiaolan and shouted, let me take you home, and by the way, I'll tell you what kind of people the Li family is. Okay. Xiaolan nodded in agreement, opened the car door and got in. After Xiaolan sat down, Jin Dongxiang drove away. This scene was seen by Li Shang, who caught up with him from behind. He angrily punched the tree on the roadside with his fist. Although he was very angry, he couldn't do anything and could only watch. After returning home, Li Shang went straight back to his room and got into bed with his head covered. Xiaolan, how long have you known Li Shang? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. It's been more than a year. We were planning to get married, but their family suddenly asked us to wait. I agreed without giving it much thought. Later, after listening to what you said in the BMW store, I finally understood. It was you who didn't give them money, and they didn't have money for the wedding, so they asked me to wait. When you give us the money, we can get married. Xiaolan told about what happened between him and Li Shang. So according to what you said, the 300,000 yuan I gave you before is gone? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. 300,000? I remember now. Our family asked for a betrothal gift of 300,000, and their family agreed directly. Now it seems that it was you who gave it, and they gave it to us as a betrothal gift. Xiaolan said after thinking for a moment. Chapter 71, The Most Vicious Woman's Heart. At this moment, Jin Dongxiang was completely speechless. If Xiaolan had not told him about this, he would have thought that the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift would be returned more or less after the marriage. Now it seems that there is no obstacle to the marriage on that day, and the 300,000 yuan is gone. Moreover, various things will happen after the marriage. By the way, a house and a car are necessary conditions for our family. They have been saying to wait and see, and they haven't given a definite answer yet. Do the house and the car have anything to do with you? Xiaolan asked with a frown. On the day of my wedding, Li Shang's mother asked me to give her 600,000 yuan as a buy-in fee for the house and the car, and also asked me to transfer the house and the car to Li Shang after we got married. It seems like all of this is planned for your future. Jin Dongxiang said with a wry smile. The house and car alone would cost more than 1 million yuan. Their family definitely didn't have the money, so they could only ask Jin Dongxiang for it. Moreover, all the subsequent mortgage and car loans would be repaid by Jin Dongxiang. I really didn't expect that this family would be so despicable. The way they treat you, don't you worry that Li Shang will treat their family the same way when he gets married in the future? Xiaolan said angrily. Maybe they don't worry about this at all. After all, after I married Li Xiao, they would definitely let me use the money for Li Shang's wedding. If he didn't have a car or a house, they would use me to replace him. At that time, they planned to let me go out to work after I got married, let Li Shang guard the house for us, and then take the house for themselves. Jin Dongxiang said lightly. I can't do anything to their family. Now various things have made the relationship between me and Li Xiu very complicated. The possibility of us getting married in the future is very small. We can even say that we can only be strangers in the future. Jin Dongxiang said. In fact, what he said was to point out to Xiaolan that although there was no longer much possibility between him and Li Xiu, there were still many possibilities between Xiaolan and Li Shang. If Xiaolan and Li Shang played such a trick when they got married, he really wanted to see what expressions would be on Li Shang's family's faces. Xiaolan, who was standing by, seemed to understand what Jin Dongxiang meant. She looked hesitant and didn't say anything, as if she was thinking about something. After a moment, Xiaolan spoke up, "Brother Dongxiang, I can make their family look bad, but this may affect my future life." That's not what I meant. I was just thinking about it. After all, the hatred between me and their family cannot involve other people, let alone your happiness. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. As long as Xiaolan can have this idea now, Jin Dongxiang can just whisper a few words in Xiaolan's ear in the future, and Xiaolan will make up her mind to deal with Li Shang's family. After all, when she gets married in the future, it is not certain how Li Shang's family will treat her. Brother Dongxiang, I have a good way to embarrass Li Shang, but I need your cooperation. Xiaolan said, her eyes suddenly brightening. What method? Jin Dongxiang turned his head and asked doubtfully. What is Li Shang most worried about now? Xiaolan asked mysteriously. Jin Dongxiang thought for a few seconds, but still had no result, so he turned around and asked, what are you most worried about? With Li Shang's character, it will be difficult for him to find a girlfriend in the future if he doesn't stay with me. Besides, the people in his family are like this. They will find out about you and Li Xiu just by asking around. They will definitely not agree to anyone else marrying Li Shang. Xiaolan said with a smile. You mean you want me to cooperate with you and pretend that we are together, and then Li Shang will come over and say something nice to make him embarrassed? Jin Dongxiang asked. Yes, if we act tougher, maybe Li Shang's family will come out to speak well of me. Xiaolan said with a firm expression. Hearing this, Jin Dongxiang looked at Xiaolan in surprise. He really didn't expect Xiaolan to have such an idea. The saying that women have the most vicious hearts is absolutely true. But if you push too hard, what if Li Shang's parents don't let him be with you? Jin Dongxiang asked. This is very likely. Li Shang's mother is a person who cares about face. She would not do that if it is too embarrassing. Don't worry, I'm very confident that their family would not do such a thing, and Li Shang will not give up on me. Xiaolan said firmly. Think about it carefully and make a decision, then call me. Even if you want to embarrass their family, there is no need to use such a method. Jin Dongxiang told Xiaolan his cell phone number and said. Okay. Xiaolan responded, wrote down the phone number and stopped talking. Not long after, Jin Dongxiang drove to the gate of Xiaolan's community. Xiaolan got out of the car, said goodbye, and Jin Dongxiang drove away. Xiaolan went upstairs and entered the living room. Her parents were looking at her with a smile. Xiaolan felt very uncomfortable being looked at like this, and asked, Mom and Dad, why are you looking at me like that? Just now I was standing by the window watering the flowers, and I saw you getting out of a car. It seemed to be the car you liked. Did Li Shang's family buy the car? Did Li Shang send you back? Xiaolan's mother asked curiously. No, it was a friend of mine. I happened to meet him when I was passing by, and he sent me back. Xiaolan said somewhat embarrassedly. We told Li Shang before that you won't be allowed to get married if you don't have a car and a house. What did their family say now? Still no action? Xiaolan's mother asked. I don't know. I haven't seen Li Shang recently, and he hasn't told me about this. Xiaolan said, spreading her hands. My daughter, this major event in your life is of vital importance. If their family doesn't have the ability, you will never be happy in the future. In my opinion, you should find a new partner. There are many people who ask me to be a matchmaker, and their conditions are much better than Li Shang's. Xiaolan's mother said. Mom, what are you talking about? Li Shang and I haven't made things clear yet. If we had made it clear, I could agree to go on a blind date with someone else. But things haven't been made clear yet. If I go out on a blind date and it gets out, how can I live my life? Xiaolan said. In fact, Xiaolan likes Li Shang very much. The reason why she asked Jin Dongxiang to act out that scene with her was because she wanted to test whether Li Shang really loved her. If the final result was not satisfactory, she could only change people willingly. But if Li Shang was determined to treat her well, She could convince her parents not to give up the car and house, and even be willing to run away with Li Shang. Then you should urge Li Shang and his family. If they can't give you these, you can consider your friend who just sent you back. After all, he has a car, which is much better than Li Shang. Xiaolan's mother said. Chapter 72 Renovation completed. Okay, I don't want to listen to you guys anymore. I'm going back to my room to rest. Xiaolan said while covering her ears, then walked towards the room. On the other side, after leaving Xiaolan's community, Jin Dongxiang drove directly home. When he arrived home, his parents had already gone to bed and the living room was dark. After washing up, Jin Dongxiang returned to his room, got into bed and played with his mobile phone. The next day, Jin Dongxiang, who was still sleeping, was awakened by the sound of knocking on the door. Xiangzi, it's time to eat. The voice of Mother Zhao Fanfang came from the door. Jin Dongxiang rubbed his eyes, picked up the phone next to the pillow and checked the time. It was only 7:30. I'm coming. Jin Dongxiang responded as he sat up from the bed in a daze. After getting dressed and washing up, I sat at the dining table and had dinner with my family. Xiangzi, your father and I bought bowls, chopsticks and spoons. We bought more than 50 pairs. Do you think they are enough? If not, your father and I will go out and buy some more after dinner. Mother Zhao Fanfang said with a smile. It should be enough. I went to the restaurant yesterday and calculated that it should be able to accommodate 6 tables for 4. Assuming that one table can seat 5 people, there will be space for 30 people at most. The extra 20 will be used as spares. Jin Dongxiang said after a rough calculation. Xiangzi, when will the renovation be completed? It's taken so long, and your mother and I have been resting for such a long time. We asked our neighbors to help with the land at home, and we don't know how it's going. If the renovation still takes a few days, your mother and I will go home first and come back in 2 days. Father Jin Jiangmo said. Now their family has no income from eating and drinking every day. If the restaurant business continues to be delayed, they might as well go home and continue farming. At least you can get a harvest from farming, so you don't have to spend all your capital. And if you ask your neighbors to help take care of the land, you don't know if they are doing their best. If they just do it casually, the harvest will be greatly reduced. I will go to the restaurant again after dinner to urge them to act as soon as possible. Jin Dongxiang said. He didn't want his parents to continue to go back to the countryside and live that kind of life facing the sun back to the sky, working hard on the fields every day and having to worry about their own safety. After dinner, Jin Dongxiang drove to the hotel. The workers had already started working, and it seemed that the decoration of the hotel was almost finished. Master, how long will it take to complete this? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. It's almost done. We can finish painting this wall this morning, then buy the wallpaper in the afternoon and put it up. The worker responded with a smile. Isn't wallpaper susceptible to dirt? Jin Dongxiang asked with some concern. It's better than a white wall. If we do it quickly, we can finish it today, said the worker. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang thought about it and it seemed to be true. If he didn't put up wallpaper, the diners might press their cigarette butts against the wall when they ate there. Besides, the white walls of a restaurant would easily be stained by oil stains. It would be better to put up wallpaper and just wipe it with a clean rag when it got dirty. Thinking of this, Jin Dongxiang did not ask any more questions. He looked around the restaurant and found that it was almost done. Jin Dongxiang had nothing else to do for the whole day. He invited a few workers to have lunch at noon, and watched them finish pasting the wallpaper in the restaurant in the afternoon. There is only one white wall left, and the other walls are covered with wallpaper, which looks very good. After taking a few photos of the restaurant, Jin Dongxiang planned to go home and show them to his parents. Boss Jin, are you satisfied with this decoration? The worker asked with a smile. Very satisfied. I'll send the remaining balance to your WeChat. As he spoke, Jin Dongxiang found the workers' WeChat and transferred the remaining money to them. He even made an extra 2,000 yuan as a reward for them. The worker took the money and said with a smile, Thank you, Boss Jin. If you need any renovation work again, please come to us, brothers. The previous incident will never happen again, and we will do our best to help you solve it quickly. Okay, I will find you as soon as possible, but don't forget about me because you are busy. Jin Dongxiang said jokingly. How could that be? Then Boss Jin, we'll leave first. The worker said after packing up his things. Goodbye. Jin Dongxiang nodded and agreed. Watching them leave, Jin Dongxiang began searching online, looking for suitable tables and chairs. But purchasing online is not like purchasing in a physical store where you can't see the actual size of the item. You need to measure it online. Jin Dongxiang had no choice but to go to the grocery store next door and borrow a ruler to measure it. After measuring, Jin Dongxiang asked the online shop owner and then bought it. As soon as he finished all this, Jin Dongxiang excitedly locked the door and prepared to drive home to tell his parents the good news that he could open for business soon. But before he reached the car, a van suddenly drove over from a distance at a very high speed and headed straight towards Jin Dongxiang. Jin Dongxiang stood there without moving, looking at the van. It didn't hit him but stopped in front of him. Are you Jin Dongxiang? No one got out of the car, but someone rolled down the window and asked. Yeah, who are you? Jin Dongxiang asked back. It's right that you don't know us. It would be wrong if you knew us. The other party said, opened the car door, and 4 strong men got out of the car. One of them grabbed one part of Jin Dongxiang and walked towards the car. No matter how Jin Dongxiang struggled, it was useless. The other person's hands were full of strength, like a pair of pliers, tightly clamping him. Who are you? After getting in the car, the other party tied Jin Dongxiang's hands and feet with ropes. Jin Dongxiang was a little scared and asked again. It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is that we are the people looking for you. You will know when you see them. The man said, and then looked at the back of Jin Dongxiang's head with a knife. After being hit, Jin Dongxiang became a little confused, slowly closed his eyes and fell into coma. I don't know how long I slept. Jin Dongxiang wanted to rub his eyes, but his hands couldn't move at all. Jin Dongxiang suddenly opened his eyes and looked around, but didn't see anything. The whole room was dark and extremely quiet, without any sound at all. Is there anyone? Is there anyone? Jin Dongxiang felt a little nervous. Thinking back to what happened in the afternoon, he shouted with some fear. After shouting for a few minutes, suddenly there was a ray of light not far in front of him, and then the light shone in. Chapter 73 Revenge. The light was too bright, and Jin Dongxiang was a little uncomfortable with it. He lowered his head and didn't look at the light not far away. Who are you? Why did you arrest me? Is there any hatred or grudge between us? Jin Dongxiang asked with his eyes closed. The other party did not respond, but Jin Dongxiang felt a heavy weight on his heart as he heard the sound of the other party's footsteps getting closer. Who are you? What do you want? Jin Dongxiang asked again. Who could I be? Who would I be? Guess who I am? The other party asked back with a smile. Listening to the voice, Jin Dongxiang felt it was very familiar, but when he got nervous he couldn't remember where he had heard it, let alone who the owner of the voice was. If you want to catch me for something, just tell me directly. There's no need to tie me up like this. Jin Dongxiang said with a frown. If I don't tie you up like this, how can I deal with you? Yesterday, more than a dozen of my brothers were knocked to the ground by you. The other party said with some frustration. Upon hearing this, Jin Dongxiang thought of the owner of this voice, Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao, what do you want? Jin Dongxiang asked. It's simple. Let me vent my anger. I'll let you go if I'm happy. Otherwise, I'll let you starve to death here. Zhang Xiao said with a sneer. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Dongxiang suddenly felt a pain in his back. Zhang Xiao hit him on the back with a baseball bat. Immediately afterwards, another stick hit Jin Dongxiang's chest. Jin Dongxiang started coughing and vomited something. Although Jin Dongxiang couldn't open his eyes due to the light, he could feel that what he vomited was blood. The 2 baseball bats almost caused internal injuries to Jin Dongxiang. Fortunately, his body was stronger than before, otherwise he might have been knocked unconscious by these 2 bats. Brother Xiao, let me do it. You'd better not do such things yourself. At this time, Lu Cheng's voice came over. It's not that he didn't want to watch Zhang Xiao beat Jin Dongxiang, but because he saw that Zhang Xiao's 2 sticks didn't have much power, so he wanted to beat Jin Dongxiang himself. After all, he had a lot of anger towards Jin Dongxiang in his heart, and he could take advantage of today to vent it. Okay, hit him hard, don't show any mercy. Zhang Xiao handed the baseball bat to Lu Cheng and said harshly. Lu Cheng took the baseball bat and responded with a smile, Don't worry, brother Xiao, I fight all day long, so I have plenty of strength. As soon as he finished speaking, before Zhang Xiao could sit down, Lu Cheng hit Jin Dongxiang hard with a stick. Jin Dongxiang only felt an extremely painful and burning pain in his back, as if his bones were broken. You bastards, if you have the guts, let me go and we'll do it openly. What kind of ability do you have? You're just cowards. Jin Dongxiang shouted in a provocative way. As long as we let go of his hands and feet, we can fight back. Then Lu Chang and Zhang Xiao will not be so arrogant anymore, and they will only be beaten. Do you think I'm stupid? Will you let me beat us if I let you go? None of us can be your opponent. Lu Chang said with a sneer. Immediately afterwards, another stick hit Jin Dongxiang's body, and the pain made Jin Dongxiang scream. Jin Dongxiang, do you think you can leave safely after I arrested you today? Zhang Xiao smiled and ordered, Xingzi, continue. Okay, brother Xiao. Lu Chang agreed, and then hit Jin Dongxiang with another stick. This time Jin Dongxiang couldn't bear it anymore. The pain made him faint. Seeing that Jin Dongxiang had no reaction, Lu Chang walked over and lifted up Jin Dongxiang's head, and found that Jin Dongxiang had fainted. Brother Xiao, he fainted. Lu Chang said with a smile. So weak? I wonder where he learned such good kung fu. Zhang Xiao said disdainfully, throw water on him to wake him up and continue beating him. After he faints, pour water on him again to wake him up and continue beating him. Let him know how powerful I am. Let's see if he dares to be so arrogant in the future. Got it, brother Xiao. Lu Chang ordered the two younger brothers beside him, go get a basin of water. Yes, brother Chang. The two responded and walked out of the room. A moment later, two people came over with a basin of water. Splash it to wake him up. Lu Chang said. After hearing this, the two of them poured all the water in the basin onto the unconscious Jin Dongxiang. In less than 10 seconds, Jin Dongxiang gradually regained consciousness and slowly woke up. At this time, he no longer felt the glare of the light in front of him, and turned to look at Lu Chang, who was holding a stick beside him. Hee, as long as you let me leave here alive today, I will never let you have an easy time. Jin Dongxiang snorted twice and said. You're overthinking. Lu Chang said these three words and swung the baseball bat in his hand at Jin Dongxiang again. Jin Dongxiang tried to break free, but the rope was too strong and there was no way he could do anything. It seemed that there was more than one layer of rope. Is there anything we can do now? If I continue to get beaten like this, the consequences will not be good. Jin Dongxiang started thinking in his mind. At this moment, the ethereal voice of Jin Shosho came into his mind. Master, you can use the skills of a skilled craftsman to untie those ropes. A skilled craftsman can solve any problem that requires manual labor. Hearing this voice, Jin Dongxiang smiled with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Yes, he did have the skills of a skilled craftsman. What are you laughing at? Seeing Jin Dongxiang smile, Zhang Xiao couldn't sit still anymore, so he stood up from his chair and asked loudly. Laughing at you idiots. Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. Fuck you. Lu Chang swung the baseball bat and hit Jin Dongxiang again, cursing at the same time. Jin Dongxiang took the blow and used his skills like a skilled craftsman. After more than 10 seconds, he untied the rope tied around his wrist. Are you satisfied? Jin Dongxiang asked coldly. Of course not. Lu Chang responded loudly, and then another stick came over. Jin Dongxiang looked up at Lu Chang with murderous eyes. Just when the stick was about to hit Jin Dongxiang's head, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the baseball bat. Now it's my turn. Jin Dongxiang snorted coldly, snatched the baseball bat and hit Lu Chang in the abdomen with his backhand. Lu Chang was knocked 2 meters away and lay on the ground holding his stomach. Finding the right moment to free himself, Jin Dongxiang quickly untied the rope around his ankles. Seeing Jin Dongxiang escape, the smile on Zhang Zhao's face disappeared, replaced by an expression of worry and fear. How did you untie the rope? Zhang Xiao asked stutteringly. Chapter 74. Send me back. Jin Dongxiang ignored him and walked slowly towards him with a baseball bat in hand. With every step he took, Zhang Xiao took a step back. Jin Dongxiang stopped only when he pushed Zhang Xiao to the door. I know I was wrong, brother Chang. From now on I will follow your lead and do whatever you say. Please let me go. Zhang Xiao clasped his hands together and said in a pleading tone. Jin Dongxiang in front of him still didn't say anything, and slowly raised the baseball bat in his hand. Every time it was raised a little higher, Zhang Shelian's expression became more painful, and every time it was raised a little higher, Zhang Xiao became more nervous. After lifting it to a certain height, Jin Dongxiang suddenly smashed down towards Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao put his arms in front of his head, lowered his head and dared not look at Jin Dongxiang. After more than 10 seconds, Zhang Xiao didn't feel any pain, so he slowly raised his head and looked towards Jin Dongxiang. Jin Dongxiang was standing in front of him with a smile on his face, with a baseball bat hanging by his leg. Zhang Xiao was completely confused at this moment. What did this mean? Didn't he want to hit him just now? Now he was smiling. Did he change his mind? Brother Chang, I will definitely listen to you in the future and will never have any second thoughts. Zhang Xiao quickly bowed with both hands and said in a respectful manner. No need. I just hope that you won't bring people to trouble me in the future. Jin Dongxiang said lightly. I promise I won't do that again. Besides, when your store opens, I will bring my brothers over to support you. Seeing that Jin Dongxiang would not hit him, a smile instantly appeared on Zhang Xiao's face. Brother Chang, there is one thing I don't understand. In order to prevent you from untying the rope on your arm, I asked someone to wrap it 2 more times, but you still untied it. Can you tell me how you did it? Zhang Xiao asked with admiring eyes. This is my skill. Can I teach it to you casually? Jin Dongxiang said mysteriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Dongxiang threw the baseball bat in his hand to the ground and walked out with big strides. Zhang Xiao watched Jin Dongxiang's back as he left, and his fists unconsciously clenched tighter. At this time, Lu Cheng also came over from behind, looked at Jin Dongxiang's back as he left, and asked uncomfortably with his hands covering his stomach, Brother Xiao, are we just going to let him go like this? What else can we do? Are we his match? You couldn't trap him even with so many layers of ties on your hands, so how else can you trap him? Zhang Zhao's face was fierce, and he gritted his teeth and said, Humph, I will definitely make him suffer when I have the chance in the future. Brother Xiao, I have a way. He can just fight, right? Let's spend money to find someone with good skills to deal with him. By then, I don't believe he will have any other tricks to use. Lu Cheng said, gritting his teeth. The two of them had suffered a lot from Jin Dongxiang. Although they had only met 3 times, each time did not leave them with a good ending. It was the first time they had picked up a beautiful and well-built drunk woman like Li Xiu, but they didn't expect that Jin Dongxiang, who showed up out of nowhere, would ruin their good fortune. The second time they brought people to the entrance of Jin Dongxiang's restaurant, they thought that Jin Dongxiang would have no room to fight back because of the large number of people, but they didn't expect that those people were easily dealt with by Jin Dongxiang. The third time they hired someone to kidnap Jin Dongxiang. They thought they could give Jin Dongxiang a good beating, but they didn't expect that they were scared by Jin Dongxiang to the point of almost peeing their pants in the end. Zhang Xiao and Lu Cheng both kept these events in mind, and they would definitely find a suitable opportunity to deal with Jin Dongxiang. On the other side, it was already night when Jin Dongxiang came out of the small dark room. He looked around and found that there was no light, it was pitch black, and a bit eerie. I really don't know how these 2 bastards found such a place. Jin Dongxiang cursed and walked back to the house again. If Jin Dongxiang wants to leave here, he still needs their help. After all, they were the ones who brought him here, and they must know the way back. Back in the room, Zhang Xiao and Lu Cheng were sitting on the sofa. Zhang Xiao was drinking beer, while Lu Cheng was applying the medicine on his abdomen. That. Jin Dongxiang said 2 words. Zhang Xiao and Lu Cheng stood up from the sofa and looked at Jin Dongxiang with a smile on their faces, looking respectful, as if they were afraid that Jin Dongxiang would hit them. Seeing the 2 of them acting like this, Jin Dongxiang couldn't help but laugh and said, I just want to ask you where this place is? I went out and couldn't find my way home. You guys caught me here, so you have to be responsible for sending me back. That's for sure. Come on, Xingzi, grab the car keys. The 2 of us will personally send Brother Chang back. Zhang Xiao urged Lu Cheng, who was standing beside him. After hearing this, Lu Cheng did not dare to delay at all. He picked up a key and walked towards the door. After opening the door, Lu Cheng respectfully made a gesture of invitation and said, Brother Xiao, Brother Chang, please come in. Zhang Xiao didn't dare to leave first. He looked at Jin Dongxiang with a smile, waiting for Jin Dongxiang to leave first. Jin Dongxiang also understood what they meant. He came back to the door and stopped. You guys lead the way for the rest of the journey. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Orange, go drive. Zhang Xiao said in a commanding tone. Okay. Lu Cheng agreed with a smile, then walked to the side. A moment later, Lu Cheng drove a BMW out from a side road. Brother Xiao, Brother Chang, get in the car. The car stopped in front of Zhang Xiao and Jin Dongxiang. Lu Cheng opened the car window and said with a smile. Looking at the car, Jin Dongxiang looked at Zhang Xiao and Lu Cheng again. He didn't expect that these two were quite rich. After getting in the car, Zhang Xiao closed the back door and sat in the passenger seat. As the car started moving, Jin Dongxiang looked out the window and discovered that this was actually the suburbs of Lanshan City, still 20 or 30 kilometers away from the city center. Thinking of this, Jin Dongxiang couldn't help but feel scared. If it weren't for Jin Xiaoshuo's skills, he would have really died here today. If they didn't take the initiative to speak out about this matter, no one would know that they died here. There were not many cars on the road at night, and Lu Cheng drove very fast along the way. It is said that Lu Cheng even ran several red lights and exceeded the speed limit several times. Go to the hotel entrance, my car is still there, Jin Dongxiang said. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang reached out and touched his car keys and cell phone, but he didn't have these things on him. Where are my car keys and cell phone? Jin Dongxiang asked. Chapter 75 Worry. Oh, it's here with me. Zhang Xiao responded, took out the car keys and mobile phone from his pocket and returned them to Jin Dongxiang. After taking the two items, Jin Dongxiang discovered that his phone was turned off. After turning it on, he received more than 20 text messages, all of which were call reminders when the phone was turned off. There were more than 20 calls, all from my mother Zhao Fenfeng. It was a little after 8 when they called, and now it's almost 1 o'clock. They must be worried to death because there was no return call for such a long time. Thinking of Jin Dongxiang, I called back and the phone was connected after 1 ring. Xianzi, where are you? Why didn't you answer my call? Just now your father and I went to the restaurant and saw your car parked at the door, but I didn't see you. Zhao Fenfeng asked worriedly. Don't worry, Mom. I just went out to eat with my friends. There were 3 of us, so I didn't drive my car. My phone ran out of battery and I just charged it. Jin Dongxiang made up an excuse and said with a smile. I'm glad you're okay. The world is not safe nowadays. If something happens to you, what will your parents do? Zhao Fenfeng said. I'll be back soon. You and Dad should take a rest and don't worry. Jin Dongxiang said comfortingly. We'll wait for you to come back. Zhao Fenfeng said. Okay, do you want to eat? I'll bring it back to you. Jin Dongxiang asked. No need. Your father and I will feel relieved as long as you come back, Zhao Fenfeng said. After hanging up the phone, Jin Dongxiang took a picture of his cheek with his mobile phone. Fortunately, there were no signs of being beaten on his face, otherwise his parents would definitely worry when he returned home. After more than 10 minutes, the car stopped. Jin Dongxiang looked outside, saw his car, opened the door and got out. Okay, you guys go back. Remember not to bother me again in the future. That's all I ask. Jin Dongxiang reminded. Don't worry, Brother Chang. We will obey your words from now on and will never disobey you, Zhang Xiao said with a respectful smile. Let's go, Jin Dongxiang said, then pressed the car key and walked towards his car. After opening the car door and getting in, Jin Dongxiang looked at his cheek in the vanity mirror. There was no sign of being beaten, so he felt relieved. He started the car and drove towards home. When he arrived at the door of his house, Jin Dongxiang parked the car and walked upstairs. At this time, Jin Dongxiang did not notice that Zhang Xiao and Lu Cheng were following behind him. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Jin Dongxiang walked into the room, saw the lights were on, and called out with a smile. Xianzi, tell me the truth, what happened? Zhao Fenfeng came over and asked Jin Dongxiang while holding his arm. It's okay. I just went out to have a meal with some friends. What's wrong? I'm an adult now. There's no need to worry so much, Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Xianzi, if you have any problems, you must tell your family. As long as we can help, your mother and I will have no complaints. After all, you are our only child. If anything happens to you, your mother and I will not be able to survive, Jin Jiangwo said worriedly as he sat aside. Did you have a fight with someone? Why are there so much dust on your body? Zhao Fenfeng asked, looking at the dust on Jin Dongxiang's clothes. No, maybe we were just hanging out after dinner and got some dust on our bodies. Jin Dong made up an excuse to respond. He had forgotten about this matter just before he entered the room, and was only concerned about the fact that there were no marks of being beaten on his face. Okay, Mom and Dad, it's getting late, let's go to bed. I have already bought tables for today and am preparing for the opening, Jin Dongxiang said. Is the decoration completed? Zhao Fenfeng asked. It's done. It was just finished this afternoon. 3 walls are covered with wallpaper, and only 1 wall is blank. I thought of preparing some paper and pens so that the students can leave what they want to say while waiting for dinner. After all, students nowadays are under so much pressure, and they must have a lot of things in their hearts that they can't say out loud. Jin Dongxiang said, full of fantasy. Okay, do whatever you want. The ideas of your generation of young people are different from ours back then. We agree with your opinion. Jin Jiangwo agreed with a smile. Then I'll go back to my room and sleep first. Jin Dongxiang said, and walked towards his room. After returning to the room, Jin Dongxiang took off his clothes and stood in front of the mirror to look at the injuries on his back. There were several red marks from being hit with a baseball bat, very red, and there seemed to be some slight bruising. These guys are so ruthless. They have no intention of showing mercy at all. Jin Dongxiang muttered softly. The injury on my leg had just healed a little, but now I have a new injury. Life is really tiring. At this moment, the mother Zhao Fengfang's voice suddenly came from the door, accompanied by the sound of knocking on the door. Xiangzi, I made some porridge for you, please have some. Hearing this, Jin Dongxiang quickly put on his clothes and pants, walked to the door and opened it, looked at Zhao Fengfang and said with a smile, Mom, no need, I've already eaten, I'm very full, and I can't sleep. Okay. Zhao Fengfang said, a little disappointed. Mom, you and Dad should go to bed early and don't worry about me. Jin Dongxiang said as he watched his mother leave. Okay. Zhao Fengfang turned her head, responded, and left. Jin Dongxiang closed the door and locked it. Lying on the bed and getting into the quilt, Jin Dongxiang couldn't fall asleep for a long time, so he took out his mobile phone, opened a video and started watching it. But he didn't expect that the more he watched the video, the more energetic he became, and the less sleepy he felt. It was not until 4:30 in the morning that Jin Dongxiang could no longer bear it and fell asleep. The next morning, Mother Zhao Fengfang came to the door early and knocked to call Jin Dongxiang to eat. Xiangzi, it's time to eat, Xiangzi. Zhao Fengfang called. But Jin Dongxiang did not respond. Zhao Fengfang felt something was wrong. She knocked on the door and shouted again for more than 10 seconds, but still no response. She wanted to open the door, but found that it was locked and could not be opened at all. Stop shouting, maybe he is still sleeping. There is nothing to worry about anyway, so let him sleep. He came back so late last night, he must be exhausted. Jin Jiangwo said while sitting next to the dining table. This shouldn't be the case. I called him before and he always agreed. But today he didn't even agree. Old man, do you think Xiangzi is hiding something from us? Zhao Fengfang asked with a worried look on her face. Chapter 76 Suspicion. I see you are just too suspicious because you are old. What could have happened to your son? He just came back late last night so he slept a little longer. It will be fine when he wakes up. Jin Jiangwo urged, okay, let's eat quickly, or the food will get cold. As soon as he finished his meal, Jin Jiangwo started eating, but Zhao Fengfang kept looking at Jin Dongxiang's door, waiting for him to come out. However, Jin Dongxiang did not come out of the room until she finished her meal. Jin Dongxiang, who had been sleeping the whole time, had no idea about these things. He only woke up at noon. After dragging my tired body and getting dressed, I walked outside. After washing up and feeling more refreshed, I went to the living room and saw my parents sitting on the sofa watching TV. Look, I told you, my son is definitely fine, you're just overthinking it. When Jin Jiangwo saw Jin Dongxiang coming out, he said to Zhao Fengfang. I'm just worried, aren't I? Zhao Fengfang asked with a smile, Xiangzi, are you starving? The rice and vegetables I made are already cooked and in the pot. If you're hungry, eat some vegetables first? No, Mom. I'm not hungry. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, I don't know what happened last night. I couldn't sleep until about 4 o'clock. Is running a restaurant too stressful? My parents have some savings here. Take it and use it whenever you need it. Don't be frugal. Zhao Fengfang took out a bank card from her pocket and handed it to Jin Dongxiang. No need, Mom. I have money here. Jin Dong pushed it back. The three of them sat in the living room and chatted for a while, and then the meal was ready. Jin Dongxiang helped to serve the rice and brought the dishes out of the kitchen. Sitting at the dining table, Jin Dongxiang was eating his meal in big mouthfuls. He hadn't eaten since last night and was already starving. After eating 2 bowls of rice and a lot of dishes, Jin Dong forced a burp. Mom and Dad, I'm done eating. You guys can eat now. Jean Doxiang said with a smile. Then he took his own bowl and chopsticks into the kitchen. When he was about to wash them, his cell phone suddenly started ringing. I took it out of my pocket and took a look. It was an unfamiliar number, but it looked somewhat familiar. After answering the phone, Jean Doxiang asked, "Who is it?" "Brother Chang, I'm Zhang Xiao. I just heard from Lu Chang that there is a grudge between you and Li Shang. Do you want us brothers to help you vent your anger and make him suffer so that he won't dare to offend you again?" Zhang Xiao asked respectfully. In fact, it was not Lu Cheng who found out, but Li Shang who took the initiative to find them, wanting to provide some information about Jean Doxiang to vent his anger. After all, Li Shang saw the scene of Jean Doxiang taking Xiaolan away yesterday. There's no need for that. People like him are just stubborn and will never change their bad habits. Jean Doxiang said unhappily. Well, Brother Chang, if you want to make him suffer, just tell me and I will ask the brothers to treat him well. Zhang Xiao said. Okay, I got it. I'm hanging up now. After saying that, Jean Doxiang hung up the phone. He thought about why Lu Chang and the others suddenly wanted to help him seek revenge on Li Shang. Then he thought that it must be Li Shang who took the initiative to find them and wanted them to help him vent his anger. But he never thought that Zhang Xiao and the others were defeated by Jean Doxiang. After figuring this out, Jean Doxiang smiled lightly, washed the dishes, and walked out. Xiangzi, do you have anything to do this afternoon? Asked Mother Zhao Funfeng. It's okay, what's wrong? Jean Doxiang asked back. I want to buy some clothes for your dad this afternoon, but we don't know where to go. If you have nothing to do in the afternoon, drive us to buy it. Zhao Funfeng said. Aren't you bothering Xiangzi? Let's go out and shop around by ourselves and buy what we find suitable. If not, we can just not buy anything. We don't need Xiangzi's help. Jean Zhangwo blamed Zhao Funfeng. Dad, what are you talking about? It is my duty as a son to take you to buy clothes. I'll wait for you. We'll go after you finish your meal. Jean Doxiang said with a smile. After hearing Jean Doxiang's agreement, Jean Zhangwo didn't say anything else. Zhao Funfeng was smiling from ear to ear and started eating with big mouthfuls. Nearly an hour later, Zhao Funfeng and Jean Zhangwo finished their meal and washed the pots and pans. Then Zhao Funfeng came out of the kitchen. Let's go buy clothes. Zhao Funfeng said with a smile. Take a break. We'll go after I finish my tea. Jean Zhangwo said, looking at the cup of tea that had just been filled in front of him. That's right, Mom. You just washed so many dishes. Take a break and don't get too tired. Jean Doxiang said worriedly. Okay, I'll listen to my son. Zhao Funfeng said with a smile. Sitting on the sofa, Jean Doxiang poured Zhao Funfeng a cup of tea. After resting for half an hour, Zhao Funfeng said, Have you rested enough? Let's go, the sooner we go, the sooner we can return. Okay. Jean Zhangwo agreed. Jean Doxiang stood up, took the car keys, and walked out with his parents. The three people got in the car, and Jean Doxiang drove straight to the mall without asking where they were going. The mall has everything and there are many stores, so it is easy to buy the clothes you like here. Jean Doxiang didn't think of taking his parents to a cheap store. He now had the Midas Touch and could get any amount of money he wanted, so he took his parents directly to an expensive store. Welcome, please take a look around and try anything you like. The salesperson who greeted them at the store entrance said with a smile when he saw the three of them. Pick out some clothes for my dad. Jean Doxiang responded with a smile. Okay, please follow me. The salesperson brought Jean Doxiang and his family to the middle-aged area. The middle-aged clothes in this store were not only not old-fashioned, but also slightly fashionable. They did not look like middle-aged clothes at all. This is a new model in our store, just take a look. The salesperson said with a smile. I think this one is quite suitable. Jean Doxiang said while holding a shirt. Well, my son has good taste. It looks pretty good. Zhangwo, please try it. Zhao Funfeng said with a smile. Jean Zhangwo did not refute, he took the clothes and tried them on. After putting it on, Jean Doxiang felt very good and told the salesperson, pack this one up. At this time, Zhao Funfeng glanced at the label and saw that this top cost 3,899, and her face changed immediately. Why are you pretending? This shirt costs 4,000 yuan. Zhangwo, take it off quickly. This store is a rip-off. I don't think it's worth 400 yuan. Zhao Funfeng said in a pretentious manner. Hearing this, the salesperson next to him didn't say anything or laugh, but glanced at Jin Dongxiang's family with disdain in his eyes. Chapter 77 Fire Her. The disdainful look in the salesperson's eyes quickly disappeared, but Jin Dongxiang still saw it. He ignored the salesperson. After all, it was normal for people to look at him that way. His mother, Zhao Fanfang, was indeed a little too surprised. In today's society, it was normal for a piece of clothing to cost several $1,000s. They buy clothes in the countryside all year round, basically in the countryside supermarkets. The cheapest ones cost more than 20 yuan, and the most are about 300 or 400 yuan. Xiangzi, let's not buy anything. Let's go. The clothes here are really too expensive. Your dad doesn't need to wear such expensive clothes. Mother Zhao Fanfang looked at Jin Dongxiang and said, Mom, clothes nowadays are not like they used to be, and this is a famous brand store, so there's a reason why they're expensive. Look at what my dad looks like in this suit, so let's take this one. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. But Zhao Fanfang still didn't want to. She looked at Jin Jiangwo and said, Take off your clothes, we can go to another place to buy them. If that doesn't work, we can go to our local supermarket, you can buy a set for 100 yuan. Jin Jiangwo did not refute. He took off his clothes obediently and changed into the clothes he wore when he came. Xiangzi, these clothes are indeed too expensive. Besides, I'm not a big boss, nor a nouveau riche. There's no need for me to wear such expensive clothes. Let's go to other stores and have a look. Jin Jiangwo said, and walked out the door. Looking at his parents' backs as they left, Jin Dongxiang stood there feeling helpless. He knew that his parents left the store just to save money. Sir, do you still want this dress? The salesperson asked Jin Dongxiang. At this time, the smile on the salesperson's face had completely disappeared, and what was left was only disdain and disgust. Working in a clothing store, they often encounter such people. Although they don't have any big reaction, they will definitely appear unhappy. If you have no money, why do you come to this kind of store to buy clothes? Don't you consider whether your wallet can afford it? Put it here first, I'll come get it later. Jin Dongxiang said, and handed the clothes to the salesperson. Just as he was about to chase his parents out the door, Jin Dongxiang suddenly heard the salesperson say with disdain, You come to buy clothes when you have no money, and you bring your parents along to embarrass yourself. Such people are rare in this society. The sound was neither loud nor soft, and was heard by Jin Dongxiang. He stopped and turned to look at the salesperson behind him. What did you just say? Jin Dongxiang asked with a frown. Nice words don't need to be said twice. If you heard it, you heard it. If you didn't hear it, you didn't hear it. The salesperson didn't want to continue to argue with Jin Dong. He put the clothes on the hangers and walked towards the cashier. Jin Dongxiang was very unhappy. As a service group, they not only failed to provide good service to customers, but also talked nonsense to customers. Then he came to the cashier counter and heard the salesperson say to the cashier, Just now a piece of clothing needs to be cleaned. Please make a note of it and have someone take it over for cleaning later. What's wrong? Asked the cashier. A fellow villager just tried it. I'm afraid that next time someone buys it, they will smell the odor and say that we are selling second-hand products. The salesperson said with a frown. Okay, I'll arrange it later. The cashier said, People nowadays are really funny. They always do things that don't match their status. What kind of store is this? Can they buy whatever they want? They can't afford it, but they still come in to see and try it on. It's really funny. What are you talking about? Jin Dongxiang heard every word they said just now. It's not that he didn't want to buy that set of clothes for Jin Jiangwo, nor did he think the clothes were too expensive. It's just that his parents thought it was too expensive and didn't want to buy it. How can this be considered as doing something that is inconsistent with his status? You are such a joke. You don't even have to say nice things twice. It's enough if you just hear them. Go away quickly. Your parents are waiting for you outside. The salesperson said impatiently. Ha, you said we can't afford it. Bring the clothes over to me and I'll buy it, but I have a condition. Jin Dongxiang said. At this time, the marketing manager came out for inspection, heard these words, and walked into the store. Hello, sir. I am the marketing manager of our shopping mall. How can I help you? He walked up to Jin Dongxiang and said with a smile. The salesperson in your store mocked us for trying on clothes when we couldn't afford them. I can buy that dress now, but I have a condition, Jin Dong said forcefully. The marketing manager turned around and glared at the salesperson, then looked at Jin Dongxiang again and asked with a smile, "I wonder what conditions sir has? I'll buy this dress and fire her." Jin Dongxiang said with his eyes wide open. If something like this had happened before, perhaps he would have turned around and walked away without saying anything, but it is different now. Now that he is rich, he cannot allow others to say this to him, let alone his parents. Fire me? Ha, don't spend all your monthly or even half your pocket money on a piece of clothing. It's not good to save face and suffer in return. The salesperson said with a sneer. Don't worry, it won't happen. Jin Dongxiang took out his bank card from his pocket, handed it to the cashier, and said, "Swipe the card, I bought the clothes just now." The cashier took the bank card, swiped it, and after the payment was successful, he returned the bank card to Jin Dongxiang and said with a smile, "Sir, the payment has been successful, you can take the clothes away." "Okay, you can fire her now," Jin Dongxiang said to the marketing manager. "How much money does this gentleman have in his bank card?" The marketing manager asked the cashier. He did not hide anything. On the one hand, he wanted to let Jin Dongxiang know that if he did not have much money in his bank card, the salesperson would not be fired. On the other hand, he wanted to remind the salesperson that if Jin Dongxiang had enough money in his bank card, she would have to be fired for the sake of the customers. The balance is still over 600,000. The cashier took a look and responded with a smile. "Sir, I will follow your request." The marketing manager turned to the salesperson and said, "You are fired." At this moment, the salesperson had a look of complete confusion on his face. He could never have imagined that there would be hundreds of thousands of yuan in Jin Dongxiang's bank card. "Manager, please give me another chance. I will never do this again," the salesperson said with a sad face, pulling the manager's sleeve. "Giving you a chance? Customers who come to buy clothes should be treated like gods, but you insult and mock others. You have violated the biggest taboo in our mall. Firing you is already the best outcome. Go to the finance department to get an extra month's basic salary and leave," the marketing manager said with a dark face. "Sir, I know I was wrong, and I will never do this again. Please don't let the manager fire me, I beg you." Seeing that it was of no use to the manager, the salesperson turned around and pleaded with Jin Dongxiang. Chapter 78 Don't Mess With Me. At this moment, Jin Dongxiang had no intention of paying any attention to her. He took his clothes and walked out the door. When he came out of the clothing store, his parents were nowhere to be found. He looked at several nearby stores but didn't see any trace of his parents, so he took out his cell phone from his pocket and called his mother, Zhao Fenfang. The phone rang for a few seconds before being connected. Jin Dongxiang asked in a panic, "Mom, where did you and Dad go?" "Xianzi, where are you? We just came out of the clothing store and couldn't find you, so we looked for you throughout the entire mall. Now we have reached the parking lot." Mother Zhao Fenfang's anxious voice came from the receiver. "Okay, you guys wait there, I'll be there right away," Jin Dongxiang responded and hung up the phone. When Jin Dongxiang arrived not far from the car, he saw his parents standing there and walked over with a smile on his face. "Xianzi, where have you been? Why can't I find you?" Zhao Fenfang asked worriedly. "It's okay, Mom. I was just bargaining with the clerk in the store. This clothes looks very smart on my dad. It doesn't matter how much money it is. I have never given you anything in return, so let me show my filial piety to you," Jin Dongxiang said with a smile while holding the clothes. At this moment, a mocking voice came from behind Jin Dongxiang. "Hey, who is this?" The famous Jin Dongxiang, the Jin Dongxiang who was at odds with Zhang Xiao a few days ago. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang turned his head and looked behind him. The person who spoke was Li Shang, and there were a few young people beside him. "I heard that Brother Xiao kidnapped him and beat him up severely. Later, Brother Xiao showed mercy and let him go. Otherwise, Brother Chang might have let him die there," another person also said with a smile. Several people were talking to each other, and Jin Dongxiang was standing not far away listening to them. He himself didn't feel anything wrong, but his mother Zhao Fenfang was different. She looked at Jin Dongxiang with concern. "Xianzi, is what they said true? Did you have a fight with others?" Zhao Fenfang asked. "That's all in the past. It's not what they said. The Zhang Xiao they mentioned is a friend of mine. We were just joking. They don't know the inside story." Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, "If you don't believe me, I'll call Zhang Xiao and Lu Cheng over, and then everything will be clear." Jin Dongxiang, stop pretending to be so cool. You even asked Brother Xiao and Brother Chang to come over. If you dare to call them over, you will have no good days. Li Shang said disdainfully. You are so pretentious that you even say you are friends with Brother Xiao and the others. Do you think you are worthy of being friends with them? Said a yellow-haired young man next to Li Shang. Xianzi, what's going on? Zhao Fenfang asked nervously. Don't do anything to make your parents worry about you. If you have no money, we old couple can still make money. We still have some money in hand for you to spend first, but don't mess with anyone you shouldn't mess with. Mom, just believe me, there's really nothing wrong. Look, I'm standing in front of you. If something happened to me, would I still be here? Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, and even turned around on purpose. Okay, I believe what our son said. Besides, our son is not the kind of person who would cause trouble. They must not know the inside story and only see the surface. Jin Jiangwo also spoke. Yes, get in the car, let's go home. Jin Dongxiang opened the car door and said to Zhao Fenfang. After hearing this, Zhao Fenfang got in half believingly. Jin Jiangwo followed her in. Jin Dongxiang closed the door, walked to the front door, opened the door with one hand, and pointed at Li Shang and the others with the other hand. Moreover, Jin Dongxiang's eyes were full of hostility, signaling them to stop talking nonsense. But Li Shinka didn't know what happened that night, and he didn't care about Jin Dongxiang's threats at all. When Jin Dongxiang got into the car and was about to leave, he suddenly stood in front of Jin Dongxiang's car and stopped it. Jin Dongxiang, why are you pretending in front of me? Get out of the car and apologize to me honestly, and I will let you go. Otherwise, Brother Xiao and Brother Chang will bring people to my house in the near future. Li Shang said in a very arrogant tone. Seeing Li Shang's appearance, Jin Dongxiang sneered and shook his head, opened the car window, and before he could say anything, his mother Zhao Fenfang in the back seat spoke first. Xiangzi, who are these people? Otherwise, you just listen to them and go down to apologize to them. Let's go quickly and don't cause trouble. Mom, don't worry. Just sit in the back seat and wait for me. We'll drive away soon. I know a good clothing store with favorable prices. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang opened the car door, got out of the car, and walked towards Li Shang. Ever since the last incident, Li Shang had developed some resistance towards Jin Dongxiang. I was alone, but I could defeat more than 10 people with my bare hands. Is this a human being? Is there any internal energy or qigong in modern society? Every time Jin Dongxiang took a step forward, Li Shang took a step back. Li Shang only stopped when he had retreated to the side of another car. What do you want to do? I tell you to stay away from me. There are several of us. Li Shang put his hands in front of him, as if he was ready to resist Jin Dongxiang's attack at any time. You were not like this just now. Why are you so scared? Jin Dong asked Li Shang with a sarcastic smile. Coward? Would I be afraid of you? Jin Dongxiang, you'd better not think so much. Li Shang said. He didn't dare to look into Jin Dongxiang's eyes. He was afraid, deeply afraid. He had been defeated by Jin Dongxiang several times. If he still didn't learn his lesson, it would be a bit unreasonable. I know what you're thinking. You want to use Zhang Xiao and Lu Cheng to retaliate against me, but I'm sorry to disappoint you. Jin Dongxiang didn't continue talking. He turned around and walked towards the driver's seat. When he reached the car door, he turned around and looked at Li Shang and said, You'd better not provoke me in the future, otherwise you will regret it. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang got into the car, started the car and left. Li Shang stood there blankly, watching Jin Dongxiang leave. He completely lost the courage to stop him. Just now Jin Dongxiang said that he would be disappointed. Could it be that Zhang Xiao and the others have really become good friends? He also informed Zhang Xiao at noon today. Will they seek revenge on him? Chapter 79. Thinking of this, Li Shang felt a heavy stone hanging in his heart. Let's go, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go out and play. The yellow-haired guy shouted to Li Shang from a distance. This shout pulled Li Shang back from his fantasy, and he said expressionlessly, Today's event should be cancelled, or you guys can go. I won't go for now, I have something to do at home. After saying that, Li Shang left here as if he was escaping for his life. On the other side, Zhao Fenfang, who was sitting in the car, couldn't stand the doubt in her heart, so she asked, Xianzi, is what you just said true? You didn't lie to me? What? Jin Dongxiang didn't react for a moment and asked blankly. It's what those people just said, that you have a grudge with someone named Xiao. He kidnapped you and took you to a place that day, and almost killed you. Zhao Fenfang said. How could that be? Don't worry, Mom. They are really my friends. If you don't believe me, I will ask them to come over on the day we open and explain everything to you. Jin Dongxiang said helplessly. Now Zhang Xiao and Lu Chang dare not refute Jin Dongxiang's words at all, so they will definitely agree to Jin Dongxiang's request readily. When they arrived at another clothing store, the clothes here were much cheaper than those for Jin Dongxiang's parents. They were basically more than 100 or 200 yuan. This time, the parents did not spend as they did before. After each of them picked out 2 sets, they checked out and left. When he drove to the downstairs of his house, Jin Dongxiang saw a small truck parked downstairs, and the owner was holding a list in his hand, as if he was comparing something. After a minute, Jin Dongxiang's cell phone started ringing. Hello, who is this? Jin Dongxiang asked. Hello sir, the tables and chairs you ordered have been delivered downstairs. Please come down to check them. The voice of the courier came from the other end of the phone. Hearing this, Jin Dongxiang felt a little upset. When he left his address, he forgot to change it to the hotel address, so that he wouldn't have to run back and forth so many times. And now at this moment, if these things are left here, Jin Dongxiang will have to run a few more times. After parking the car, Jin Dongxiang got out and walked to the other side. He smiled and asked, It's like this. These things are needed for my restaurant, but I didn't expect them to be delivered here. How about I give you some shipping fee and you help to pull these things over? Your car is big enough and it only takes 1 trip. When the delivery man heard Jin Dongxiang asking him to help deliver the goods to another place, he was a little unhappy at first, but when he heard that Jin Dongxiang was willing to pay, he immediately smiled. After hearing the last words, the driver decided to help transport these things. After all, the more money he could make, the better. Okay, but you have to pay me the freight first, and then you lead the way in front and I will drive behind you, said the driver with a smile. Hearing the other party's agreement, Jin Dongxiang immediately took out his mobile phone from his pocket, asked about the freight, transferred 100 yuan, and then got on the car. Xianzi, what's wrong? Jin Jiangwo asked while sitting in the back row. The tables and chairs needed for the hotel have been delivered. I will take him to the hotel. Do you want to go? If you don't want to go, I can go there myself with the truck driver, Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Go ahead and take a look at the decoration. Jin Jiangwo agreed immediately. After getting the answer, Jin Dongxiang drove towards the hotel, with the truck following closely behind. Jin Dongxiang didn't drive very fast along the way. He was worried that the driver would not be able to keep up, which would be troublesome. I don't know if the driver was in a hurry or for some other reason, but he honked the horn at Jin Dongxiang and flashed his lights from behind. Jin Dongxiang didn't think too much about it. He just walked slowly, looking at the rearview mirror from time to time. He felt relieved when he saw that the truck was following closely. When they arrived at the entrance of the hotel, Jin Dongxiang got out of the car. He looked at the door of the hotel. It was sprayed with paint and some very uncivilized words were written on it. Xianzi, this. Mother Zhao Fenfang got out of the car and saw the words on the door. She wanted to ask something, but when she saw the expression on Jin Dongxiang's face, she didn't ask. Mom, this door is easy to fix. We can just ask someone to repaint it, or just replace the door directly, Jin Dongxiang said lightly. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang walked over and opened the door. He put the responsibility for this matter on Li Shang. After all, Li Shang was the only one who had contact with him that day, and he had a conflict with Li Shang. Zhang Xiao and Lu Chang knew his methods and would definitely not use such despicable means to discuss Jin Dongxiang. After the driver came over, several people carried the tables and chairs into the house, and then the truck driver left. Mom and Dad, what do you think of this? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. Very good, the sound will definitely be good, ha 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 ha. Jin Jiangwo responded with a smile. After unpacking the boxes, the family left at Jin Dongxiang's request. After arriving home, Jin Dongxiang returned to his room, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and called Zhang Xiao. The phone rang for a few seconds before it was connected. Zhang Xiao, I have something to ask of you. Brother Chang, just tell me what you want to say. As long as we brothers can do it, we will never refuse, Zhang Xiao said firmly. It's very simple. Bring Li Sheng to see me. Remember to be fierce when you catch him so that he is scared, Jin Dongxiang reminded. Okay. Zhang Xiao responded and hung up the phone. Jin Dongxiang couldn't tolerate this incident. He never thought that Li Shang would be so bold. He had already told him not to provoke him, but he still came to provoke him. It seemed that he had to suffer. At this time, Li Shang had no idea about this matter. After parting with Jin Dongxiang, Li Shang hailed a taxi and went home. He had never done such a thing. An hour later, Jin Dongxiang's cell phone rang. He took it out of his pocket and took a look. It was Zhang Xiao calling, so he pressed the answer button. Brother Chang, Li Shang has been caught. What do you think we should do with him? Zhang Xiao asked with a smile on the other end of the phone. It was not easy for him to catch Li Shang. At first, he called Li Shang himself, thinking that Li Shang would follow him obediently, but he did not expect that although he agreed verbally, he had no intention of going in his heart. Later, Zhang Xiao found Li Shang's friend, asked him to go downstairs to get something, and took advantage of the time when he went downstairs to tie him up and take him away. Tell me the location and I'll be there now. Jin Dongxiang said. Okay, I'll send it to you on WeChat. After saying that, Zhang Xiao hung up the phone. Jin Dongxiang went out and drove to the location sent by Zhang Xiao. He was very angry and kept thinking about how to punish Li Shang while driving. Chapter 80. It's time to settle our accounts. On the other side, Li Shang was caught in a small dark room, staring blankly at Zhang Xiao, Lu Chang, and more than a dozen of their younger brothers in front of him. Brother Xiao, Brother Chang, why did you arrest me? It seems that there is no grudge between us? And last time I provided you with information about Jin Dongxiang. Li Shang asked with some fear. How did we arrest you? We still have to ask you this question. Why did Jin Dongxiang ask us to help arrest you? Did you provoke Jin Dongxiang these 2 days? Lu Chang asked in a roaring voice. Although they were not very familiar with Li Shang had revealed information to them before. Just for this reason, they owed Li Shang a favor. Now, not only did they not repay the favor, but they also arrested Li Shang. If this gets out, someone will definitely say that they are ungrateful. Jin Dongxiang? I didn't provoke him. Li Shang said. Think about it again, if you hadn't provoked Jin Dongxiang, would he let us arrest you? Lu Chang asked seriously. Li Shang was silent, thinking for more than 10 seconds before he spoke. After I met him, I ridiculed him. His parents were also there. It must be because of this. Jin Dongxiang will be here soon. He will have the final say on how to punish you. You just have to bear with it. Lu Chang said lightly. More than 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Lu Chang asked a younger brother next to him to go over and open the door, and Jin Dongxiang walked in. Brother Chang, you're here. Lu Chang greeted him respectfully. Brother Chang. Zhang Xiao also stood up from his chair and shouted with a smile. Don't call me Brother Chang. You can call me Qiangzi or Dongxiang. It makes it seem like I'm some big brother. Jin Dongxiang said with a disdainful expression. Lu Chang and Zhang Xiao on the side heard this and nodded without responding. Jin Dongxiang walked to Li Shang's side and said with a smile, Didn't you say you were going to find Zhang Xiao and Lu Chang to deal with me? Why are you tied up here now? Brother Chang, I really don't know the relationship between you two. If I knew, I would never say those words to you even if you kill me. Please let me go. I know I was wrong. Li Shang said with a sad face. Let you go? I've let you go many times, but the result is always the same. You still do your own thing and never change towards me. Jin Dongxiang said angrily. Brother Chang, Qiangzi, tell me how you want to deal with him. This place is very remote, and we have so many brothers here. No one will know even if we kill him. Zhang Xiao said fiercely. Hearing this, Li Shang's body trembled. He never thought that Zhang Xiao would take the initiative to come up with such an idea. With a thud, Li Shang, whose hands and feet were tied, knelt directly in front of Jin Dongxiang, begging for mercy on his face and said, Brother Chang, I really know I was wrong, let me go, I will never do it again. Qiangzi, there is no need to be merciful to such a person. Just kill him and be done with it. Lu Chang stood aside and echoed Zhang Xiao's words. When Jin Dongxiang heard what they said, his body trembled slightly. Kill Li Shang? Li Shang just verbally attacked him. There was no need to kill him directly. Besides, he asked Zhang Xiao to capture Li Shang just to teach Li Shang a lesson. No, just give him a lesson. You don't understand his mother, but I do. If I kill him today, his mother will definitely come after me when she finds out about this. I won't be able to compensate her for such a grown-up son by then. Jin Dongxiang waved his hand and refused. Okay then, Brother Chang, you take a seat, and let's get started, brothers. Lu Chang moved a chair from the side, placed it next to Zhang Zhao's chair, and asked Jin Dongxiang to sit down. As soon as Lu Chang finished speaking, more than a dozen of his younger brothers attacked, pinned Li Sheng to the ground and beat him up. After about 5 minutes, Jin Dongxiang spoke up to stop Lu Chang's men. Okay, if you keep hitting him, he'll be killed, right? When the younger brothers heard this, they all stood behind. Li Sheng lay on the ground motionless, his hands and feet were tied, and he couldn't move even if he wanted to. Just then, Zhang Zhao's cell phone rang. He took it out, took a look at it, and went to the side to answer the call. 2 minutes later, Zhang Zhao came back, and following behind him was a man with a fierce look and a very strong body. It was obvious at first glance that he was a martial artist. Xianzi, since I have helped you deal with Li Sheng's affairs, shouldn't we now resolve the issues between us? Zhang Zhao asked with a smile. What's going on between us? What's going on between us? Jin Dongxiang asked, somewhat confused. You are such a forgetful person. Have you forgotten that you beat me and Qingzi here? Let's settle the score now. Zhang Zhao said fiercely. At this time, Jin Dongxiang finally understood that when Zhang Zhao went out to answer the phone, the person following him was hired to deal with Jin Dongxiang. When Lu Cheng heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. It was obvious that he didn't know Zhang Zhao would say such a thing. He walked to Zhang Zhao's side and asked worriedly, Brother Xiao, is this person you found okay? If he is not a match for Jin Dongxiang, then we will be in trouble. Don't worry, this is a master that my father hired at a high price. I don't believe that Jin Dongxiang can do anything. Zhang Zhao said with a smile, defeat him, and I will give you a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Don't worry, Master Zhang. I can beat 10 of this small minion. The man said with a sneer. As soon as he finished speaking, the man rushed towards Jin Dongxiang, waving his fists. Jin Dongxiang stood there without moving. When he was about to reach his side, Jin Dongxiang unconsciously turned sideways to avoid him. After dodging the attack, Jin Dongxiang heard Jin Xiaoshuo's ethereal voice, Master, as long as you can dodge his attack for 10 minutes, you will be able to gain the upper hand. Okay. Jin Dongxiang responded. Next, Jin Dongxiang dodged every attack from the man, and his hands remained behind his back without moving. After 10 minutes, the man was breathing heavily, sweating profusely, and was extremely tired. Boy, fight with me if you have the guts. Don't be a man if you always hide and dodge. The man said. As soon as he finished speaking, the man rushed towards Jin Dongxiang again, but Jin Dongxiang still had no intention of confronting him head-on and continued to dodge. Another 5 minutes passed and the man put his hands on his knees and gasped heavily. Master, now is a good opportunity. Use all your strength to chop him on the back of the head with your palm and knock him out. Jin Xiaoshuo's ethereal voice sounded again. Chapter 81 Hotel Opening. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang didn't hesitate. He rushed out on the spot and chopped the back of the opponent's head with his hand like a knife. The man wanted to resist, but his body speed was not as fast as Jin Dongxiang's, and he was knocked unconscious by Jin Dongxiang's knife. Brother Xiao, what should we do now? Lu Cheng looked at the people Zhang Xiao brought being knocked unconscious by Jin Dongxiang, and asked Zhang Xiao with a frightened expression. At this moment, Zhang Xiao saw the person his father found was knocked unconscious and stood there stunned. He thought that the person his father found would definitely be more reliable. Even if they failed to knock Jin Dongxiang down, they would at least be able to injure him. By that time, all the younger brothers here would definitely be able to deal with him together. But now, the people his father found were also knocked unconscious by Zhang Xiao, and they had no way to deal with Zhang Xiao at all. Xiangzi, I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting. This man was hired by my father to be my bodyguard. I didn't expect that he would be knocked down by you so quickly. Zhang Xiao said to Jin Dongxiang with a smile, looking like he knew nothing. Zhang Xiao, I thought you really wanted to reconcile with me, but I didn't expect you to play dirty tricks on me. Jin Dongxiang asked coldly. Hearing this, Zhang Zhao's body trembled slightly, and he lowered his head and remained silent. This is the last time. If there is a next time, I promise I will not let you go. Jin Dongxiang said and walked out. Zhang Xiao and the people brought by Lu Cheng made room for Jin Dongxiang to leave. After Jin Dongxiang left, he did not drive home, but drove to the restaurant. The insulting words on the restaurant door had to be cleaned up quickly, otherwise there would be no way to open for business. But Jin Dongxiang didn't know anyone in this industry at all, and he could only look at the words on the door and do nothing. He contacted the decorator with a try-it attitude and sent them a photo with a line of text: "Someone sprayed paint on my door. Can you clean it? Or spray it with another color?" Soon, Jin Dongxiang received a reply: "Boss Jin, this can be repainted. If you need it, I will bring the stuff over now." "Okay, I'll wait for you at the hotel entrance." Jin Dongxiang replied and put the phone in his pocket. More than half an hour later, a van stopped in front of the hotel. Jin Dongxiang recognized this car because it was the same car that the decoration workers had driven before. Jin Dongxiang went up to them and said with a smile, "I'm sorry to bother you again. What's the trouble?" "We have to thank you, Boss Jin, for the renovation last time." The worker took a look at the paint on the door and said with a smile, "Spray painting is very simple. We did it for free, Boss Jin, as a thank you for your tolerance last time." No, it's the right amount of money. It's not easy for everyone." Jin Dong refused. $300, then, said the worker. "Okay, I'll transfer it to you now, you guys can start." Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang took out his mobile phone from his pocket and transferred 300 yuan to the worker. Jin Dongxiang drove to buy a few surveillance cameras. He thought they would be needed in the restaurant so that he could find out if someone ate without paying. Also, if a customer forgot something or something was stolen, he could find the culprit. After the purchase, they directly arranged for 2 installation workers to leave with Jin Dongxiang. An hour later, Jin Dongxiang returned to the hotel entrance. The words on the door had been covered up, and the paint was sprayed very evenly, as if it was a newly installed door. "Boss Jin, you're back just in time. It's done. Do you think it's okay?" the worker asked with a smile. "Of course, thank you. I will definitely contact you if I have any problems in the future." Jin Dongxiang responded. "Okay, then we'll leave first," the worker said and left. Watching the workers leave, Jin Dongxiang opened the door a little. After all, if this kind of rolling shutter door was fully opened, the paint that had just been sprayed would be ruined. He opened the doors a little to let the person who installed the surveillance camera in, and Jin Dongxiang followed him in. There is a surveillance camera installed in every corner of the store, and 2 surveillance cameras installed outside the store. All the surveillance cameras purchased by Jin Dongxiang can be directly connected to mobile phones, so they can be watched anytime and anywhere. After the installation was completed, it was dark. Jin Dongxiang locked the door and went home. When he got home, his mother Zhao Funfang had just prepared dinner and was about to call Jin Dongxiang to ask him to come back for dinner. "By the way, I will go and get the business license tomorrow, and we can open the business the day after tomorrow," Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. "Xianzi, what's the matter with those words on the hotel's rolling door today?" Zhao Funfang asked. "It must be a mistake." "Don't worry, Mom. I have asked someone to install surveillance today and repainted the door," Jin Dongxiang said. "That's good." Zhao Funfang nodded and said nothing else. After dinner, Jin Dongxiang returned to his room, lay on the bed, played with his mobile phone for a while, and then fell asleep. The next morning, Jin Dongxiang got up early and went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to apply for a business license and a health certificate. After getting all these ready, the restaurant was ready to open. 2 days later, Jin Dongxiang's restaurant opened. He went to the school gate to distribute flyers, while his mother Zhao Funfang and father Jin Jiangwo were waiting in the restaurant to welcome guests. It had just opened and the business was pretty good at noon. Many students came to eat after receiving Jin Dongxiang's flyers. After a lunch break, mother Zhao Funfang was exhausted, while father Jin Jiangwo was working the cashier easily. Jin Dongxiang, who was in charge of collecting dishes and washing chopsticks, was also exhausted. After finishing his work at noon, Jin Dongxiang took out the money in the afternoon and calculated the profit. It was not bad, with a net profit of nearly 500 yuan. If this continues, the daily profit will be 1,000 yuan, which is much more than what my parents made before by farming in the countryside. "Mom, why don't you collect the money? I'll cook, and my dad will be responsible for collecting the dishes. This way you can be more relaxed. After all, you cooked so much food at noon, you must be exhausted," Jin Dongxiang said. "You should buy more bowls and chopsticks. If you are too busy at noon, just leave them alone and wait until you are not busy in the afternoon. You can wash them after taking a break. This way you will be more relaxed." Mother Zhao Funfang gave an opinion. "Okay, I'll go buy it later." Jin Dongxiang agreed with a smile. After counting the money, Jin Dongxiang sat in the restaurant to rest for a while, then drove out to buy bowls and chopsticks, and brought back another 50 sets. Xianzi, let me do it. You were very tired at noon. I'm used to doing farm work in the countryside with your father. It's okay. Mother Zhao Fanfang walked over and said. Chapter 82 Uninvited Guests. At night, when the shop opened for business, Jin Dongxiang saw the person he least wanted to see appear at the door. Xianzi, why didn't you announce the opening of the restaurant? We came here to support you. Zhang Xiao walked into the store with a smile, and beside him were Lu Chang and 5 or 6 others. Why are you here? Jin Dongxiang asked with a frown. What? Our friend's restaurant is opening, why don't we come over to support him? Zhang Xiao asked. That's right, Xiangzi. Brother Xiao heard that you opened a business today and was so happy that he called us brothers over. You can serve us some dishes and bring some beer. Lu Chang said with a smile. I'm sorry, my restaurant doesn't serve you. Jin Dongxiang said coldly. Jin Dongxiang has not forgotten everything that happened before. Zhang Xiao and Lu Chang are too cunning. They are not suitable to be friends. If you make friends with such people, you will be sold out by them sooner or later. Xianzi, what are you talking about? Since they are guests, and they are your friends, how can we not entertain them? Mother Zhao Fanfang said with a smile, what do you want to eat? I will make it for you. This is your aunt, you can eat anything you want. Make your specialty. Zhang Xiao said with a smile. Okay, wait a moment, I'll make it for you. Zhao Fanfang said and walked into the kitchen. Jin Dongxiang sat at the same table with Zhang Xiao and the others. There was no expression on his face and his eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiao and the others. What do you want to do? Jin Dongxiang asked coldly. Xianzi, you are too sensitive. Ever since what happened last time, Brother Xiao knew he was wrong and has been looking for an opportunity but couldn't find a suitable one. Now that you are opening your business, Brother Xiao said he would bring us here to support you. Lu Chang said with a harmless look. Xianzi, are you still angry about what happened last time? Zhang Xiao asked. Humph, if I hadn't been smart and knew I couldn't win and had to waste my energy on him, I might have been killed by you now. Jin Dongxiang said. After saying this, Zhang Xiao and the others stopped talking and the scene was silent for a while. After a few minutes, Zhao Fanfang came over with a plate of food, put it on the table and said with a smile, you guys eat first, the rest will be ready soon. Okay, Auntie. Zhang Xiao responded with a smile. Then they started eating. Jin Dongxiang got up and left their table. Other guests had already come over, so Jin Dongxiang got busy. Nearly an hour and a half later, Zhang Xiao and his table finished their meal, paid the bill and left the restaurant. They said hello to Jin Dongxiang before leaving, but Jin Dongxiang still ignored them. After leaving the restaurant, Zhang Xiao clenched his hands tightly. When had he ever been treated like this? Before, those people had all been flattering him. Now he took the initiative to find Jin Dongxiang to apologize and wanted to reconcile, but was given the cold shoulder by the other party. Xingzi, bring your people to their restaurant to eat every day. Go there every day and see if their business is doing well. Zhang Xiao said to Lu Chang next to him. Okay, but Brother Xiao, I have some money here. Lu Chang stopped talking halfway. Don't worry about this. I will transfer 10,000 yuan to you via WeChat later. You can spend it first. If it's not enough, come back to me. Zhang Xiao said generously. Tonight they had a meal at Jin Dongxiang's restaurant and spent more than 300 yuan. 10,000 yuan can buy 30 meals, and 2 meals a day can last for half a month. Brother Xiao, do you have any ideas? Lu Chang asked, should we continue to oppose Jin Dongxiang? We have fallen into his hands several times. Don't worry, I have my own ideas. Zhang Xiao sneered with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. On the other side, Jin Dongxiang cleaned up the table where Zhang Xiao and the others had eaten and went to the kitchen. Mom, don't receive them next time they come. They are not good people. Jin Dongxiang said. What's wrong? I saw that they paid for their meal. Besides, they came to show their support because they heard that you opened a restaurant. Since they came to show their support, you should entertain them. Zhao Fanfang said. You don't know, these people are very bad. I suspect that the words on the door of the hotel were sprayed by them. Jin Dongxiang said. You are just suspicious, but you have no evidence. Xiangzi, if you run your own business, you don't have to work for others and only have to look after the boss. If you run your own business, you have to look after the customers and can't offend anyone. Zhao Fanfang said, bring out this rice bowl. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang came out of the kitchen with the meal. Business was pretty good in the evening, with many students who had come at noon appearing familiar to Jin Dongxiang. After the students go to evening self-study, Jin Dongxiang's business for the day is considered to be over. After closing the door, Jin Dongxiang took the initiative to ask to go into the kitchen to cook, and the family sat together to eat. If we continue like this, we can make a lot of money in a month, said Jin Jiangwo. Yes, it's much better than doing farm work in the countryside before. Zhao Fanfang also said with a smile. Tonight I saw many students who came here for lunch coming to eat. It seems that they agree with the taste of my mother's cooking. Jin Dongxiang said. They are all home-cooked dishes. If you cook them many times, you will naturally master the essence. I have cooked at home for so many years, so it can be said that my efforts have not been in vain. Zhao Fanfang looked at Jin Jiangwo and ordered, you have the least time today. Go wash the dishes and then we will go home. Okay, I will ensure that I complete the task. Jin Jiangwo responded with a smile. The family was having a great time. Although Jin Jiangwo was asked to wash the dishes, Zhao Fanfang also went over to help, and they quickly cleaned up. Jin Dongxiang mopped the floor in the store, closed the door and left the restaurant. After driving back home, my parents went straight back to their room. Jin Dongxiang was also tired after a day's work, so he also went back to his room. Lying in the room, Jin Dongxiang quickly fell asleep. In his dream, his family's life had undergone earth-shaking changes and their life became much better. Early the next morning, Jin Dongxiang was awakened from his dream by his mother. Xiangzi, Xiangzi, get up and eat. Zhao Fanfang's voice reached Jin Dongxiang's ears. After waking up from his dream, Jin Dongxiang responded, put on his clothes and went to the bathroom. After washing up, he came to the dining table and started eating. Fanfang, didn't you say you were very tired last night? Why don't you go collect the money today, let your son cook, and I'll collect and wash the dishes? Jin Jiangwo said. Yes, Mom, let's adjust it. It would be very tiring if we have to watch one person cook all the time. Jin Dongxiang echoed. Chapter 83 Shopping with a Beautiful Girl. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Dongxiang's cell phone started ringing. He took it out of his pocket and took a look. It was a call from Chu Xinxin. Jin Dongxiang pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Jin Dongxiang, why didn't you contact me for so long? Chu Xinxin's inquiring voice came from the receiver. I'd been quite busy lately. Jin Dongxiang responded. I'm taking a day off today, why don't you accompany me shopping? Chu Xinxin asked expectantly. Okay, then where are you? I'll come pick you up. Jin Dongxiang asked back. Hearing Jin Dongxiang's agreement, Chu Xinxin couldn't contain her excitement and responded, I'll wait for you at the gate of the community, come and pick me up. Okay. Jin Dongxiang responded and hung up the phone. Putting the phone in his pocket, Jin Dongxiang continued to eat. His mother Zhao Fanfang asked with a smile, did Li Shou ask you out? No, it's a friend of mine who asked me to go shopping with him, and I agreed. Jin Dongxiang said, I will rush back at noon, and you will be responsible for riding the electric bike to buy groceries later. Okay, go and get busy. It would be best if you could bring us a daughter-in-law this year, so that we don't have to worry about you. Jin Jiangwo urged. I don't have the final say on things like this. It requires other people's consent, and it also depends on whether the two of us are suitable for each other. If they are not suitable, the relationship won't last long, said Jin Dongxiang. After finishing his meal, Jin Dongxiang packed up and left with his car keys. It was still early and his parents could rest at home for a while before going to the restaurant, so he did not take his parents with him when he left. After leaving the community, Jin Dongxiang drove towards the community where Chu Xinxin lived. After arriving at the place, Jin Dongxiang saw Chu Xinxin standing at the gate of the community at a glance. Have you been waiting here for a long time? Jin Dongxiang stopped the car in front of Chu Xinxin, lowered the window and asked. It hasn't been long, I just got off. Chu Xinxin responded with a smile, then opened the car door and got in. Where are we going for a stroll? Jin Dongxiang asked. Let's just find a shopping mall. I've been busy at the company recently and haven't gone shopping for clothes for a long time. Chu Xinxin said with a smile. Okay. Jin Dongxiang started thinking about the nearest shopping mall in his mind, and finally thought of a shopping mall that was relatively close. By the way, you just said that you have been busy recently. What are you busy with? Chu Xinxin looked at Jin Dongxiang and asked. Do you remember that the last time we met I told you that I opened a restaurant? I have been busy with the restaurant matters recently and it just opened yesterday. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Really? Then let's go to your restaurant for lunch today and try the chef's cooking skills. Chu Xinxin said. The restaurant has just opened and we don't know whether the business is going to be good or not, so we haven't hired a chef. My mother will be in charge for the time being. If necessary, I can also act as the chef. Jin Dongxiang said. Soon, Jin Dongxiang drove to the mall, parked the car in the basement, and the two took the elevator upstairs. This shopping mall can be said to be one of the best in the entire Lanshan city. Jin Dongxiang has been here before, but he just came in to look at the clothes and was not willing to spend money to buy anything here. But now it is different. He has money, so even if he brings Chu Xinxin here, he still has enough money to buy her 2 pieces of clothing. Jin Dongxiang is not very familiar with this shopping mall and doesn't know what is sold on each floor. But looking at Chu Xinxin next to her, she seemed very familiar with the place and took Jin Dongxiang directly to an unknown clothing store. Hello, Miss Chu. Is there anything I can help you with? The clerk saw Chu Xinxin come in and greeted her with a smile. Do you buy clothes here often? The staff all know you. Jin Dongxiang said softly. Yes, the clothes here are more in line with my style, so I come here to buy them often. Chu Xinxin said with a smile. Miss Chu, these are the new models we just got yesterday. You can try them on if you find any that fit you. The clerk said, pointing to the clothes on a shelf. Okay. Chu Xinxin started to choose. Jin Dongxiang had nothing to do, so he helped to choose. When he saw a similar piece of clothing, Jin Dongxiang picked it up and took a look at the price. He originally wanted to let Chu Xinxin try it, but after seeing the price, Jin Dongxiang was completely stunned. Such a piece of clothing costs tens of thousands of dollars. Is it inlaid with gold? Or is there something rare on it? Sir, you have a very good taste. This dress is our catwalk model during this fashion week. It is very popular, and we only have one in our store. The clerk looked at Jin Dongxiang and said with a smile. Really? Let me try it on. After hearing this, Chu Xinxin walked over, took the clothes and went to the fitting room. Chu Xinxin went to try on clothes, and Jin Dongxiang did not touch other clothes casually. He just sat on the sofa waiting for Chu Xinxin to come out. With all the money Jin Dongxiang had, he could only buy dozens of clothes in this store, and he didn't dare to spend anything. 5 minutes later, Chu Xinxin came out of the fitting room wearing the skirt that Jin Dong had just taken. How does it look? Chu Xinxin asked with a smile, and turned around in front of Jin Dongxiang. Jin Dongxiang was stunned at the moment. Isn't she too beautiful? She looked like a fairy descending from the earth. Her beautiful face matched with such a fluttering skirt made her look very fairy-like. Does it look good? I'm asking you a question. Chu Xinxin walked over, patted Jin Dongxiang gently and asked. It looks good, of course it looks good. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Okay, wrap it up for me. Chu Xinxin said, and went back to the fitting room. After a few minutes, Chu Xinxin came out wearing her previous clothes and handed the skirt to the clerk. After trying on a few more sets of clothes, Chu Xinxin asked the store clerk to pack up all the ones that Jin Dongxiang said looked good. When it was time to pay, Jin Dongxiang and Chu Xinxin went to the cashier together. Hello, Miss Chu. The total price of the clothes you purchased this time is 35,000 yuan. The cashier said with a smile. Swipe the card. Chu Xinxin said, and took out the bank card from her bag and handed it to the cashier. The cashier glanced at Jin Dongxiang standing by, as if asking, aren't you supposed to pay? Should I let my girlfriend pay for the clothes when I take her to buy them? The shop assistants also showed disdainful expressions on their faces, as if they all had something against Jin Dongxiang. Let me pay. After all, these clothes are my favorites. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, then took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the cashier. Chapter 84 Beauty, let's make friends. No, even though these are what you like, they are for me to wear. Besides, I am already very satisfied that you agreed to accompany me shopping today. I don't need you to buy clothes for me. Chu Xinxin smiled and rejected Jin Dongxiang's kindness. But at this time, the cashier had already taken Jin Dongxiang's bank card and inserted it into the POS machine. Miss Chu, this gentleman has already swiped his bank card, the cashier said with a smile, and then returned the bank card to Jin Dongxiang. Jin Dongxiang took the bank card and said with a smile, "This is my thanks to you for what happened last time." "Okay, then I'll accept it," Xu Xinxin said. After the two came out of the clothing store, Jin Dongxiang asked Xu Xinxin and found out that the store they had just visited was specialized in women's clothing and was very famous in the women's circle. It was normal for him as a man not to know about it. After shopping in the mall for a while, time quickly came to 11 o'clock. This morning, Jin Dongxiang had already discussed with his parents that he would be a cook. The students would be out of school soon, so he could not waste time and had to hurry back. "If you have nothing to do, I'll take you to my restaurant. Today is my turn to be the chef, and I'll cook for you," Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. "Okay, I don't have to go to work today anyway, and I'm free anyway, so I'll go over and see if there's anything you need help with." "I can help you," Xu Xinxin agreed excitedly. The two drove towards Jin Dongxiang's restaurant. More than 10 minutes later, Jin Dongxiang parked his car in front of the hotel. They got out of the car and walked into the restaurant. "Please sit down and take a seat. I'll see if there's anything I need to do. The students will be out of school soon, and will be open for business," Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. "Okay, you don't have to worry about me," Xu Xinxin agreed. Xu Xinxin found a table and sat down. Jin Jiangwo poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Xu Xinxin. "Girl, just tell Xiangzi what you want to eat and let Xiangzi cook it for you. Xiangzi's cooking is delicious," Jin Jiangwo said with a smile. "Okay, you are Jin Dongxiang's father, right?" Xu Xinxin asked. "Yes, that's his mother. Right now, the restaurant has just started, and there are only 3 of us busy here. When the business is good in the future, let Xiangzi expand the store and hire more waiters," Jin Jiangwo said with a smile. "You sit down first, I'll go over and clean up." "Okay, uncle, you guys go ahead and do your work, don't worry about me. If there's anything I can help with, just call me," Xu Xinxin said. After Jin Jiangwo left, he came to Zhao Fenfang and winked at her. Zhao Fenfang turned her head and saw Xu Xinxin sitting there looking around the hotel. "Do you think this could be Xiangzi's girlfriend? Was she brought here specially for us to meet today?" Jin Jiangwo asked in a low voice. "How could that be? Look at how pretty this girl is, she looks like a star. I know very well what kind of person our Xiangzi is. It is impossible for him to find such a good girlfriend. Maybe they are just ordinary friends." Zhao Fenfang said a little disappointed. Xu Xinxin is very good looking. Zhao Fenfang fell in love with Xu Xinxin at first sight, but she knew very well what Jin Dongxiang was like. Xu Xinxin would definitely not look down on a man like Jin Dongxiang. Alas, if you want to blame someone, blame it on our inability to provide Xiangzi with a good living environment. Otherwise, Xiangzi would definitely be able to find such a good girlfriend. Jin Jiangwo sighed. At noon, Jin Dongxiang was busy in the kitchen, while Zhao Fenfang and Jin Jiangwo were busy outside. There were a lot of people and business was good, so they were both a little overwhelmed. "Girl, you see your uncle and I are so busy, why don't you help us collect the money?" Zhao Fenfang walked to Xu Xinxin and said with a smile. "I'm afraid I can't do it well," Xu Xinxin said embarrassedly. "Collecting money is a big deal. If you make a mistake in the calculation or receive counterfeit money, it will be a losing business." "It's nothing, I believe in your ability," Zhao Fenfang said with a smile. After hearing this, Xu Xinxin sat at the cash register and became a cashier. Although she couldn't remember the price of each dish at once, there was a menu next to it with the prices clearly marked. Xu Xinxin was very busy during the whole afternoon, collecting money and making change, and she almost gave the wrong change several times. The students were in class and the lunch break was over. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon and Jin Dongxiang and the others had not eaten yet. At this time, several men came in from outside, and the leader was none other than Lu Chang. He immediately spotted Xu Xinxin sitting at the cashier counter, and his eyes sparkled as he looked at Xu Xinxin. "Beauty, can we be friends?" Lu Chang walked up to Xu Xinxin and greeted her with a lewd look on his face. "Sorry, we can't," Xu Xinxin responded with a smile. "What did you say? Why are you so disrespectful to our brother Chang?" A younger brother following behind Lu Chang heard this and pointed at Xu Xinxin and said. The sound was so loud that it attracted the attention of Jin Jiangwo and Zhao Fenfang. "What do you do?" Jin Jiangwo walked up and asked. Uncle, we are Chunzi's friends. We came here to have dinner. When we saw a beautiful woman sitting here, we thought of asking for her contact information. Lu Cheng explained. At this time, Jin Dongxiang also walked out of the kitchen and happened to hear what Lu Cheng said. He took the spoon in his hand and hit Lu Cheng directly. What are you doing here? Jin Dongxiang asked with a frown. Chunzi, of course we are here to support you. I didn't come over just now because I saw there were so many people. Now that there is no one here, I came over. Lu Cheng said, covering his head. After being hit by Jin Dongxiang, Lu Cheng didn't dare to act recklessly. He knew Jin Dongxiang's strength well. If he did something wrong and angered Jin Dongxiang, he didn't know what Jin Dongxiang could do. And a beautiful woman suddenly sat down here. She must be Jin Dongxiang's friend, or even Jin Dongxiang's girlfriend, fiancé, or something like that, otherwise Jin Dongxiang wouldn't be so excited to hit him with a spoon. Sorry, you are not welcome here. If you want to eat, go somewhere else. Jin Dongxiang pushed them outside. We come here to eat and become your guests. Guests are like God. Is this how you treat God? A younger brother behind Lu Cheng pointed at Jin Dongxiang and asked. God? Ha ha. Jin Dongxiang sneered twice and said, then you can find a believer who will serve you. You can't do that with me. Are you an idiot? Call me Brother Chang, but do you have the right to speak here? Lu Cheng turned his head and slapped the younger brother in the face. Chapter 85 Health Management Fees. Xianzi, I'm so sorry. I have never seen you and don't know you. Lu Cheng turned his head and looked at Jin Dongxiang respectfully. Jin Dongxiang glanced at him, said nothing, and turned to walk towards the kitchen. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. It's my fault for being ignorant. Lu Cheng said to Chu Xinxin with a smile. Hearing this, Chu Xinxin ignored him. Come in. I'll ask Chunzi to make whatever you want to eat. Jin Jiangwo said to them with a smile. Uncle, just serve a few dishes and a few bottles of beer. Lu Cheng said, and found a seat to sit down. Okay, I'll serve you beer first, and the food will be here soon. Jin Jiangwo took a few bottles of beer and put them on the table, then walked towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Jin Dongxiang was cooking with an unhappy look on his face. Xianzi, what's going on between you? Why do you have this attitude towards them? Asked Mother Zhao Funfang questioningly. Jin Dongxiang wanted to tell the truth, but then he thought that if he told his mother about what happened between them, it would definitely make his mother worry, so he made up a reason. I knew them when I was in school, they are not good people, so I don't like them very much. Since they are classmates, you should not do this. Maybe we can find them for help someday. Zhao Funfang persuaded. At this time, Jin Jiangwo walked in and said with a smile, Xiangzi, no matter what you think of them, they are our guests when they come to the restaurant to eat. Let's cook a few dishes for them. I understand, Dad. Jin Dongxiang responded. After working for more than 10 minutes, Jin Dongxiang fried 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes and served them out. Xianzi, let's sit down and eat together. Lu Cheng said with a smile. No, I'm still busy. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang walked into the kitchen. More than 10 minutes later, Jin Dongxiang suddenly heard the sound of quarreling in the kitchen and went out to check. Let me tell you, if you don't pay the sanitation management fee today, I will close your store. A bald man at the door said to Chu Xinxin, who was sitting at the cashier counter. Is the health management fee given to you? Which unit are you from? What's your name? Chu Xinxin asked seriously without any intention of backing down. Let me tell you, I am the one who collects the sanitation management fees on this street. Every household has to pay it. If you dare not pay, from now on, I will not let your store continue to operate. The bald man threatened. I just won't pay. Let's see what you can do. Chu Xinxin showed no fear at all. She sat on the chair at the cashier counter and looked angrily at the bald man in front of her. Jin Jiangwo and Zhao Funfang stood aside, looking embarrassed, not knowing how to respond. Lu Cheng and a few others who were sitting there eating were staring at the bald man at the door. Mom and Dad, what's going on? Jin Dongxiang walked closer and asked his parents. I don't know what happened, but suddenly a few of them came and said they wanted to collect sanitation management fees. They also threatened not to let us open the door if we didn't pay. Don't we have all the procedures for opening a business? Why would someone come to our door to ask for money? Mother Zhao Funfang asked with a worried look on her face. Upon hearing this, Jin Dokyung's mouth corners slightly raised and he chuckled. Health management fee? Humph, to put it more clearly, they are here to collect protection fees. I didn't expect that in this era, there are still people collecting protection fees. Hey, how much money do you want? Jin Dokyung asked with a smile. The bald man at the door looked Jin Dokyung up and down, patted his head, and said, "There are still smart people, not many, 10,000 yuan a month. I'll give you a 50% discount when business is bad, but I see your business is good, you shouldn't need a discount." 10,000 yuan? Jin Dokyung repeated. That's right, it's just $10,000. Be smart, otherwise I don't know what my brothers will do. The bald man said to the younger brothers behind him. After hearing this, Jin Dokyung said nothing and turned to look at Lu Chang beside him. Lu Chang was also looking at him at this time, and the two looked at each other. Lu Chang had been by Zhang Zhao's side for a long time, so he immediately understood what Jin Dokyung meant. He stood up and walked towards the door with a few of his men, standing opposite the bald man, and asked, "Where are you from? How come I didn't know that this street has to pay a sanitation management fee?" The bald man was about to say something, but before he could finish his sentence, a little brother behind him leaned over and whispered in his ear. After a moment, the bald man looked at Lu Chang and smiled respectfully. It turns out to be Brother Chang. "I'm so sorry, I didn't know you were having dinner here. If I had known, I would definitely not have come." This store is opened by our brother Zhao's friend. You are not allowed to come to this store in the future, otherwise don't blame Brother Xiao for being rude to you. Lu Chang said in a serious tone. He and Zhang Xiao are both somewhat famous in Lanshan City. Zhang Zhao's family is rich, and Lu Chang is daring and has dozens of younger brothers under him, so he is not afraid of others at all. Yes, I understand, Brother Chang. Let's go there first. The bald man said, and left with his men. After watching the bald guy and the others leave, Lu Chang turned to look at Jin Dokyung. "Xiangzi, we've finished eating too, I'll give you whatever you want." "Forget it. Thank you for what you did just now. I'll treat you to dinner today," Jin Dokyung said generously. After saying that, Jin Dokyung went to clean up the table where Lu Chang and the others were eating. "Here is 200 yuan, which should be enough for our lunch today. You don't need to give me the change for the rest." After Jin Dokyung left, Lu Chang took out 200 yuan from his pocket and put it on the cashier's counter. He said something and left with his men. Chu Xinqing took the money and watched Lu Chang and others leave. She didn't know what to do, so she walked towards the kitchen. "Jin Dokyung," they gave 200 yuan and left. Chu Xinqing said, holding the money. "Just keep it if you give it to me." Jin Dokyung said with a smile, "You must be starving after being busy all afternoon. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Anything is fine." Chu Xinqing responded with a smile on her face. "Okay, then you wait a moment." After saying that, Jin Dokyung started to do it. After finishing, Jin Dokyung walked outside with the meal. "Mom and Dad, it's time for dinner," Jin Dokyung shouted. "Okay." Zhao Fanfan responded and then walked towards Jin Dokyung. "This is a new dish I've researched. You can try it. If it tastes good, I'll add it to the menu," Jin Dokyung said with a smile. "If there's anything you don't like, please tell me so I can correct it in time." Chapter 86, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. Chu Xinqing took the chopsticks and took a bite to taste. "It's delicious. I didn't expect your cooking to be so delicious," Chu Xinqing said with an excited smile on her face. The four of them finished their meal chatting and laughing. Zhao Fanfang and Jin Jiangwo were cleaning up in the restaurant, while Jin Dokyung took Chu Xinqing away from the restaurant. "What do you want to do in the afternoon?" Jin Dokyung asked with a smile. "Let's go to the amusement park. We haven't been there for a long time," Chu Xinqing suggested with a smile. "Okay, I've never been there in my life," Jin Dokyung said. When he was a child, his family was poor and he lived in the countryside, so he had no chance to go to an amusement park. Later, when he went to school, Jin Dokyung always wanted to study hard, so he had no chance to go to the amusement park. After graduating from college, he had no chance to be with Li Xiu, so Jin Dokyung has never been to an amusement park. After driving to the entrance of the amusement park, Jin Dokyung went to buy tickets and the two of them walked in. After entering, Jin Dokyung was curious about everything here. Although he was already an adult, he was still childish in his heart. After playing 3 or 4 games, they felt a little tired, so they went to buy some drinks and found a place to rest. I'm really happy that you can play this with me today. No one has played with me for many years. Chu Xinshin said, a little disappointed. Where is Yu? Isn't she coming with you? Jin Dongxiang asked curiously. Aren't they always together? And they are both girls, so they must come here to play when they are bored. Otherwise, what other entertainment activities do they have? When I asked her to come, she said she was busy, or that she was childish and bored and couldn't come. Anyway, she made all kinds of excuses and never came with me once in the end. Chu Xinshin smiled and said, luckily, you can come with me. Thank you. Hey, isn't this Jin Dongxiang? Suddenly, a mocking voice came from the front of Jin Dongxiang. Jin Dongxiang looked up and found that it was none other than his mother-in-law. Who are you? The mother-in-law walked to Jin Dongxiang and saw Chu Xinshin sitting opposite. She said seriously, you are so bad, Jin Dongxiang. You haven't explained your relationship with our Li Xiu clearly yet, but you've hooked up with other women. You stinky bitch, he is a married man, and you are with him without even asking around. Do you have the shame? Do your family members know about you? The mother-in-law turned around and started insulting Chu Xinshin. Upon hearing this, Jin Dongxiang became unhappy. He didn't care what others said, but Chu Xinshin was innocent. What did you think Chu Xinshin did, and why did you curse her so harshly? Your daughter and I no longer have any relationship. We have already discussed it privately, but you just don't know it. Jin Dongxiang put down his drink, stood up and glared at his mother-in-law. Really? Li Xiu, come here, come here. The mother-in-law began shouting to the back. Within a few seconds, Li Xiu and Li Sheng appeared in Jin Dongxiang's sight. Mom, what's wrong? Li Xiu looked at Jin Dongxiang and asked her mother. He said that there is no relationship between you two anymore. Is that true? Asked the mother-in-law seriously. Mom, it's him. All the injuries on my body were caused by him. Before Li Xiu could say anything, Li Sheng pointed at Jin Dongxiang and said. You are so bad, Jin Dongxiang. You actually dared to hire someone to beat my son, and brought your mistress to the playground in broad daylight. You are really lawless. The mother-in-law said as she reached out to grab Jin Dongxiang's cheek. Fortunately, Jin Dongxiang was taller and he blocked his mother-in-law's outstretched claws with both hands. I think you misunderstood. We are friends, not the mistress as you said, nor a bitch. Please don't stand here and curse at me like a shrew. Chu Xinshin didn't give her mother-in-law any face at all and spoke as if she was in the company. Who are you calling a shrew? Who are you talking about? The mother-in-law became completely annoyed when she heard this and grabbed Chu Xinshin. When Jin Dongxiang saw the situation, he quickly grabbed his mother-in-law and stood in front of Chu Xinshin. Li Xiu, tell your mother that we have no relationship now. Don't let your mother continue to disturb my personal life. Jin Dongxiang said to Li Xiu, who was standing aside. Mom, we have no relationship anymore. Please don't disturb her normal life. Li Xiu said in a low voice. Come on, come and see. What kind of man is this? He doesn't want his wife and comes out to fool around with other women. He even insults me, an old woman, in public. The mother-in-law shouted loudly. This shout stopped everyone around, and they stood still and looked towards Jin Dongxiang and the others. Come and see, in today's society, being a mistress is so justified and dares to be so arrogant. The mother-in-law continued to shout. There were more and more people around, some of them didn't even know what was going on and just stood there watching, and asked people around them for information. The person standing in the front started recording with his mobile phone. Seeing this scene, Jin Dongxiang turned his head and looked at Chu Xinshin with an embarrassed face, and said, I'm sorry, I made you laugh, this is my mother-in-law who asked for a gift of 600,000 yuan on the wedding day. She is such a person, I don't know what's wrong with her, she keeps pestering me like a ghost. It's okay, I don't care. Chu Xinshin responded with a smile. Look, we are all here, and they are still talking and laughing. They don't take us seriously at all. The mother-in-law continued to shout. That's right. The day before yesterday, he hired someone to beat me up. Look at the injuries on my body. They were all caused by him. Li Shang also looked shameless, showing the injuries on his arm to the people around him. Because Jin Dongxiang never responded, people around him naturally took what Li Xiu's family said as true. You are such a jerk, you are not satisfied with having such a beautiful wife at home, and you go out to find a mistress. Hey, look at that girl, she's pretty, I don't know what she was thinking, she's going to be someone else's mistress, isn't it better to do something else? That's right, this kind of bastard man should be beaten to death to prevent him from harming other women. Who the hell can I go to for justice? Why do beautiful women like such a scumbag? Yeah, what kind of society is this now? Why do beautiful women like bad men? Is it true that women don't love bad men? If you ask me, this woman must have had plastic surgery and is specially kept by someone. This man is wearing cheap clothes and he doesn't look like a rich man at all. Oh, don't let him fool you. Chapter 87, Mistress and the Original Wife? People around were saying all kinds of things and talking about it, all blaming Jin Dongxiang and Xu Xinxin. Xu Xinxin originally had a natural look, but they said she had plastic surgery, and they said it so convincingly as if they had seen it with their own eyes. These people are really something. They just want to watch the fun and don't mind the big deal. They just stand by and talk without asking whether this is really the case. Jin Dongxiang, there are so many people here. Please tell me clearly, is it because of this woman that you did not marry my daughter on the wedding day? The mother-in-law asked loudly with a serious expression on her face. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang laughed. It didn't seem like Jin Dongxiang was to blame for not getting married on the wedding day. Instead, people said it was Jin Dongxiang's fault because Xu Xinxin didn't want to marry Li Xiu. He ran away on the wedding day? That's awesome. If you don't want to marry her, why do you want to get married? Isn't this a waste of her youth? Scumbag, pure scumbag. The people around started talking again, and the situation was one-sided, with everyone siding with Li Xiu's family and blaming Jin Dongxiang. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment and listen to me. You can't just listen to what they say, right? Jin Dongxiang shouted. Listen to you? What do you have to say? It's your fault, so it's your fault. The mother-in-law shouted coldly. That's right. He's already been caught on the spot, but he's still trying to find excuses. In my opinion, such people should be beaten to death to prevent them from causing harm to others. I think we should listen to what he has to say. Maybe there will be some other inside information? Some people just watched the fun and wanted to hear Jin Dongxiang's explanation, while others didn't give Jin Dongxiang any chance at all, believing that Jin Dongxiang was a scumbag. Only a small number of people want to hear Jin Dongxiang's explanation, and most people don't want to listen to Jin Dongxiang. Just at this moment, several security guards came over from the side, led by a man in a suit. What's going on? What's going on? The man in a suit who was leading the group asked repeatedly. They just saw a large group of people gathered at the door, so they came over to take a look, not knowing what was going on. This is my son-in-law. I caught him fooling around with another woman. The mother-in-law said to him. The man looked at Jin Dongxiang and asked, is this the case? No, she didn't give me a chance to explain, and I'm not her son-in-law at all. Jin Dongxiang said. What's there to explain? The facts are right in front of you. What else is there to explain? The mother-in-law shouted. Hey, lady, please be quiet. This is a public place and you can't make loud noises. Besides, this is your family matter and you should solve it here. So listen to me and let this young man explain. Maybe this woman is his relative. Then you are wrongly accusing a good person, right? Am I right? The man said with a smile. In fact, he was greedy for Xu Xinxin's beauty. Beauties like Xu Xinxin are rare. It was a rare opportunity to have contact with her, so he certainly didn't want to waste it easily. If Xu Xinxin is really a mistress, then he will do his best to get Xu Xinxin. But if Xu Xinxin is not a mistress, then it will be worthwhile to increase the impression in the beautiful woman's mind. Maybe they will get to know each other someday. After all, Lanshan City is not big. Okay, I'll listen to you. Give him a chance to explain. I want to see how he can explain it, said the mother-in-law. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang laughed softly. As long as he had this opportunity, he would be sure to turn the situation around in his favor. This is my wife, who I almost married, and her daughter. On the wedding day, they suddenly asked me for a dowry of 600,000 yuan and asked me to give my car and house to her brother. I didn't agree, and just like that, we didn't get married. A lot of things happened afterwards, and she and I had already privately agreed that we would no longer have any relationship with each other. I didn't expect her mother to ask me to give her a breakup fee of 1 million. I didn't have that much money, so I didn't bother with her family's affairs anymore. Jin Dongxiang explained. And the one next to me is a friend of mine, not a mistress or anything like that. Ha, anyone can say that. What evidence do you have? Show it out and let us see. One of the people around said with a sneer. At this time, Jin Dongxiang was at a loss. He had no evidence. Did he record the conversation with his mobile phone on the wedding day? At this moment, the voice of Jin Xiaoxiu came out. Master, I have a way. What method? Jin Dongxiang asked quickly. I have a record of the day you activated me in my storage. I can send the voice conversation between you and Li Xiu's family to your phone. Jin Xiaoxiu said. Really? That's great. Please post it quickly. I want to prove my innocence. Jin Dongxiang said excitedly. But you need to redeem it with points. Jin Xiaoxiu said lightly. As long as it can prove my innocence, I would be willing to use my blood, let alone points, Jin Dongxiang said. Okay, master. The exchange is successful, and 30 points are consumed. You can check the recording on your phone. The little golden hand said this and disappeared again. When Jin Dongxiang heard this, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket, found the place where the recordings were stored, and sure enough, there was an extra recording. Don't talk, just listen. Jin Dong forced himself to stop the sounds around him and pressed the play button. The sound of Jin Dongxiang knocking on the door on the wedding day came from the phone. After listening for more than 20 minutes, the people around finally understood the true situation. Look, I told you, there will definitely be a turning point in this matter. Someone nearby said proudly. Ah, I say you are such a shameless family. How can you do such a shameless thing? Your daughter is not your daughter? Only your son is your biological son? That's right. I really don't know what's wrong with you as a mother. You actually use your daughter to pay back the debt. Why don't you just sell your daughter? You are the same, woman. You believe whatever your mother says. How come you don't think about yourself at all? Think about it carefully. At this time, everyone around sided with Jin Dongxiang and began to blame Li Xiu's family. Jin Dongxiang, you. The mother-in-law pointed at Jin Dongxiang and wanted to say something, but before she could say anything, she collapsed to the ground. When Li Xiu and Li Shang saw their mother like this, they hurried forward to support her. Mom, what's wrong with you? Mom! Li Xiu shouted loudly. Chapter 88 The Agreement Between Them. Seeing Li Xiu's mother fainted on the ground, Jin Dongxiang laughed softly. The people around him were worried that they would be implicated in the situation, so they dispersed instantly. To describe them in 2 words, it is swift. After all, in today's society, if you help an elderly person who falls on the street, you will be blackmailed, not to mention that Li Xiu's mother is a person who will never give in even if she is right. Jin Dongxiang, please, save my mother and send her to the hospital. Li Xiu looked up at Jin Dongxiang and said in a pleading tone. I save her? Don't joke with me. She will definitely blackmail me when she wakes up. I don't want to be the scapegoat. Jin Dongxiang said with a look of disgust on his face. It's not that he didn't want to save her, but Li Xiu's mother's actions so many times were so disheartening that he didn't dare to save her. Let's go, let's continue playing. Jin Dongxiang said to Chu Xinxin with a smile. But there was a look of worry on Chu Xinxin's face, and her eyes were fixed on Li Xiu's mother. Jin Dongxiang, please save her. It would be terrible if something unexpected really happened. Chu Xinxin said worriedly. Jin Dongxiang glanced at Li Xiu's mother lying on the ground, then looked at Chu Xinxin, shook his head and agreed. Okay, just for your sake, I'll take her to the hospital and I won't take care of anything else. Jin Dongxiang said. Yeah. Chu Xinxin said with a smile. After hearing this, Li Xiu thanked Chu Xinxin excitedly. Thank you. It's nothing, quickly help your mother get into Jin Dongxiang's car. Chu Xinxin said. Li Shang and Li Xiu were walking behind, supporting their mother, while Jin Dongxiang and Chu Xinxin were walking in front. After getting in the car, Li Xiu's family of 3 sat in the back seat, Chu Xinxin sat in the passenger seat, and Jin Dongxiang drove. He used the navigation on his mobile phone to find the nearest hospital and started driving. Our amusement activities for today are over. What are we going to do next? Jin Dongxiang turned his head and looked at Chu Xinxin and asked. But at this time, Chu Xinxin was looking at Li Xiu's mother in the back row, her face full of worry. She did not turn her head to pay attention to Jin Dongxiang, probably because she did not hear what Jin Dongxiang said. More than 10 minutes later, Jin Dongxiang drove to the hospital entrance. He got out of the car to help open the back door, and Li Xiu's family of 3 got out of the car. Thank you, thank you. Li Xiu bowed her head and thanked Jin Dongxiang and Xu Xinxin. It's nothing, go quickly and don't miss the best time for treatment. Xu Xinxin said. Yeah. Li Xiu responded, then supported her mother and walked into the hospital lobby. After watching them go in, Jin Dongxiang got into the car and left with Xu Xinxin. Where are we going? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile after walking out of the hospital gate. Oh, after this happened, I have no mood to do anything. Xu Xinxin said weakly. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang was also at a loss. He didn't know what to do. He looked at both sides of the road, but still didn't know what he could do. So he looked at the time. It was already past 4 o'clock. After playing for a whole day, Xu Xinxin should be tired. How about I take you home, and we can go out and play again when you're free? Jin Dongxiang asked tentatively. Okay. By the way, give me the phone number of your wife who you were almost going to marry. I'm worried that something might have happened to her mother. After all, this matter is inextricably linked to us, and we can't just ignore it. Xu Xinxin said worriedly. No need. After I send you home, I'll come over to take a look. Her mother is not a good person. If she gets involved with you, it will be troublesome. Jin Dong said as he drove the car. 20 minutes later, Jin Dongxiang drove to the gate of Xu Xinxin's community. Then I'll go back first. I'll call you next time I'm on vacation. Then we'll go somewhere farther away to play. I don't want to encounter something like this again. Xu Xinxin said to Jin Dongxiang before getting out of the car. Okay, let's go on vacation when you're on vacation. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. It's a deal. Xu Xinxin stretched out her little finger towards Jin Dongxiang, looking expectant. Jin Dongxiang understood this and stretched out his little finger to hook it with hers. We're tied in a pinky promise and you're not allowed to change. Whoever changes is a puppy. Xu Xinxin said with a smile. After saying that, Xu Xinxin got out of the car and ran into the community with a happy smile on her face. Looking at Xu Xinxin's back as she left, she smiled softly. She really didn't expect that this girl was so kind-hearted and not the kind of petty person. Jin Dongxiang had a slight crush on Xu Xinxin, but still refused to be with her, fearing that something like what happened to Li Xiu would happen. After leaving the community where Xu Xinxin lived, Jin Dongxiang did not go to the hospital to visit Li Xiu's mother, but just made a phone call to inquire about the situation. How is your mother? Jin Dongxiang asked unhappily. The doctor said that he fainted because he was too excited. He will be fine after a rest. Li Xiu responded indifferently. Well, I'm glad nothing happened. That's it, I'm hanging up. Jin Dongxiang said and was about to hang up the phone. But as soon as he took it off his ear, Jin Dongxiang heard a voice of dissuasion coming from the receiver. Wait, I have something to tell you. Li Xiu stopped him. Just say what you want to say. Jin Dongxiang put the phone to his ear again and said. I apologize to you on behalf of my mother for what happened today. It's my mother's fault today. I'm sorry. Li Xiu said embarrassedly. I can't accept your apology. I just ask that your family stop disturbing my life in the future. Now I'm hanging up. Jin Dongxiang hung up the phone without giving Li Xiu any chance to continue. After hanging up the phone, Jin Dongxiang drove towards the hotel. It was almost time for the students to get out of school, so he should go back and get ready so that he wouldn't have to panic later. When we arrived at the restaurant, Zhao Fanfang and Jin Zhangwo were sitting there picking and washing vegetables. Mom, I'm back. Jin Dongxiang walked into the restaurant and said with a smile, let me cut the vegetables. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang went to the kitchen and started cutting vegetables. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Jin Dongxiang's restaurant business is surprisingly good. The business of several restaurants around here is not as good as theirs, and there is not enough ingredients to prepare a meal. Mom, I've already arranged for the branch store. It's being renovated right now, not far from the school gate. There happened to be a store for sale, so I took it over. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile at home in the evening. Okay, but there are only 3 of us, which means we don't have enough manpower. Otherwise, you can hire a few people. Your father and I can run the old store. The new store is much bigger, so you can find a few more people to help you. Zhao Fanfang reminded. Chapter 89. Don't worry, Mom. I will find someone. If you can't handle it, you can find a few people to help. Business is good now, so you don't have to worry about the salary issue. Jin Doxiang said with a smile. Fortunately, we listened to Changzi's suggestion to come to the city to do business, otherwise we wouldn't be living such a comfortable life now. Jin Jiangwo said luckily. It's because my son is smart and has a good business sense. Zhao Fenfang said happily. She turned her head and looked at Jin Dongxiang and said, Xiangzi, although our lives are much better now, and the business in the store has stabilized, there is one thing I still want to urge you to do. Hurry up and marry Li Xiu and give us a big fat grandson. Your father and I can help you take care of the child when we are free. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang felt helpless. He and Li Xiu had not been in touch for a long time, and now he was busy with business, so he had no intention of finding a girlfriend. Mom, don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Jin Dongxiang said, I will go back to my room first. I have to go to the new store to check out the decoration tomorrow, so I won't talk to you guys anymore. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang fled the scene as if he was running for his life. After returning to his room, Jin Dongxiang was really tired. He read a few news items on his mobile phone and then fell asleep. The next day, Jin Dong slept until he woke up naturally. After waking up, he picked up the mobile phone next to the pillow and took a look. It was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon. When he saw the time, he became anxious and quickly took the clothes and put them on. He still had some doubts in his mind. Why didn't his parents wake him up today? Could it be that his parents were too tired to get up? With doubts, Jin Dongxiang walked out of the room, but did not see his parents. There was a note on the coffee table in the living room. The note read, Xiangzi, you have been too tired recently, so Mom didn't call you. There is rice in the pot. Heat it up and eat it yourself before coming. Your dad and I can come over. Putting down the note, Jin Dongxiang smiled gently. It seemed that his parents cared about him the most. When Jin Dongxiang came to the kitchen, he looked at the porridge in the pot, heated it up and started eating. After finishing his meal, Jin Dongxiang went out and rushed to the restaurant. When we arrived at the restaurant, we had just finished our work and my parents were clearing the table. When Jin Dongxiang saw this, he hurried over to help and said, Mom and Dad, you should take a break. You've been busy all afternoon. Let me do it. Have you eaten the rice in the pot? Zhao Fenfang asked. I've eaten. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, you guys take a rest. After saying that, he walked into the kitchen carrying a tall pile of dishes and chopsticks, put them in the sink, and started washing them. Half an hour later, Jin Dongxiang finished washing and walked out of the kitchen. Mom and Dad, why didn't you call me? You two must be exhausted, right? Jin Dongxiang asked worriedly. It's okay. You're going to the new store soon anyway, so the two of us can take this time to adapt. Zhao Fenfang responded. After sitting down and chatting for a while, Jin Dongxiang went to the new store. The workers in the store were renovating it, and it was still the same 3 workers as before. Boss Jin, you're here. The worker saw Jin Dongxiang and greeted him with a smile. Master, how long will it take to complete the renovation? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile and handed over a few packs of cigarettes. About a week, 5 days if fast. The worker took the cigarettes, threw a box to each of them, and responded with a smile. The sooner the better. It's just right for me to recruit a few workers these days. Otherwise, I won't be able to handle it when the time comes. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. After coming out of the store, Jin Dongxiang went to a copy shop not far away, copied a recruitment advertisement, and posted it at the door of the new store. I spent the afternoon checking out the decoration at the new store, and when the students were about to finish school, I prepared to go back to the old store to get busy. But before he reached the door of the old store, Jin Dongxiang saw Li Xiu and her mother in the distance. Although they haven't met for a month, Li Xiu still leaves a deep impression on Jin Dongxiang. Why are they here? Are they trying to cause trouble again? Jin Dongxiang muttered to himself. He walked up quickly, stopped the mother and daughter and asked, What are you doing? Oh, you've come at the right time. We were just about to look for you, said the mother-in-law with a smile. Looking for me? What can you ask me for? I've said before, as long as you don't disturb my normal life, I'll be very happy and satisfied. Jin Dongxiang glanced at them and said, Look at what you are saying. You and Li Xiu haven't resolved the issue yet. How can you not meet? Right? said the mother-in-law with a smile. Hearing this, Jin Dongxiang suddenly felt like he was being cheated, and he looked at the mother and daughter with even more confusion. Tell me, what do you want from me? Jin Dongxiang asked unhappily. Didn't I hear that you opened a restaurant? I've never been here to see it, so why not come and take a look? Let's go, I happen to meet you, you lead the way. The mother-in-law said, looking at the restaurant not far away. Upon hearing this, Jin Dongxiang understood that their purpose of coming here must be to attract the attention of the restaurant. He, Jin Dongxiang, would never give in to this. This was the first business that their family of 3 had done after leaving the countryside, and they had also made some money. It was a foundation that he would never give up to anyone. Look at your expression. Don't worry. I came here to discuss your relationship with Li Xiao. The mother-in-law said, you two didn't get married before, and I know the reason. So I brought Li Xiao here to discuss your marriage. After all, the relationship of several years can't be wasted. Oh, you don't want the 600,000 yuan going out money? You don't want my house and car either? Have you thought it through? Jin Dongxiang asked doubtfully. Jin Dongxiang hasn't seen Li Xiao's family since the last time at the amusement park, and with so many people at the amusement park blaming them that day, Jin Dongxiang wondered if something had changed because of what happened that day. But reality is often relative to fantasy. How could such a good thing happen in the world? You don't have to give up the 600,000 yuan, and you don't have to give up the house and the car, but your brother Li Sheng is old enough, and it's time for him to do something. So I'm thinking that after you get married, you can go to other places to develop your career and leave the restaurant to your brother, said the mother-in-law. Impossible. Let me tell you, as long as you have a purpose, Li Xiao and I will never be together in this life. Jin Dongxiang refused directly. Chapter 90 New Skills Unlocked. Jin Dongxiang, you have to think clearly. Li Xiao is still a lady from a wealthy family. In today's society, there are very few people as innocent as my daughter. The mother-in-law pointed at Li Xiao and said, ladies from wealthy families? Ha, everyone? Forget it, we are not suitable. If someone like you stands in the middle, you will not be happy in the end even if you get married. Jin Dongxiang said, so I will give you a way out. Don't do things that have no future. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang turned around and walked towards the restaurant, but his mother-in-law had no intention of missing this opportunity and caught up with him. When they entered the restaurant, Zhao Fanfang and Jin Jiangwo were busy. When they saw Jin Dongxiang coming back, they greeted him with a smile. When Li Xiao and her mother came in, Jin Jiangwo thought they were customers, so he smiled and said, sorry, we haven't opened yet. Please come back later. Forget it, Mom, let's go. I've thought it through clearly since what happened last time. Since we two can't be together, let's not force it. Let's just forget it. Li Xiao said. What are you talking about? You have been in love for many years, you can't just waste it like this, right? Said Li Xiao's mother. After hearing this, Zhao Fanfang realized something was wrong and looked over. She had never seen Li Xiao before, and she didn't even know Li Xiao's mother. I'm sorry, you two. We're not open yet. If you want to eat, please go somewhere else. Also, please don't talk about your things here. After all, this is not a place to talk. Zhao Fanfang said politely. When Jin Dongxiang heard this, he laughed softly. It was useless for him to talk. Now that your own mother has asked you to leave, do you still have the nerve to stay here? Sure enough, Li Xiao still had some dignity. Her mother was about to say something, but before she could finish her words, Li Xiao pulled her away. After leaving the restaurant, Li Xiao's mother scolded, what are you doing? Jin Dongxiang can make some money running a restaurant now. When you are together, the restaurant will be handed over to your brother to manage. Wouldn't it be better for you to do something else? Mom, look at their attitude. They don't want to see us at all. Let's just forget it and talk about it later. Li Xiao said, besides, if we push Jin Dong too hard, it will definitely backfire in the end. It's better to just leave him alone. Well, what you said makes sense. Let's go. The mother-in-law said, and then returned the same way. On the other side, Jin Dongxiang in the restaurant saw Li Xiao and her daughter leaving and burst into laughter. His parents looked puzzled at his smile. Xiangzi, what's wrong with you? Zhao Fanfang asked worriedly. She was afraid that Jin Dongxiang might have some brain problems because he had been tired recently, which would be bad. It's nothing, Mom, do you know who you just chased away? Jin Doqiang asked with a smile. Who cares who they are? We are about to do business. If they talk here, it will affect our business. If we don't chase them away, will we keep them for dinner? Zhao Funfeng said unhappily. Xianzi, who are they? Jin Zhangwo asked curiously. That's Li Xiu and her mother. Jin Doqiang said with a smile. Upon hearing Jin Doqiang's words, Zhao Funfeng showed a surprised expression on her face. She quickly got up from her chair and rushed outside. Jin Zhangwo also followed her out, but Li Xiu and her daughter were no longer found outside the hotel. Back at the restaurant, Zhao Funfeng accused Jin Doqiang. Xianzi, why didn't you tell me earlier? My in-laws came but I drove them away. How will they miss me? How are you going to be together in the future? As she spoke, Zhao Funfeng became nervous. She never imagined that the people she casually drove away were actually her son's future wife and future mother-in-law. Xianzi, call Li Xiu quickly and ask the mother and daughter to come back. Tell them that your mother didn't know and said something wrong just now. Ask them not to blame your mother. Jin Zhangwo said seriously. It's okay, Mom and Dad, just do what you need to do and don't worry about them. Jin Doqiang said with a smile. He now had no intention of marrying Li Xiu at all. He didn't know how to solve the problem, but he didn't expect that Zhao Funfeng's words just now solved the matter. He wanted to see how Li Xiu and her daughter would have the nerve to come here to find him in the future. You kid, oh, I really don't know what to say to you. When you see Li Xiu, you must explain it to her. Mom doesn't mean to drive her away. Zhao Funfeng said worriedly. Don't worry, it's okay. Jin Doqiang said, hurry up, the students are about to finish school. After saying that, Jin Doqiang brought the selected vegetables to the kitchen and started cutting them. In the evening, in addition to the students, Lu Chang and a few others also came to the restaurant to eat. From the opening to now, they have eaten here every day, 2 meals a day without missing a single one, and they always pay more every time, which makes Jin Doqiang feel embarrassed. After these two interactions, Jin Doqiang's attitude towards Lu Chang changed. Xianzi, it's still the same as before, just do whatever you want. Lu Chang and others found a table and sat down, shouting towards the kitchen. Please sit down, I'll be there soon. Jin Doqiang responded and continued to work in the kitchen. Master, you have already mastered a lot of skills as a skilled craftsman, and have successfully activated the next skill treasure appraisal. At this time, the ethereal voice of Jin Xiuxiu was heard. Jin Doqiang was a little confused after hearing this. Treasure appraisal? What kind of skill is this? While he was thinking, Little Golden Hand explained, Master, treasure appraisal is the ability to identify real and fake treasures and antiques. If you want to buy antiques for collection, this is a very good skill. Oh, is that so? Okay, I got it. Jin Doqiang responded with a smile, and then continued cooking. The time for dinner was a little longer than that for lunch, and there were also more students, so it took nearly 2 hours to finish. Coming out of the kitchen, Jin Doqiang saw 2 middle-aged men walking in from outside, and the expressions on their faces seemed a little unhappy. Boss, give me a bottle of white wine and some dishes, said one of the middle-aged men. Old Chen, you'd better not drink anymore. You're already paying for compensation. If you go back home drunk, I'm worried that your wife will. The man stopped talking halfway through. Don't worry, Lao He. I have invested most of my life's money in it. Now I have nothing left to lose. I will just listen to what she says. Lao Chen responded. After hearing this, Jin Doqiang looked towards them and saw a small stone that Old Chen had placed on the table. Chapter 91 The Turning Point has come. When he saw the stone, Jin Doqiang's eyes lit up, as if he had seen some priceless treasure. Hello, can I take a look at this stone? Jin Doqiang stared at the stone without blinking. Hearing this, Lao Chen glanced at Jin Doqiang, saw that Jin Doqiang was wearing a cooking apron, and nodded in agreement. Most of my life savings were destroyed on this stone. Old Chen said with a wry smile. Old Chen, relax, you will make a comeback one day, said Old He. Jin Doqiang glanced at Lao He and saw some excitement in his eyes, and an uncontrollable happiness on his face, as if he couldn't help but burst out. Looking at Old Chen standing beside him, he had a dark face and looked as sad as if his parents had died. Seeing the expressions of the two men, Jin Doqiang guessed that it must be Lao He who colluded with others to defraud Lao Chen of his money. He could no longer contain his excitement to share the money. Boss, where did you get this stone? Jin Doqiang asked with a smile. What's wrong? Does it have anything to do with you? Lao He glanced at Jin Dongxiang and said disdainfully, "Hurry up and cook." After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang didn't say anything else. He put down the stone and walked into the kitchen. More than half an hour later, Jin Dongxiang came out of the kitchen with 4 dishes and a soup, placed them on the table, and then brought them a bottle of white wine and placed it next to it. Now there were only Lao Chen and his table of guests, so Jin Dongxiang prepared a meal for the 3 of them. While eating, he looked at the stone next to Lao Chen's hand. After nearly an hour, Lao Chen felt a little dizzy after drinking the white wine. "Old Chen, can you go home by yourself later? Otherwise, should I call a taxi to take you home?" Old he asked with a smile, as if he had not drunk any alcohol. "No, I can go back by myself. You can go and don't worry about me." Old Chen waved his hand and shouted hesitantly without raising his head. "Okay, I still have some things to deal with, so I'll leave first." Lao he said as he stood up. "Okay." Lao Chen responded. After hearing this, Lao he did not stay any longer. He went out, hailed a taxi and left. Lao Chen, Jin Dongxiang and their family of 3 were in the restaurant. Seeing Lao Chen drunk, Jin Dongxiang took the initiative to approach him and talk to him. "Xianzi, what are you doing?" Zhao Fenfang asked in a low voice. "It's okay, Mom. After he eats and gets drunk, we have the responsibility to escort him back home. If he leaves on his own and something happens, we also have an inescapable responsibility." Jin Dongxiang turned his head and responded. He gently patted the table where Lao Chen was lying. Lao Chen looked up at Jin Dongxiang. His eyes were a little moist, but he didn't look as dizzy as he just was. "Sir, you've had too much to drink. How about I take you home? If anything happens to you, we can't afford it." Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. "It's okay. I didn't drink too much. Usually, this little bit of alcohol is just enough to fill my teeth. I did it on purpose." Lao Chen said calmly, "Boss, do you have any boiled water? Pour me some." "Okay." Jin Dongxiang turned his head and looked at Zhao Fenfang. Zhao Fenfang understood and poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Lao Chen. "Aren't you 2 friends? Why are you pretending to be faint?" Jin Dongxiang asked with some confusion. "Friend? If he was a friend, he wouldn't do such a thing. He thought he did it perfectly. In fact, I already noticed something was wrong when I bought this broken stone." Old Chen said angrily and picked up the stone to throw it. Jin Dongxiang saw this scene and hurriedly stopped it. He took the stone from Lao Chen and said, "What's going on?" "It's like this. I run an antique shop. Some time ago, I wanted to buy a stone, so I asked someone about it. I found out that Lao he had it. He said his friend had it, so I followed him. I saw something pretty good a few days ago, so I became familiar with him. But when I went there today, I liked the stone at first sight, but I was a little hesitant. Later, Lao he started to set a trap with the other party, and in the end I bought the stone. I asked someone to identify it, and it turned out to be an ordinary stone, but I invested most of my life's money in it." As Lao Chen spoke, his eyes became red. After hearing what Lao Chen said, Jin Dongxiang finally understood that Lao he was just a stooge who colluded with others to defraud Lao Chen and stole his money. "Don't be so sad, maybe there will be a turning point in this matter," Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. "Turning point? Now I not only have no cash left, but I have also sold the antique shop. I have nothing left. How can there be a turning point?" Old Chen said painfully. "Actually, this stone is pretty good. How much did you pay for it?" Jin Dongxiang asked. 35 million. Said Lao Chen. 35 million? 35 million for such a small piece? Jin Dongxiang was very surprised. He really couldn't understand the thoughts of those rich people. They dared to pay 35 million for such a small stone. Isn't it too crazy? "Boss, there is something I want to discuss with you." Lao Chen suddenly became serious. "What's the matter? Tell me." Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. "Please use this stone to pay for the meal. I really have no money on me." Old Chen said embarrassedly with his head down. Jin Dongxiang looked at the stone, then looked at Lao Chen, and said, "No need, I'll tell you in secret, this stone is worth 35 million, or even more." Hearing Jin Dongxiang's words, Lao Chen suddenly looked at Jin Dongxiang as if a turn had taken place. "Do you understand this?" Lao Chen asked seriously. If I'm not mistaken, Lao He will call you soon and buy back the stone for 1 million yuan. Jin Doxiang said with a smile. He didn't know why he said such a thing, as if he had experienced such a thing before. Less than a minute after he finished speaking, Lao Chen's cell phone rang. He took it out of his pocket and saw that the caller ID was Lao He. Answer it, it will do the same as I said. Jin Doxiang said with a smile. Old Chen answered the phone. Jin Doxiang didn't know what was said on the other end of the phone. After about 2 minutes, the phone was hung up. How did you know that Lao He would call me and say that he would buy back this stone for 1 million yuan? Lao Chen asked Jin Doxiang in front of him in shock. Ha, if I'm not mistaken, the person who did the appraisal is also someone Lao He knows, right? Jin Doxiang asked again. Chapter 92 A New Hope. Old Chen did not respond immediately. He looked at Jin Doxiang in front of him with an incredible look in his eyes. He looked up and down at Jin Doxiang in front of him, and then looked at Jin Doxiang's parents not far away. Zhao Funfang and Jin Jiangwo looked like country folk, with simple and honest expressions on their faces. When they saw Lao Chen looking at them, they smiled at him. How do you know they would do this? Asked Lao Chen. Actually, this is a very common routine, and I like watching the news. There have been such reports in the news, but I didn't expect it to be the same as what I saw. Jin Doxiang responded. Then what do you mean when you say there will be a turning point in this matter? Old Chen asked again. In fact, this stone is very good, and it looks the same as when you first saw it. It's just that they deliberately found an appraiser they know and said it was a bad thing. When you were desperate, they gave you 1 million. Not only do you owe them a favor, but you can also get the thing back. Jin Doxiang said. So you mean, this stone is worth 35 million? Or even more? Old Chen asked Jin Doxiang with shining eyes. That's right, take a good look, the outer skin of this stone is very thin, and you can easily tell that the color inside is very crisp and there are no impurities. Jin Doxiang said, looking at the stone. Upon hearing this, Lao Chen reached out and snatched the stone from Jin Doxiang's hand and looked at it carefully. After a moment, Lao Chen spoke again. Yes, just as you said, you can clearly see that it is very crisp inside by using the flashlight of your mobile phone. If I'm not mistaken, this is a top-grade ice jadeite imperial green. Jin Doxiang asked jokingly, you just said that this stone is my meal money, you won't regret it, right? Old Chen looked at Jin Doxiang with his eyes, hesitated for a few seconds, put the stone on the table, and said seriously, you can take it away. I won't regret what I said. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know whether this thing is good or bad. After listening to Lao Chen's words, Jin Doxiang looked at Lao Chen with eyes full of awe. In such a situation, he still did not forget to keep his word. It would be hard for such a person not to get rich. I'm just kidding. Take the food. I'll treat you to this meal. Jin Doxiang said with a smile. After saying that, Jin Doxiang stood up, left Lao Chen's side, and walked towards the kitchen. Lao Chen sat there and watched Jin Doxiang leave. After a moment, he stood up and said, thank you. If what you said is true, I will come back to find you and repay you for this meal. After saying that, Lao Chen took the stone and left. Jin Doxiang, who was in the kitchen, cleaned up the dishes and came out. He looked at his parents and said, let's go home. You must be exhausted after a busy day. Yeah. Zhao Funfang responded. The family of 3 left the restaurant. After returning home, Jin Doxiang lay on the bed and watched a treasure appraisal program. As Jin Doxiang listened to what the experts said, his own ideas emerged in his mind. I fell asleep while watching. Early the next morning, Jin Doxiang woke up from his sleep, found some clean clothes and walked out. Good morning, Mom and Dad. Jin Doxiang saw his parents sitting at the dining table eating and greeted them with a smile. Xianzi, you got up so early. If you are tired, just sleep a little longer. Your father and I will go to the restaurant first. Mother Zhao Funfang said with concern. It's okay, Mom. I went to bed early last night, so I woke up early. Jin Doxiang responded with a smile. After washing up, Jin Doxiang went to the kitchen to get some food, brought it out and sat at the dining table to eat. Xianzi, there is something I don't quite understand. Jin Jiangwo looked at Jin Doxiang and said. What's the matter? Dad, just tell me directly. Jin Doxiang asked with a smile. Is what you told that person last night true? You have never been exposed to these things. What if you said something wrong and that person turned around and blamed you? Jin Jiangwo asked back. Recently, when I have nothing to do in the evening, I watch treasure appraisal programs. The more I watch, the more I understand, Jin Dongxiang responded. Xianzi, we just run a restaurant. We don't need to care about other people's affairs. As long as we make enough money for ourselves, that's enough. Mother Zhao Funfang said, if we get into any trouble, it will be terrible. Yeah, Mom, I get it. Jin Dongxiang responded. After dinner, Jin Dongxiang and his family drove to the restaurant. When they arrived at the restaurant, Jin Jiangwo rode an electric bike to buy vegetables, while his mother Zhao Funfang swept and mopped the floor. Jin Dongxiang went to the new store and checked the progress of the renovation. It seems that yesterday's visit was effective. The progress was much faster. At this speed, the renovation will be completed within 5 days. On the other side, in the old restaurant, Zhao Funfang was mopping the floor when suddenly someone came in from outside. Zhao Funfang looked up and said with a smile, "Sorry, we are not open yet. If you want to eat, please come back later." "No, sister, it's me. I ate here last night and didn't pay," Lao Chen said with a smile. After hearing this, Zhao Funfang looked at Lao Chen carefully, looked him up and down, and then thought about it and figured it out. "It's you. I remember now. You came too." Zhao Funfang stopped talking halfway through her sentence. She was already starting to get nervous, worried that Lao Chen was here to cause trouble. "Sister, don't be nervous. I'm here to look for the chef from last night," Old Chen said with a smile. "Why are you looking for him? He's not here." Zhao Funfang became even more nervous when she heard the other party mention Jin Dongxiang. Jin Dongxiang said so much to others last night. If Jin Dongxiang said something wrong, it would definitely come and cause trouble. Luckily he enlightened me last night, otherwise I might have chosen to commit suicide. I didn't sleep after I got home last night. This morning I found an authoritative expert to re-identify the stone, and it turned out that what he said was right. Old Chen said excitedly. The expert said that he had never seen such good material before, and offered 50 million on the spot. I said I would think about it, and then I came here. Congratulations, there is always light at the end of the tunnel. But what are you doing here? Zhao Funfang asked puzzledly. Sister, I want to thank the chef from last night. He has a good eye and is very suitable for our business. My antique shop happens to be lacking an appraisal expert, and I would like to ask him to help me. But you can rest assured that I will only contact him when needed. If not, he can still be your chef here. Lao Chen stated his purpose. Chapter 93 Treasure Appraisal Expert. Just at this moment, Jin Dongxiang walked in from outside. He could tell from the back that the man was Lao Chen. Seeing Lao Chen chatting with his mother Zhao Funfang, he walked over with a smile. "Mom, you go ahead and do your work. I'll talk to him," Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. "Xiangzi, he said he wants to invite you to work as an expert in his antique shop. You should think about it yourself. If you want to go, go ahead. Your father and I can take care of the restaurant," Zhao Funfang said with a smile. It was rare that her son was noticed by someone and was directly offered an expert position. Although Zhao Funfang didn't understand it, it sounded very good. It was much better than staying in this small restaurant for the rest of his life. "Okay." Jin Dongxiang turned his head and made a gesture of invitation to Lao Chen, then sat down casually. As soon as he sat down, Jin Dongxiang stood up and poured 2 glasses of water, one for his mother Zhao Funfang and the other for Lao Chen. "My mother just asked me what kind of expert you want me to be?" Jin Dongxiang asked. "It's a treasure appraiser. After listening to you last night, I asked someone to appraise it again today. The other party offered 50 million to buy the stone, but I didn't sell it." Lao Chen smiled and said, "All this is thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I would probably choose to commit suicide with it, or sell it to Lao He and his people for 1 million. No, Mr. Chen, you are too kind. I am not an expert. I just know a little bit," Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. "This is my business card, you can call me Lao Chen." Lao Chen handed over a business card. Jin Dongxiang took it and took a look. It was the Longhua Antique Shop. This shop was quite famous in the whole Lanshan city, and the old Chen in front of him was the owner of this shop. He really didn't expect that just a few words he said last night would help the owner of a famous antique shop. This was a blessing he had earned in several lifetimes. "My name is Jin Dongxiang. You can call me Dongxiang, or you can just call me Xiangzi like my mom and the others." Jin Doxiang said with a smile. Then I'll call you Qianzi, it's more intimate. Lao Chen became serious and said, I hope you can consider my suggestion and work as an expert in treasure appraisal in my shop, but I won't bother you at other times. I will only come to you when I can't tell, so as not to interfere with your business of opening a restaurant. I have never been involved in this industry, so I don't know how to do it. I'd better put aside the idea of being a treasure appraiser for now. I have nothing to do now, so can you take me to your store to have a look? Jin Doxiang said with a smile. Of course, let's go now. Lao Chen said excitedly. Okay. Jin Doxiang stood up and walked to Zhao Fenfang's side, saying, Mom, I'll be back soon. Go, Qianzi. Mom hopes you will have a happy life in the future, not just staying in this small restaurant. Zhao Fenfang reminded. I understand, Mom. Jin Doxiang responded. After that, Jin Doxiang and Lao Chen walked out of the restaurant together. Originally, Jin Doxiang wanted to drive his own car, but Lao Chen strongly requested him to sit in Lao Chen's car and talk about antiques. Jin Doxiang had no choice but to agree. The driver was driving, Jin Doxiang and Lao Chen were sitting in the back seat, and they talked about a lot of things along the way. Soon, the car stopped and arrived at the door of Longhua Antique Shop. Lao Chen and Jin Doxiang got out of the car. Jin Doxiang looked at the Longhua Antique Shop and saw that it was very large and looked very low-key from the outside. After entering the store, Jin Doxiang was shocked by the scene in front of him. It was so low-key, luxurious, and profound. The decoration of the store was very exquisite. The display cabinets were all made of golden nanmu, and there were all kinds of antiques and jade in the store. Hello, Mr. Chen. Several female sales clerks in the store greeted Mr. Chen with a smile when they saw him. You guys go ahead and do your work. I brought a friend over to take a look. Old Chen waved his hand and said. Just take a look around. The things in this display cabinet are all collected by me. There are a lot of nice things. Old Chen said generously. Jin Doxiang looked through the display cabinets one by one. There were indeed many good things, but at the same time, there were also many ordinary things. This thing is pretty good. It's in good condition and has delicate patterns. It seems to be from the Tang dynasty, right? Jin Doxiang said to Lao Chen while looking at a vase in the display cabinet. You have a really good eye. This is a vase from the Tang dynasty palace. I spent more than 100,000 yuan to buy it. Is it worth the price? Old Chen asked with a smile. It's not worth it. Although it looks like something from the Tang dynasty, if you look closely you can see that it is a modern imitation. It's too expensive to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars. Jin Doxiang said bluntly. Modern? Old Chen was very surprised and said to the clerk, take out this vase. When the clerk heard this, he quickly took it out and handed it to Lao Chen. Lao Chen looked at it carefully and did not find any traces of modern times. How do you tell it's modern? Can you tell me? Old Chen asked seriously. Look at the mouth of this vase, it's deliberately made to look old. Look at the body of the vase, and if you look closely you can see that the patterns are somewhat asymmetrical. If it was from the palace, it wouldn't have created such an effect. Jin Doxiang said carefully. After listening to Jin Doxiang's words, Lao Chen looked at it carefully and found that it was exactly as Jin Doxiang said. There were indeed some asymmetrical patterns on the bottle body, and the bottle mouth also had signs of aging. It should be something from the Qing dynasty. It's not too bad. It can still be sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars if it's kept for a while. Jin Doxiang said with a smile. At this moment, a gray-haired guest next to him laughed after hearing what Jin Doxiang said. This young man has really good eyesight. He can tell whether this vase is real or fake at a glance. The old man said with a smile. Qianzi, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Bai. He often buys things in my store and has never bought any imitation or fake goods. Lao Chen introduced, Mr. Bai, this is a friend I met last night, Qianzi. Young man, I'll give you a chance. Pick out 3 treasures from this store and I'll pay for them. Old Bai said with a smile. Hearing this, Jin Doxiang looked at Lao Chen standing beside him, as if asking what he meant. Old Chen saw Jin Doxiang looking at him with eyes that understood him, and said with a smile, pick it, as long as Old Bai likes what you bring out, he will accept it no matter how much money it is. Boss, is this guy reliable? Don't let the things he brings out be bad and not satisfy Mr. Bai. That would be embarrassing for you. After all, it was you who brought it. One of the shop assistants said with some disdain. That's right, boss. Why don't you let me do it? I'm the one who receives Mr. Bai every time he comes. I have experience, said another woman with long hair. Chapter 94 Tang Bo was authentic works. Boss, you'd better be careful. There are many scammers in this world nowadays. Don't let our antique shop lose money because of his little skill. The clerk with long hair continued. What are you talking about? Xiangzi is my friend. How can I not trust my friend? Old Chen said seriously. After hearing this, the two shop assistants stopped talking and glanced at Jin Dongxiang with disdain. Oh, some people have to be more careful. If they fail, it's not a big deal to embarrass themselves, but it's troublesome to lose money, said the female clerk with long hair. Ha, young man, I believe you. Go ahead and pick out 3 pieces. Old Bai said with a smile. Then I will respectfully obey your command, Jin Dongxiang said. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang started looking around in the store. At first, he looked at a few items and even took them out to study them carefully, but in the end, he shook his head and put them down. Seeing this, the long-haired clerk said with disdain, Are you pretending to know something? Do you know what you just took? It's just a modern collectible. It can't be sold at a high price, Jin Dongxiang said. Wang Li, stop talking and let Xiangzi choose. Old Chen couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up to stop them. Humph, Wang Li snorted coldly and stopped talking. Hey, handsome guy, why don't you take a look at this one and see if it catches your eye? Another clerk took out a small bowl and waved it at Jin Dongxiang. The item she took out was a famous treasure in their store. It was something from the imperial kitchen in the Tang Dynasty palace and was specially used for the emperor's meals. Jin Dongxiang walked over with a smile, took the bowl and looked at it. After looking at it for about 2 minutes, Jin Dongxiang put the bowl on the table, without making any comment, and turned to look at other things. Old Chen couldn't understand what was happening, so he asked, Xiangzi, this bowl of mine was specially used by the imperial kitchen in the Tang Dynasty for the emperor to eat. You don't even like it? It's from the Tang Dynasty, yes, but it's not for the emperor to eat with. The bowls the emperor eats from are specific and have special markings on them, so the eunuchs can tell them apart. There's no mark on your bowl, Jin Dongxiang explained with a smile. After hearing this, Lao Chen did not refute, but just glanced at the bowl with a look of disappointment. About half an hour later, Jin Dongxiang came over with 3 inconspicuous things and placed them in front of Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai, what do you think of these 3 things? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. Handsome guy, this is just a modern imitation. Do you have the nerve to show it to Mr. Bai? Mr. Bai only likes first-class quality goods, not these messy things. Another clerk Lin said. It is true that these things may seem insignificant to you, but they are not imitations. They are first-class good stuff, Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Lao's eyes lit up. He took the things that Jin Dongxiang brought and started to look at them. He opened one of the calligraphy and paintings and took a look at the signature, Tang Bohu. If this painting is real, it must be worth a lot of money. The second one is a token, a pass to enter and exit the palace, but it doesn't look real. Instead, it looks like something that is deliberately made to look old. The third one is a hairpin. Old Bai looked at them for a while but didn't find anything abnormal about these 3 things, so he looked at Jin Dongxiang beside him with questioning eyes. Young man, tell me about this painting. It doesn't look like it was written by Tang Bohu himself. Although this painting is a good imitation, you can still see traces of modern times, said Old Bai. Yes, Xiangzi, this thing has been in my store for a long time. Although some people look at it, it has obvious traces of being a modern imitation and no one buys it, said Lao Chen. Old Chen, old sir, please take a good look at this painting. There is actually another layer on the outside. After you lift up the outer layer, look at the original painting inside, Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. After hearing this, Old Chen asked Wang Li for a knife and walked towards the painting. Boss Chen, you have to think it through. If this painting doesn't have a second layer, it would be a waste of time. Wang Li stopped him. Yes, boss. There are so many scammers nowadays. You can't trust others easily. Lin echoed. I believe in Xiangzi, Old Chen said as he was about to cut it with a knife. At this time, Bai Lao intervened, stopped Lao Chen, and said, Let me do it. Even if there is no second floor below, I will buy it. Upon hearing this, Lao Chen agreed, and handed the knife to Bai Lao, smiling and making a gesture of invitation, please. In this way, even if there is no second layer, if someone buys the painting, it will not result in a loss of money. Old Bai cut it open bit by bit, very carefully, for fear of damaging any corner. At the beginning, the second layer of pictures did not appear. Old Chen was a little nervous. Wang Li and Lin on the side looked at each other and laughed disdainfully. Let me tell you, you can't trust what these random people say. Wang Li said with a smile. Shut up. At this time, Bai Lao said seriously. This sound scared Wang Li and Lin very much. Mr. Bai had come to the store so many times, but they had never seen him so serious. In an instant, they both closed their mouths tightly and dared not breathe loudly. After the first layer of paper was peeled off to the painting, the second layer of painting slowly emerged. Seeing this, Mr. Bai sped up. A few minutes later, the second layer of paintings appeared in front of everyone. After careful study, Mr. Bai confirmed that it was indeed Tang Bohu's original work, and it was well preserved. Young man, how did you know that? Asked Old Bai in shock. It's not difficult to see if you want to see it. If you don't want to see it, you will never see it in this lifetime. Jin Dongxiang said casually. How could he possibly tell them directly that I have a golden little hand to help me in several amazing skills? Boss Chen, please name your price. I want this painting for you. Mr. Bai was reluctant to put it down. Since Mr. Bai likes it so much, I won't say much. I don't need to say much about the value of Tang Yin's paintings now. I believe everyone knows it. This painting is well preserved. If it is put up for auction, it will start at least 20 million. Old Chen said with a smile. When I first bought this painting, it was worth less than 500,000 yuan, but now it has increased by hundreds of times. All this is thanks to Jin Dongxiang, otherwise such a good thing would not have happened. Okay, I'll pay 50 million for it. Old Bai said directly, then he looked at it a few more times, rolled up the painting and put it away. Chapter 95 Deliberately Old. The first item already shocked Bai Lao very much, and he liked it very much. Bai Lao looked at the other two things. Young man, where is the token? It has obvious signs of being worn. Old Bai said with a smile, it is normal for young people to make mistakes once. Hey, old man, you are wrong. Bring me a basin of water. Jin Dongxiang said to Wang Li. After what happened just now, Wang Li looked at Jin Dongxiang with shining eyes and awe in her heart. So as soon as Jin Dongxiang finished speaking, Wang Li walked to the back. A moment later, Wang Li came over with a basin of water and stood aside, watching Jin Dongxiang's next move carefully. Don't be too confident just because you got lucky once. If something goes wrong with this thing touching water, who will be responsible? Lin, who was standing aside, said with disdain on her face. Regarding the painting just now, she believed that Jin Dongxiang was just lucky and did not really see anything. Ha, if there is any problem with this thing, I'll pay for it and you don't have to worry about it. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. His ability to turn stone into gold has been increasing all the time. After activating the new skill yesterday, he can use this ability 6 times a month and he doesn't have to worry about money at all. Since Jin Dongxiang had said so, Lin didn't know what to say. She just curled her lips and stood there waiting for Jin Dongxiang to make a fool of himself. Jin Dongxiang placed the token in the water and cleaned it with his fingers. After a while, the water became much more turbid and the original appearance of the token was revealed. Mr. Bai, this is the pass for officials to enter the palace during the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Please take a closer look. Jin Dongxiang took out the token and handed it to Mr. Bai. After taking the token, Mr. Bai studied it carefully. It turned out that the deliberate aging was actually to cover up the original appearance of the thing. After clearing away the deliberate aging, the original appearance of the thing was revealed. What a good thing! It's thousands of years old. I never thought that someone would preserve it by deliberately making it look old. As Old Bai spoke, his eyes became red. Ha, Xiangzi, I really didn't expect that you have such good eyesight. I admire you. Old Shen bowed with his hands and said with a smile. This token was only worth a little over 100,000 yuan, but now that it has been proven to be from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, its value can be multiplied many times over. Boss Chen, name your price for this thing. Mr. Bai said with a smile, name your price for the remaining item as well. I believe in this young man's vision. I want them all. 100 million. Old Chen said. Okay, 3 things, 150 million. I'll have someone transfer the money to your bank account. Old Bai said with a smile. Don't be impatient. At this time, Jin Dongxiang stood aside and spoke to stop him. Is there any problem? Asked Mr. Bai in confusion. This gold hairpin is from the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. It's not worth much, but the workmanship is very good and it's suitable for collection. I guess Mr. Bai must have a daughter, so you can give it to her as a gift. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Even if it's fake, I would have bought it at the price Mr. Chen asked for, if for no other reason than to make friends with you. It's rare to find a young person like you who knows so much. Old Bai sighed. Ha, it's just that I like watching treasure appraisal programs and learn some knowledge from them. Jin Dongxiang said shyly. Boss Chen, I have a favor to ask you. Mr. Bai suddenly looked at Mr. Chen seriously and said. Please tell me, Mr. Bai. I will do whatever I can. Old Chen responded respectfully. In the antique circle of Lanshan City, Bai Lao can be said to be a veteran figure, and Bai Lao himself owns the largest antique company in Lanshan City. He can be said to be an idol in the eyes of countless antique dealers. I think this young man has good eyesight, so I want him to come to me for an appraisal. I wonder if you would agree? Asked Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai, to be honest, I was cheated last night and bought a piece of stone. I had already given up any thought of going on living, but then Shangzi showed up and told me that the stone was not bad, but that people had colluded to cheat me. It was because of this that I brought Shangzi here today, and wanted him to be the one and only appraiser in my store. Said Lao Chen. Is that so? Then I, Old Bai, will have to snatch this person from you. Old Bai turned his head and looked at Jin Dongxiang who was standing beside him. Shangzi, tell me? Go to my antique company, and I will make you the chief appraiser with an annual salary of 10 million, plus commissions. 10 million? Jin Dongxiang looked at Bai Lao in surprise. That's right, just 10 million, and the job is very easy. You just need to help me identify antiques. Old Bai said with a smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Bai. The price you offered is very tempting, but I still can't go. I have a restaurant at home to run and I don't have time. Besides, I came here just to take a look and I haven't agreed to what Mr. Chen said. Jin Dongxiang refused with a smile. Hearing Jin Dongxiang's refusal, Shilin and Wang Li stared at Jin Dongxiang in disbelief. Are you kidding? 10 million? What does that mean? How many people can't earn that much in their entire life? I give you an annual salary of 10 million and you actually don't want to do it. It really makes me angry. Yes, Mr. Bai, Shangzi has a restaurant to run at home, so he can't go to your place. Said Old Chen. In fact, he said this to stop Jin Dongxiang from going to Bai Lao. If Jin Dongxiang stayed with him and collected some good things, he could make a lot of money in a year. Maybe in 5 years he could become a figure like Bai Lao. Oh, it doesn't matter. I can compensate you with whatever money your restaurant makes in a year. Or I can let all the employees in the company order food from your restaurant in the future. This way, your restaurant's business can be taken to a higher level. Mr. Bai said after thinking for a few seconds. After hearing this, Old Chen didn't know what to say. Old Bai's meaning was very clear, he wanted to snatch Jin Dongxiang away. Now Jin Dongxiang was like a piece of gold, whoever got him would get endless wealth. Thank you for your interest, Mr. Bai, but I really can't handle this kind of work. Old Chen, I'm just here to take a look, I can't go over to help you. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, but if you two need me for anything, I will definitely not back down if I can help. As soon as he finished speaking, a look of disappointment appeared on Lao Chen's face. He understood very well that Jin Dongxiang was doing this to save face for both of them. If Jin Dongxiang agreed to Lao Chen, Lao Bai would definitely be furious and would suppress him everywhere in the future. But if he abandoned Lao Chen and followed Lao Bai, it would be like forgetting the person who dug the well after drinking the water. He would be waiting to be stabbed in the back in the future. Chapter 96 Different. In that case, then I'll do as you say, but you can rest assured that when I ask you for help, I will definitely give you the full compensation you deserve. Bai Lao took out his business card from his arms, handed it to Jin Dongxiang and said with a smile, "This is my business card. If there is anything I can help you with, you can call me. Give me a piece of paper and a pen." Jin Dongxiang said to Wang Li. Wang Li did not hesitate at all about Jin Dongxiang's words. She directly took out paper and pen and placed them in front of Jin Dongxiang. Jin Dongxiang wrote down his name and mobile phone number and handed them to Mr. Bai. This is my mobile phone number and name. I don't have a business card. I hope Mr. Bai won't mind. How could that be? There are very few young and outstanding guys like you. I can't wait to get one, so how could I despise you? Mr. Bai took the note and said with a smile, I'll let the company transfer the money for these 3 things to you. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Mr. Bai took the things and walked out. Old Chan and Jin Dongxiang followed him to the door. When they arrived at the door, a Rolls-Royce stopped at the door. A middle-aged man about the same age as Jin Jiangwo got out from the driver's seat and opened the back door. Take care, Mr. Bai. Old Chen said, standing at the door. Mr. Bai didn't reply, just nodded, got in the car and left. After Mr. Bai left, Old Chen laughed and put his arm around Jin Dongxiang's shoulders. Thanks to you today, all the worthless things have become rare items, allowing me to make a lot of money. Lao Chen said with a smile, give me your bank card number, you should be rewarded. No need, I'm just a passerby. If you hadn't taken a fancy to me, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to see so many precious things. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Having said that, we still have to pay what we deserve. Old Chen was determined to pay Jin Dongxiang. Finally, Jin Dongxiang had no choice but to tell Lao Chen his bank card number. The two sat at the tea table in the store, drinking tea for more than an hour and chatting about many things. At 11:30, Jin Dongxiang left. Lao Chen wanted to see him off, but Jin Dongxiang refused and hailed a taxi and left. Not long after leaving Lao Chen's store, Jin Dongxiang's cell phone rang. He took it out of his pocket and saw that it was a text message from the bank. Your last number 34582 transferred 5 million yuan, and the balance is 5,032,000.88 yuan. 5 million. Looking at this number, Jin Dongxiang's eyes sparkled. Isn't this a fucking fortune? He was paid 5 million for selling 3 items. If he sold 30 items, it would be 50 million. If he sold 300 items, it would be 500 million. Although he thought so in his heart, Jin Dongxiang still had no intention of working as an appraiser for Bai Lao and Lao Chen. He believed that doing some small business like this, although a little hard, at least his family would not have to worry about food and drink, and his pocket money would be much more than before. It is better to be down to earth and take one step at a time. It is impossible to achieve success overnight. When they arrived at the hotel, Jin Dongxiang scanned the money for the driver, then got out of the car and entered the hotel. As soon as he entered, he saw Chu Xinxin. Why are you here? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. I've been here a long time ago and have been waiting for you. Where have you been? Why don't you take care of the business in the store? Chu Xinxin asked puzzledly. It's nothing. You must be hungry after waiting for so long. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. I'm not hungry. You should go and get busy. The students are about to finish school. Chu Xinxin said with a smile. Okay. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. When I came to the kitchen, Zhao Fanfang was cutting vegetables and Jin Jiangwo was arranging the ingredients. Seeing Jin Dongxiang coming in, Zhao Fanfang stopped what she was doing, walked to Jin Dongxiang, and whispered, Why don't you go out and accompany your friends? We are here. No need to accompany me. Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. She has been waiting for you here for a long time. I would say that this girl must be interested in you. She is so beautiful, you can't let her down. Zhao Fanfang said with a smile. What are you talking about? Xiangzi and Li Xiu have been together for so many years, and they are even discussing marriage. If he starts dating this woman at this time, what do you want others to say about our family? Jin Jiangwo stepped forward to stop them. Mom and Dad, you don't have to worry about my affairs. I can handle it myself. Jin Dongxiang said helplessly. At noon, Jin Dongxiang cooked, his mother Zhao Fanfang served the dishes, his father Jin Jiangwo cleaned up the dishes, and Chu Xinxin helped collect money. It was a very harmonious family, just like a real family. After finishing his work at noon, Jin Dongxiang walked to Chu Xinxin and asked with a smile, What do you want to do in the afternoon? I haven't thought about it yet. Chu Xinxin responded with a smile. Or let's go hiking. The weather is cool today, which is suitable for hiking. Jin Dongxiang made a suggestion. He has always wanted to take a good look at the scenery in various places in Lunshan City, but he never had the chance. Now it is a good opportunity to have someone accompany him. Hiking? Do you think the clothes I'm wearing can help me hike with you? Shu Xinshin asked. Jin Dongxian looked Shu Xinshin up and down. She was wearing a skirt and a pair of high heels, which was indeed not suitable for mountain climbing. Otherwise. When Jin Dongxian was about to say something, before he finished speaking, a familiar voice came from the door. Jin Dongxian, we meet again. Hearing this, Jin Dongxian turned his head and looked towards the door. He found that it was Mr. Bai, and next to him was a girl about his age. Mr. Bai, why are you here? Jin Dongxian greeted him happily. You said you run a restaurant, so I wanted to try your cooking, so I asked Xiao Chun for the address of your restaurant. Mr. Bai introduced with a smile, this is my granddaughter, Bai Lanlan, and this is the young and promising guy I told you about, Jin Dongxiang. Hello. Bai Lanlan took the initiative to extend her hand to shake hands with Jin Dongxiang. Hello. Jin Dongxiang stretched out his hand and they shook hands. Bai Lanlan and Chu Xinshin are equally beautiful. Bai Lanlan gives people a cold beauty, while Chu Xinshin gives people an approachable beauty. The two have different temperaments, two different kinds of beauties. Oh, Xinshin, you are here too. Bai Lanlan turned her head and saw Chu Xinshin and greeted her in surprise. Hey, hello, Grandpa Bai. Chu Xinshin walked up and greeted old Bai. Xinshin, what's going on between you and Jin Dongxian? Asked Mr. Bai with a hint of disappointment. Oh, we are just ordinary friends, Grandpa Bai, don't think too much about it. Chu Xinshin said with a smile. Listening to their conversation, Jin Dongxian was a little confused. Chu Xinshin knew Mr. Bai? And judging from their conversation, they seemed very familiar with each other. Chapter 97, The Matchmaker is Here? With a questioning look, Jin Dongxian looked at Chu Xinshin beside him, but Chu Xinshin looked at Bai Lao with a shy expression. Seeing this scene, he became more certain of his thoughts. By the way, do you cook for yourself in this restaurant? Mr. Bai looked at Jin Dongxian and asked. Yes, sometimes it's my mother who cooks. Jin Dongxian responded with a smile. Would you mind cooking a few dishes yourself for me to taste? Asked Mr. Bai with a smile. Hearing this, Jin Dongxian nodded, put on his apron again, and walked towards the kitchen. In less than a minute, Mother Zhao Fenfang also walked into the kitchen. Xianzi, who is that old man? Zhao Fenfang asked. He is the boss of a big company. I met him in Lao Chen's store today. He wanted me to work for him, but I refused. Jin Dongxian recounted the process of getting to know Mr. Bai. Boss of a big company? They invited you over because they saw your strengths. How could you refuse? This is a good opportunity. You can't stay in this restaurant for the rest of your life. Zhao Fenfang asked puzzledly. Mom, you have to take one step at a time. It's impossible to become fat in one bite. It's better to be down to earth. Jin Dongxiang smiled and said, Mom, go out and entertain them first. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang started cooking. When Zhao Fenfang saw Jin Dongxiang's appearance, she did not continue to persuade Jin Dongxiang and left the kitchen. Nearly half an hour later, Jin Dongxiang came out of the kitchen carrying 4 dishes and a soup and placed them on the table where Bai Lao was sitting. Mr. Bai, please try my cooking. If there is anything wrong, please tell me so that I can modify it quickly. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Okay. Mr. Bai said with a smile, then picked up the chopsticks to pick up the food and started to taste it. Jin Dongxiang, who was standing aside, looked at Mr. Bai with anticipation, waiting for Mr. Bai's evaluation. After a while, Mr. Bai put down his chopsticks and said with a smile, You cooked this dish very well. The meat is fresh and not too salty or bland. I never thought that you, at such a young age, could cook such a good dish. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Bai. Jin Dongxiang responded shyly. By the way, there is one thing I don't quite understand. How did you get to know Xinshin? Old Bai asked Chu Xinshin. We met by chance. Jin Dongxiang did not tell the real reason. After all, his parents didn't know about that incident, and they would definitely be worried if he told the truth. Actually, if it wasn't for Jin Dongxiang, I would. Chu Xinshin was about to tell the real story of how they met, but she was interrupted by Jin Dongxiang before she could finish her words. Actually, I saw her standing on the side of the road on my way to work, so I gave her a ride. That's how we met. Jin Dongxiang made up an excuse. After hearing this, Chu Xinshin looked at Jin Dongxiang with confusion, as if asking why he was not allowed to tell the real reason for their acquaintance. Jin Dongxiang also noticed Chu Xinxin's doubt, so he blinked gently, glanced at his parents not far away, and signaled Chu Xinxin not to say anything. Chu Xinxin understood, smiled and nodded, and said, "That's right, if it wasn't for Jin Dongxiang, I would have been late that day." "What? Didn't your dad arrange a car to take you to and from get off work?" Mr. Bai asked somewhat unhappily. In Mr. Bai's heart, Chu Xinxin is just like his own granddaughter. Their two families are old friends, and 3 generations before Mr. Bai have been doing business together, so Mr. Bai has a very good relationship with Chu Xinxin's grandfather, just like real brothers. "Oh, my car tire was punctured that day." "Okay, I won't talk about my business anymore. Why is Lan Lan so leisurely today and came with you?" Chu Xinxin asked with a smile. In Chu Xinxin's mind, Bai Lan Lan is a workaholic. Apart from work, she eats and sleeps. She rarely goes shopping, let alone has a boyfriend. Alas, this girl, if she continues to work, I will have to worry about her life. Old Bai said helplessly. "Grandpa, this is for my future. I don't want to be without money when I get married. I would be looked down upon by the man's family." Bai Lan Lan said forcefully. "Xinxin, I see you look so relaxed every day. Aren't you busy with work?" Bai Lan Lan asked Chu Xinxin. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinxin didn't know what to say for a moment. She and Bai Lan Lan were two completely different women. Bai Lan Lan is a workaholic, while Chu Xinxin is the type of person who is done with work and doesn't devote too much of her life to work. She is a person who enjoys life very much. "I don't love work as much as you do. What I love is life. Hee, if you ask me, you should go out and play with me more often. Every time I call you, you always talk about work, which makes us have fewer chances to meet." Chu Xinxin said with a little anger. "Yes, Lan Lan, go out and play more with Xinxin in the future. Don't be so busy with work all the time. Look, Xinxin's boyfriend is very outstanding." Old Bai said with a smile as he looked at Jin Dongxiang standing aside. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang panicked. "What boyfriend?" They were just ordinary friends, good friends at most. "Mr. Bai, I think you have misunderstood. Chu Xinxin and I are just good friends, not boyfriend and girlfriend." Jin Dongxiang quickly denied it. "Yes, Grandpa Bai, please don't talk nonsense. We are not that kind of relationship." Chu Xinxin also echoed Jin Dongxiang's words. "Really?" Bai Lao suddenly asked seriously. "Of course it's true," Jin Dongxiang said firmly. Hearing such a positive answer, Mr. Bai laughed, looked at Bai Lan Lan next to him, and said, "Lan Lan, you heard it, Jin Dongxiang is not Xinxin's boyfriend, you have a lot of opportunities." "Grandpa, I'm very busy at work now, and I have no intention of finding a boyfriend. Let's talk about it when I have some free time." Bai Lan Lan refused directly. In fact, the real reason why Bai Lan Lan refused was that she didn't like Jin Dongxiang. It was not because of Jin Dongxiang's family background, but because she felt that they had different ideas and were not suitable to be together. After hearing what Mr. Bai said, Chu Xinxin became a little flustered. She originally thought that Mr. Bai came here just to have dinner and not for anything else, but now it seems that their purpose of coming is to matchmake for Lan Lan. "Jin Dongxiang, let's talk business." Old Bai looked at Jin Dongxiang and said, "Not only do you have a good eye, but you can also cook delicious food. I still say that, an annual salary of 10 million plus commissions, I guarantee that you will not regret going to my company, and there are plenty of opportunities waiting for you." Chapter 98 Rejection Again. Mr. Bai spoke in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, enough for everyone in the restaurant to hear. Zhao Funfang and Jin Jiangwo, who were sitting nearby, looked at Old Bai in surprise after hearing the annual salary of 10 million plus commission. They had not expected that the old man would be so generous. "Xiangzi, come here, I have something to tell you," Zhao Funfang shouted. "Oh, I'll be right there." Jin Dongxiang looked at Mr. Bai and said embarrassedly, "I'll go over there for a moment. You guys eat first. It won't taste good if it gets cold." After saying that, Jin Dongxiang walked towards his parents. Before coming to Jin Dongxiang's restaurant for dinner, Mr. Bai had already figured it out. Just because Jin Dongxiang didn't agree didn't mean his parents didn't agree. 10 million is something many people can't earn in their entire lifetime or even several lifetimes. Now that he is given so much in a year, I don't believe his family won't be tempted. When Mr. Bai heard Jin Dongxiang's mother calling him over, the corners of his mouth slightly raised and he smiled. His plan had come true, and it was not a wasted trip. On the other side, Jin Dongxiang walked to his parents and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Mom, is there something wrong? Xianzi, tell me honestly, what does that old man do? How can he give you an annual salary of 10 million directly? Does he want you to do something bad for him?" Zhao Funfang asked worriedly. "No, he is the owner of the largest antique company in Lanshan City. I helped him choose some good things in Lao Chen's store this morning, and he wanted to hire me as an appraisal expert." Jin Dongxiang explained with a smile. "Xiangzi, since they see value in your abilities and offer you such a high annual salary, you should just agree to it. After all, it's not good to stay in this hotel all the time." Zhao Funfang used the same words to persuade Jin Dongxiang to agree. "That's right, Xiangzi, you will have better development potential if you work for a big company. If you keep staying in a hotel, you will never have any future." Jin Jiangwo began to persuade. They have not accomplished anything great in their lives, and now that their son has a chance, they will certainly not let him give up this opportunity. "Mom and Dad, I will think about this matter carefully, so don't worry about it," Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. After hearing this, Zhao Funfang and Jin Jiangwo didn't know what to say anymore, so they let Jin Dongxiang go. Returning to Mr. Bai, Jin Dongxiang smiled and said, "Mr. Bai, the conditions you offer are very tempting, but I really don't have the ability to do it. And it would be even worse if I made a mistake and made you lose money." "It's okay. It's normal to make money and lose money in business. I don't care. What I care about is your talent." Mr. Bai smiled and said, "If you care about the hotel business, my company happens to have an employee restaurant. When the time comes, I can give you a window and let you run it. The business will definitely be better than here. Mr. Bai, your conditions are very tempting. If it were anyone else, they would definitely agree to go with you. But I am Jin Dongxiang, not anyone else. I have my own ideas. I still say that if you need my help, I will definitely not refuse and will be happy to serve you. But if you let me go to your company, I have no plans to do so for the time being," Jin Dongxiang said firmly. Hearing Jin Dongxiang's words, Bai Lao suddenly laughed, looked at him and nodded. "Not bad, very good, you are indeed different from others. I will keep the conditions I just offered. If you ever figure it out, just call me." Mr. Bai stood up and walked towards the door. When he reached the door, he turned his head and looked at Jin Dongxiang and said, "This meal is delicious. I am very satisfied." "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Bai," Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. After sending Bai Lao and Bai Lanlan to the car, Jin Dongxiang and Chu Xinxin returned to the hotel. Originally, Jin Dongxiang had not thought about asking for money for this meal. After all, the other party was such a big boss, and he was giving you face by coming to your place for dinner. But when Jin Dongxiang went over to clear the table, he unexpectedly found several $100 bills on the table. He took the money, smiled bitterly, shook his head, put it in his pocket and started packing. After cleaning up, Jin Dongxiang walked out of the kitchen. Let's go out and play." Jin Dongxiang looked at Chu Xinxin and said with a smile. "Okay." Chu Xinxin agreed with a smile. "Mom and Dad, we're going out. You can take a rest for a while before going out to buy groceries. Call me if you have any problems," Jin Dongxiang said to his parents. "Go ahead," Jin Jiangwo said with a smile. After coming out of the restaurant, Jin Dongxiang unlocked the car, and the two got in. Jin Dongxiang started the car and drove aimlessly on the road. He drove towards the suburbs, farther and farther away from the city center. "What are we going to do?" Chu Xinxin looked at Jin Dongxiang and asked. "I don't know, just think of it as a picnic, just strolling around," Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. Hearing this, Chu Xinxin did not continue asking. They stopped and drove along the way. When they came across beautiful scenery, they stopped to take a few photos. When they were tired of driving, they parked the car on the side of the road to rest for a while. Their life was very comfortable. They drove towards the suburbs until night, and Jin Dongxiang and his team arrived at the mountain park, more than 100 kilometers away from the center of Lanshan City. The night sky is so beautiful. Chu Xinxin looked up at the sky and said with a smile. "Yes, I have lived in the city for a long time, and I haven't had such a leisurely time for a long time," Jin Dongxiang said with emotion. "I didn't have time when I was working, and after I was fired, I thought about making money this way and I don't have time at all. If possible, I really hope time can stop forever," said Chu Xinxin. "Well, take a breath of fresh air and appreciate the beauty of nature." Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. The two chatted back and forth for about half an hour, and suddenly Chu Xinxin fell silent. Jin Dongxiang turned his head and looked over, and found that Chu Xinxin had fallen asleep. He closed the car window, started the car, and drove towards Lanshan City. A few hours later, Jin Dongxiang drove to the gate of the community where Chu Xinxin lived. Chu Xinxin is here. Jin Dong pushed Chu Xinxin and called softly. Hearing Jin Dongxiang's call, Chu Xinxin woke up from her sleep in a daze. Where are we? Chu Xinxin asked vaguely. At the entrance of your community, you fell asleep on the mountain just now, so I drove you back. Jin Dongxiang said. I'm very happy today. Thank you for taking me to see such a beautiful starry sky. Chu Xinxin said with a smile. Ha, I should be the one who feels honored to be able to watch the starry sky with such a beautiful lady like you. Jin Dong said with a strong smile. Chapter 99, In-Laws? As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Dongxiang's cell phone started ringing. He took it out of his pocket and saw that it was a call from Li Xiu. Jin Dongxiang pressed the answer button. Hello, what's the matter? Jin Dongxiang asked. Chu Xinxin, who was sitting next to him, patted Jin Dongxiang's arm gently, pointed inside the community, and signaled to leave. Jin Dongxiang nodded, and Chu Xinxin got out of the car and walked towards the community. Watching Chu Xinxin enter the community, Jin Dongxiang started the car and left. I want you to help me with something. Li Xiu said seriously. Just tell me what's the matter. If I can help, I will. But if I can't, please don't force me. Jin Dongxiang said. Last time I told you that I want to work in Lanshan building and I hope you can help me. Don't you know someone there? Li Xiu asked expectantly. I really can't help you with this. The person I know is just a small employee, not a department manager or something like that. If you want to work in Lanshan building, just apply for the job yourself. Jin Dongxiang said impatiently, if there's nothing else, just hang up. You just got to know a few people now. What's there to be proud of? Let me tell you, Jin Dongxiang, sooner or later I will make you kneel on the ground and beg me. Li Xiu suddenly changed her tone and said angrily. Ha, now you're begging me, and you're talking like this? Jin Dongxiang asked with a sneer. Please? I just want you to help me, not begging you, Jin Dongxiang. I am really disappointed in you. I was so blind to be with a loser like you. You wasted several years of my youth. During these years, I missed many pursuits of rich boys. I thought I could have a bright future with you, but I didn't expect you to break up with me just because of 600,000 yuan. Li Xiu roared like a madman. Can you explain it more clearly? It was your mother who asked for a betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan, and I gave it to her. But on the wedding day, your family asked for 600,000 yuan, and I never mentioned this before. I couldn't give it to you, so naturally I couldn't marry you. If you want to blame someone for this, blame your mother, don't blame me. Jin Dongxiang retorted. My mother is doing this for my own good. If you really loved me, you would have returned to my hometown and sold those acres of land to be with me. But the facts have proved that you don't really love me, Li Xiu said. Jin Dongxiang was really confused at this moment. What was the purpose of this woman calling? Was it just to quarrel with him? Or did something else happen? I don't want to argue with you anymore. Things have already happened and we can't treat them as if they never happened, Jin Dongxiang said. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang hung up the phone and drove home. Jin Dongxiang went upstairs but his parents were already asleep. He did not stay in the living room and returned to his room. He suddenly remembered that he and Chu Xinxin had only been taking pictures and looking at the scenery on the roadside tonight, and had not eaten, so he sent a text message to Chu Xinxin, have you eaten? Are you starving? After sending the text message, Jin Dongxiang waited for more than 10 minutes without receiving a reply from Chu Xinxin, so he was ready to put down his phone and go to sleep. But at this moment, Jin Dongxiang's cell phone suddenly started ringing. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was a call from Chu Xinxin. He smiled and pressed the connect button, then asked, you didn't eat anything tonight. Did you eat after you got home? I ate a little, but I don't have much appetite. I want to eat the food you cook. Chu Xinxin said with a smile. Ha ha, when you're free, come to the store and I'll cook for you. Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. Okay, it's getting late. I have to get up early to go to work tomorrow. I'm going to sleep first. Chu Xinxin said with a smile, good night. Good night. Jin Dongxiang responded and hung up the phone. The next morning, Jin Dongxiang woke up early. He went to the new store to check out the decoration, while his parents were preparing things in the old store. Boss Jin, if you work harder today, you can complete the decoration successfully. You can have tables and chairs delivered tomorrow. The worker said to Jin Dongxiang with a smile. So fast? Jin Dongxiang said in surprise. When I came here yesterday, there were still many things that were not finished. How could they be finished today? He was a little skeptical and walked around the new store. Many of the things that were not done yesterday have already been done. According to what the workers said, if we work harder today, we can indeed finish it. Very good, you guys do it, I'm going back. Jin Dongxiang said. After returning to the old store, Jin Dongxiang opened his mouth wide and looked at the people in the store as soon as he entered the door. Li Xiu and her mother arrived at some point and were sitting and chatting with Jin Dongxiang's parents. My dear relatives, if you hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have thought that the business of the store is so good, said the mother-in-law with a smile. Thanks to Qiangzi's advice, otherwise we would still be farming in the countryside. Zhao Funfang responded. Hearing this, Jin Dongxiang felt something was wrong. He used that tone when he called yesterday, but when he came today he addressed him as in-law. Wasn't this change a bit too fast? What are you trying to do? Jin Dongxiang asked. Husband, what are you talking about? Of course my mother and I came here to check out your store's business, and to discuss the time of our wedding with your parents. Li Xiu said to Jin Dongxiang in a coquettish tone. Jin Dongxiang stared at Li Xiu in front of him with wide eyes. Is this still Li Xiu? When were they together before? When had they ever called each other so affectionately? It was always Dongxiang, Qiangzi. Today, she suddenly called him husband so gently, and Jin Dongxiang really couldn't stand it. Li Xiu, it's over between us. There's no way we can go back. Jin Dongxiang responded coldly. He had thought it through clearly last night. Li Xiu's family forced Jin Dongxiang to marry Li Xiu just for money. Jin Dongxiang didn't want a wife bought with money. What he wanted was a true love. So he thought deeply for half the night and decided to end things with Li Xiu once and for all. Husband, I know that what happened before was my fault. Can you forgive me? I will definitely not do that again in the future. After we get married and have children, I will definitely stay at home to take care of my husband and children and be a good wife and mother. Li Xiu said longingly. Qiangzi, how can you talk like that? Li Xiu and her mother-in-law came here to discuss your marriage. How can you talk to Li Xiu like that? Jin Jiangwo blamed. Dad, have you forgotten that her family asked for 600,000 yuan as car fare on the wedding day? If I still don't remember and marry her, won't I be treated like a fool? Jin Dongxiang asked seriously. Chapter 100 Pregnant? In Jin Dongxiang's heart, he will never be able to erase the scene that happened in Li Xiu's home. Many of their relatives were at the scene at that time, and everyone dared to be angry but not to speak, for fear of saying something wrong and offending Li Xiu's mother. Later, many relatives learned about what Li Xiu's family had done and reduced their contact with them. But I didn't expect that not only did their family not repent, but they even took advantage of me. Break up? Jin Dongxiang, you have to think clearly. If you break up with Li Xiu, you won't be able to keep your child. Li Xiu's mother asked in a threatening tone. Child? We have a child? Jin Dongxiang turned his head and asked Li Xiu, who was standing beside him. Have you forgotten? What did we do that night when I was taking care of you in the hospital some time ago? I never thought you would be such a person. You turn away without recognizing me and now you want to break up with me. As she spoke, Li Xiu was about to cry. I really didn't realize that now that you're rich from running a restaurant, you want to abandon them and their son. Jin Dongxiang, you're awesome. The mother-in-law roared loudly. The roar attracted many neighbors around, and they stood at the door and started talking. Xiu, please sit down quickly. Xiangzi definitely doesn't know that you're pregnant, otherwise he wouldn't have abandoned you. Zhao Funfang became anxious when she heard about the pregnancy. No matter what happened to Li Xiu's family, the baby in Li Xiu's belly was her grandson. Jin Dongxiang was completely confused at this time. Pregnant? What did they do in the hospital that night? It seemed that they did nothing. Moreover, they had known each other for such a long time, and even if they had been together, they had not even held hands a few times, let alone doing that kind of thing. This family really did everything for money. Let me tell you, Jin Dongxiang, my daughter is now pregnant with your Jin family's child. If you want to get married, you have to pay 1 million yuan. Otherwise, don't even think about it. The mother-in-law hit the point. Upon hearing this, Jin Dongxiang became happy. This was the real purpose of coming here, just for money. For the sake of money, she could give up her daughter's reputation. As long as she had money, her daughter was an object that could be exchanged at will. You said you were pregnant, so let's go to the hospital now and let the doctor check if you are pregnant. If not, I'm sorry, I can sue you for defamation and even fraud. Jin Dongxiang shouted coldly, if you are pregnant, Li Xiu, you are such a good woman. You are pregnant with someone else's child and now come to me. Jin Dongxiang, what are you talking about? What do you mean by pregnant with someone else's child? This child is your own flesh and blood, how can you say that? Li Xiu suddenly stood up and pointed at Jin Dongxiang and said, if you don't want to take responsibility, you don't have to take responsibility. I will kill this child. Okay, go ahead. Give me the invoice after you're done and I'll reimburse you. Jin Dongxiang said to Li Xiu with a smile. Hearing this, Li Xiu's face was a little surprised. She never thought that Jin Dongxiang would be so cruel. Moreover, Li Xiu's mother didn't know what to do at this time and her face was full of hesitation. Xianzi, what are you talking about? This is our grandson. If you want to abort the child, you have to get our permission. If we don't agree, the child will be born. Zhao Funfang blamed. Yes, Xianzi, your mother and I are already so old. We can help you take care of the child for a few more years while Li Xiu is pregnant. If we are gone by then, you will have to take care of the child and make money at the same time, which is so hard. Jin Jiangwo gritted his teeth and said, 1 million, right? I will go back to my hometown and sell the house and the land, and then borrow from relatives and friends, which should be enough. My dear relatives, now that you have sold your house in your hometown, where will you live? The mother-in-law asked with her eyes suddenly brightening. Let's live with Xianzi and the others for the time being. When we have enough money, we'll buy them a house. Jin Jiangwo said. That won't work. If you want to get married, the house comes first and the car comes second. If you live with them, that won't work. You need a new house before you can get married, said the mother-in-law. Haha, a house? A car? 1 million? You really think too much. Li Xiu, when did you become such a shameless person? Jin Dongxiang said firmly, Mom and Dad, don't listen to them. She is not pregnant at all. She said that just to cheat our family out of money. And even if we get married in the future, they will ask to buy Li Sheng a house and a car. Our family is not a nouveau riche and can't afford their troubles. So, you are not going to admit it? Asked the mother-in-law with a sneer. Ha, what do you mean by not admitting it? We haven't done anything together, why should I admit it? Jin Dongxiang asked back. Jin Dongxiang is really helpless at this moment. Now his family has seized on the issue of the child to discuss things, and Jin Dongxiang's parents really want to have a grandson as soon as possible. No matter what, his parents will consider the child first and will not consider the issue of money at all. I can testify for Jin Dongxiang that there is nothing between him and Li Xiu, and Li Xiu faked the pregnancy to get money to get married. Suddenly, Chu Xinxin's voice came from the door. Jin Dongxiang turned his head and saw Chu Xinxin appear at the door. He immediately smiled. Isn't this a helper? And a very powerful helper. It's you again, you stinky bitch. Why are you everywhere? We haven't settled the score for what happened at the amusement park last time, and you dare to come out again. When the mother-in-law saw Chu Xinxin, she immediately pointed at Chu Xinxin and started to insult her. What stinky bitch? Are you that? No, I am not. I have a name. My name is Chu Xinxin. Chu Xinxin introduced herself. You said you have evidence to prove that nothing like that happened between Jin Dongxiang and me. Please show me the evidence. Li Xiu looked at Chu Xinxin and said. She was very confident that Chu Xinxin did not have the ability to obtain the hospital's surveillance video. She said she had sex with me in the hospital, but we didn't do anything. I was in a coma all night. Jin Dongxiang explained to Chu Xinxin, who was standing beside him. Okay, hospital, right? I'll have someone check the surveillance now, and we'll talk about what happened after watching it. Chu Xinxin said coldly, then took out a cell phone from her pocket and made a call. Ha, I want to see what ability you have to check the hospital's surveillance. I think you just want to be a mistress. the mother-in-law said with a sneer. Chapter 101, Turning Against. After a moment, Xu Xinxin put down her phone and looked at Jin Dongxiang and Jin Dongxiang's parents with a smile. But at this time, Jin Dongxiang's parents had no good feelings towards Xu Xinxin. The matter was of great importance. That was their grandson. If something unexpected happened because of Xu Xinxin's words, it would be a loss. Where is the evidence? Why hasn't it come yet? Li Xiu said with a disdainful smile. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you so anxious to embarrass yourself in front of so many neighbors? Xu Xinxin asked with a smile. She is the human resources manager of Lanshan Building. She deals mostly with job applicants and many old foxes in the company. It is natural that she can deal with Li Xiu's family. Let me tell you a piece of news. After I sent you home last night, she called me and said she wanted to work in your company. I rejected her, but I didn't expect her to cause trouble today. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Want to work in our company? Our company doesn't want gold diggers like this, let alone employees who will do anything for money. Xu Xinxin said directly. Does what you say count? Let me tell you, Jin Dongxiang, if you don't help me, someone else will. I have found a friend in the Human Resources Department of Lanshan Building. As long as I am willing, I can come to work in Lanshan Building at any time. Li Xiu said disdainfully. Really? Can you call your friend over for me to meet? I really want to meet your friend. Xu Xinxin asked. Why? You want to curry favor with my friend? You want to give my friend a gift and a raise? Li Xiu said with a smile, okay, I'll give you a chance. You'd better speak nicely when you meet him later, otherwise you might lose your job at Lanshan Building. Don't worry. I understand this. I understand. Xu Xinxin said with a squint. At this moment, Jin Dongxiang looked at Xu Xinxin with a strange expression. He didn't expect that Xu Xinxin would be so easily seduced by Li Xiu. Xu Xinxin, you. Jin Dongxiang said helplessly, forget it, it's also for your work consideration, I can understand you doing this. Well, thank you for understanding me. Xu Xinxin said with a smile. Jin Dongxiang, what evidence do you have now to prove that you and Xiu are innocent? Asked the mother-in-law with a sneer. Xu Xinxin has betrayed Jin Dongxiang and joined their side. Now Jin Dongxiang has to fight alone. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Let's see how he copes. Li Xiu on the other side took out his cell phone and made a call. He said a few words to the person on the other end of the phone, then hung up with a smile. Xu Xinxin, right? Sister will give you a chance to humiliate Jin Dongxiang. When my friend comes, I will make sure to ask him to give you a raise. Li Xiu said confidently. Okay. Xu Xinxin looked at Jin Dongxiang and said with a smile, that's embarrassing. After all, my job comes first. If I lose my job, my life will be over. It's nothing, I understand you. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. At this moment, his heart was already cold. The little bit of good feelings he had for Xu Xinxin had now completely disappeared, and he was even more reluctant to have any contact with women. Xiangzi, just agree to Li Xiu's request. After all, the child comes first. Zhao Fanfeng stood aside and persuaded. Mom, even if everyone blames me, I will never agree to her request and will never marry her. Jin Dongxiang said firmly. Oh, you are such a stubborn person. As a man you should have a sense of responsibility. Now she is pregnant with your child, and you are so heartless as to abandon her? Are you still a man? The crowd standing outside the hotel and watching accused Jin Dongxiang. That's right, Jin Dongxiang, I originally thought you were a good neighbor, but now it seems I was wrong about you. The owner of the grocery store next door echoed. If you agree to the girl's request today, that's fine. But if you don't, the neighbors around us will call your landlord tomorrow and jointly evict you. We don't want someone like you in this area. The owner of another nearby store also accused. You can do whatever you want. What I said is the truth. She is not pregnant at all. Even if she is pregnant, it will not be my child. Jin Dongxiang said firmly. Xu Xinxin's phone rang. She took a look and asked Li Xiu, Sister, I have received the surveillance video from the hospital. Do you think I should let them see it? After hearing this, Li Xiu's face twitched, and then he thought for a moment and immediately said, Of course not, there is privacy for both of us in there. She had already begun to doubt Xu Xinxin's identity. Who on earth was she that she could get the hospital surveillance video? If this video was released, she would be exposed. Why are you scared? Xu Xinxin, if you still consider me a friend, you should release the video and let everyone see clearly whether I have done anything to her. Jin Dongxian looked at Xu Xinxin seriously and said. Now the only thing that can prove his innocence is this video. If this video is gone, he can't clear himself even if he jumps into the Yellow River. You don't care about your face, but I do. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for you to let others see the two of us doing something like that? Li Xiao quickly stopped him. That's right, Jin Dongxian, you are such a bastard, aren't you? Not only do you not want to marry my daughter, but now you want my daughter to be embarrassed with you. The mother-in-law echoed. The two sides were deadlocked for about half an hour, and Xu Xinxin said, I'm going to the bathroom, you guys talk first. After saying that, Xu Xinxin walked towards the bathroom, and at this moment, a man came in from the door. The man looked to be in his 40s, wearing a suit, and had an evil smile on his face when he saw Li Xiao. Xiao, what's the matter with you calling me here? The man asked Li Xiao. Brother Zhou, you are here. I have a friend who also works in your company. He said he wants a raise, so I asked you to come over and see if you can help. Li Xiao said respectfully, and I have already decided to go to work in the company. I agree to your request. Okay, no problem. After I meet your friend, I will go back to the company to report. I will wait for your call in the evening and we will contact each other then. The man named Zhou said with a smile. After hearing this, Jin Dongxian sneered and muttered in his heart, what a shameless woman, she actually told others such things so blatantly. Chapter 102 The Richest Man's Daughter. Li Xiao's mother and Jin Dongxian's parents also heard this, but Li Xiao's mother did not say anything. After all, this was related to her daughter's work, and as long as she could marry Jin Dongxian, none of this mattered. On the other hand, Jin Dongxian's parents kept silent because they were considering the baby in Li Xiao's belly. If they said something wrong and angered Li Xiao, it would be bad if something happened to the child. The people at the door didn't explain clearly, they just started chatting among themselves. At this time, Xu Xinxin came over from the bathroom and glanced at Zhou Xing who was standing next to Li Xiao. Xu Xinxin, you come out. This is my friend Brother Zhou, who is from the Human Resources Department of your company. I have already told him that you wanted a raise, and he will go back and report it for you. I also have good news to tell you. It won't be long before we can become colleagues. Li Xiao said proudly. She thought she had Xu Xinxin completely under her control, and everything about Xu Xinxin was in her hands, so there was no need to worry about the video being released. But Zhou Xing, who was standing next to Li Xiao, didn't think so. The moment he saw Xu Xinxin, he was so scared that he almost fell to his knees. My God, give her a promotion and a raise? Who is she? She is the manager of the HR department of Lanshan building, and I am just an employee who has been in the company for a longer time. I haven't even had enough time to beg Xu Xinxin to give me a promotion and a raise, and now I'm asking her to give me a promotion and a raise. It's simply impossible. Xu. Zhou Xing originally wanted to call him Mr. Chu, but because he was nervous, he stuttered and didn't say it out loud. When Li Xiao heard Zhou Xing call Xu Xinxin by her last name, he smiled and asked, Brother Zhou, do you know Xu Xinxin? Li Xiao, you've screwed me over this time. Zhou Xing whispered in Li Xiao's ear, then turned to look at Xu Xinxin, smiled respectfully and said, Boss Chu, why are you here? Mr. Chu? Li Xiao asked in surprise. Don't you know? This is Mr. Chu, the general manager of our company's human resources department. Zhou Xing introduced him to Li Xiao. General manager of the human resources department? Xu Xinxin, you. Li Xiao thought for a moment and said with a smile, so you are President Chu. You really hit it well. I didn't expect Jin Dongxian to know you. But now you know what Jin Dongxian really looks like. I believe you won't fall out with me because of what happened just now, right? Falling out with you? We are not even friends, let alone falling out, right? Xu Xinxin looked at Zhou Xing and said with a smile, Zhou Xing, I never thought you could let Xu Xinxin work in the company? And even give me a raise? How come I didn't know you were so capable? Mr. Chu, I really didn't know it was you. I know I was wrong. There won't be a next time. I won't let her work in the company, please rest assured. Zhou Xing said with a sad face, and he almost knelt on the ground to apologize. Zhou Xing, you are so old and have worked in the company for so many years, how could you make such a mistake? The company really misjudged you. Chu Xinxin sighed. Mr. Chu, I was wrong. Please give me a chance. Zhou Xing lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Jin Dongqiang and others on the side were shocked. They didn't know Chu Xinxin's true identity. Li Xiu was even more shocked. Not only did she lose her job this time, but she would also be embarrassed when Chu Xinxin made the video public. Okay, I'll give you a chance to come back to the company. Pack up your things and leave. Chu Xinxin said seriously. Chu? Zhou Xing wanted to beg for mercy, but Chu Xinxin didn't give him a chance and said coldly, "Get out of here right now." Seeing Chu Xinxin's serious look, Zhou Xing stopped talking and turned to look at Li Xiu. "Humph, you stinky bitch, you've really screwed me this time," Zhou Xing said angrily. "Brother Zhou, Li Xiu wanted to explain, but Zhou Xing didn't listen at all. He just slapped her in the face and left angrily. "Hey, how can you hit others?" When Li Xiu's mother saw Li Xiu being beaten, she immediately reached out and blamed Zhou Xing, who was leaving. "Dear neighbors, I have the hospital's surveillance video, and I just called the hospital to confirm that Jin Dongqiang was hospitalized due to excessive blood loss, and the wound was on his leg." Can you imagine that a person who has lost too much blood and has a leg injury can do that kind of thing at night? Chu Xinxin looked at the people around her and asked. "So what you mean is that this woman lied?" asked the owner of the grocery store next door. "That's right," Chu Xinxin said firmly. "You stinky woman, you ruined my good things." After hearing what Chu Xinxin said, the mother-in-law immediately got furious. She walked towards Chu Xinxin and reached out to grab Chu Xinxin's face. Originally, Jin Dongqiang wanted to take action, but before he could reach out to stop her, several men in black quickly rushed in from outside, stood in front of Chu Xinxin, and blocked his mother-in-law. "Humph, I didn't bother with you about insulting me last time at the amusement park. I was just giving face to Jin Dongqiang, but I didn't expect you to hit me. You're such a shrew," Chu Xinxin said coldly. "Who are you? Let me go, let me go," the mother-in-law shouted loudly. Li Xiu, who was standing aside, had a stiff face without any expression. She was desperate, completely desperate. This was her last trick to force Jin Dongqiang to marry her. Now this trick was useless. Her relationship with Jin Dongqiang was completely over. "Girl, do you mean that Li Xiu is not pregnant at all?" Zhao Fanfang walked to Chu Xinxin and asked seriously. "I don't know whether she is pregnant or not, but what I can be sure of is that even if she is pregnant, it won't be Jin Dongqiang's child." Chu Xinxin said firmly, "I believe Jin Dongqiang is not that kind of person. He dares to do and take responsibility. Besides, this matter concerns a life, he will definitely not be so heartless." "Thank you for believing in me," Jin Dongqiang said to Chu Xinxin with great emotion. "Who makes us good friends?" Chu Xinxin said with a smile. "I remember now, Chu Xinxin is the jewel in the crown of the Chu family, the richest family in Lanshan City. What she said about her identity must be true." Someone nearby knew Chu Xinxin's identity and shouted loudly. When these words came out, everyone was shocked, and the one who was most shocked was Jin Dongqiang. The daughter of the richest man in Lanshan City? They had known each other for such a long time, but only today did they know that Chu Xinxin was the general manager of the Human Resources Department of Lanshan Building, and she was also the daughter of the richest man in Lanshan City. Jin Dongqiang should have thought of her last time when she was so familiar with Mr. Bai. "Let me tell you, your Li Xiu no longer has any chance. I'm already with Jin Dongqiang," Chu Xinxin said to Li Xiu's mother. Chapter 103 I Like You. Upon hearing this, Jin Dongqiang looked at Chu Xinxin beside him in surprise. He could never have imagined that Chu Xinxin would say such a thing. "Everyone, hurry up and take pictures. Chu Xinxin, the daughter of the richest man in Lanshan City, has confessed her love to Jin Dongqiang." The people watching outside shouted loudly when they heard Chu Xinxin's words. In an instant, more than 10 mobile phones started taking pictures of Jin Dongqiang and Chu Xinxin. Chu Xinxin had nothing to hide. She was not worried that this matter would get out because in her heart she really liked Jin Dongqiang. "Jin Dongqiang, we are not done with you. And you stole my daughter's husband, you are a mistress." Li Xiu's mother pointed at Jin Dongqiang and Chu Xinxin and shouted angrily. "Mom, let's go," Li Xiu said, pulling her mother's sleeve. Not only did she not get any benefits today, but she was slapped in the face. Li Xiu felt very aggrieved, but there was nothing she could do. Chu Xinxin was the daughter of the richest man in Lanshan City, while she was from an ordinary family. Seeing Li Xiu and his mother leave, the bodyguards no longer stood in front of Chu Xinxin. They walked to the door and dispersed the people who were watching the fun. Miss, this matter cannot be spread out, otherwise we won't be able to explain to the master. The bodyguard looked at Chu Xinxin and said, "It's nothing. I'll go back and tell Grandpa. My dad is so busy that he won't care about my affairs. Let them spread the word." Chu Xinxin said nonchalantly. But the bodyguard wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Chu Xinxin. "Don't worry, you can go out." Hearing this, the bodyguard shook his head helplessly and left the hotel. "Thank you. If it weren't for you today, I would have no way to get away. And my parents would definitely believe what Li Xiu and her son said." Jin Dongxiang looked at Chu Xinxin beside him and said gratefully, "Xianzi, why are you so stupid?" Zhao Fenfang said from the side. "Ah, our Xiangzi is really too naive." Jin Jiangwo also said with a smile. After hearing what his parents said, Jin Dongxiang looked at them with some confusion, then looked at Chu Xinxin. He didn't understand what his parents meant at all. "Jin Dongxiang, actually, I like you," Chu Xinxin said shyly with her head down. When these words came out, Jin Dongxiang was shocked, and he also understood why his parents said that. "Chu Xinxin, in my heart, I regard you as a good friend. Can you give me some time?" Jin Dongxiang asked. "Give you some time? But I've just said it in front of so many people. There will definitely be a lot of news about you and me tomorrow. If you reject me now, there will definitely be a lot of people laughing at our family." Chu Xinxin said a little disappointed. "Yes, Xianzi, why do you still need to think about it? To tell you the truth, your father and I have already chosen Chu Xinxin as our daughter-in-law." Zhao Fenfang walked to Chu Xinxin's side with a smile and pulled Chu Xinxin to sit down. Seeing Zhao Fenfang's appearance, Jin Dongxiang had no choice. After spending so much time together, Zhao Fenfang had already accepted Chu Xinxin. After all, she had helped a lot in the store. Now that I know Chu Xinxin's true identity, I like her even more. "Auntie, you have to help me. If Jin Dongxiang doesn't want me, our family will be disgraced, and my future reputation will also be affected," Chu Xinxin said in a coquettish tone. At this time, a few students came in from outside to eat. After seeing them, Jin Dongxiang said lightly, Okay, stop chatting, the guests are coming, hurry up and greet them." After saying that, Jin Dongxiang walked towards the kitchen. Zhao Fenfang and Jin Jiangwo went to greet the customers, while Chu Xinxin continued to sit at the cashier to help collect money. Everything seemed so harmonious. The bodyguards who came with Chu Xinxin watched Chu Xinxin from a distance, fearing that she might be in danger. But they were very surprised when they saw Chu Xinxin sitting at the cashier counter collecting money. She was their eldest daughter, how could she do such a thing? But she seemed very happy, and they had no way to stop her. Soon, the lunch was done, and Jin Dongxiang walked to Chu Xinxin's side with a plate of chicken fried rice, and said with a smile, "Try my chicken fried rice, this is my new dish." "Okay." Chu Xinxin took the chicken fried rice with a smile and started to taste it. "It's delicious." After tasting it, Chu Xinxin smiled and gave a thumbs up. Hearing the compliment, Jin Dongxiang smiled with satisfaction and walked towards the kitchen again. More than 10 minutes later, Jin Dongxiang came out with a few meals. He looked at Chu Xinxin and said, "Ask your bodyguards to come in and eat something. They must be starving after watching you for so long from a distance." "Yeah." Chu Xinxin looked towards the door, but did not see any trace of the two bodyguards. The bodyguards discovered that Chu Xinxin might be looking for them, so they took the initiative to walk over and stood beside Chu Xinxin. "Miss, are you looking for us?" the bodyguard asked respectfully. "Jin Dongxiang has prepared food for you, go and eat quickly," Chu Xinxin said, pointing at the food on the table not far away. After seeing off the last table of guests, Chu Xinxin's task was completed. She came out from the cashier counter and walked to the table where Jin Dongxiang and the others were sitting. "Jin Dongxiang, let's go fishing this afternoon?" Chu Xinxin asked. "Fishing? I don't know how to do it, and I don't have anything to fish with," Jin Dongxiang said, spreading his hands. "It's okay. There are places to fish. If you don't know how, you can learn it after some practice," Chu Xinxin said with a smile. After dinner, Jin Dongxiang drove away with Chu Xinxin, and the bodyguards were left at the hotel to help clean up. Under Chu Xinxin's guidance, they arrived at the Lanshan City Fishing Hall. Jin Dongxiang originally thought that they were going to use a professional fishing rod to fish, but he didn't expect it to be just a wooden stick with a rope hanging in front and fish food tied to one end of the rope. There are a lot of fish swimming around in the pond, and fishing like this is basically a child's play. Is this what you mean by fishing? Jin Dongxiang asked Xu Xinxin, who was standing next to him in shock. Yes, I don't know how to fish either, so I've been learning here. When I learn it, I'll go out fishing. Then we can play on the sea for a few days together and enjoy life. Xu Xinxin said with a smile. You can't learn it by following this method. You have to practice it. Jin Dongxiang suddenly had an idea, took Xu Xinxin's hand and said, Come on, I'll take you to experience it. After leaving the fishing pavilion, Jin Dongxiang took Xu Xinxin to buy 2 fishing rods, fish food, and other things. Chapter 104 Food Poisoning. What if we don't catch any fish in an afternoon? Xu Xinxin asked worriedly while holding the fishing rod. There's nothing to do anyway, so just treat it as learning. Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. After buying things, Jin Dongxiang drove to the lake in the suburbs. They found a shady place to sit down, put down their fishing rods, chatted and waited for the fish to bite. What fishing requires is patience, and the two of them had great patience. They chatted for an entire afternoon but didn't catch a single fish. At this moment, Xu Xinxin's cell phone suddenly started ringing. She took the phone out of her pocket and looked at the caller ID. Why is the bodyguard calling me at this time? Xu Xinxin muttered in confusion, then answered the phone. Jin Dongxiang didn't look at her. He took back the fishhook, tied the fish bait on it again, and threw it into the lake again. This time, in less than a minute, Jin Dongxiang caught a fish. He happily held the fish and waved to Xu Xinxin next to him. But Xu Xinxin's face was very heavy, and her brows were furrowed as if something had happened. Jin Dongxiang looked at her with a puzzled expression, and after a moment, Xu Xinxin hung up the phone. What's wrong? Seeing Xu Xinxin hang up the phone, Jin Dongxiang asked hurriedly. It was a call from the bodyguard, saying that someone got poisoned after eating at the hotel, and the police have already arrived at the hotel. What? The food was poisoned? This shouldn't be possible. Everything I used was clean and hygienic. We ate it and nothing happened. How come they got poisoned after eating it? Jin Dongxiang asked puzzledly. Let's go, don't think about it. You'll know everything when you go back. With that, Xu Xinxin stood up and was about to leave, leaving the fishing rod and other things there without taking them. At this time, Jin Dongxiang was also anxious. His parents were in the restaurant, and if the fight got too serious, their hearts would not be able to bear it. He looked around and found that there was no one around, so he stood up and ran to the car. As soon as he got in the car, Jin Dongxiang's cell phone rang. He took it out of his pocket and saw that it was a call from his mother Zhao Fenfang, so he answered it. Xianzi, come back soon, someone has food poisoning. Mother Zhao Fenfang said anxiously. Mom, don't worry, you and Dad. I will handle this matter, so don't worry. Jin Dongxiang said comfortingly. Starting the car, he stepped on the accelerator hard, the speed jumped directly to 7,000 RPM, and the car launched out violently. Xu Xinxin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at the anxious expression on Jin Dongxiang's face and could only fasten her seatbelt and hold the handle, fearing that something dangerous might happen. Xianzi, what should we do? The new store hasn't even opened yet and we've already encountered this kind of thing. Zhao Fenfang spoke in a nervous tone. It's okay, Mom. Don't worry. We all ate at the restaurant. Aren't we all fine? It's definitely not our fault. I'll talk about it after I get back. Don't worry, I'm on my way. Jin Dongxiang said this and hung up the phone. He kept his foot on the accelerator without releasing it. After hanging up the phone, he stepped on it again. After driving for about 5 minutes, he thought of the co-pilot and Xu Xinxin, so he turned his head to look over and found that Xu Xinxin was so frightened that her face turned pale, her hands gripping the handles had turned white, and her nails were almost digging into the flesh. Seeing Xu Xinxin's appearance, he released the accelerator and reduced the speed of the car. Don't be afraid, trust my skills. Jin Dongxiang said comfortingly. But Xu Xinxin ignored him and still held the handle with both hands, as if she was holding it even tighter. Xu Xinxin, Xu Xinxin? Jin Dongxiang looked at the road ahead and called out twice. These two shouts brought Xu Xinxin back to reality. She looked outside and was still on the road, which made her feel relieved. She was also relieved to see the car speed slowing down, and her face gradually regained some color. Don't be anxious or nervous. No matter what the problem is, there is a solution. If you can't solve it, I will ask my dad to help. Don't worry, just drive slowly. Chu Xinshin said comfortingly. Yeah, I understand. Jin Doqiang responded with a smile. After nearly an hour, the two of them arrived at the store door. Jin Dongxiang looked at the crowd of people gathered at the door and walked over. Jin Dongxiang is back. The neighbors around saw Jin Dongxiang and shouted loudly. The onlookers all turned their heads to look over here, consciously leaving a space for one person in the middle. Chu Xinshin and Jin Dongxiang walked in. When they entered the hotel, Jin Dongxiang saw Lu Chang lying on the ground. Qingzi, what are you doing? Jin Dongxiang asked with some confusion. Are you Jin Dongxiang? The policeman asked Jin Dongxiang. That's right, what is going on? Jin Dongxiang asked the police. You're asking us? We wanted to ask you. People ate at your restaurant and got food poisoning afterwards. Look at the expressions on their faces, they were about to faint. What on earth did you cook for them to eat? The police asked in an interrogative tone. No, it's definitely not like this because of eating at my restaurant. We usually eat in the restaurant. We are fine, so how could they be in trouble? Jin Dongxiang looked at Lu Chang on the ground and asked, Qingzi, what's going on? Why did you do this? Jin Dongxiang, you are really cruel. I thought we were friends, so I came to support you, but I didn't expect that after eating for more than a month, you would become more and more unsuccessful. Your food was getting worse and worse than before. You even gave us uncooked food, which gave us food poisoning. Lu Chang pointed at Jin Dongxiang and said. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang was stunned. He could never have imagined that Lu Chang would say that. Usually when Lu Chang ate here, Jin Dongxiang thought they were really here to show their support, but he never expected that they were here to do such a thing. Qingzi, what's wrong with you? Why are you like this? At this time, Zhang Zhao's voice came from the door. Jin Dongxiang turned his head and looked over. Now he understood why Lu Chang and the others were like this. All of this was Zhang Zhao's fault. Zhang Xiao must have done this for revenge, so he is now framing Jin Dongxiang. Brother Xiao, we originally wanted to reconcile the relationship between you and Xiangzi, so we came to his restaurant to eat. We have been eating there for more than a month, but we didn't expect something like this to happen today. Lu Chang said with a painful expression, holding his stomach. I've told you a long time ago that Jin Dongxiang is not a person you should make friends with. Although he looks sophisticated on the surface, he's actually very cunning. You just didn't believe me. Now you believe me, right? Zhang Xiao glared at Jin Dongxiang and said. Chapter 105, Alliance. What else do you have to say now? Come on, follow us back to be investigated. The police said as he was about to take Jin Dongxiang away. Hearing this, Zhao Fenfang and Jin Jiangwo panicked. They blocked Jin Dongxiang behind them and said, if you want to arrest someone, arrest me. I will go back with you to be investigated. You cannot arrest my son. My son is innocent. It's okay, Mom. Don't worry. They don't have any evidence to prove that I got food poisoning from eating here. At most they will keep me in jail for a day and then let me back. Jin Dongxiang said to Zhao Fenfang comfortingly. No, not even for a minute. If you want to catch someone, catch me. Zhao Fenfang said firmly. Seeing Zhao Fenfang's firm attitude, Jin Dongxiang had no other choice but to look to Chu Xinshin beside him for help. Chu Xinshin understood, pulled Zhao Fenfang and said, Auntie, don't worry, I will ask my dad to help. Really? Zhao Fenfang asked in disbelief. Of course it's true. Have you forgotten? I like Jin Dongxiang, and I don't want him to live there either. Chu Xinshin said with a smile. Okay, then I believe you. Zhao Fenfang said, left Jin Dongxiang and stood beside him. The police took Jin Dongxiang away, and the two bodyguards walked to Chu Xinshin's side and asked, do you want to ask the master for help? No, I want to see what tricks those people can play. Chu Xinshin said coldly. Jin Dongxiang was taken to the interrogation room of the police station. A policeman said to Jin Dongxiang, is it because your restaurant is not clean and hygienic that those people got food poisoning after eating there? How is that possible? Everything in the restaurant is cleaned every day, and the cleaning work is done very carefully. It can't be because of this. Jin Dongxiang denied. Then there is only one possibility. There is something wrong with what you prepared, so they got food poisoning. The police said again. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang's face was full of injustice. This didn't sound like an interrogation at all. It seemed like a title that was forced upon him. Thinking back to the time when Zhang Xiao appeared just now, he finally understood that Zhang Xiao must have teamed up with people from the police station, otherwise the police would not have been so sure about Jin Dongqiang's guilt. I want to go out and investigate thoroughly, Jin Dongqiang said. Go out? Humph, it's not so easy to get out once you're here. The policeman snorted twice and said with a smile. You guys? Jin Dongqiang was interrupted by the police before he could finish his words. What do you mean by you guys? Just stay here honestly. After saying that, the policeman stood up and left the interrogation room, leaving Jin Dongqiang alone. He was helpless. If he didn't go out, this matter would definitely not have any result. Xu Xinxin alone would definitely not be able to investigate the real cause of the incident. On the other hand, Jin Dongqiang was arrested. Both Xiao Fenfang and Jin Jiangwo were very worried, fearing that Jin Dongqiang would be sentenced because of this incident. Xiao Fenfang kept crying. Jin Jiangwo tried to persuade her, but it was of no use. He even started crying himself. Aunt, uncle, don't worry. If Jin Dongqiang doesn't come out by this time tomorrow, I will use the Chu family's connections to pull him out. Then I will investigate the matter thoroughly and clear Jin Dongqiang's name. Xu Xinxin was not worried, because their Chu family's status and influence in Lanshan City were there, and it would only take a word to pull Jin Dongqiang out. Girl, we can't wait until tomorrow. Qianzi can't spend the night in there, Jin Jiangwo said anxiously. Uncle, there's no point in getting anxious about this kind of thing. We might as well think of a solution outside and see if there's any evidence that can prove the hotel's innocence as soon as possible, Xu Xinxin said. After saying that, she walked towards the kitchen and checked the ingredients. Everything was clean and was washed by Xiao Fenfang herself. They ate it themselves, so it definitely wasn't a problem with the food. Jin Dongqiang cooks delicious food, so it was definitely not undercooked. Besides, he owns a restaurant, so he would definitely not let something like this happen to him. Could it be that someone has framed him? Xu Xinxin suddenly thought of this possibility, so she left the kitchen and walked to Xiao Fenfang and the others. Auntie, uncle, do you know those people who got food poisoning today? Xu Xinxin asked. I don't know him, but he seems to be Changzi's friend. They often eat here for more than a month. They didn't have any symptoms before, but today they suddenly got food poisoning, Jin Jiangwo said after thinking for a while. Indeed, every time Xu Xinxin came to the restaurant, she could see Lu Chang and others. I remember that Changzi told me that those people were not good people and that I was not allowed to do business with them, but I thought that I would never be enemies forever, so I let them come to eat. I didn't expect that they had bad intentions. It's all my fault. If I had listened to Changzi at the time, this wouldn't have happened. Xiao Fenfang began to blame herself. Auntie, you can't be blamed for this. Your idea is right. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame them for being too cruel. Xu Xinxin said, I am 90% sure that they did it on purpose this time, and the man who came last must be the mastermind behind it. Girl, you must save Changzi this time. If Changzi goes in, what will we old couple do? Xiao Fenfang said crying. I'll find a way, don't worry, aunt and uncle. Xu Xinxin said, I'll go home and ask my dad first to see what he says. After saying that, Xu Xinxin left with her bodyguards, leaving Xiao Fenfang and Jin Jiangwo alone in the hotel. Old lady, Xianzi is not in the hotel, but we can't let the hotel business collapse. Don't cry, pack up and get ready for business, Jin Jiangwo said. He thought very clearly that if Changzi came out and saw that the restaurant had no business, he would definitely blame himself, so he didn't want to let this happen. Yes, you are right. Xiao Fenfang agreed with Jin Jiangwo, wiped her tears, stood up and packed her things. In the evening, after school, most of the students had heard about the incident and no student came here to eat. Only Jin Jiangwo and his wife were sitting in the restaurant. They closed the shop and went home at around 9 o'clock. On the way, Xiao Fenfang suggested going to the police station to see Changzi, but was stopped by Jin Jiangwo. Go home. Didn't the girl go home and talk to her father? Their Chu family is the richest family in Lanshan City. They will definitely find a way, Jin Jiangwo comforted. In fact, he himself didn't know whether Xu Xinxin was reliable or not, and whether she really wanted to help Jin Dongqiang. Chapter 106, Settlement of Accounts. But in the current situation, the old couple has no choice but to rely on the help of Xu Xinxin, the daughter of a wealthy family. If the other party is not sincere in helping, then Jin Dongqiang will be in trouble. Thinking of this, Jean Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief and decided to give it a try. Early the next morning, Jean Jiangwo and Zhao Funfang got up early and went to the restaurant as usual. Since nothing was sold last night, the ingredients were all in the refrigerator and were still fresh, so there was no need to buy groceries. The old couple spent the whole morning cleaning the restaurant and waiting for the guests to arrive at noon, but until after 1 o'clock, no guests came. Moreover, Zhu Xinxin did not come today, which made Jean Jiangwo and Zhao Funfang panic. "Old man, do you think that girl is deceiving us? She doesn't really want to help Shanzi?" Zhao Funfang asked in confusion. "Why didn't I see her come this morning? I say you should be less suspicious. Have you forgotten that she helped our Xiangzi deal with Li Xiu and her daughter yesterday, and she also took the initiative to confess her love to our Xiangzi? In my opinion, she really likes our Xiangzi. Maybe she didn't come this morning because of something, but she may come in the afternoon." Jean Jiangwo comforted Zhao Funfang, but in fact, it was also to comfort himself. "Mom and Dad, I'm back." Just at this moment, Jean Dongxiang's voice came from the door. The old couple quickly turned their heads and saw Jean Dongxiang. They quickly got up from their chairs and went to greet him. The three of them hugged each other, and Zhao Funfang started crying again. "Is this not an illusion? Xiangzi, are you really back?" Zhao Funfang asked, crying. "Mom, I'm back. It was Zhu Xinxin's father's friend who released me, and it was Zhu Xinxin who picked me up." Jean Dong forced his parents to let go, turned around and walked to Zhu Xinxin's side, saying with a smile, "Girl, thank you so much, thank you." Jean Jiangwo walked over and said, "If it weren't for you, Xiangzi would have been in danger this time." Thank you, thank you." Zhao Funfang held Zhu Xinxin's hand and expressed her gratitude. "It's okay, Auntie. I'm Jean Dongxiang's friend, and I believe it's definitely not Jean Dongxiang, nor is it the restaurant's fault. They must have teamed up to frame Jean Dongxiang," Zhu Xinxin said, but this time he came out not because there was nothing wrong. They agreed to release him temporarily so that Jean Dongxiang could look for evidence. "What? Do you mean that Xiangzi might go in at any time?" Zhao Funfang asked anxiously. "Mom, don't worry. They gave me a week. As long as I can find the person who framed me within this week, I will be fine," Jean Dongxiang said with a smile. "1 week? How can 1 week be enough?" Jean Jiangwo said quickly. "Uncle, don't worry. If we still can't find evidence of being framed by then, let my dad talk to his friends and ask them to give us some more time." Zhu Xinxin smiled and comforted the old couple. When the old couple heard this, smiles appeared on their faces. The meaning of this was very clear. As long as Jean Dongxiang did not find evidence, he could keep looking. When he found evidence, he would be able to completely escape from the suffering of prison. "Mom and Dad, was business good after I left yesterday afternoon?" Jean Dongxiang asked expectantly. After he went in, he had already thought it through very clearly. There had been a food poisoning incident and the neighbors would definitely spread the news. Moreover, this was an information-rich society and the students in the school would know about it very quickly. It was reasonable that there was no business. "Alas, since you left, no one came to our restaurant to eat last night, and no one came at noon today." Zhao Funfang sighed and said helplessly. "Xiangzi, if the restaurant can no longer operate because of this incident, you can go find the old gentleman who came last time and work for him. Your mother and I will go back to our hometown to farm. Life in the city is not suitable for us," Jean Jiangwo said dejectedly. "Mom and Dad, what are you talking about? This happened entirely because those people are vicious and want to take revenge on me. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. It has nothing to do with you. You don't have to blame yourself," Jean Dongxiang said comfortingly. "That's right, Auntie. This matter has nothing to do with you. It was those people who dealt with Jean Dongxiang and implicated the restaurant. Otherwise, the restaurant business would definitely be as good as before." Zhu Xinxin echoed and comforted. "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I will go find them right away and ask them to give an explanation," Jean Dongxiang said with a firm expression. After saying that, Jean Dongxiang turned around and left regardless of his parents' attempts to stop him. Zhu Xinxin hurriedly caught up with him, opened the passenger door and got in. "Where are you going?" Zhu Xinxin asked doubtfully. "Of course I have to settle the score with them. What else can I do? I can't always be blamed for food poisoning, right? If that happens, how can I run a restaurant business in the future?" Jean Dongxiang asked back. "Then I'll go with you." Shu Xinshan said firmly as he fastened his seatbelt. No, if you go, I'm worried something unexpected might happen. You stay here. Jin Jiangwo stopped him. Shu Xinshan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, ignored him and sat there motionless with her hands on the handle. Seeing Shu Xinshan's appearance, Jin Dongxiang was at a loss. She didn't want to get off the car, and no one could do anything about it. Besides, Shu Xinshan has 2 bodyguards, their skills are definitely better than Jin Dongxiang, and if Shu Xinshan goes, they will definitely follow behind. Thinking of this, Jin Dongxiang started the car and drove towards Zhang Xiao and his family's house in the suburbs. It was no different from what he thought. Shu Xinshan's 2 bodyguards followed from a distance, not too close, for fear that Shu Xinshan would blame them. Since you want to go with us, tell your bodyguards to take action when it is time to do so. It will definitely not be as easy to deal with them today as before. Jin Dongxiang said. Okay, I'll call them now. Shu Xinshan said with a smile. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and started making a call, telling the 2 bodyguards what Jin Dongxiang meant, and the 2 bodyguards quickened their pace and followed. Half an hour later, they arrived at Zhang Zhao's house in the suburbs. Before entering the house, they heard loud music. Jin Dongxiang was sure that they were inside. Mr. Jin, why don't you just stand far away? We 2 brothers will go and deal with them before you come over. Otherwise, if anything unexpected happens, we can't afford the consequences, said one of the bodyguards. Chapter 1070 Money? Yes, miss, if anything happens to you, we won't be able to explain to the master when we go home. You should stay away and don't get hurt. Another bodyguard echoed, but he didn't ask Jin Dongxiang to stay away as well. After all, he only had to protect Shu Xinshan, not Jin Dongxiang. Big and little, when did you become such cowards? I'm standing here. I don't believe that they can do anything to me with the 2 of you here. Shu Xinshan had no intention of leaving and said firmly. Miss. Ada and Ashu shouted in unison, wanting to say something, but before they could say it, they were stopped by Shu Xinshan. Don't say anything, I have decided, let's do it. Seeing Shu Xinshan's determination, Ada and Xiao could only look to Jin Dongxiang for help. Perhaps at this moment, only Jin Dongxiang could convince their young lady. Jin Dongxiang, who was standing by, saw the looks in Ada and Ashiao's eyes and immediately understood what they meant. He turned his head and looked at Shu Xinshan and said with a smile, just go sit in the car and wait for us. We'll be out soon, don't worry. No, I will follow you, Shu Xinshan said. After saying that, Shu Xinshan took the initiative to go forward to open the door, but before she stretched out her hand, the door suddenly opened, and Adi and Xiao immediately pulled Shu Xinshan behind them. Who are you? A dizzy voice came from the room. The one who wants to kill you. Adi and Xiao had no intention of backing down. They took action immediately after saying that. How could that man withstand the attack from Ada and Ashiao? They were knocked to the ground unconscious with 1 punch from each of them. Since they had been discovered, Adi and Xiao had no intention of trying to dissuade the eldest lady. They rushed into the house and beat up everyone in the house. Looking at the skills of Adi and Xiao, Jin Dongxiang was very shocked. He could never have imagined that these 2 people were so skilled. Hey, where did you find these 2 bodyguards? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. They were taught by Grandpa Tian. Grandpa Tian saved my father's life back then, so they have lived in our house all year round. They have been practicing martial arts with Grandpa Tian since they were young. We grew up together, and when they grew up, they became my bodyguards. Shu Xinshan explained with a smile. Grandpa Tian? Is he very good at martial arts? Jin Dongxiang asked. I don't know much about this, but my father told me that there were more than 20 people chasing him, and Grandpa Tian took care of the more than 20 people with knives and sticks by himself and without any weapons. Shu Xinshan said. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang became more curious and wanted to meet this Grandpa Tian that Shu Xinshan mentioned. He wanted to see what kind of person this Grandpa Tian was. Let's go in. The people inside may have been dealt with, Shu Xinshan said with a smile when she heard that there was no movement inside. Okay. Jin Dongxiang agreed, and the 2 walked in one after the other. In a room, Jin Dongxiang saw Adi and Xiao tying up Zhang Xiao, Lu Chang, and others with ropes. 2 uncles, how did we offend you? Zhang Xiao, who was a little drunk, sobered up immediately and asked Adi and Xiao with sad faces. You are not provoking us, but our lady's friend, Jin Dongxiang. Adi responded with a sneer. Jin Dongxiang? Didn't he already go in? Zhang Xiao asked puzzledly. Yes, I did go in, but I came out again. Zhang Xiao, I really didn't expect you to treat me like this. Jin Doqiang's voice came from the door. When Zhang Xiao heard this, he turned his head and looked towards the door. He was shocked to see Zhang Xiao appear. The connection in the police station was found through his father. His father had previously asked that person to settle many things. How could he not be able to settle even Jin Dongqiang now? Could it be that Jin Dongqiang gave them some benefits? No, that's definitely not the case. Jin Dongqiang is a child from an ordinary family. His family doesn't have much money. How can he have money? Is there someone helping them behind the scenes? That's right, that must be the case. The man just said that he had offended their lady's friend. It must be this lady who helped Jin Dongqiang. Zhang Xiao started thinking quickly in his mind. Miss, I am Zhang Xiao, the son of Zhang Hongfeng. May I know whose daughter you are? Zhang Xiao took the initiative to report his family background and asked Chu Xinxin. Zhang Hongfeng's son? Adi asked in surprise. Hearing Ada's surprised question, Zhang Xiao smiled faintly. He thought that after he told them his old man's name, these people would definitely let him go. Is it the Zhang Hongfeng who had business dealings with the master? He still owed the master 500 million last year. A Xiao thought for a moment and said. Zhang Xiao, who had been smiling slightly, immediately turned gloomy after hearing what A Xiao said. His old man owed someone 500 million? When did this happen? How come he didn't know about it? Yes, it's him. I never thought that I would meet Zhang Hongfeng's son today. I can use him as a replacement. I am not afraid that Zhang Hongfeng will not pay back the money. Ada said with a smile. The smile on his face was as if he had done something great. Don't talk nonsense. When did my dad owe others 500 million? If my dad knows that you are slandering him, he will make you die without a burial place. Zhang Xiao asked hurriedly. Do you know all about your old man? He has several lovers outside and an illegitimate child. Can your old man tell you directly about such things? Adi said disdainfully. Hearing this, Zhang Zhao's face instantly showed an extremely desperate expression. Mr. Jin, you should have no objection if we take this person away, right? Ah Xiao looked at Jin Dongqiang and asked. No, even if we want to hand it over to my dad, we have to resolve Jin Dongqiang's issue first. Chu Xinxin said. Uncles and aunties, please let me go. I will go to the police station in person to explain the matter of Jin Dongqiang and not let him bear the blame for nothing. Zhang Xiao said with a sad face. Seeing Zhang Zhao's appearance at this moment, Jin Dongqiang was so happy in his heart. He himself had no way to deal with Zhang Xiao, but there was someone who could. You can take the person away. I don't need Zhang Xiao to prove it for me. Lu Cheng just needs to prove that my restaurant is innocent. After all, it was him who had food poisoning, not Zhang Xiao. Jin Dongqiang said to Lu Cheng, who was already in despair. Chapter 108 cleared of all innocent feelings. Okay, then thank you Mr. Jin. I hope Mr. Jin can protect our young lady's safety. Let's take this person back first. Adi said with a smile, then untied the rope, knocked out those who were not related, and left with Zhang Xiao. After seeing this scene, Lu Cheng, who originally wanted to resist, completely gave up the idea of resistance and left with Jin Dongqiang. The three of them drove to the police station, where Lu Cheng proved Jin Dongqiang's innocence and promised that he would never harass Jin Dongqiang's family again, nor would he disrupt their business. The two parties signed a mediation agreement before leaving the police station. After coming out, Jin Dongqiang looked at Lu Cheng with a smile. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not following the right person. After that, Jin Dongqiang smiled and took Chu Xinxin away. Brother Chang, I want to follow you. I know that what I did before was wrong. I hope you can give me a chance to reform. Lu Cheng came to Jin Dongqiang and said seriously. I'm not Zhang Xiao. I don't have the idea of being the big brother. You should find something to do. It will be much better than what you have now. Jin Dongqiang said with a smile. Watching the backs of Jin Dongqiang and the other person leaving, Lu Cheng didn't know whether he should be happy or disappointed. He had no education and had followed Zhang Xiao to make a living since he graduated from junior high school. It was simply impossible for him to find a job now. On the other side, Zhang Xiao was brought to the Chu family villa by Adi and A Xiao. Looking at the surrounding buildings and the huge courtyard, Zhang Zhao's heart collapsed. This time he had no way to escape. My two lords, may I know who your master is? Zhang Xiao asked bravely. My last name is Chu, you can figure out the rest yourself. Ah Xiao responded unhappily. Hearing this surname, Zhang Xiao showed a desperate expression. The Chu family was the richest family in Lanshan City. They were so powerful that they controlled the largest company in Lanshan City. Even people in the underground world had to give them some face. Their Chu family would definitely not make fun of Zhang Xiao. Since they said that Zhang Zhao's father owed 500 million yuan, it must be true. But Zhang Xiao could never have imagined that his old man actually had several lovers outside and even an illegitimate child. No wonder he had been treated increasingly badly and impatiently in the past 2 years. After entering the living room of the villa, a De and a Xiao respectfully greeted the two people sitting on the sofa. Master Tian, Master Chu, we helped the eldest lady arrest someone today, but we didn't expect to catch Zhang Hongfeng's son. The old man still owes 500 million yuan. Should we use his son to threaten him and make him pay back the money quickly? Adiz said. His son? Chu Heman turned his head and looked at Zhang Xiao. Are you Zhang Hongfeng's son? Chu Heman asked. Yes, yes. Zhang Xiao responded timidly. Your father owes me 500 million. Do you think he should pay it back? Chu Heman asked with a smile. It's only right to pay back debts, Zhang Xiao responded. Okay, that's enough. Chu Heman suddenly became serious and said to Ada and Ah Xiao, take him down and contact Zhang Hongfeng. Ask him to bring money to redeem his son. Yes, sir. Ada responded, then left with Zhang Xiao. On the other side, Jin Dongxiang's problem was resolved, and he happily took Chu Xinxin back to the hotel. At this time, the two old men in the hotel were sitting on chairs anxiously waiting for news from Jin Dongxiang, fearing that something might happen to Jin Dongxiang. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Jin Dongxiang's voice came from the door. Xianzi, how did the matter go? Have they been found? Have you been cleared of all charges? Zhao Funfang asked worriedly. Found it. Fortunately, Chu Xinxin's bodyguards were present and they took care of those people in no time. Now I am cleared of all charges. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. That's good, that's good. Zhao Funfang said with a smile, thank you so much, girl. If it weren't for you, our Qiangzi wouldn't have been able to clear his name so quickly. After saying that, Zhao Funfang was actually about to kneel down in front of Chu Xinxin. Fortunately, Chu Xinxin reacted in time to stop her, otherwise Zhao Funfang would have knelt in front of her. Auntie, I told you that I like Jin Dongxiang. His business is my business, and I will definitely try my best. Besides, I don't want to see him suffer in jail. I am not only helping you, but also myself. Chu Xinxin said with a smile. Xianzi, the girl has already said it so clearly, why don't you react at all? Jin Jiangwo looked at Jin Dongxiang and winked. Thank you, Xinxin, but we can't be together now. You are the daughter of the richest man in Lanshan City, and I am just a child from an ordinary family. I don't want your father to look down on me, so let's be together after I have certain abilities, okay? Jin Dongxiang looked at Chu Xinxin and said seriously. He said this to avoid being embarrassed when he met Chu Xinxin's father. After all, he was from a wealthy family, and it was easy for him to find a son-in-law he liked. Besides, Chu Xinxin was pretty, and the people pursuing her could line up from here to the train station. It's okay, I understand what you mean. I will stay by your side and wait for you. Chu Xinxin said with a smile. For a moment, the restaurant was filled with laughter and joy, as if everyone had forgotten that Jin Dongxiang had just been released from police station. By the way, Xiangzi, there is one more thing. Many people saw you being arrested yesterday. Now that you are innocent, you have to go and tell them. Otherwise, how can this restaurant have business? Zhao Funfang suddenly thought of business and said to Jin Dongxiang. Okay, Mom. I'll go tell the neighbors right now. After saying this, Jin Dongxiang walked out of the restaurant and started talking to the neighbors. At night, when the students were leaving school, he went to the school gate in person, holding a sign that read, I was wrongly accused, the police have investigated the case, and students can rest assured to eat at our restaurant. Those students who were used to eating at their house would walk towards their restaurant when they saw such a sign. The restaurant was packed again in the evening, and there were even many new guests waiting outside to taste their food. By the way, everyone, in order to accommodate more students, we have opened a new store, not far from your school. The store is very big and will be open soon. If this place is full, you can go over there. Jin Dongxiang stood in the middle of the restaurant and spoke to the students around him. Chapter 109. Don't call me Brother Chang. Boss, since this is a new store opening, there should be promotions, right? A student at one of the tables asked with a smile. That's right, boss. The new store has opened. What activities are there? Another student also asked. Well, I haven't thought about this question yet, but there will definitely be activities, so you can rest assured. Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang returned to the kitchen and continued to work. The evening business lasted until nearly 10 o'clock. Jin Dongxiang's arms were sore from cooking all night. Xianzi, sit down and let me massage you. Zhao Fengfang said with a smile when she saw Jin Dongxiang shaking his arms. No need, Mom. Just rest for a while. Jin Dongxiang refused. Sitting in the chair, he swung his arms gently, trying to relax himself as much as possible. At this moment, Jin Dongxiang saw someone he really didn't want to see appear at the door. Why are you here? Jin Dongxiang asked seriously. Brother Chang, I don't know what I can do and I have nowhere to go. Lu Chang said with his head down. Go home, why not go home? Jin Dongxiang asked with a frown. 2 years ago, my family didn't agree because I followed Zhang Xiao and they cut off all ties with me. I haven't been home for 2 years, Lu Chang explained. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang looked at Lu Chang, who was standing at the door and had not come in for a long time, and didn't know what to say. He was a child from an ordinary family. He originally wanted to come out and make money early to reduce the burden on his family, but later because he had been with Zhang Xiao for a long time, his original intention changed and he got used to the life of wine and meat. In the final analysis, Lu Chang was also a victim harmed by Zhang Xiao. Come in, I'll cook you a meal, and then I'll take you home. I'm sure your mom and dad will miss you very much. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Lu Chang nodded without saying anything. After entering the restaurant, he sat in a corner with his head down. Half an hour later, Jin Dongxiang came out with a pot of rice. After Zhao Fengfang and the others were sitting at the table, he went back in and brought out a few dishes. Come here and eat. Jin Dongxiang said to Lu Chang in the corner. Yeah. Lu Chang walked over and sat on the chair. Looking at Lu Chang, it was as if he had lost his spiritual support. He was listless and completely different from the previous Lu Chang. Hey, Lu Chang, you said you can't find a job, right? Jin Dongxiang suddenly had a good idea. Yes, I followed Zhang Xiao out into the world before I finished junior high school, and I had a criminal record, so it was impossible for me to find a suitable job. Lu Chang said dejectedly. That's perfect. My new store will open in a few days. I don't have any help here, so you can come over and help me. I'll give you 2,500 yuan a month. If you do a good job, I'll give you a raise. How about it? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. Although 2,500 yuan is not a lot of money now, it is better than doing nothing and just eating and waiting to die every day, right? Really? Brother Chang, are you willing to let me follow you? Lu Chang suddenly looked up at Jin Dongxiang and asked excitedly. Hey, let me make it clear, this doesn't mean you're following me, this means you're working for me in my restaurant. Jin Dongxiang corrected Lu Chang and said, now I'm opening a restaurant, and I'll definitely develop other businesses in the future. As long as you do well enough, you won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. But if you don't do well, don't blame me for driving you away, Jin Dongxiang added. Don't worry, Brother Chang, I will do my best and will not let you down. Lu Chang said with a smile, then he filled a bowl of rice, lowered his head and began to eat it voraciously. He was really hungry. In order to help Zhang Xiao get revenge, he ate a lot the night before yesterday. All kinds of food were churning in his stomach. He didn't eat anything yesterday, and he felt better only after he vomited everything out today. By the way, don't call me Brother Chang or anything like that in the future. I'm not Zhang Xiao, and I don't want others to misunderstand me as a dishonest person. Just call me Xianzi in the future. I know that you are not a bad person, but you were just used by Zhang Xiao. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, this time Zhang Xiao was taken away by Ada and Xiao, and we don't know what the consequences will be. It's okay, as long as they pay the money they owe. Chu Xinxin responded with a smile. Just at this moment, Chu Xinxin's cell phone started ringing. She took it out of her bag and took a look. It was a call from her father Chu Heman. She pressed the answer button and walked outside the hotel to answer the call. Xinxin, when will you come back? I heard from Ada that the boyfriend you found cooks really delicious food. Shu Heeman asked with a smile. What? Dad? Don't listen to what Ada and Ashio say. She hasn't even agreed to be my boyfriend. Shu Shinshin said with some disappointment. What's going on? Who in Lanshan City dares not to give my daughter face? My daughter has personally confessed to him and he still refuses? Shu Heeman asked seriously. No, Dad. He said that he doesn't have the ability now. If it gets out, people will definitely say that he relies on women to survive. So he decided to wait until he is able to be with me. This way, it will be legitimate. Shu Shinshin said with a smile. What are you thinking? Shinshin, there are many good kids in Lanshan City for you to choose from. You said you looked around and didn't like any of them, so why did you fall for a poor boy? Shu Heeman asked helplessly. He has great potential and will definitely be very successful in the future. I am willing to accompany him and watch him grow up step by step. Shu Shinshin said firmly, Dad, don't tell me about other boys in the future. I don't like them. I only like this one. Okay. It's up to you. Shu Heeman said with a smile, when will you bring him back so that Dad can meet this man who can make you so determined? Let me find a suitable opportunity. I won't talk to you anymore. Let's have dinner. Shu Shinshin said and hung up the phone. She turned around and was about to go back to the hotel, but saw Jin Dongxiang standing behind her, looking at her with a smile. You scared me to death. When did you stand here? Shu Shinshin asked, covering her chest. When you just came out, I thought you had something to do, but now it seems it's about me. Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. Did you hear everything? Shu Shinshin suddenly became serious and asked, since you have heard everything, are you willing to let me stay by your side and watch you grow up little by little? Chapter 110, Catch the Doll. Looking at Shu Shinshin in front of him, Jin Dongxiang felt that he was very happy at the moment. Although he had experienced very bad life events some time ago, hasn't there been a turning point now? Okay. Jin Dongxiang said, let's go in and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang took the initiative to reach out and hold Shu Shinshin's arm and walked into the restaurant. Jin Jiangmo and Zhao Fenfang, who were eating, saw Jin Dongxiang and Shu Shinshin coming back hand in hand. The two smiled at each other and continued eating. Shanzi, after dinner, take Shinshin out for a walk. Your dad and I will clean up things from the restaurant, and then we will ride electric bikes back. Zhao Fenfang said with a smile. That's right, Xiangzi. She has been running around for you. You should thank her very much. Jin Jiangwo echoed. Okay. Jin Dongxiang looked at Shu Shinshin and agreed. After dinner, Jin Dongxiang took Shu Shinshin away first. Lu Chang said that he wanted them to help adapt to the work in the store now, so as to avoid any problems at work later. Jin Dongxiang agreed with a smile. After leaving the restaurant, Jin Dongxiang took Shu Shinshin to a shopping mall not far from Shu Shinshin's residential area. Walk 100 steps after a meal and you will live to be 99. You've been tired after a day. I'll accompany you for a while. You should go home and have a rest, otherwise your family will be worried. Jin Dongxiang said. How about we go to the video game arcade upstairs? Shu Shinshin suggested. Okay, just do whatever you say. I'll obey you. Jin Dongxiang responded. After hearing what Jin Dongxiang said, Shu Shinshin smiled and nodded, and the two of them took the elevator upstairs. When they arrived at the arcade on the 6th floor, they did not buy coins directly to play, but instead looked at the games available there. There are so many styles. Let's play here for a while. Shu Shinshin asked Jin Dongxiang. Okay, wait for me, I'll go exchange some coins. Jin Dongxiang said and walked towards the cashier, exchanged 200 game coins and returned to Shu Shinshin's side. The items here basically cost 3 or 5 coins to play, so if you change 200 yuan, you can play for a while longer. Hey, Jin Dongxiang, do you know how to catch dolls? Shu Shinshin looked at Jin Dongxiang curiously and asked. It's still okay. Once out of 10 times is still okay. Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. Okay, let's go catch the dolls. Shu Shinshin pulled Jin Dongxiang to the doll catching area. She looked through all the claw machines, found a few good-looking dolls, and then called Jin Dongxiang over. Here, this one looks great, I want this. Shu Shinshin shouted. Coming. Jin Dongxiang walked over. Looking at the dolls in the claw machine, Jin Dongxian put in the coins without saying a word and started grabbing them. A little more to this side, just a little bit. Xu Xinxin stood by and gave instructions. Jin Dongxian followed Xu Xinxin's instructions and moved the hook over. When he got there, Xu Xinxin said excitedly, "That's it, put the hook down." After receiving the order, Jin Dongxian pressed the button without hesitation, and the hook fell quickly to the doll designated by Xu Xinxin. "Hook, hook, hook," Xu Xinxin said expectantly as she looked at the hook. Finally, with her prayers, the hook caught the doll. "Wow, I caught it, you are so great," Xu Xinxin said excitedly. "Ha, it's all because of your good command," Jin Dongxian responded shyly. But at this moment, the doll that had been hooked fell down because the hook rose too fast and it could not hold on firmly. Seeing this scene, Xu Xinxin expressed a look of great disappointment. "Don't worry, everything is difficult at the beginning. Just try again and you will definitely catch it," Jin Dongxian comforted. After saying that, he inserted the coin again and lowered the hook again under Xu Xinxin's command, but the result was still the same as the first time. The hook rose too fast and the doll fell down when it hit the top. "How about we change to another machine?" Xu Xinxin asked disappointedly. "No, that's it. I don't believe it. I can't catch it?" Jin Dongxian said firmly. After inserting the coin, the hook was cast again, but this time Xu Xinxin did not give any instructions, but let Jin Dongxian start according to his own ideas. The hook drops, catches the doll, and begins to rise. As he was rising, Jin Dongxian kept praying in his heart, "Don't fall, don't fall, don't fall." Xu Xinxin, who was standing aside, also had a look of anticipation on her face. She clasped her hands together and stared at the doll on the hook without blinking. A few seconds later, the doll fell out of the hole, and Xu Xinxin happily bent down to pick up the doll. "Wow, you are really great. It seems that there is something wrong with my command, otherwise it would have been hooked on the first time," Xu Xinxin said with a smile while holding the doll. "Which one do you want? I'll take you to catch it," Jin Dongxian said confidently. He and Li Xiu used to catch dolls once a week, and slowly their skills improved. Although they couldn't hit the target every time, hitting it 7 out of 10 times was already pretty good. Here. Xu Xinxin pulled Jin Dongxian to another claw machine. After setting his eyes on the doll, Jin Dong tried hard to hook it, but unfortunately, he missed the first time and was almost able to catch it. Jin Dongxian refused to admit defeat and put the coin in again, and the result was exactly the same as the first time. At this time, Jin Dongxian discovered a problem. It was not that he couldn't catch the doll, but because the inside of the hook was too smooth. He had already caught it, but it fell down before it rose. "I must catch this doll today," Jin Dongxian said seriously. Xu Xinxin, who was standing nearby, was so happy when she saw his appearance. This was the first time that he had been accompanied by a person of the opposite sex to such a place. Before, he had always been alone or with Yu. Because of the strict family education, I didn't have many opportunities to interact with other opposite sexes. "Hey, isn't this Miss Chu? Why are you here so leisurely to catch dolls?" At this time, a discordant voice came from the side. Jin Dongxiang and Xu Xinxin turned their heads and saw a man not far away, holding a woman in his arms and walking towards them. "Jiang Junan? Why are you here?" Xu Xinxin asked in surprise. "Why? You can be here but I can't?" Jiang Junan looked at Jin Dongxiang who was standing beside him and said disdainfully, "Why does Miss Chu like this type? No wonder I couldn't catch up with her after so many years." Chapter 111 Coma. Xu Xinxin, who was standing by, immediately became angry after hearing this, and pointed at Jiang Junan and said, "What type? Let me tell you, someone like you will never have anything to do with me in this life. Xinxin, this person is not worth getting angry about. Look at the woman next to him, she is not a decent person at first glance. We don't know where she brought the virus from, and we don't know if she has the virus on her body. Let's leave," Jin Dongxiang said, holding Xu Xinxin's hand. Hearing this, Xu Xinxin immediately laughed and glanced at Jiang Junan, saying, "You better be careful and don't get infected with any disease. After all, you are the only son of your Jiang family." After saying that, Xu Xinxin took Jin Dongxiang's hand and left, going somewhere else to play. "Who was that man just now?" After walking away, Jin Dongxiang looked at Xu Xinxin and asked. "His father has business dealings with our family, and he has been harassing me since the first time we met. He even went to the company to harass me, causing many colleagues to misunderstand me. Xu Xinxin said unhappily, if it weren't for the fact that I could still make some contributions to their family, I would have told my father about this a long time ago. Well, you can tell this guy is not a good person just by looking at his appearance. Jin Dongxiang said. When the two passed the place where the ball was being thrown, Xu Xinxin stopped, looked at Jin Dongxiang and said with a smile, let's play this and see who can score more points. I'm so embarrassed. I'm a grown man, and it seems like I'm bullying you when I compete with you. Jin Dongxiang said confidently. How about this, whoever loses has to satisfy one request of the other party, any request will do, okay? Xu Xinxin asked with a smile. Looking at Xu Xinxin's appearance, Jin Dongxiang chuckled softly. He wanted to see what request this girl was going to make. After nodding and agreeing to the game, Jin Dongxiang and Xu Xinxin started to shoot like crazy. Jin Dongxiang liked playing basketball when he was in school, but later he gave up playing basketball because he was too busy with his studies. But this does not mean that he has lost his shooting skills. At the beginning of the first round of shooting, Jin Dongxiang scored more than 20 goals in a row. He was confident and felt that victory was at hand, so he turned his head to look at Xu Xinxin, but he did not expect that Xu Xinxin was not willing to be outdone. She was actually on par with him and was also scoring goals. Seeing this scene, Jin Dongxiang did not dare to delay and picked up the ball and started shooting. Soon, the first round of shooting ended. Xu Xinxin scored more than 70 points, while Jin Dongxiang scored exactly 80 points. I've already told you that if I compete with you, it seems like I'm bullying you. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Let's wait and see. The second round begins. Xu Xinxin said. The basket on the second floor moved, but this was nothing for Jin Dongxiang. After nearly 5 minutes, the game ended and Jin Dongxiang won. Okay, you win and I lose. I have to accept the defeat. I will agree to one of your requests, any request. Xu Xinxin looked at Jin Dongxiang and said. Okay, then. Before Jin Dongxiang finished his words, his cell phone started ringing. He took the phone out of his pocket and took a look. It was Lu Cheng's number. Why did Lu Cheng call me at this hour? Did he need help with something? Did he have no place to live? Jin Dongxiang answered the phone with doubt and said, Jingzi, what's the matter? Xianzi, come back soon, come back quickly. We were washing dishes in the restaurant, and suddenly my aunt fainted. Lu Cheng's anxious voice came from the receiver of the mobile phone. Hearing this, Jin Dongxiang was a little stunned. He didn't reply immediately. He stood there holding the phone without moving. Xianzi, are you listening? No one responded on the phone, so Lu Cheng started shouting. This cry brought Jin Dongxiang back to reality, and he responded, call an ambulance, I'll go back now. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang hung up the phone and quickly ran towards the elevator entrance. Xu Xinxin saw his actions and hurriedly followed him. Entering the elevator, Xu Xinxin looked at Jin Dongxiang with a questioning look on her face and asked, why are you running so fast? You go back first. I have to go to the hospital. My mother fainted and I can't accompany you today. Jin Dongxiang said embarrassedly. Auntie fainted? I'll go with you. At a time like this, why bother talking about whether you can accompany me or not? Auntie is the most important. Xu Xinxin also became panicked. When they arrived at the parking lot on the underground second floor, they found the car, got in and headed outside. On the way, Jin Dongxiang dialed Lu Cheng's phone number. Have you called an ambulance? We've already called. The ambulance is on the way. Just go to the hospital and wait for us. It's the First People's Hospital. Lu Cheng said. Okay, call me immediately if anything happens. Jin Dongxiang responded. He drove to the hospital first, then stood downstairs of the emergency building, waiting for Lu Cheng and others to arrive. More than 10 minutes later, an ambulance came speeding and stopped in front of Jin Dongxiang. He quickly ran to the back of the ambulance and waited for the medical staff to open the back door. He saw that the people sitting inside were not Lu Cheng and his friends. Why hasn't it arrived yet after so long? Isn't this the hospital? Xu Xinxin looked at Jin Dongxiang and asked. I don't know either. I'll call and ask. Jin Dongxiang said, took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed Lu Cheng's number. The phone rang for nearly a minute before it was connected. Hey, Xingzi, where are you guys? Jin Dongxiang asked anxiously. We are in the hospital. Have you arrived? I'll go out to pick you up. Lu Cheng asked. I'm in the hospital. Which building are you in? Jin Dongxiang asked back. It's in room 302 in the building facing the gate, Lu Cheng said. Okay, I'll be there right away. Jin Dongxiang said this and hung up the phone. He was no longer so anxious now. As long as he was not in the emergency building, there would be no problem. In front, follow me. Jin Dongxiang said to Chu Xinxin. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang led the way and Chu Xinxin followed behind him. Arriving at Ward 302 as Lu Cheng mentioned, Jin Dongxiang felt a little uncomfortable when he saw his mother Zhao Fanfan lying on the hospital bed. What did the doctor say? What happened to my mother? Jin Dongxiang looked at Lu Cheng and asked. The doctor said that the coma was caused by malnutrition, but it's not serious. He will be fine after receiving some nutrient solution, said Lu Cheng. Chapter 112. I didn't expect it. Malnutrition? Jin Dongxiang repeated. When his parents were in the countryside, in order to save some money for Jin Dongxiang to live a good life in the future, they lived frugally. They usually ate the most basic food, as long as they were not hungry. Not to mention those nutritional supplements, they never ate them at all. Now that I'm in the city, I eat in restaurants every day, and all the meals are prepared by Jin Dongxiang. How can I still be malnourished? Looking at his mother lying on the hospital bed, Jin Dongxiang secretly vowed in his heart that he would let the two elders live a good life and never have to worry about money in the future. Xianzi, don't worry. Your mother is fine. She just didn't eat well when she was doing farm work in the countryside, which led to malnutrition. It has nothing to do with you. Jin Jiangwo sat beside the hospital bed and comforted with a smile. Dad, how long has my mom been ill? Jin Dongxiang asked seriously. The old couple have always been together, so they must know each other if anything happens. Jin Dongxiang suspected that his mother Zhao Fanfang's illness this time was definitely not as simple as malnutrition. There must be other reasons. It's been 2 or 3 years, but don't worry, your mother has been taking medicine all the time and there's nothing wrong with her body. She might have fallen into a coma today because she got up too quickly when washing dishes in the restaurant, resulting in a lack of blood supply to the brain. Jin Jiangwo said. At this moment, Jin Dongxiang believed Jin Jiangwo's words a little bit. After all, if he didn't say it, no one would know. Dad, you go back and have a rest. I'll stay here with Mom. Jin Dongxiang looked at Jin Jiangwo and said seriously. No need, you should send this girl back home quickly. It's really embarrassing to ask her to come to the hospital so late at night. Jin Jiangwo said to Chu Xinxin, who was standing aside. It's okay, uncle. We were just shopping. When we heard the news that Aunt was hospitalized, we rushed here. There's no rush to go home. It's okay. Chu Xinxin responded with a smile. Did the doctor say when my mother can wake up? Jin Dongxiang asked. I told you, if it's fast, you'll wake up in the second half of the night, but if it's slow, you'll have to wait until tomorrow morning. Lu Cheng responded. How about this, Dad, you stay here for the first half of the night. If my mom wakes up, you call me and I'll pick you up and take you home. If my mom doesn't wake up, I'll come over in the second half of the night to take your place. This way you won't be so tired. Jin Dongxiang said. Okay, then you send them home first, and then you go home and rest, and come back in the second half of the night. Jin Jiangwo said with a smile. Jin Dongxiang nodded and agreed, then shouted to Lu Cheng and Chu Xinxin, let's go, I'll take you home. Then uncle, we'll leave first. If there's anything, let Jin Dongxiang call me. Chu Xinxin looked at Jin Jiangwo and said goodbye politely. Goodbye, uncle. Lu Cheng also said goodbye to Jin Jiangwo. After the two left the ward, Jin Dongxiang didn't say a word. After getting in the car, Jin Dongxiang slammed the reverse disc to vent his anger. What's wrong with you? Chu Xinxin asked. I feel like a useless person. I didn't even know that my mother was malnourished, and it has been several years. Jin Dongxiang said in a trembling voice. Xianzi, don't be sad. The doctor said that your aunt is not seriously ill and can be discharged from the hospital as long as she wakes up. Lu Cheng said comfortingly. Did the doctor say anything else? Or did he talk to my dad alone? Jin Dongxiang suddenly thought of a serious problem. Lu Cheng did not answer immediately. He thought for a moment and said, no, my uncle has always been by my side and never left. Well, that's good. As long as you haven't talked to my dad alone, I'll feel more relieved. The stone in Jin Dongxiang's heart fell. By the way, Xingzi, where is your home? I'll take you home, Jin Dongxiang asked as he started the car. Our home is quite far away, so I usually stay in a hotel and don't go home, Lu Chang responded. Which hotel are you staying in? Jin Dongxiang asked. It was normal for Lu Chang to live in a hotel. After all, he hadn't even finished junior high school when he followed Zhang Xiao out to make a living and had never been home. Zhang Xiao would definitely not let Qingzi live in their house, so naturally he arranged for him to live in a hotel. Grand Hotel, Lu Chang responded. I really didn't realize that Zhang Xiao is so nice to you. The Dihao Hotel is not cheap. It must cost at least 200 yuan to stay there for one night, right? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. No, it's run by their family. They booked a long-term room for me to live in, for free. But most of the time, Zhang Xiao stayed there with some women and I ended up living in the internet cafe, Lu Chang said with a wry smile. But now Zhang Xiao has been captured by the Chu family. Can you still live there? Jin Dongxiang asked worriedly. How about this, Lu Chang, you go down first and see if you can stay. If not, I will arrange a place for you, Xu Xinxin, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, said. She actually said this to make up to Lu Chang. She felt that she owed Lu Chang. After all, Zhang Xiao was captured by their family. Otherwise, Lu Chang could still stay with Zhang Xiao and have no worries about food and drink. Thank you, sister-in-law, Lu Chang responded with a smile. Regardless of whether the Dihao Hotel can still be accommodated or not, Lu Chang does not want to live there. If Zhang Xiao does not die this time and comes back alive, Lu Chang will have no good days. So he decided that after entering the hotel, he would take a walk around and come out without staying too long to avoid anything happening. Soon, we arrived at the entrance of the Emperor Hotel. Jin Dongxiang unfastened his seatbelt and said, I'll go in with you. No need, Xiangzi, I can go in by myself. Lu Chang rejected Jin Dongxiang's words. He opened the car door, got out and walked into the hotel. The hotel lobby was very quiet tonight, so quiet that it was a little scary. After walking a few steps inside and before reaching the bar, Lu Chang realized that something was wrong and turned around to run outside. But suddenly two strong men rushed over from the side and blocked the door. Qingzi, I really didn't expect that you would find a new master so quickly. Zhang Zhao's cold voice came from the side. Zhang Xiao, why are you back? Lu Chang asked in surprise, looking at Zhang Xiao not far away. Ha, are you surprised? If you had known that I could come back alive, would you not have joined Jin Dongxiang? Zhang Xiao said coldly. No, brother Xiao, you misunderstood. I pretended to go to Jin Dongxiang, but actually I wanted to find a way to get Xu Xinxin to release you. Lu Cheng thought quickly. Chapter 113. Who are you? Pretending to surrender? Zhang Xiao roared with a cold face, do you think I'm an idiot? Pretending to surrender? Why don't you say that you went there to kill Jin Dongxiang to avenge me? If there is an opportunity, I will definitely do it. Lu Chang responded. You don't have that chance now. Zhang Xiao shouted at the two strong men, catch him, chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Yes, young master. The two responded in unison. After hearing this, Lu Chang fell into despair. There was no blood on his face at all. It was just pale, as white as a dead person. On the other side, Jin Dongxiang, who was waiting in the car, always felt that something was wrong, so he looked towards the hotel entrance. Why haven't you come back for so long? Did something dangerous happen? Jin Dongxiang asked worriedly. That shouldn't be the case. Wasn't Zhang Xiao captured by Ada and Xiao? Who else would cause trouble for him? Xu Xinxin asked back. But if Zhang Zhao's father has paid back the money he owes your family, then Zhang Xiao will be released, right? Jin Dongxiang said, no, I'm still worried. I want to go in and take a look. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang got out of the car. Xu Xinxin did not get out of the car but took out her cell phone and called Ada. Hello, miss, why haven't you come back so late? I was just about to call you. After answering the phone, Ada said directly. Where is Zhang Xiao now? Xu Xinxin did not answer Ada's question. He's been released. His father redeemed him this afternoon with money. Ada asked with a smile, what's wrong, miss? Is there anything wrong? Oh no, Jin Dongxiang is in danger. Xu Xinxin said and hung up the phone. Ada on the other end of the phone was a little confused. What did that mean? Is Jin Dongxiang in danger? The young lady was with Jin Dongxiang, and Zhang Xiao was arrested because of Jin Dongxiang. Now Zhang Xiao will definitely make trouble for Jin Dongxiang. If the young lady is involved, it will be terrible. Thinking of this, Ade started to panic. He rushed to Zhao's room and woke up Xiao, who was already sleeping. What's wrong? Why aren't you sleeping so late at night? Xiao asked unhappily. Get up quickly, the lady is in danger. Ade said anxiously. What's the danger? Isn't she with Jin Dongxiang? How could anyone cause trouble for Jin Dongxiang, a person who doesn't cause trouble? Xiao asked nonchalantly. No, it's Zhang Xiao. It's Zhang Xiao who is causing trouble for Jin Dongxiang. The lady is with him now. Ade said hurriedly. After hearing this, Xiao sat up directly from the bed. Damn, I forgot about Zhang Xiao. He was just redeemed today. His father must be furious and mad at him for taking out 500 million. If he wants to vent, he can only find Jin Dongxiang. The lady is in danger. Xiao muttered to himself, then put on his clothes and ran outside. Seeing Zhao's nervous look, De hurriedly followed him out. The two men arrived at the yard, drove a car at random, and started looking for Jin Dongxiang. Xiao, sitting in the passenger seat, called Zhang Xiao, a number he had specially written down this afternoon, just to prevent Zhang Xiao from causing trouble for Jin Dongxiang and involving Chu Xinxin. The phone rang for a few seconds before it was connected. Zhang Xiao smiled respectfully and asked, Young master, what do you want to talk to me about? I'm asking you, are you looking for trouble with Jin Dongxiang? Xiao asked with dignity. No, I'm at the door of my hotel now. I just dealt with a little brother who betrayed me. Zhang Xiao responded with a smile. No, Our Lady just called me and asked me if I had released you. She also said that Jin Dongxiang was in danger. I want to ask you, have you caused any trouble for Jin Dongxiang? Xiao asked again. Really not. Zhang Xiao responded affirmatively. But just as he finished speaking, Jin Dongxiang's voice came from the door, Let go of Lu Chang. You still say no, but isn't this Jin Dongxiang's voice? Where are you now? I tell you it's best not to touch Jin Dongxiang and Our Lady, otherwise I will make you live a life worse than death. Xiao said threateningly. At the Emperor Hotel. Zhang Xiao responded haltingly. He had seen the strength of Ade and Xiao. They took care of more than 10 people with just a few moves. Their skills were simply indescribable. Wait, we'll be there soon. Xiao responded and hung up the phone. Looking at the hung-up call, Zhang Xiao felt like crying. Jin Dongxiang, why are you here? I just swore to others that I had not found any trouble with Jin Dongxiang, but now that Jin Dongxiang appeared here, it was hard for people to believe myself. If Ade and Xiao come over and arrest Zhang Xiao, then he will be really helpless. Let Lu Chang go. Jin Dongxiang said, staring at Zhang Xiao. Why did you come here at this time? Zhang Xiao asked again. Huh? What? Do I have to pick an auspicious day to come here? Release Lu Chang quickly, and we can talk about anything. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. Jin Dong said in a threatening tone. Hearing Jin Dongxiang's words, Zhang Xiao felt very annoyed. Ade and Xiao are real masters. It's okay for them to threaten him, but who do you think you are? How dare a child from an ordinary family threaten him? Come on, capture him for me. I don't believe how capable you are. Zhang Xiao said with a cold snort. Zhang Xiao's order was given, and the two strong men who were holding Lu Chang turned around and walked towards Jin Dongxiang, reaching out to grab Jin Dongxiang. When their hands were about to grab Jin Dongxiang's clothes, Jin Dongxiang easily dodged them. But just as he dodged the attack of one of them, the other one quickly followed and attacked again. Jin Dongxiang had no choice but to retreat to Chu Xinxin's side. What should we do now? I am no match for them. Jin Dongxiang whispered to Chu Xinxin. It's okay. Ade and Xiao are already on their way. I don't believe that these scum of society can do anything by then. Chu Xinxin said fiercely. Xiangzi, sister-in-law, please leave quickly and don't worry about me. Lu Chang saw Jin Dongxiang's figure inside and shouted. Xingzi, how are you? Are you hurt? Jin Dongxiang asked worriedly. At this moment, Lu Chang had his hands tied with a rope, his back was facing away, and he was hit on the face, with blood oozing out of his nose. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. Lu Chang responded. Chapter 114 dead? Now we can only delay time. If they arrive in time, I'll be fine, but if they arrive late, then you'd better run quickly and don't let Zhang Xiao catch you," Jin Dongxiang said to Chu Xinxin. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang rushed towards the two strong men. Jin Dongxiang knew his own limitations and knew that he was no match for the other two, so he started to avoid them. When the opponent attacked him, he dodged to the side. When the opponent stood there looking at him, he took the initiative to rush towards the opponent, but he did not let the opponent successfully hit him. In this way, Jin Dongxiang dragged it out for more than 10 minutes. Then, a sound of brakes was heard, and Jin Dongxiang and others looked towards the door. Two people got out of the car. They were Adine and Xiao. Seeing them, Jin Dongxiang felt some hope in his heart. "Miss, are you okay?" Adele looked at Chu Xinxin and asked worriedly. "Of course something happened. Fortunately, you came in time. If you had come a little later, Jin Dongxiang and I would have been captured by Zhang Xiao," Chu Xinxin said, pointing at Zhang Xiao standing aside. "What?" Xiao looked at Zhang Xiao not far away with murderous intent and asked angrily, "What did I tell you on the phone just now? If you dare to attack our young lady, I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. It seems that you don't believe in my ability." "No, young master, really not. I was wronged." Zhang Xiao clasped his hands together and said with a sad face. "Wronged? Then tell me who wronged you?" Xiao asked. "It was Jin Dongxiang who took the initiative to attack me, otherwise my brothers would not have attacked him," said Zhang Xiao. "You're talking nonsense. Lu Cheng came here to see if his previous residence was still habitable. I didn't expect that he would be arrested by you. I came in to find him and you ordered people to attack me," Jin Dongxiang retorted standing aside. "Xiao, don't you believe what I say?" Chu Xinxin asked. "Of course I believe what the lady said." Xiao responded with a smile, then rushed out, grabbed Zhang Xiao and lifted him up by the neck. This scene was seen by all the people present, and they felt it was incredible. How could a normal person have such a fast speed? Could it be that this guy was not a human? Zhang Xiao was even more frightened when he was caught. He wanted to continue to explain himself, but he couldn't utter a word because his neck was pinched. "Xiangzi, Miss Chu, please let Zhang Xiao go." At this time, Lu Cheng ran over and helped Zhang Xiao beg for mercy. "What? Xiangzi, you've got to think it through. Zhang Xiao wanted to kill you just now." "He wanted to kill you?" Jin Dongxiang asked in disbelief. "Yes, Lu Cheng, you don't need to be afraid with a D and a Xiao here. Besides, even if Zhang Xiao was killed by a Xiao today, the Zhang family will only cause trouble for our family in the future and will not involve you," Chu Xinxin said with a smile. "No, Zhang Xiao was very good to me before, and ever since I stopped going to school and came out to work, all my food, clothing and shelter were provided by Zhang Xiao. I owe him a favor, a huge favor. I beg you to let Zhang Xiao go, which will be considered as me repaying the favor. From now on, we owe each other nothing." As he said this, Lu Cheng suddenly knelt on the ground. Jin Dongxiang quickly reached out and helped Lu Cheng up, and Chu Xinxin also understood Lu Cheng's determination. "Xiao, let Zhang Xiao go," Chu Xinxin said. "Yes, young lady." Xiao let go of Zhang Xiao's neck and said to him, "Look at how he treated you, and then look at how you treated him. You still have to deal with him. If it weren't for his help this time, you would have died for sure. Yes, what the uncle is teaching me is that it is all my fault. I shouldn't have arranged for people to catch him here. It's all my fault," Zhang Xiao said with a smile like a dog. "Brother Xiao, this is the last thing I will do for you," Lu Cheng said with a smile. He smiled very innocently and sincerely. In his heart, Zhang Xiao was a very good elder brother. He even regarded Zhang Xiao as his own brother. "Qingzi, thank you. I misunderstood you," Zhang Xiao said. After hearing Zhang Xiao's words, Lu Cheng suddenly stood up from the ground and rushed towards the wall. His head hit the wall and Lu Cheng fell directly to the ground. Jin Dongxiang could never have imagined such a scene. He hurried over to straighten Lu Cheng. After that, Jin Dongxiang found that Lu Cheng was no longer alive. "Qingzi is dead," Jin Dongxiang said. After hearing this, Zhang Xiao hurried to Lu Cheng and hugged Lu Cheng's head. "Why are you so stupid? How could I really let someone kill you? You've been with me for so many years, how could I bear to do that?" Zhang Xiao said, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you support your parents in the future, and I will definitely find a good place for you to live." Looking at Zhang Xiao's appearance, Jin Dongxiang felt that he was not acting, but was really speaking from the bottom of his heart to Lu Chang. In that case, let's go. Chengzi will be left to Zhang Xiao to deal with. Jin Dongxiang said to Chu Xinxin. Okay. Chu Xinxin glanced at Lu Chang, turned around and left quickly. She had never seen a dead person before, let alone seen someone die so easily in front of her. She was so nervous that her body even started to tremble. What's wrong with you? Jin Dongxiang noticed that something was wrong with Chu Xinxin and asked worriedly. It's nothing, I just feel a little uncomfortable. Chu Xinxin responded. How about this, let Adi and Xiao take you back, so you can go home and rest as soon as possible. Jin Dongxiang said. No, I want you to take me back. Chu Xinxin said, pulling Jin Dongxiang's clothes. At this time, Chu Xinxin was like a frightened child, with some panic on her face. It was also the first time that Jin Dongxiang saw someone die in front of him, and it was a familiar person. He was also very scared, but he couldn't show it in front of Chu Xinxin. Starting the car, Jin Dongxiang drove towards the residential area where Chu Xinxin lived, while Adi and Xiao followed behind in a car. When they arrived at the gate of the community, Jin Dongxiang looked at Chu Xinxin and found that she had fallen asleep. He gently pushed Chu Xinxin's body and called out, Xinxin, Xinxin, we're home. But Chu Xinxin didn't react at all, which made Jin Dongxiang a little worried, and he put his hand on Chu Xinxin's forehead to feel it. So hot? Could he have a fever? Jin Dongxiang muttered, then opened the car door and got out. When Adi and Xiao saw Jin Dongxiang getting out of the car, they also got out and walked to Jin Dongxiang's side. Mr. Jin, what's wrong? Adi asked with a smile. Chu Xinxin seems to have a fever. Her head is very hot. Should I take her to the hospital? Jin Dongxiang asked worriedly. Chapter 115 finally woke up. After hearing what Jin Dongxiang said, Ada, who was standing nearby, hurried to the passenger seat, opened the door, and put his hand on Chu Xinxin's forehead to feel it. Mr. Jin, let's take the young lady back home. We have a special doctor at home who can treat her. Ada said as he got out of the car holding Chu Xinxin. That's fine, then you should go in quickly. If you delay for too long, I'm worried that it will have bad consequences for Xinxin. Jin Dongxiang urged. After hearing this, Ada put Chu Xinxin in the back seat, then sat in the passenger seat, and Xiao drove, and they drove into the community. After seeing them leave, Jin Dongxiang also drove away, but he did not drive home, but went to the hospital. He is still young and there is no problem for him to stay up late and not sleep, but Jin Jiangwo was already in his 40s or 50s. It would be troublesome if he continued to stay up late and ruined his health. After arriving at the hospital, Jin Dongxiang went straight into the ward. He saw his father Jin Jiangwo sleeping soundly on a chair next to the bed, while his mother Zhao Fanfang was lying on the bed receiving an infusion and showed no signs of waking up. Dad, you go home and sleep. I'll just stay here to look after my mom. Jin Dongxiang walked over and called Jin Jiangwo softly a few times. Didn't I tell you to go home and rest? Why are you here again? I'll take care of your mother here, and there's nothing to do. I can do it myself. You should go home and rest. Jin Jiangwo woke up and blamed Jin Dongxiang in front of him. Dad, you know your physical condition well. If something happens because of staying up late, how can I explain to my mom? You'd better go home and rest. We'll take over when you wake up tomorrow morning. Or if my mom wakes up in the middle of the night, we'll drive back. Jin Dongxiang said with a determined expression. Xiangzi. Jin Jiangwo wanted to say something, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Jin Dongxiang. Dad, don't worry, I can take care of my mom here, you should go home and have a rest. Seeing Jin Dongxiang's determined look, Jin Jiangwo sighed, stood up and said, Okay, then you stay here and look after your mother. If anything happens, call me immediately. I'll go home and wait for your news. Well, go ahead and be careful on the road. Jin Dongxiang reminded. Okay. Jin Jiangwo responded and left. After Jin Jiangwo left, Jin Dongxiang sat on a chair next to the bed, staring at Zhao Fanfang who was lying on the bed. Mom, what's wrong with you? Wake up, don't scare me. Jin Dongxiang called softly. But Zhao Fanfang didn't react at all and just lay motionless on the hospital bed. Mom, you have worked hard for so many years. Now your son is capable of giving you a good life. Why did you collapse? As Jin Dongxiang spoke, tears slowly rolled down his eyes. Wiping away tears and looking at his mother lying on the hospital bed, Jin Dongxiang fell asleep unknowingly. In the dream, their family lived happily together. Jin Dongxiang took his parents out for a trip, and they visited many cities and countries, and saw many beautiful scenery. Xiangzi, Xiangzi, wake up, wake up! Jin Dongxiang didn't know how long he had slept, but he felt someone pushing his shoulders and calling his name. He opened his eyes blearily and looked at the person in front of him. Mom, you're awake. That's great. You finally woke up. Jin Dongxiang said excitedly when he opened his eyes and saw that it was Zhao Fenfang who woke up. Why are you here? Where is your dad? Zhao Fenfang asked. I'm worried about my dad's health, so I asked him to go back and rest. I'll call him to let him know if there's any news. Jin Dongxiang said, I'll call my dad now and tell him the good news that you've woken up. It's still early, let your dad sleep a little longer. Zhao Fenfang stopped Jin Dongxiang's idea. Mom, when did you know that you were malnourished? Why didn't you tell me? Since you are not in good health, you must supplement your nutrition more. From today on, I will buy some nutritional supplements for you and Dad when I get home. You should supplement them well. You can't do this anymore. Ji Kandongqiang said. We are already so old, why do we still need to take nutritional supplements? Xiangzi, if you have money, just hold on to it and use it when you get married in the future. Don't waste it on people like us who are already half buried in the ground. Zhao Fenfang responded. What are you talking about? You and Dad will live to be 100 years old and are still young. How could your bodies be half buried in the ground? Jin Dongxiang quickly spoke up to correct Zhao Fenfang's words. Actually, I felt like I was having a dream, a very realistic dream that made me unable to distinguish between the dream and reality. I almost spent the whole day in a dream. Zhao Fenfang recalled the dream she had just had, but she couldn't remember it at all. It seems that your dream is very good, otherwise you would not be unwilling to wake up. But Mom, don't worry, your son is now capable of giving you a good life and will never treat you unfairly. You just stay at home and enjoy your old age. I will take care of the rest. Jin Dongxiang said with a firm expression on his face. Okay, haha, Xiangzi has grown up. Zhao Fenfang said with a smile. The mother and son chatted for a while. Zhao Fenfang said she was a little tired, so she lay down to rest. Jin Dongxiang sat in the chair and watched his mother fall asleep, then he fell asleep again. Early the next morning, the nurse woke Jin Dongxiang up during her ward rounds. Auntie's health has recovered very well. She can be discharged from the hospital today. You can go and complete the discharge procedures later. The nurse said to Jin Dongxiang with a smile. Okay, thank you. Jin Dongxiang said thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the ward opened and Jin Jiangwo walked in. Seeing that Zhao Fenfang on the bed had woken up, he walked over excitedly. Old woman, you're finally awake. Do you know how worried we were about you last night? Jin Jiangwo said, holding Zhao Fenfang's hand. I understand. But it's you, old man. If you're not here with me, how can I let Xiangzi stay with me? He has so many things to do. He will definitely not be able to sleep well. Zhao Fenfang complained. Do you think I don't want him to go home and have a good rest? I drove him away after he came last night, but I didn't expect that he would come back after sending Lu Chang and Chu Xinxin away. He drove me away and said that he would take care of you here. He had a determined expression on his face. I couldn't persuade him, so I agreed. Jin Jiangwo briefly explained what happened last night. Chapter 116, Retribution in This Life. Mom, don't blame Dad. I was the one who insisted on staying last night. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, you sit down and rest for a while. I'll go and get you discharged from the hospital. Let's go home. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang came out of the ward and walked towards the nurse's station. Before reaching the nurse's station, Jin Dongxiang saw a familiar figure, Li Xiu. How could she be here? And she was holding a lunchbox in her hand. Could it be that someone in their family was hospitalized? With doubt, Jin Dongxiang followed, wanting to find out what was going on. Following Li Xiu to the door of the ward, Jin Dongxiang stuck his head in and looked inside. He found that the person lying on the bed was none other than Li Xiu's mother. Isn't this retribution? He was shouting in our hotel just 2 days ago, and now he's in the hospital? Ah, God is so fair, people should be treated accordingly. Jin Dongxiang muttered in his heart. What are you doing? At this time, a voice came from behind and gently patted Jin Dongxiang's shoulder. Without turning his head, Jin Dongxiang could tell that the voice belonged to Li Shang. I originally just wanted to come over and take a look, but I didn't expect to meet Li Shang. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Jin Dongxiang, what are you doing here? Li Shang asked in surprise. Hearing Li Shang's call, Li Xiu, who was sitting in the ward, came out. Jin Dongxiang, why are you here? Did you hear from others that my mother is sick and in the hospital, so you came here to watch the fun? Li Xiu asked unhappily. Looking at the angry Li Xiu, Jin Dongxiang laughed softly. He really didn't expect that this woman would become like this now. She was almost no different from her mother. Don't think too much about it. I was just passing by here and saw you, so I stood here and watched for a while. Jin Dongxiang explained. Sister, don't listen to him. I just saw him standing here for a few minutes. He was not just passing by. He must have followed you to the hospital. Li Shang added fuel to the fire with an attitude of watching the fun. Don't impose your own ideas on others. I'm just passing by. Jin Dongxiang said. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Li Xiu. No, you can't leave. My mother is in the hospital because of you. If it weren't for you, my mother wouldn't be staying in the hospital, so you have to bear the consequences. Li Xiu said. I bear the consequences? Are you crazy? Why should I bear the consequences? What does your mother's hospitalization have to do with me? Jin Dongxiang asked. That day in your restaurant, Chu Xinxin said something hurtful. She is your girlfriend, so you have to bear the responsibility. And that time in the amusement park, you guys made my mother faint. Do you think you should bear the consequences? Li Xiu sneered and said, I know you have money now. Don't worry, I won't ask for more. Just give my mother 100,000 yuan as compensation for mental damage. I really didn't expect that you have completely learned your mother's tricks. You really are worthy of being your mother's good daughter. Jin Dongxiang said disappointedly. He could never have imagined that one day Li Xiu would be exactly like her mother, talking about money before doing anything, and finding someone to pay for their family no matter what the matter was. Jin Dongxiang is not a sucker, and he has already lost a lot of money from their family. It is impossible for him to continue to have any financial dealings with this family. I don't care. My mother's situation has something to do with you. 100,000 yuan, not a penny less. Li Xiu said seriously. Hearing this, Jin Dongxiang ignored her and was about to leave, but as soon as he took a step, Li Xiu stood in front of him, blocking his way. Jin Dongxiang, I advise you to listen to my sister and give my mother 100,000 yuan as compensation for mental damage, otherwise you won't be able to leave here at all. Li Shang said with a smile, standing aside. Your mother's current behavior is completely retribution, but I didn't expect that you would follow in your mother's footsteps. Aren't you worried that retribution will befall you in the future? Jin Dongxiang looked at Li Xiu and asked. What are you arguing about? What are you arguing about? This is a hospital, not your home. If you want to make a noise, go outside and make it. The patients in other wards still need to rest. At this time, a voice came from the side. As soon as the voice fell, a nurse stood beside Jin Dongxiang. She saw Jin Dongxiang and asked, Didn't you handle the discharge procedures for your mother? Why are you here? I couldn't find the place, so I looked for it in the hospital. Unexpectedly, I ran into two scammers. They insisted that I give them 100,000 yuan, otherwise they wouldn't let me go. Jin Dongxiang said, pointing at the Li Xiu siblings in front of him. Committing fraud in the hospital? Which ward's patients' family members are you from? Or are you just here to cause trouble? The nurse looked at Li Xiu and questioned. We are the family members of the patient in this ward. My mother fell ill because of him. Li Xiu said, pointing at her mother lying in the ward. This ward? Let me check the medical records. The nurse took the notebook in her hand and started searching. After a moment, the nurse pointed to the medical record and said, Your mother got sick because she had a stomachache. What does it have to do with others? He owns a restaurant. I got sick from eating in his restaurant. You say it has nothing to do with him? Li Xiu asked back. I can't control this, but this is a hospital. If you want this gentleman to pay compensation, please call the police and let them handle it. The nurse looked at Jin Dongxiang and said, Come on, I'll take you to complete the discharge procedures. After saying that, the nurse walked ahead first, and Jin Dongxiang followed closely behind. This time Li Xiu did not stop them and let them leave. After leaving Li Xiu and the others, Jin Dongqiang smiled and said to the nurse, "Thank you, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get away." "I'm not helping you. I'm dealing with things from a bystander's perspective. If you have any problems, ask the police for help, especially for things like this." The nurse pointed to the payment area not far ahead and said, "Go there first to see if you have enough money. If not, pay the full amount. If there is more, you can get a refund, and then come to the nurse station to process your discharge." "Thank you." Jin Dongxiang looked at the nurse and thanked her. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang went to the payment office. He knew without asking that he definitely didn't pay. After all, he didn't come here immediately last night, and his father didn't have any money on him. The money was all with Xiao Fenfang. Not to mention Lu Chang, he definitely didn't have any money. After paying the full fee, Jin Dongxiang took the receipt to the nurse's station and handed it to the nurse. After a few minutes, the discharge procedures were completed and Jin Dongxiang returned to his mother's ward. Chapter 117. The last time. When he returned to the ward, his mother Zhao Fenfang had already packed up and was sitting beside the bed, drinking tea and chatting with Jin Jiangwo. "Mom and Dad, it's done, let's go," Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. "Okay." Zhao Fenfang responded, then got up from the hospital bed and walked outside with the support of Jin Jiangwo. Jin Dongxiang followed behind them. As soon as he came out of the ward, Jin Dongxiang saw the person he least wanted to see, Li Xiu. "Are you following me?" Jin Dongxiang asked Li Xiu. "Humph, didn't you follow me just now? Hurry up and get the money, otherwise your family of 3 will never be able to leave here," Li Xiu said seriously. "Take money? What money? What's going on with Xiangzi?" Zhao Fenfang turned her head and looked at Jin Dongxiang and asked. Her body had recovered a little bit now. If something stimulating happened again, she would faint again. If she fainted again, it would be a big trouble and it would not be as simple as it is now. "Mom, don't pay attention to her. She is here to scam me. I got lost when I went to pay you just now. I unexpectedly ran into her taking care of her mother in the ward. I wanted to go see her, but her brother came out. They asked me for 100,000 yuan right away, saying it was compensation for her mother's mental damages." Jin Dongxiang briefly recounted what had happened. "Li Xiu, what you did is wrong. You are committing fraud. If Xiangzi calls the police, you will be held legally responsible, do you know that?" Jin Jiangwo said to Li Xiu. "Yes, Li Xiu, although we are not a family, we are familiar with each other. If you are really in trouble, just tell Xiangzi. I don't believe Xiangzi will ignore it. But if you do this, it will be illegal. You can't do this," Zhao Fenfang said. "Legal responsibility? Ha, your family teamed up with the Chu family to bully us, and now you want me to bear the legal responsibility. Humph, I think you are the ones who should bear the legal responsibility," Li Xiu said angrily, pointing at Jin Dongxiang's family. "Forget it, Mom. You guys go out first. You can't explain this kind of person to her clearly. I'll talk to her," Jin Dongxiang said. Then he took Li Xiu's arm and walked towards the staircase. When they reached the place, Li Xiu broke free from Jin Dongxiang's restraints. "Why did you bring me here? I tell you, Jin Dongxiang, if you don't give me the money today, I will not let you go easily. I will go to your house every few days to make trouble and let your neighbors know who you are," Li Xiu said in a threatening tone. Jin Dongxiang smiled, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, found Li Xiu's account, lowered his head and started transferring money. But Li Xiu didn't know what Jin Dongxiang was doing, so she continued to shout at Jin Dongxiang, "I'm telling you, don't think I'll be scared if you hook up with someone from the Chu family. I'm telling you I'm not scared, so hurry up and take out the money." Jin Dongxiang still ignored her, and she continued to get angry at Jin Dongxiang. A minute later, Jin Dongxiang completed the transfer and held up his phone for Li Xiu to see. At this moment, Li Xiu's phone received a text message. "I have already transferred the money to you. I hope that your family can live a good life in the future and don't bother us again. This is the last time, and it is also the time when my feelings for you are completely over. Next time, I will call the police immediately and let the police solve the problem," Jin Dongxiang said fiercely. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang left the stairwell and walked out of the hospital. This time, Li Xiu did not stop Jin Dongxiang. She did not expect that her mother's trick would be so effective. Just a few words brought in 100,000 yuan. Moreover, Jin Dongxiang was really generous. He did not hesitate at all and transferred the money directly. It seems that she will have to look for Jin Dongxiang more often in the future. When he arrived at the door of the hall, Jin Dongxiang saw Jin Jiangwo and Zhao Fenfang standing at the door. Zhao Fenfang's face was full of anxiety. She looked inside from time to time, waiting for Jin Dongxiang to appear. "Mom and Dad, let's go." Jin Dongxiang walked to his parents and said with a smile. "Xianzi, how did you resolve Li Xiu's problem? What exactly happened?" Zhao Fenfang asked worriedly. "She is just trying to scam me. Her mother's stomach upset and hospitalization have nothing to do with us. I wanted to go see her, but I didn't expect to be blackmailed by her. If I had known, I would not have gone to see her, and this incident would not have happened." Jin Dongxiang said regretfully. "If I hadn't gone over out of curiosity to see who Li Xiu was taking care of here, not only would I not have gotten into this kind of trouble, but I would also not have lost $100,000. "Oh, forget it. Their family is not doing well either." Zhao Fenfang asked, "Did you give her the money?" "I gave it to you. Let's consider it as the cost of ending our relationship." Jin Dongxiang nodded. "Just give it. Let's go to the restaurant. Old man, you go buy some vegetables. The students will be out of school soon." Zhao Fenfang said to Jin Jiangwo. "I'll ride my electric bike, you and Xianzi drive to the store first." Jin Jiangwo said. "No need, Mom and Dad, you guys go home and rest. I can go to the store by myself. On the way to the store, I'll pass by a supermarket, so I'll just go in and buy some vegetables or something." Jin Dongxiang said. "Can you handle the store by yourself? Or we can accompany you." Zhao Fenfang said. "Really, there's no need. You've just recovered a little. It would be troublesome if you faint again after doing some strenuous work. You should go home quickly." Jin Dongxiang said worriedly. "How about this, I'll go home and rest, and let your dad go with you to the restaurant to help you." Zhao Fenfang thought of an idea and said. "No need, you all go home and let Dad take good care of you. I can handle the restaurant matters by myself." Jin Dongxiang said with a firm expression and tone. Seeing Jin Dongxiang's appearance, Zhao Fenfang and Jin Jiangwo didn't know what to say anymore. They rode their electric bikes home, while Jin Dongxiang drove to the store by himself. When passing by the supermarket, he bought the vegetables he needed for lunch. When he arrived at the store, Jin Dongxiang washed and cut the vegetables and prepared everything he needed and put them there, which saved him a lot of time when cooking. Collecting money is a problem. I can't not find someone to collect the money. If someone runs away without paying, won't I suffer a huge loss? Jin Dongxiang talked to himself while sitting in the store, hoping that someone would come to help. But no matter how much he thought about it, in reality there was no one to help collect the money. In desperation, Jin Dongxiang had to go to the side and copy 2 payment codes and put them at the door so that those who were eating could scan the codes and pay. After school, Jin Dongxiang was alone. Cooking, collecting dishes and wiping the table all became his job, so he was extremely busy. But fortunately, those students were relatively honest. After finishing their meal, they consciously scanned the code and paid, which made Jin Dongxiang feel gratified. Chapter 118, Parking Space Dispute. After finishing his lunch business, Jin Dongxiang made himself a meal, sat down at a table and started eating. While eating and watching the people coming and going outside the door, he felt very happy. Although he did not succeed in marrying Li Xiu, he got a super assistant in Jin Xiaoxiu. Because of this, my parents at home no longer have to work hard in the countryside every day, and they no longer have to ask others for help when they need money. After dinner, Jin Dongxiang closed the door of the restaurant and went to the new store. The new store had been renovated, but because of the events of the past few days, he had not yet hired anyone and had not purchased anything he needed. He took a quick look at the tables that could be placed in the new store, then took out his mobile phone and placed an order online. I also posted a job ad on a local job posting website. Over the next afternoon, Jin Dongxiang received many calls, all of which were job applications. In order to save time, he did not ask for a meeting, but just chatted for a few words about being a waiter and told them to wait for notification. Every time after talking to a Jin Dongxiang, I would make a note of whether he was okay or not, so that I could find the right candidate when looking for one. At around 4 o'clock, Jin Dongxiang was about to go out to buy groceries, but at this time, an electric car stopped in front of the restaurant. Jin Dongxiang looked and found that it was his parents who came, and there were various dishes on the electric car. "Mom, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to have a good rest at home?" Jin Dongxiang hurriedly went up to her, took the dish from his mother Zhao Fanfang, and asked with a worried look on his face. It's not that I have nothing to do, I was just bored at home. I originally planned to come over at noon, but your dad wouldn't let me. So we came out early this afternoon to buy some vegetables and brought them to you. Zhao Fanfang said with a smile. Dad, why don't you persuade my mom? Jin Dongxiang blamed Jin Jiangwo. I can't persuade her. There's nothing I can do if she can't stay idle. Jin Jiangwo spread his hands and said helplessly. After entering the restaurant, Zhao Fanfang and Jin Jiangwo sat down, and Jin Dongxiang hurried over to pour them some water. Mom and Dad, you should take a rest for a while and then go back quickly. I can handle it here by myself. Jin Dongxiang said. Since you're here, why not go back after you finish your work tonight? Zhao Fanfang said with a smile. But Jin Dongxiang was about to say something when his cell phone suddenly rang. I took it out of my pocket and took a look. It was an unfamiliar number, but it had many eights. He took a look and was about to hang up, but suddenly remembered that the business card that Mr. Bai gave him some time ago also had a lot of eights on it, so he answered the phone. Hey, Mr. Bai, what do you want to talk to me about? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. Haha, young man, you still remember me, an old man? Boss Bai said with a smile. Of course I remember. It's rare to find someone as generous as Mr. Bai in this society. Jin Dongxiang asked, I wonder what Mr. Bai wants to talk to me about. Yes, there is an auction tonight, and I want you to go with me. After all, you are young and have good eyesight. I am old and have presbyopia and can't see things clearly. Mr. Bai stated the purpose of his call. But my mother is not feeling well and I have to be busy at the restaurant, said Jin Dongxiang. Oh, I'm fine. Look, I'm fine. Nothing happened to me. You can go. I've recovered. At this time, Zhao Fanfang spoke. But Jin Dongxiang was interrupted by Zhao Fanfang before he finished speaking. Go ahead, you don't have to worry. If I don't feel well, your dad and I will close the door and go home to rest. Okay then. Jin Dongxiang said, then Mr. Bai, please give me a seat. I will drive over there myself later. Okay, I'll wait for you in the banquet hall on the first floor of Hanyuan Hotel. Mr. Bai said with a smile. Yeah. Jin Dongxiang responded and hung up the phone. Seeing Jin Dongxiang hanging up the phone, Zhao Fanfang said, Xiangzi, since they can ask you for help, it proves that you are quite capable. They have already asked, how can you refuse? Yes, Xiangzi, you can go without worry. If your mother is not feeling well, we will close the door immediately and go home to rest. We will never let your mother go to the hospital again. Jin Jiangwo echoed. The two elders thought very clearly that they were old, but Jin Dongxiang was still young. If Jin Dongxiang's affairs were delayed because of the two of them, it would be a loss. Then I'll go home and change my clothes. If anything happens, call me immediately. Jin Dongxiang reminded. Go ahead and don't worry. Zhao Fanfang responded with a smile. Seeing the peaceful smile on his mother's face, Jin Dongxiang went out and drove towards home. I bought a suit when I was working. Since it is an auction invited by Mr. Bai, I must wear formal clothes, otherwise I will be laughed at. When he got home, Jin Dongxiang took a shower, shaved his beard clean, took out a suit from the closet, put it on and left. After arriving at Hanyuan Hotel, Jin Dongxiang drove towards the parking lot. There, Jin Dongxiang saw countless luxury cars, just like a car show, with all kinds of supercars, luxury cars, and expensive off-road vehicles. Hey, why don't you park over there? Don't you see what kind of cars are parked here? If you scratch or bump into something, can you afford the compensation? Jin Dongxiang had just found an empty space and parked his car when suddenly a security guard came over and said to Jin Dongxiang. I've walked around for a long time and there are no parking spaces left. This is the last one, said Jin Dongxiang. If there is no parking space, you park on the parking line on the side of the road. Don't you consider the occasion today and whether this is a place you can park? The security guard said disdainfully. Hey, what do you mean by saying this? Why don't you consider the occasion? Isn't it just an auction? And since there are parking spaces for parking, why can't I park my car here? Jin Dongxiang was also angry. He opened the door and got out of the car and asked the security guard. That's right. It's an auction. Almost everyone in Lanshan City knows about it. If everyone parks their car here like you and takes up parking spaces on such an important occasion, How will other bosses park when they come? The security guard asked righteously. At this moment, a Rolls-Royce drove in from outside and drove straight towards Jin Dongxiang and his group. See, Rolls-Royce, how can your car compare with a car like this? Move away quickly and don't waste the parking space. The security guard continued. I won't move today. Let's see what happens. Jin Dongxiang said unhappily. Chapter 119 Disgraceful. The Rolls-Royce stopped next to the security guard, and the security guard walked over on his own initiative. Please wait a moment, I will ask him to move the car away right away. You can park here. The security guard said with a respectful smile. The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and Jin Dongxiang happened to hear it. He said unhappily, I told you, I can't move the car. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang was about to walk towards the main entrance of the hotel, but he was stopped by security guards every few steps. Did I let you go? Didn't I ask you to move your car? You didn't understand, did you? The security guard asked seriously. I won't move. I want to see what you can do. Jin Dongxiang said firmly. He came here today because of Mr. Bai's invitation, but parking spaces are in short supply here. He had rarely found a parking space to park, so how could he move it away to give it to someone else? The security guard took out a walkie-talkie from his waist and shouted, There is trouble in Area B, there is trouble in Area B. Just wait for me, said the security guard in a threatening tone. Okay. Jin Dongxiang smiled gently, took out his mobile phone and sat next to the car to look at it. The security guard just said that many people knew about the auction at Hainyuan Hotel today, but how come he didn't know about it? If it wasn't for Mr. Bai saying that he still didn't know that there would be such a thing here. Jin Dongxiang searched for the auction of Hainyuan Hotel on the search page and found out that it is an annual auction and the largest auction in the country. He was even more surprised to see the news. Did I live in Lanshan City for nothing for so many years? I didn't even know there was such a big auction. It's him. Catch him, take the car keys, and move the car away forcibly. The security guard's serious voice came from the side. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang looked up towards the source of the sound. 6 security guards came over, each holding a baton in their hands and walking towards Jin Dongxiang. What? You want to do something strong with me? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. Ever since he acquired the basic martial arts skills that he exchanged with Jin Xiaoshu using his points, he has never been afraid of anyone using force against him. The security guards didn't answer him, but rushed over with batons and swung them at him. Stop it right there. Just when Jin Dongxiang was about to fight back, a stern voice of restraint suddenly came over him. The voice was familiar. Jin Dongxiang turned around with a smile and saw Mr. Bai getting out of the Rolls-Royce. Mr. Bai. Jin Dongxiang greeted with a smile. Mr. Bai, you are here. We are trying to get him out. We will make a parking space for you. The security guard said to Mr. Bai with a smile. When the Rolls-Royce drove over just now, the security guard had already recognized it as Mr. Bai's car. He was so eager to show off just to showcase himself in front of Mr. Bai. As long as he could make Mr. Bai recognize him, he would be close to promotion and salary increase. After all, Hainyuan Hotel is the largest hotel under the Bai Group. Young man, I'm really sorry. It's my fault for not disciplining you well enough. Mr. Bai apologized to Jin Dongxiang. Mr. Bai, this is not your problem. After all, we didn't say we would test these when we recruited them, so they were naturally able to get away with it. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Why don't you guys leave immediately? What's the matter? Do you want to beat up the guests I invited in front of me? Mr. Bai said sternly to the security guards. Your guest? The security guard who was chasing Jin Dongxiang away was shocked when he heard this. He never thought that he originally wanted to show off so that Mr. Bai would remember him, but he didn't expect to end up losing more than he gained, and actually offended Mr. Bai's guests. Alas, Mr. Bai, you can't let them go like this, otherwise it will be bad for your reputation in the future. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. His purpose was simple, which was to ask Mr. Bai to fire these people. After all, he was almost beaten by them just now. You guys are fired. Old Bai naturally understood what Jin Dongxiang meant. He was waiting for Jin Dongxiang to say this. Jin Dongxiang was right. If he continued to keep them, it would definitely be bad for his reputation in the future. Mr. Bai attached great importance to his reputation and would not tolerate any humiliation. Mr. Bai, we know we were wrong. Please give us a chance. We will never do such a thing again. The security guard pleaded with Mr. Bai with a sad face. No matter who they are, no matter what car it is, if there are parking spaces, they should be allowed to park. What will others think if we leave them all for these luxury cars? Your behavior has touched my bottom line, so you are fired. Mr. Bai said without any expression. After that, he walked towards the driver and said calmly, "Go find a parking space and park there. If there isn't one, just park anywhere. I'll come out later and you can pick me up." "Okay, Mr. Bai." The driver responded with a smile, then started the car and left. I really didn't expect that Mr. Bai would be so decisive. He is worthy of everyone's learning. Jin Doxiang said with a smile. People like this shouldn't stay here. If it wasn't you who got kicked out today, but someone else, it would have a huge impact on my reputation. Old Bai said with a smile, "Come on, let's go in." After saying that, Mr. Bai walked in front towards the main entrance of the hotel, and Jin Dongxiang followed behind Mr. Bai and walked in. They did not stay on the first floor and went directly to the second floor. After coming up, Jin Dongxiang was shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. There were many people, all of whom came to participate in the auction. Bai Lao. Mr. Bai, you are here. Bai Lao. Everyone who saw Mr. Bai coming up greeted him, with a very respectful smile on their face. Following Mr. Bai, Jin Dongxiang was also full of face, and many people nodded to him. But at this moment, Jin Dongxiang saw a very familiar figure in the crowd, Zhao Xiaohua, and beside her was a middle-aged man in a straight suit. Seeing this scene, Jin Dongxiang couldn't help but laugh softly. He thought Zhao Xiaohua would only hook up with those young rich second generations, but he didn't expect that she would also be interested in a middle-aged man with a greasy face and a big belly. Thinking of this, Jin Dongxiang suddenly felt extremely disgusted. They had done that kind of thing in the past. I really don't know if there had been any old man like this who had slept with her before Jin Dongxiang. At this time, Zhao Xiaohua also saw Jin Dongxiang and showed a very disdainful expression towards Jin Dongxiang. "Young man, just take a look around here. I'll go to the back." Old Bai said to Jin Dongxiang with a smile. "Okay, Mr. Bai, go and do your work. Don't worry about me. Call me when you need me." Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Chapter 120, Be My Bodyguard? After watching Mr. Bai leave, Jin Dongxiang walked to the side, picked up a drink and started drinking. "Oh, I didn't expect to meet you here." Zhao Xiaohua's voice came from behind. Jin Dongxiang turned his head and looked over, smiled gently at Zhao Xiaohua in front of him, and ignored her. "Xiaohua, do you know him?" The greasy middle-aged uncle standing next to Zhao Xiaohua pointed at Jin Dongxiang and asked. "I know him. We were friends before, but not anymore. I get angry when I see him." Zhao Xiaohua said unhappily. "What? Is there a grudge between you two?" The middle-aged man's voice changed. "Brother Ji, you don't know. When I was working in the pawn shop, I was fired because of him. I treated him as a friend, but I didn't expect that he actually used me as a tool to make money." Zhao Xiaohua said angrily and coquettishly. Wang Ji, who was standing next to Zhao Xiaohua, was the owner of several hotels in Lanshan City. He usually liked to hang out with rich people, so he naturally would not miss such an auction. After all, it would allow him to meet more rich people. "Boy, do you know who you have provoked?" Wang Ji asked in a serious voice. "Who did you provoke? Isn't it just a bitch?" Jin Dongxiang said disdainfully. "Brother Ji, he insulted me." Zhao Xiaohua said, shaking Wang Ji's suit sleeve. "Boy, are you looking for death?" Wang Ji suddenly became angry and glared at Jin Dongxiang. "No, I didn't. I was telling the truth." Jin Dongxiang said with a smile, then turned around and started eating the snacks. "Bring people up." After a moment, Wang Ji's voice came from behind. In less than a minute, 5 or 6 men in black came running up the stairs. They were obviously bodyguards. "Boss Wang, is there anything you want us to do?" One of the bodyguards asked Wang Ji respectfully. "Kick him out. I don't want to see him here." Wang Ji said fiercely, "It's ridiculous for a man wearing a suit bought on the street to pretend to be an upper-class person. He is not welcome here." A few people standing nearby who had just seen that Jin Dongxiang came with Old Bai laughed softly, as if waiting to see a joke, while a few others who didn't know Jin Dongxiang's identity pointed at him. "Yes, boss." The man in black responded with a smile. He walked to Jin Doqiang's side, put his hand on Jin Doqiang's shoulder, and said, "Our boss wants you to leave." "You told me to go out, so I should go out?" Jin Doqiang turned his head and asked Wang Ji. "That's right," I said, "get out of here now." Wang Ji pointed at Jin Doqiang and said. This voice attracted more people to gather around and watch this good show. "Impossible." Jin Doqiang also became angry and said to Wang Ji while staring at him. "Ha, it's not up to you." Wang Ji gave the order, "Kick him out." "Yes." Several bodyguards said in unison, and then walked towards Jin Doqiang together. "Master, they have been trained, and you are no match for them. 100 points can be exchanged for intermediate-level martial arts. Would you like to exchange it?" The voice of Jin Xiaoshu suddenly came from his mind. "How many points do I have left?" Jin Doqiang asked. "Every time you use a skill, points will be increased. You have used the skill of the skilled craftsman the most times and have more than 1,000 points. Do you want to redeem them?" asked Jin Xiaoshu. "It's more than 1,000, exchange it." Jin Doqiang said with a smile. "Okay, it's being transmitted to your mind." The little golden hand said, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Master, the transmission is successful." "Okay." Jin Doqiang said with a smile. "Please go out, we don't want to fight here." Several bodyguards surrounded Jin Doqiang and said fiercely. "I'll say it again, it's impossible. If you have the ability, just do it." Jin Doqiang said. "Go ahead," said one of the bodyguards. Several bodyguards attacked Jin Doqiang, but Jin Doqiang, who had just acquired intermediate-level martial arts skills, did not attack immediately but tried to dodge. The 6 bodyguards attacked together, but no one of them touched Jin Doqiang's body at all. "Is that it?" Jin Doqiang asked with a sneer. The bodyguards may have felt that they had lost face, so they dispersed and did not surround him. A bodyguard rushed towards Jin Doqiang and swung his fist straight at Jin Doqiang's face. Jin Doqiang did not dodge this time. He reached out and grabbed his fist, then kicked him directly in the abdomen, kicking him several meters away. Behind Jin Doqiang, a bodyguard also rushed over. Jin Doqiang did not stop and kicked the other person in the face with a back whip kick. When the other bodyguards saw Jin Doqiang's skills, they didn't dare to act rashly. They stood aside and watched, seemingly communicating with their eye contact on how to deal with Jin Doqiang. "Come on together, attack from top to bottom," said the bodyguard who was knocked down for the first time. 6 bodyguards rushed up together. Jin Doqiang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and launched a counterattack. He rushed to the person who had just spoken and punched him in the face with such force that he fainted. Then he kicked another bodyguard next to him, kicking him several meters away. The remaining bodyguards were basically knocked to the ground without even a single move from Jin Doqiang. Seeing that all the bodyguards were knocked down, Wang Ji showed a look of surprise on his face. He could never have imagined that a skinny young man could have such powerful strength. "Brother Ji, what should we do now?" Zhao Xiaohua asked Wang Ji worriedly. "Don't worry, it's okay. This is Mr. Bai's territory. He wouldn't dare to do anything," Wang Ji said comfortingly. In fact, he was also comforting himself, fearing that Jin Doqiang would attack him. "I don't want to cause trouble, but at the same time, I'm not afraid of you causing trouble for me, so get out of here." Jin Doqiang looked at Wang Ji and said coldly. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji wanted to leave, but there were too many people watching the show around. If he just left, it would be too embarrassing. It would be bad if the news of scaring an unknown teenager got out. So he strengthened his heart, stood where he was and did not leave. He held Zhao Xiaohua's hand tightly and was so nervous that his palms were sweating. "Hey, do you want to be a bodyguard? I'll give you 100,000 a month. How about being my bodyguard?" Suddenly a middle-aged man next to him looked at Jin Doqiang and said, "That's right, since you are so good at fighting, be my bodyguard and I will give you 200,000. Said another one. Chapter 121 Acquisition. "I'm really sorry everyone, I just run a restaurant, not a bodyguard." Jin Doqiang looked around and said. After saying that, Jin Doqiang turned around and continued eating snacks. "What's going on? What are you all doing here?" At this time, Bai Lao's voice came from behind the crowd. "Mr. Bai is here." Someone shouted. "Mr. Bai?" When Wang Ji heard this, he seemed to have seen his savior. He quickly looked behind the crowd, waiting for Mr. Bai to appear. "What's going on?" Why is it so messy? Old Bai asked seriously while looking at the people around him. Mr. Bai, I'm Wang Ji. We have met several times before. Do you still remember me? Wang Ji asked with a smile. Wang Ji? I have some impression of him. What's wrong? Do you have anything to do? Old Bai glanced at him and asked. Mr. Bai, you don't know, this guy was looking for trouble here just now. Not only did he insult my female companion, but he also beat up my bodyguard and wanted to hit me. Wang Ji pointed at Jin Dongxiang and said. Oh, really? Mr. Bai asked, Dongxiang, tell me what happened. Wang Ji, who was standing next to him, became a little nervous when he heard this. What did Bai Lao mean by this? Did he know this young man? And he called him Dongxiang? Zhao Xiaohua just called him Jin Dongxiang. Could it be that Bai Lao and the others were very familiar with each other? Wang Ji was a little scared. He never thought that he would actually provoke Bai Lao's people. If Jin Dongxiang tells the truth, then there will be no place for Wang Ji in Lanshan City in the future. Actually, I just met an old friend. I didn't expect that Boss Wang would have someone kick me out and even had his men use force to kick me out. Jin Dongxiang said indifferently. Wang Ji, is that so? Old Bai looked at Wang Ji and asked. Mr. Bai, this is really a misunderstanding. I didn't know he was your man. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to do anything to him even if I had 100 guts. Wang Ji said with a pleading expression. So what you mean is, if Dongxiang is not my man, then you can take action against him? Old Bai asked sternly. No, Mr. Bai, that's not what I meant. At this time, Wang Ji was so anxious that he was about to cry. No matter who you are, you can't cause trouble in this Hunyuan hotel. Let alone an ordinary person, even if a beggar comes in, you have to treat him well. But I didn't expect that a little Wang Ji would dare to break my rules. Old Bai said fiercely. Mr. Bai, I know I was wrong and I am willing to accept punishment, said Wang Ji. Okay, come here, start buying all of Wang Ji's properties now. I don't want to see him again in Lanshan City. Bai Lao said calmly, the money from buying your properties is enough for you to live the rest of your life. Change cities to develop. After saying that, Old Bai turned around and left. Jin Dongxiang stood there without moving, looking at Wang Ji with an unwilling expression. You bitch, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't do this. Wang Ji said to Zhao Xiaohua angrily and slapped her. After beating Wang Ji, he left. Zhao Xiaohua stood there with her face covered, tears streaming down her face. Dongxiang, come with me. I need your help with something. Old Bai took a few steps, turned his head and looked at Jin Dongxiang and said. Okay, I'll be right there. Jin Dongxiang responded and followed. After walking a few steps, Jin Dongxiang heard someone say to Zhao Xiaohua, serve me well tonight and I'll give you 10,000 yuan. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang smiled lightly, ignored it, and continued to follow Bai Lao away. They came to a small conference room. Old Bai sat in the main seat, and the seats below were occupied. This is Jin Dongxiang whom I met some time ago. His vision is the most accurate I have ever seen. I immediately offered him an annual salary of 10 million plus commissions, but I didn't expect him to refuse because he had to take care of his own restaurant. Mr. Bai explained to everyone. Young man, it's a great honor to be noticed by Mr. Bai. How can you refuse his invitation? One of them looked at Jin Dongxiang and said with a smile. Yeah, it's just a restaurant and you can't make 10 million a year. You might as well follow Mr. Bai. Not only will you have a job, but everyone in Lanshan City will give you some face. Another person also said. My dear bosses, what have I done to deserve the favor of Mr. Bai? I just have some small abilities, and I know myself well. I am not qualified for Mr. Bai's job. After all, one must be down to earth and take one step at a time. But if Mr. Bai comes to me for anything in this regard, I will definitely help. Jin Dongxiang said. Well done, your words made me look at you with new eyes. A boss gave a thumbs up and said. Okay, let's talk about serious matters. Dongxiang, I want to show you the age of this tripod. Old Bai waved to the person behind him and said. Two people carried the tripod and placed it on the table. When Jin Dongxiang saw the tripod, his body trembled slightly. The shape of the tripod was too strange, right? It was a kind of instrument for poisoning. I wonder what period Mr. Bai thinks this tripod is from. And what is it used for? Jin Dongxiang asked. The person who brought it said that this tripod is from the Xia dynasty and was used for witchcraft at that time. I can't figure out anything, so I asked you to come and take a look, said Old Bai. Hearing this, it coincided with what Jin Dongxiang was thinking. No wonder this thing was so strange, it turned out to be used for witchcraft. Jin Dongxiang looked at the top of the tripod and the patterns around it and felt that they were very strange. The patterns on it looked like some pictures. Can you turn it over and take a look at the bottom of the tripod? Jin Dongxiang asked. Old Bai waved his hand, and several servants came over and turned the tripod over so that it was upside down. Jin Dongxiang looked carefully and found that the underground was even more peculiar. There seemed to be a symbol carved on the bottom of the tripod. Master, this tripod was made when witchcraft was popular in the Xia dynasty. But this tripod was a little special at that time. Someone deliberately used talismans to seal the bottom. The voice of Jin Xiuxiu came from his mind. Okay, I understand. Jin Dongxiang looked at Old Bai and said, Old Bai, this thing is indeed from the Xia dynasty. Witchcraft was popular at that time, but this tripod is strange and someone sealed it at the bottom with a talisman. Oh, a seal? Old Bai became interested and stood up to look at the bottom of the cauldron. This thing is a good thing, but it is also an evil thing. If Mr. Bai wants to buy it, he must be careful. Jin Dongxiang reminded. I never thought that this young man, at such a young age, could actually tell the origin of this thing. A boss praised Jin Dongxiang. Dongxiang, the auction will start soon. You have to stay with me. If there is anything you like, tell me and I will buy it for you. Old Bai said with a smile. Chapter 122 Dinner. He was not a collector, nor was he someone who liked this kind of underground burial objects, so he wanted nothing. Let's take a look at it later. If there is any answer, I will definitely tell Mr. Bai. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Let's go, everyone. The auction is about to begin. Old Bai said to everyone. After saying that, Bai Lao walked out first, followed closely by Jin Dongxiang. We arrived at the banquet hall on the first floor. The venue had already been prepared and we were just waiting for the auction to begin. Jin Dongxiang was very lucky to follow Mr. Bai and sit in the first row. When many dignitaries saw this scene, they couldn't help but wonder who this young man was and how he could sit with Old Bai. It has been so many years since I have seen Old Bai bring young people out to broaden their horizons. It seems that this young man must have been chosen by Old Bai. In the future, there will be another big shot in Lanshan City. After Jin Dongxiang sat down, he unexpectedly discovered that the hosts of this auction were Bai Lanlan and Chu Xinxin. Do they also understand this thing? Jin Dongxiang thought in his mind, with a puzzled look on his face. Chu Xinxin, who was standing on the stage, also saw Jin Dongxiang and a smile appeared on her face. Xinxin and Lanlan are both beautiful, and they are the only two of them in Lanshan City who have the status to host this auction. Old Bai explained. Well, but do they understand this? Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. Lanlan understands a little bit. After all, she is my granddaughter and has always grown up in such a family. Xinxin is not the same. Her family is engaged in hotels, entertainment, and other projects, so they don't understand this. Old Bai explained. Now, the auction begins. Just like in previous years, the highest bidder wins. Just like in previous years, part of the profits from this auction will be donated to people in need in the mountainous areas. Chu Xinxin said habitually. Now let's start the first auction item. Bai Lanlan said immediately. The etiquette lady at the side walked onto the stage with the items, and the detailed year of the item appeared on the big screen behind them. The starting price is 100,000, and the price will increase by 10,000 each time. If you like it, please start bidding. Chu Xinxin said. Number 15, 110,000. Number 16, 150,000. Number 3, 200,000. Bai Lanlan held the hammer in her hand and read out the prices offered by each number. Soon the first round of auctions ended, and the item was finally bought by the person sitting in seat number 3 for $750,000. Next, let's move on to the second auction item. Chu Xinxin said. The etiquette lady came up with the things and followed the same steps as before. A long time passed and Jin Dongxiang still didn't see anything he liked until a painting appeared. The painting is of a dragon, and it is very lifelike, as if it is alive. The origin of this painting appeared on the big screen. It was from the Qing dynasty and was painted by someone no one had ever heard of. The starting price of this painting is 500,000 yuan, and the price will increase by 10,000 yuan each time. The highest bidder will win. Xu Xinxian said. Are you interested in this painting? Old Bai looked at Jin Dongxiang and asked. A little bit. Jin Dongxiang nodded in agreement. Then I'll take a picture and give it to you as a gift, as a token of your help to me today. Old Bai said, then raised the number plate in his hand. Number 1, 600,000. Bai Lanlan said, is there any higher number than number 1? Everyone present knew that number 1 was Old Bai, and that no one would snatch the things that Old Bai set his eyes on. After all, no one could snatch them away from him. Congratulations to number 1 for winning this painting for 600,000 yuan. Bai Lanlan said as she knocked down the gavel. I'll have someone pack it and send it to you. Mr. Bai said with a smile. Next is the last collection of this evening. Please ask the etiquette lady to bring it up. Xu Xinxian said. 2 etiquette ladies carried the tripod and placed it on the table, with the origin of the tripod appearing on the back. Mr. Bai, I have to snatch this thing from you, said number 3, who was sitting next to Jin Dongxiang. Okay, how about an auction? The highest bidder wins. Mr. Bai said with a smile. At every auction, there is always one item that Mr. Bai values the most, so the previous items are prepared for others, and only the last item is prepared for himself. The starting price is 5 million, and the price will increase by 500,000 each time. The highest bidder wins. Xu Xinxian said. As soon as he finished speaking, number 3 next to him raised his number plate, followed by someone behind him who also raised a plate. It was not until number 3 offered 50 million that no one else raised their hand to compete for the item. At this time, Mr. Bai made a move and directly raised the price by 50 million to 100 million. Mr. Bai, this is not good, is it? Number 3 asked unhappily. That's how auctions work. The highest bidder wins. I have money, and I like this thing. Old Bai said with a smile. This sentence made Jin Dongxiang understand a truth. In this world, just because you like something doesn't mean it's yours, you need money to have it. As long as you have money, everything will be fine. 100 million once, 100 million twice, 100 million 3 times, deal, congratulations to number 1. Bai Lanlan said with a smile. After the auction ended and the etiquette lady carried the tripod down, Bai Lanlan said with a smile, this auction will be held by the Bai Group. The proceeds from the auction of 25 items will be donated to the Bai Group. After saying this, everyone started applauding. Jin Dongxiang also applauded. In fact, the 15 million was paid by Mr. Bai himself. After all, he directly bid 100 million for the last item, which was 95 million higher than the starting price. The auction was over and many people left with their belongings. Jin Dongxiang also received a gift from Mr. Bai, the painting. Holding the gift, Jin Dongxiang was very happy and couldn't let it go. Mr. Bai, should I go back first? Jin Dongxiang asked. Oh, don't worry, let's have a meal together. Mr. Bai said with a smile. Okay. Jin Dongxiang agreed. It was already past 10 o'clock when they had dinner. They arrived at Mr. Bai's villa. Xu Xinxian was also there. The servants had already prepared everything. After they all arrived, the servants started serving the dishes. Why are you here too? Xu Xinxian asked in some confusion. Mr. Bai invited me here. Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. Take me home after dinner. Xu Xinxian said. Okay, no problem. Jin Dong forced a smile. While eating, Jin Dongxiang saw a few strangers whom he had never seen before, and they had not attended the auction tonight. Dongxiang, let me introduce you. This is Lanlan's father Bai Gang, she is Lanlan's mother Lu Feng, the one next to them is Lanlan's second uncle Bai Lin, and that one is Lanlan's second aunt He Meng. Old Bai introduced. Hello everyone, I'm Jin Dongxiang. Jin Dongxiang stood up and greeted them. Dad, who is this? Why haven't I seen him before? He Meng glanced at Jin Dongxiang and said. Chapter 123 Liar. This is the young man with good eyesight that I told you about before. Today I invited him to the auction to help me look at a collection. After the auction, I will invite him to my house for dinner. Old Bai said with a smile. Dad, you have to think clearly. There are a lot of scammers in this society nowadays. He Meng said disdainfully. Hearing this, Jin Dongxiang wanted to refute, but after thinking about it, he decided to give up. After all, he couldn't stay here for too long, and he would not meet He Meng for the second time. That's right, Dad. People nowadays will do anything for money. Don't mistake a liar for a capable person just because of some small things. Bai Lin echoed. Second brother's wife, no matter whether this young man is a liar or not, you can't say that he is not. Besides, Dad values this young man so much, how could he be a liar? Bai Gang began to defend himself. Uncle and aunt, you misunderstood. Jin Dongxiang is really not a liar. I have known him for a long time and he is a very honest person. Xu Xinqin spoke up to confirm for Jin Dongxiang. Bai Lan and her mother Lu Fang didn't say a word. One of them kept eating, while the other stared at Jin Dongxiang as if she was examining something. Being looked at by Lu Fang like that, Jin Dongxiang felt extremely uncomfortable all over. Mr. Bai, I think I'd better leave first. I'm just a small figure and this is not a place I can come to. Jin Dongxiang stood up and said. If you can't afford to offend, can you avoid him? They believe that Jin Dongxiang is a liar, so Jin Dongxiang should just leave. In this way, he can't cheat them anymore, right? Oh, look, this is a common tactic used by scammers. They throw out some tricks to attract Jade, pretending to leave, but actually they just want to test his position in our father's heart to see if our father will try to keep him. He Meng said with sarcasm, as if she had seen through Jin Dongxiang. Hearing this, Jin Dongxiang really couldn't bear it anymore. He clenched his fists and looked at He Meng who was sitting opposite him. Ah, my, how dare you look at me like that? What? Do you want to hit me? He Meng asked. I know whether I am a liar or not. I don't need you to know. Even if I am really a liar, I will not be interested in anything in your house. Jin Dongxiang said, then turned and left. Watching Jin Dongxiang leave, Xu Xinqin could no longer sit still. She didn't want to come in the first place, but had no choice but to agree because Bai Lan kept inviting her. After coming here and seeing Jin Dongxiang, she began to think about staying here. Grandpa Bai, uncles and aunts, Lan, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Xu Xinqin stood up and said, then chased after Jin Dongxiang. After coming out of the Bai family villa, Jin Dongxiang took out the car keys from his pocket, unlocked the car, and sat in the car. But just as he sat in, the passenger door opened. Jin Dongxiang looked over in confusion and Xu Xinqin sat in. Why did you come out? Why don't you eat inside? Jin Dongxiang asked with a puzzled look on his face. I didn't mean to eat here. If I hadn't seen you here, I would have left long ago. Xu Xinqin said, don't be angry. Bai Lin and He Meng are just like that. They are very suspicious. I'm not angry at all, I just feel that I'm not suitable for this kind of occasion, and even more so for the people here. Jin Dongxiang said with a wry smile. He could never have imagined that a dinner party would turn into a round of sarcastic questioning. This was simply too funny. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Jin Dongxiang started the car and asked Xu Xinqin with a smile. As long as I can have dinner with you, anything is fine. Xu Xinqin said with a smile. In the restaurant of the Bai family villa, after Jin Dongxiang left, He Meng still refused to give in. I said he was a liar, otherwise he wouldn't leave like this. Stop talking. Jin Dongxiang is a young man I am very optimistic about. He has a bright future. I originally wanted him to come to work in my company, but now you have driven him away. There is no hope at all. Mr. Bai said somewhat unhappily. Dad, how do you know him? Bai Gang asked old Bai. He had never seen his father care so much about any young man, and he had never seen old Bai value anyone so much, including himself. I was in Xiao Chen's shop that day and happened to meet him. I asked him to pick out 3 antiques for me. Unexpectedly, each one was more precious than the other. I immediately wanted to hire him as my boss. I offered him an annual salary of tens of millions plus commission on the spot, but I didn't expect to be rejected. Old Bai said with a look of disappointment on his face. That day he thought that the salary would definitely attract Jin Dongxiang immediately, but he never expected that Jin Dongxiang would actually refuse. From that day on, he also looked at Jin Dongxiang with admiration. You rejected an annual salary of tens of millions? Bai Gang asked in surprise. I just observed the young man carefully. He doesn't seem like a liar. Instead, he seems to have many secrets. Perhaps he really has a lot of untapped potential. Lu Fang said at this time. Sister-in-law, brother, and dad, don't be fooled. In my opinion, he is a liar. Maybe he has teamed up with Xiao Chen to cheat you. He Meng spoke again. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man walked in from the door. Before he even reached the table, he shouted, "Mom, give me some more money. I'm so unlucky today." The person who spoke was none other than Bai Lin and He Meng's only son, Bai Haoran. You say Jin Dongqiang is a liar, but I feel like he is more like a liar. If he doesn't have money, he goes home, but if he has money, he is nowhere to be found. Bai Lanlan said to her cynical cousin who was walking towards the dining table. Lanlan, what are you talking about? Bai Haoran vaguely heard Bai Lanlan's words and asked unhappily. Lanlan, how can you say that about your brother? After all, he is your cousin, and that guy is just someone you've never met. He Meng began to blame. I think what Lanlan said is right. They are both young people, but Bai Haoran's starting point is hundreds of times higher than Jin Dongqiang. The two are so different, but why is he so outstanding while your son only knows how to go home and ask for money? Old Bai also blamed Bai Haoran. If Bai Haoran was not the only boy in there by family, he might have been kicked out of the house long ago. Chapter 124. What a coincidence. Dad, how can you say that? He is your grandson, how can he be inferior to an outsider? He Meng retorted. Although her son likes to play a little, the family doesn't need him to make money now. Besides, even if he does nothing in his life, the money in the family is enough for him to spend for the rest of his life. What's more, he is the only son in the family. Shouldn't he be pampered even more? It's just that your eldest brother's fertility is poor, otherwise I would definitely let them have another son. Old Bai slammed the table and said angrily. Speaking of this, Old Bai's eyes couldn't help but become moist. Back then, someone attacked the Bai and Chu families. Fortunately, Bai Gang helped Old Bai block the fatal blow, otherwise the Bai family would have ceased to exist long ago. Because of that incident, Bai Gang suffered severe physical trauma. He went to many hospitals for treatment, but all failed. Now he has only one daughter, Bai Lanlan. Dad, that happened many years ago. I have long forgotten it. Bai Gang said with a wry smile. He would never forget it. He hated it very much. He hated why it was not Bai Lin who helped Bai Lao block the attack. But at the same time, he was also glad that Bai Lanlan was highly valued by Bai Lao because of that incident. Dad, what do you mean? It's normal for Haoran to like to play when he is still young. He Meng retorted. Little? He's already in his 20s and has accomplished nothing. He only knows how to ask his family for money to hang out with those shady friends. Mr. Bai said angrily, since we've come to this point today, I'll be frank. You'll start working at the company tomorrow. If you don't achieve anything in a month, don't blame me for being cruel. After saying that, Bai Lao stood up and left the table. Seeing Old Bai leave, Bai Lanlan stopped eating. She was already full just now, and now seeing her cousin Bai Haoran coming back, she had no appetite at all. Everyone left one after another. He Meng was very upset. What was originally a good family dinner turned into what it is now because of Jin Dongqiang, and Haoran's personal freedom was restricted by the old man Bai. No, this matter can't end like this. I want him to pay the price he deserves. He Meng muttered softly. Bai Haoran, who was standing nearby, happened to hear these words. Bai Haoran asked with a questioning look on his face, who is it? What kind of child is this, a kid from an ordinary family, named Jin Dongqiang? He Meng said. Mom, why don't you let me handle it? I know some friends in the underground world. Maybe they can help. Bai Haoran said with a smile. He Meng looked at Bai Haoran but didn't speak immediately. After looking him over for a few times, he said, tell him that if the truth is revealed, it can't be traced back to our Bai family, let alone you. I understand, Mom, but I don't have any money. Now I need money to find someone to do something for me. Bai Haoran said with his head down. There are 500,000 in this card, take it. He Meng turned around, took out a bank card from her bag and placed it on the table. Thanks, Mom. I'm going out to play. Bai Haoran said with a smile, holding the bank card. Son, aren't you home for dinner? He Meng shouted. No, I'm waiting over there. After saying that, Bai Haoran opened the door and left the Bai family. On the other side, Jin Dongqiang and Chu Xinxin came to a French molecular restaurant for dinner. Looking at the decoration of this restaurant, Jin Dongqiang felt extremely comfortable, and the surrounding decorations were also in line with the decoration style. Chu Xinxin ordered some of her favorite dishes, but Jin Dongxiang took the menu and took a look at it. He didn't know which one was delicious, so he ordered the same as Chu Xinxin. The two sat at the table and chatted. After about half an hour, the waiter brought their ordered food. "Please enjoy your meal," the waiter said with a smile after putting down his food, then left. Jin Dongxiang was very surprised when he looked at the food on the plate. The price marked on the menu seemed to be quite a lot, but what was served was just a little bit. Even if Chu Xinxin's portion was brought over, it would not be enough for Jin Dongxiang to finish one meal. "What's wrong?" Chu Xinxin looked at Jin Dongxiang and asked. "Isn't this portion too small?" Jin Dongxiang said as he looked at the food on the plate. "This is the way this place is. I'll take you to eat something else later," Chu Xinxin said with a smile. "Okay." Jin Dongxiang responded, then took the food and started eating. While eating, he was also chatting with Chu Xinxin about whether these things were delicious or not. He was a cook and also a skilled craftsman. After eating a meal, he could basically guess the general cooking method of these things in his mind. When they were almost done eating, Jin Dongxiang suddenly saw a familiar figure walking in from outside. "Why is she here?" Jin Dongxiang asked himself. "Who is it?" Chu Xinxin asked back and looked in the direction where Jin Dongxiang was looking. They found a man and a woman coming in from outside. The woman was none other than Li Xiu, who almost married Jin Dongxiang, and the man was Bai Lanlan's cousin Bai Haoran. Seeing them together, Chu Xinxin looked very surprised. How come they are together? Chu Xinxin asked herself. Who is it? Do you know that man? Jin Dongxiang asked. That's Bai Lanlan's cousin, Himeng's son Bai Haoran. Chu Xinxin explained. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang also showed a surprised expression. He could never have imagined that Li Xiu could actually hook up with Bai Haoran, a super-rich second generation. Coincidentally, there was an empty seat next to them, and the waiter was taking Li Xiu and Bai Haoran towards them. When Li Xiu saw Jin Dongxiang, a look of surprise appeared on his face. What a coincidence! Jin Dongxiang took the initiative to say hello. Yeah. Li Xiu responded somewhat embarrassedly. Xiu, do you know each other? Bai Haoran asked Li Xiu. Well, he was a friend before, but we haven't been in touch since then. I didn't expect to meet him here. Li Xiu said with some disdain. Hey, Xinxin, you are here too. Bai Haoran looked at Chu Xinxin and said with a smile. What a coincidence. Chu Xinxin responded with a smile. Is this your boyfriend? Why does he look a bit incompatible with you? Bai Haoran looked Jin Dongxiang up and down and said lightly. Bai Haoran, Chu Xinxin, and Bai Lanlan all grew up together. Bai Haoran has been interested in Chu Xinxin since childhood, but he has never received a response. Seeing this scene today, he naturally would not forget to humiliate Jin Dongxiang. Chapter 125 Revenge. Jin Dongxiang, who was sitting on the chair, didn't say anything after hearing this. Bai Haoran was right. He was indeed not a good match for Chu Xinxin now. After all, Chu Xinxin's family was the richest family in Lanshan City, while their family was from the countryside. Bai Haoran, who was standing aside, owns the largest antique company in Lanshan City. He is a super-rich second generation. Whether compared with Chu Xinxin or Bai Haoran, he cannot compare. I didn't expect that, Li Xiu, you actually found such a rich second generation. Your mother won't disagree now, right? I guess she will wake up laughing at night. Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. Since you, Bai Haoran, mock me, then I, Jin Dongxiang, will naturally mock your people. Jin Dongxiang, what do you mean? Explain it to me clearly. Li Xiu couldn't help it and pointed at Jin Dongxiang and asked. Now that he has Bai Haoran as his backer, Li Xiu can ignore anyone. Don't be impatient. What did you say his name was? Bai Haoran stopped Li Xiu and asked. Jin Dongxiang, how come you know him? Li Xiu asked nervously. Jin Dongxiang, you are Jin Dongxiang. You are the one who caused trouble at our family dinner tonight? Bai Haoran pointed at Jin Dongxiang and asked. Making trouble? Ha, it was your mother who said I was a liar, but I didn't make trouble. Besides, I ignored him and just laughed. Can it really be considered making trouble? Jin Dongxiang asked with a sneer. You've provoked our Bai family, and yet you still dare to be so rampant. You really don't know your place. Bai Haoran said with disdain on his face. Li Xiu, who was standing next to Bai Haoran, was a little confused. What were they talking about? How could Jin Dongqiang go to the Bai family's family dinner to cause trouble? Who was he and what was his status in the Bai family? How could they let him in? And Jin Dongqiang said that he left because Bai Haoran's mother said he was a liar. Did Jin Dongqiang have any secrets? With a puzzled look on his face, Li Xiu looked at Bai Haoran on the side and asked with a smile, "Haoran, what's going on between you two?" "I just got home and my mother told me that he caused trouble at our family dinner and made the whole family unable to eat a good meal. I didn't expect to meet him here," Bai Haoran said coldly. "I really didn't expect that, Jin Dongqiang, you really don't know your place. Can you afford to offend the Bai family? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are with the rich woman Chu Xinxin." Li Xiu accused Jin Dongqiang. "The relationship between Chu Xinxin and I is open and aboveboard, unlike some people," Jin Dongqiang said disdainfully. After saying this, Bai Haoran slapped Jin Dongqiang in the face and said angrily, "Try to say it again." Jin Dongqiang is not someone who can be insulted at will now. He stood up and slapped Bai Haoran in the face. "This slap is to remind you not to hit people in the face casually," Jin Dongqiang said. Just as Bai Haoran was about to punch Jin Dongqiang again, Chu Xinxin stopped him. "Bai Haoran, be careful or I'll tell Grandpa that you're looking for trouble outside." "Well done, Xinxin. We have been friends since childhood, and now you are helping outsiders." Bai Haoran put down his fist and said, "Dongqiang, let's go." Chu Xinxin said, then took Jin Dongqiang's arm and left. Bai Haoran watched Jin Dongqiang and Chu Xinxin leave, and what he watched more was that Chu Xinxin actually took the initiative to pull Jin Dongqiang's arm and leave. This scene made him resentful. Chu Xinxin had never had such contact with any man in her life. Moreover, he was certain that Chu Xinxin would become his wife in the future. After all, the relationship between their two families was there, and in Lanshan City, they were the only two families that were well matched. Therefore, he would not allow Chu Xinxin to be so ambiguous with others. I won't let you go like this, Jin Dongqiang. I will make you wish you were dead but unable to live," Bai Haoran said coldly. After hearing this, a smile appeared on Li Xiu's face. She had never found a way to take revenge on Jin Dongqiang, but she didn't expect that she would have such a good opportunity today. The eldest master of the Bai family personally took action against him. She didn't believe that Jin Dongqiang could escape. After Jin Dongqiang and Chu Xinxin left the hotel, they went to the parking lot and sat in the car. "Don't be angry. Bai Haoran is just like that. He was spoiled by He Meng. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so rampant," Chu Xinxin said in a comforting tone. "I'm not angry at all. On the contrary, I'm very happy. The way Bai Haoran treated me proves that He Meng must have been scolded by Mr. Bai after we left, otherwise he wouldn't be so angry," Jin Dongqiang said with a smile. "You are right. He Meng must have been taught a lesson by Mr. Bai after we left. But He Meng is a very sinister person. You'd better be careful recently. I'm worried that He Meng will find someone to cause trouble for you behind your back." Chu Xinxin said worriedly, "How about letting a Di and a Xiao stay by your side to protect you these days?" "No need, I'll wait for them to find someone to deal with me, Jin Dongqiang snorted coldly. Although Jin Dongqiang said no, Chu Xinxin was still worried about his safety. After all, this was the first time she liked a boy so much and the first time she took the initiative to confess to a boy. She didn't want to see Jin Dongqiang being beaten to death so soon. So Chu Xinxin had already decided in her heart that after returning home, she would tell a Di and a Xiao and ask them to protect Jin Dongqiang secretly. "You must not have eaten enough just now. What do you want to eat?" "I'll go with you," Chu Xinxin asked with a smile. "No need. I wasn't full originally, but I was full because of Bai Haoran. Now I'm so angry that I can't eat," Jin Dongqiang said. "I'll take you home. If it's too late, your parents will definitely be worried." After saying that, Jin Dongqiang started the car and drove towards the residential area where Chu Xinxin lived. On the other side, Bai Haoran in the restaurant was still very angry. He became very annoyed every time he thought of the slap Jin Dongqiang had just given him, and he slammed the table hard. Li Xiu, who was sitting opposite him, felt even happier when she saw his appearance. The angrier Bai Haoran was, the more serious the harm would be to Jin Dongqiang, and the more successful her plan to take revenge on Jin Dongqiang would be. "If you are really angry, I will tell you where the restaurant opened by Jin Dongqiang is, as well as his license plate number, and you can go and take revenge on him," Li Xiu said lightly. "Okay." Bai Haoran became interested when he heard this and agreed immediately. Li Xiu naturally told Jin Dongxiang the location of his hotel and the license plate number. Chapter 126 Promise him. Now that he knows this news, Bai Haoren is no longer worried about not being able to deal with Jin Dongxiang. He originally thought that he had to investigate it himself, but he didn't expect that he actually knew Li Xiu. God is really helping me, ha ha ha. Xiu, I remember you told me that your brother wanted a BMW Mini? Bai Haoren looked at Li Xiu and asked with an evil smile. Yes, but I believe he can earn it by himself. Looking at the expression on Bai Haoren's face, Li Xiu trembled slightly and felt a little nervous. She knew very well why Bai Haoren said such words at this time. The routine used by men to trick women into going to bed was very simple. They would have a meal and drink a little, then go to the hotel. When they woke up the next day, they would not know anything. Maybe you are overthinking it. I asked you this question to thank you for telling me Jin Dongxiang's information. After I finish this matter, I will buy a top-configured Mini for your brother. It can be regarded as our meeting gift. Bai Haoren said with a big laugh. Hearing this, Li Xiu felt a little embarrassed. Did he really misunderstand the other person? Okay, stop being in a daze and order the dishes quickly. Order whatever you want. Bai Haoren said with a smile, Waiter, open a bottle of red wine for me. Okay, then I'll get you some red wine and you guys can take a look at what to order, said the waiter. Yeah. Bai Haoren nodded with a smile. After the waiter left, Bai Haoren placed his hand on the back of Li Xiu's hand and stroked it gently. Haoren, don't do this. Li Xiu quickly retracted his hand and said with his head down. Xiu, I really like you. You should be aware of my family background. Being with me will definitely allow you to live a life like a princess. Will you promise me? Bai Haoren said with a sincere face. Li Xiu did not respond but lowered her head. Although she did not show it on her face, she was very happy in her heart. It was rare for someone to confess to her in such a public place, and he was a super rich second generation. She wanted to agree immediately, but she didn't say it out loud in order to appear reserved. Xiu, I will satisfy whatever you want, promise me? Bai Haoren suddenly knelt on one knee in front of Li Xiu, with a ring box in his hand. I have fallen deeply in love with you since the first time I saw you, and I have thought of countless ways to express my love to you, so I am wearing this ring when I go out with you. Bai Haoren opened the box and said seriously. If a woman hears this, she will be so moved that she will not have time to consider whether it is true or not. Promise him, said a woman next to her. That's right, agree to it, what are you hesitating about? Someone else shouted. Then everyone around began to encourage Li Xiu to agree to Bai Haoren's request. Okay, I promise you. Li Xiu nodded with a smile, stretched out her hand and waited for Bai Haoren to put the ring on her finger. Seeing this scene, Bai Haoren's mouth corners slightly raised, he smiled coldly, and put the ring on Li Xiu's finger. This is Bai Haoren's best trick, and he has never made a mistake in it. After putting on the ring, Bai Haoren stood up, hugged Li Xiu and kissed her hard. Li Xiu did not refuse, and the two of them hugged each other and kissed. After 5 seconds, the two separated. Bai Haoren looked at the people around him and said generously, Thank you all for your help. I'll buy a bottle of red wine for each table. As soon as he finished speaking, warm applause rang out throughout the French restaurant. At this moment, the waiter came over with a bottle of red wine, opened it, poured it for them and put it on the table. I just said there will be 1 bottle for each table. Go and deliver it quickly. Bai Haoren said to the waiter with a smile. I'd like to thank you on behalf of all the guests at every table. The waiter thanked and went to get the wine. On the other side, after Jin Dongxiang sent Chu Xinxin to the gate of their community, he said goodbye to Chu Xinxin, watched Chu Xinxin enter the community, and then drove away. When he got home, Jin Dongxiang found that his parents were already resting in their room, so he quietly returned to his room. Early the next morning, Jin Dongxiang woke up early, tidied up and walked out of the room. His parents were not awake yet. He made breakfast and put it on the table. Zhao Fenfang and Jin Jiangwo also came out of the room. Xianzi, when did you come back? Zhao Fenfang asked with a smile. It was around 10 o'clock last night. When I came back you were all asleep so I didn't disturb you and went back to my room to rest. Jin Dongxiang responded with a smile. So what does Mr. Bai want to talk to you about? Jin Jiangwo asked with a smile. It was the annual Lanshan City auction. He asked me to attend and we had dinner at Mr. Bai's house in the evening. Jin Dongxiang briefly recounted what happened last night, but did not mention the unpleasant things. After dinner, Jin Dongxiang took his mother Zhao Fenfang to the store, while Jin Jiangwo rode an electric bike to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. When they arrived at the restaurant, Jin Dongxiang helped his mother clean the floor and wipe the table. "Mom, you take a rest first. I'll go to the new store and check it out. They should deliver the tables over today," Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. "Go ahead," Zhao Fenfang responded with a smile. After leaving the hotel, Jin Dongxiang went to the new store. When he opened the door, he saw that the floor was covered with dust, so he took a broom and started sweeping. When he was almost done, Jin Dongxiang's cell phone rang. He took it out of his pocket and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who are you?" Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile after answering the phone. "I'm delivering tables. Is your store opposite number 9 middle school?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "That's right. Are you there?" "I'm in the store now," Jin Dongxiang said with a smile. "Arrived." The other party responded and hung up the phone. Jin Dongxiang walked outside with his cell phone and saw a truck parked right at the door. "Are you Jin Dongxiang?" asked the truck driver. "It's me," Jin Dongxiang responded. The driver pointed the car towards the entrance of the new store, and then 3 people got out of the car and started unloading the goods. After they were done, they put the tables together and arranged them neatly. It was almost 11 o'clock in the morning when he finished all this. After sending the delivery man away, Jin Dongxiang wiped the table with a rag. After cleaning up, he closed the door and walked towards the old store. "We haven't hired any staff for the new store yet, and the things the kitchen needs haven't been delivered yet, so we can't open for business." Chapter 127: The Man Who Ruins the Scene. After returning to the old store, Jin Dongxiang took the vegetables washed by his parents and started cutting them. When he was done, it was almost time for the students to get out of school, but Jin Dongxiang did not go out and stayed busy in the kitchen. A few minutes later, Jin Dongxiang heard his mother Zhao Fenfang welcoming guests in the kitchen, so he turned on the fire and prepared to cook. "I wonder what you would like to eat?" asked Mother Zhao Fenfang. "Is this Jin Dongxiang's restaurant? We heard that his food is delicious, so we came here because of his reputation." A young man about the same age as Jin Dongxiang asked with a smile. "Yes, it's Jin Dongxiang's store, and he's busy in the kitchen," Zhao Fenfang responded. "That's right." The young man glanced at the other young men beside him. Without any hesitation, several people stood up from their seats, took out baseball bats from their clothes, and started smashing things in the store, overturning chairs and tables. Hearing the noise, Jin Dongxiang came out of the kitchen and saw several people smashing things. Jin Jiangwo and Zhao Fenfang were so scared that they hid in the corner. "What are you doing?" Jin Dongxiang walked over with a spoon and smashed it hard at one of them. Stop smashing things." After knocking down one, the others continued to smash things, and Jin Dongxiang shouted again. But they had no intention of paying any attention to him and smashed the restaurant beyond recognition. "I heard that you opened a new branch, right?" The young man who just spoke asked Jin Dongxiang with a smile. "What do you mean?" Jin Dongxiang asked back with a frown. "You'll know when you go and see for yourself." "Let's go," the man said, then turned and left. The others followed him. After they left, Jin Dongxiang looked at his parents hiding in the corner and said, "Mom and Dad, you go home first. I'll go to Xindian to take a look." After saying that, Jin Dongxiang ran out of the restaurant. After arriving at the new store, Jin Dongxiang saw that the glass door had been smashed and the inside was also in a mess. "Who is it? Who would do such a thing?" Jin Dongxiang shouted while standing in the store. Many neighbors around witnessed the scene of the store being smashed and stood at the door looking at the desperate Jin Dongxiang in the restaurant. At this moment, Jin Dongxiang suddenly thought of someone, Himeng. Himeng was the only one who had unpleasant experiences with him in the past few days, and last night Chu Xinxin reminded him to be careful so as not to be blackmailed by Himeng. It seems that Himeng is the only one who can do such a thing. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and called Mr. Bai. If it was really Himeng who did it, the only one who could help him was Mr. Bai. The phone rang a few times, and then it was connected. Bai Lao's voice came from the receiver. "Dong Chang, I'm so sorry about what happened last night. Himeng is a cautious person. Mr. Bai, my restaurant was smashed, and I suspect it was Himeng who arranged it," Jin Dongxiang said directly. What When did it happen? Asked Mr. Bai in surprise. Just now, all the branches, including my one that hasn't even opened yet, were smashed. Jin Dongxiang said lightly as he looked at the mess in the store. I'll be there now, Mr. Bai said and hung up the phone. Putting the phone in his pocket, Jin Dongxiang left the hotel in despair. The glass door was smashed and there was no way to lock it, so he just left with the door open. When they returned to the old store, Jin Dongxiang's parents were packing up things in the store. Mom and Dad, stop it and take a break. You've been busy all afternoon, Jin Dongxiang said calmly. He must find the person who ordered the destruction of his store, and he swore to make that person know what it feels like to live a life worse than death. Xianzi, have you offended anyone you shouldn't have offended recently? Zhao Funfang asked worriedly. Mom, don't worry. I haven't offended anyone. Maybe some people saw that our business was doing too well and didn't want us to do business properly, so they did this. Jin Dongxiang made up a lie and said. He couldn't just say that he had an unpleasant experience with the wife of Bai Lao's second son at Bai Lao's family dinner last night. If he said that, it would only make them more worried. Xianzi, if anything happens, you must not hide it. You must tell us. We are your parents and don't want to worry you, Jin Jiangwo said. Don't worry, Dad. It's really okay, Jin Dong said with a strong smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Dongxiang followed his parents and started to clean up. Fortunately, the tables and chairs they bought at that time were all made of wood, and they were only overturned and not broken. However, the decorative vases were ruined and not a single one was intact. It was quick to clean up. I just picked up the tiles on the floor and threw them into the trash can, then wiped the tables and chairs again. After school, many students came to eat happily, but the ingredients prepared in the kitchen were smashed by those people, so these students had to temporarily change to another restaurant to eat. About half an hour later, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the hotel. Xianzi. Jin Jiangwo winked at Jin Dongxiang. Jin Dongxiang turned his head and looked over, and when he saw someone getting out of the Rolls-Royce, he went to greet him. Mr. Bai, you are here, Jin Dongxiang said expressionlessly. Don't worry, Dongxiang. This matter is entirely our fault. I will compensate you for all your losses, including the time you have been delayed in doing business, Old Bai said lightly as he looked at the empty restaurant. He knew how good the Jin Dongxiang restaurant business was, otherwise he would never have opened a branch. Mr. Bai, let's go over there and talk. Jin Dongxiang turned his head and said to his parents in the store, Mom and Dad, we're going to the new store. Okay, go ahead, Zhao Funfang responded. Jin Dongxiang brought Bai Lao to the new store. Bai Lao looked at the mess in the new store and his face was full of anger. That side has been cleaned up, but this side has not been cleaned up yet. Jin Dongxiang said with a wry smile, I don't know if it's because I went to the Bai family last night that Himeng has such a deep prejudice against me. Maybe it's not Himeng but someone else, but Himeng is the biggest suspect now. I understand. After all, Himeng had a strong prejudice last night, said Old Bai. After saying that, Mr. Bai took out a small notebook and a pen from his pocket, wrote on it for a second or two, and then handed it to Jin Dongxiang. Please accept this check, said Mr. Bai. Chapter 128 You are not welcome. Looking at the check in Bai Lao's hand, Jin Dong pushed it back forcefully. Although he saw a lot of zeros in the bill, the mastermind behind this matter had not been found after all, and he couldn't just take Bai Lao's money for nothing. If it is really confirmed that Himeng arranged it behind the scenes, Jin Dongxiang will ask for the money without saying a word. Mr. Bai, I can't take your money for nothing. It's not confirmed yet whether it is Himeng. I asked you to come because I was anxious. Let's wait until I find the mastermind behind this, Jin Dongxiang said. Take it. This money is not compensation for you. It is the reward for helping me identify the Xia dynasty collections last night. Mr. Bai had guessed that Jin Dongxiang would not accept it, so he made up this excuse. The painting you gave me last night is your reward to me. Besides, I didn't do anything last night, so I can't take this check. Jin Dongxiang still didn't want to accept it. Since you don't want to receive it, how about this? I'll keep it here for you at the bank's interest rate. When you need it, I'll give you the principal and interest together, said Mr. Bai. Thank you. Jin Dongxiang thanked him. He had not found the mastermind behind the scenes and just suspected Himeng. However, he did not expect that Mr. Bai could be so generous. This refreshed the impression of Mr. Bai in Jin Dongxiang's mind. When you find the person who did this to you, remember to tell me. No matter who it is, I will not let him off easily. Old Bai got into the car, lowered the window and said to Jin Dongxiang. Okay. Jin Dongxiang responded. After seeing Mr. Bai off, Jin Dongxiang returned to the store and looked at his parents who were sitting in the store. How is it? What did Mr. Bai say? Jin Jiangwo asked anxiously. Mr. Bai said he would help me deal with it once we find the mastermind behind it. Jin Dongxiang said, Dad, take Mom back first. I'll go to the store to clean up. No, I'll go and clean it up. That store is bigger than this one, so it will definitely be more troublesome to clean up. Zhao Fenfang refused outright. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door, Jin Dongxiang, make us a meal, we are starving. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang turned his head and saw Li Xiu and Bai Haoran coming in from outside. Why are you here? Jin Dongxiang asked unhappily. His shop had just been smashed, but he had no intention of arguing with them. When I woke up this morning, I heard Xiu say that you run a restaurant, so I suggested coming over to try your cooking skills, and then we came over. Bai Haoran asked with a smile, why? We are guests, and you don't welcome us? Just when Jin Dongxiang was about to say that he was indeed not welcome, Zhao Fenfang asked, Li Xiu, why are you with this man? What? There's no hope for me and you, Jin Dongxiang, so can't I find my own happiness? Li Xiu glanced at her and said unhappily. She had already done things between men and women with Bai Haoran last night, so she was naturally much more arrogant. She believed that she was Bai Haoran's marriage partner, after all, she had already put the ring on her finger. But Bai Haoran didn't quite understand what he said, so he asked Li Xiu, have you ever been with Jin Dongxiang? Yes, I was too young at the time and didn't see clearly what kind of person he was. Fortunately, I didn't let him touch me, otherwise my life would be over. Li Xiu asked coquettishly, husband, you won't dislike me because of this, right? Of course not. I know you are pure. You must have been deceived by Jin Dongxiang. Bai Haoran responded with a smile. Bai Haoran could never have imagined that Jin Dongxiang had actually been with Li Xiu. This was really great. Being able to bring his former woman to humiliate him made Bai Haoran so happy. How could he blame Li Xiu? Besides, he was just playing around. Jin Dongxiang, who was standing by, couldn't help but expel them when he heard what they said, you two, leave here. You are not welcome here. Don't welcome us? You opened the door for business, and we come here to eat so we are guests. Don't you welcome guests? Bai Haoran asked with a frown. To tell you the truth, it's not that we don't want to do business, but because the store was smashed just now and we have just cleaned it up. The ingredients we prepared for lunch are now dirty and can't be used. If you want to eat, come back in the evening. Zhao Fenfang explained. She looked at Bai Haoran for a long time and guessed that this boy must not be from an ordinary family, so it would be better not to provoke him. Smashed? Jin Dongxiang, do you know who did it? Do you need my help? Bai Haoran asked with a big laugh. If you ask me, he must have offended some big shot, which is why he came to smash his store. Haoran, we must not get involved in this, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Li Xiu said with a smile. Bai Haoran, I think you should be the one who did this best, right? I've just met Mr. Bai. If you can admit it yourself, I believe Mr. Bai will let you go. Jin Dongxiang said with a cold snort. If Bai Haoran and Li Xiu had not come here, Jin Dongxiang would not have thought of Bai Haoran. He is He Meng's son. He Meng must have told him something, otherwise he would not have been so happy after knowing Jin Dongxiang's identity last night. Thinking of this and recalling what happened last night, Jin Dongxiang became even more certain. You, what are you talking about? How could it be me? Do you have any evidence? If you don't have any evidence, you are slandering me and I can sue you. Bai Haoran said nervously. If it's not you, then it must be your mother He Meng. Jin Dongxiang said again. I tell you, Jin Dongxiang, this matter has nothing to do with us. If you dare to make up stories in front of my grandfather, be careful or I will be rude to you. Bai Haoran said, pointing at Jin Dongxiang's nose. After saying that, Bai Haoran took Li Xiu and left Jin Dongxiang's restaurant. He never thought that Jin Dongxiang would contact his grandfather directly. Was there something wrong with this matter? Did Jin Dongxiang find out about it? It shouldn't be like this. He didn't show up at all, and he had a very good reason to come here at the end. Besides, he has always been with Li Xiu and has never seen anyone else. Li Xiu can testify to this. Chapter 129, A Turn of Events. Watching Bai Haoran and Li Xiu leaving, Jin Dongxiang clenched his fists. How could he not know that Bai Haoran brought Li Xiu here just to humiliate him? Xianzi, who was that person just now? Why was Li Xiu with him? Watching Bai Haoran and Li Xiu leave, Zhao Fenfang hurriedly walked forward and asked. That's her current boyfriend, and he's Mr. Bai's grandson, Jin Dongxiang introduced. From what you said just now, it is possible that he was the one who smashed our store? Or maybe it was his mother who did it? Jin Jiangwo asked with a frown. I'm just guessing. Last night at the Bai family, his mother Himeng said that I was a liar and that I approached him just to deceive Mr. Bai. I couldn't help but laughed. Xu Xinxin was also there. When I left the Bai family, she reminded me to be careful of Himeng. Jin Dongxiang told the truth of the matter. After all, his parents heard the conversation with Bai Haoran just now. There is no way to hide this matter any longer. They will know it sooner or later, so it is better to know it now. We can't afford to offend Xianzi, the grandson of Mr. Bai. Why don't we just forget about this matter and let them vent their anger? Zhao Fenfang said in a worried tone. No, we can't just let it go like this. Even if it's the King of Heaven, it won't work. Smashing my restaurant is equivalent to destroying me. I can't tolerate it. Besides, Mr. Bai is a man who clearly distinguishes between public and private affairs. He won't favor Bai Haoran and Himeng. Jin Dongxiang said firmly. What he has to do now is to find evidence. As long as he can find evidence to prove that Bai Haoran and his mother did it, he can then ask old Bai for an explanation on this matter. Mom and Dad, let me take you home. Let's stop at the restaurant first. They won't give up. Jin Dongxiang said. But Zhao Fenfang wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Jin Jiangwo before she could finish. Don't say buts, listen to the children, this is also to minimize our losses. What if they come to smash it again when we open in the evening? Okay then. Zhao Fenfang nodded helplessly and agreed. After parking the electric bike in the store and locking the door, Jin Dongxiang drove his parents back to the residential area where they lived. After arriving downstairs, Jin Dongxiang parked the car and the family waited for the elevator. When the elevator door opened to the first floor, several men with hats covering half of their faces came out of the elevator. Looking at these people, Jin Dongxiang felt something was not right, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. He ignored them and got into the elevator to go upstairs. When the elevator door opened, Jin Dongxiang was completely shocked. The corridor was filled with paint and insults to Jin Dongxiang. Seeing this, Jin Dongxiang suddenly thought of the people who had just walked out of the elevator. Mom and Dad, you go home first. I'll go after them. It must be those people who did it just now. Jin Dongxiang said this, and then pushed his parents out of the elevator. He pressed the button for the first floor and went down. When he reached the first floor, Jin Dongxiang quickly ran out of the elevator and began to look for those people in the community. After running around for a long time and still not finding those people, Jin Dongxiang came to the security room at the entrance of the community. Did you see a few men leaving with hats on just now? Jin Dongxiang asked the security guard at the door. No, just after you came in, only one car went out. Oh, and they seem to be looking for you. What happened? Jin Dongxiang from the security team asked. Do you know their license plate numbers? Jin Dongxiang asked again after hearing some clues. Their license plate numbers are on the entry and exit registration book. I'll show it to you. The security guard said this, then walked out of the security room, got the registration book outside, and handed it to Jin Dongxiang. Lon ANB 543. Jin Dongxiang silently memorized the license plate number, then ran to his car like crazy, sat in the car and chased after him. But it was of no use at all. The other party had already run away to who knows where. Jin Dongxiang had no choice but to return home. Xianzi, what do you think we should do? These people dare to do such a thing in broad daylight. It will definitely be even worse at night. Zhao Fenfang said with moist eyes when she saw Jin Dongxiang coming back. How about our family go back to our hometown and hide there first, and then come back after they've calmed down? Jin Jiangwo said. No, I can't go back. I have to find them and make them pay the price for this. Jin Dongxiang said firmly. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang returned to his room, took out his mobile phone from his pocket and called Li Xiu. Now only Li Xiu could help him. She was with Bai Haoran and must know Bai Haoran's plan. The phone rang a few times before being connected. Jin Dongxiang quickly asked, Li Xiu, I hope you can help me. Did Bai Haoran arrange for someone to smash my restaurant and come to my house to spray paint and insult me? What are you talking about? Haoran and I have always been together, and he has never left my sight for a second. Li Xiu said unhappily, Our Haoran is innocent, please don't slander Haoran because of what happened last night. Okay, I got it. Jin Dongxiang said and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, he suddenly thought that Bai Haoran was so rich and was exactly the son-in-law that Li Xiu's family wanted. Now that Li Xiu had hooked up with him, even if she knew Bai Haoran's plan, she couldn't tell it out, otherwise Bai Haoran would definitely retaliate against her. Now we only know the other party's license plate number, and we don't know whether this license plate number is real or fake. How can we check it? Jin Dongxiang felt very guilty. If he had not been to Lao Chen's shop before, if he had not met Lao Bai, if he had not helped Lao Bai select those collections, if he had not gone to Lao Bai's house that night, perhaps all this would not have happened. Holding the phone, Jin Dongxiang's eyes became red. He originally wanted to bring his parents to the city to live a good life, but he didn't expect that his parents would be worried about him. Just at this moment, Jin Dongxiang's cell phone rang. He took a look at the caller ID and saw that it was Chu Xinxin, so he pressed the answer button. I've heard from Adi and Xiao that I've asked someone to install the glass door for your new store. Someone will go to paint the corridor soon. Don't worry, Adi and Xiao are following those people who are going to spray paint. Chu Xinxin said. After hearing this, Jin Dongxiang felt as if the situation had taken a turn for the better, but he didn't understand how Chu Xinxin knew about this. How do you know these things? Jin Dongxiang asked curiously. Chapter 130 Information Leakage. I was worried about you when I came back last night, so I asked Adi and Xiao to follow you, but I didn't expect that my guess would come true. Chu Xinxin said. Thank you. If it weren't you this time, I really might not know what to do. Jin Dongxiang thanked Chu Xinxin on the other end of the phone. Okay, I'm your girlfriend, and these are things I should do. You just stay at home and accompany your uncle and aunt, and don't let them worry. I'll inform you when there is any new news about Ada and Xiao. Chu Xinxin said with a smile. Okay, goodbye. Jin Dongxiang responded and hung up the phone. Holding the phone, he had new hope. As long as Ade and Xiao could catch up with the car, the truth of the matter would be revealed. By then, no matter who it was, he would not let the other party off easily. Even if it is Bai Haoran, the grandson of Bai Lao, even if he is an enemy of Bai Lao, he will give Bai Haoran a severe blow. Thinking of this, Jin Dongxiang clenched his fist and punched the wall of the bedroom. With a loud bang, Jin Dongxiang only felt pain in his hand, and there was actually a small dent on the wall. Hearing the voice, Zhao Fenfang, who was sitting in the living room, hurried to the door of Jin Dongxiang's room. He knocked on the door and called out, Xiangzi, Xiangzi, how are you? Don't do anything stupid, Xiangzi. Hearing this cry, Jin Dongxiang opened the door, looked at Zhao Fenfang at the door and said, Mom, don't worry, it's just a small matter, I won't be so serious. By the way, Mom, I have good news to tell you. Chu Xinxin just called me. She was worried about me last night, so she asked her bodyguards to follow me secretly. Just now, her bodyguards went to chase those people who sprayed paint. As long as they can catch them, the truth will be revealed. Jin Dongxiang told her about the conversation just now. Fortunately, we have Chu Xinxin's help, otherwise, who knows how long this matter would last. Zhao Fenfang sighed when she heard that there was hope. Xiangzi, I have a question. How do you think they know where our house is? And where is our restaurant? At this time, Jin Jiangwo stood aside and asked. Jin Jiangwo has been thinking about this question for a long time. According to Jin Dongxiang, He Meng had only met him once and had no idea what he did, let alone where he lived. Even if he wanted to investigate, it would take time. It would be impossible to find out all of Jin Dongxiang's details in just one night. So someone must have betrayed Jin Dongxiang, which is why the other party took action so quickly. You mean someone deliberately told them my information? Jin Dongxiang's eyes suddenly lit up and he asked back. Yeah, think about it, if the other party wants to investigate you, it will take time. It's impossible to find you in one night, right? Jin Jiangwo said again. I know. Li Xiu must be Li Xiu. She was with Bai Haoran last night. Bai Haoran must have learned where we live and the location of our hotel from her. Jin Dongxiang said firmly. After saying that, Jin Dongxiang took out his cell phone from his pocket and called Li Xiu again. However, he thought it was useless and he had to ask her in person. If it was really what Li Xiu said, then Jin Dongqiang would not let their family have an easy time. When the call was connected, Jin Dongqiang asked directly, "Did you tell Bai Haoren the location of our home and the location of the restaurant?" "So what?" "I told you, this was definitely not done by Bai Haoren, so don't bite people like a stray dog," Li Xiu said angrily. "Okay, I get it. Once I find the evidence, I will never let you go." Jin Dongqiang said this and hung up the phone. On the other side, Li Xiu heard the phone hang up, put it in her bag, and looked at Bai Haoren beside her. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Bai Haoren asked with a smile. "Did you do this?" "Jin Dongqiang just asked me if I told you his information." Li Xiu asked back. "We have been together all the time, you won't doubt me, right? Besides, is a small fry like him worthy of me taking direct action? And even if I want to deal with him, I won't use such a low-end method," Bai Haoren said with a smile. "Well, I knew that it must be Jin Dongqiang's imagination," Li Xiu said with a smile. Although he uttered vows of eternal love, Bai Haoren was actually thinking about how to abandon Li Xiu. "Xiu, Jin Dongqiang said that you two were together before, what on earth is that?" Just when Bai Haoren was about to ask something, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Meng calling, so he answered the call. "Hello, Mom, do you have something to talk to me about?" Bai Haoren asked with a smile. "How's the thing I asked you to do going?" Meng asked back. After hearing this, Bai Haoren stood up and walked towards the bathroom. When he entered, he took a special look at Li Xiu. After locking the door, he whispered, "It's already being done. Their restaurant has been smashed, and their place of residence has been sprayed with paint. Don't worry, no one will know. This matter is very serious. Your grandfather, that old man, thinks highly of that kid. If he knew it was us who did it, he would definitely punish us severely. So we must not expose it and get rid of all those who might leak our secrets," Meng said fiercely. This is just the kind of person she is. She can completely disregard the lives of others in order to achieve her own selfish interests. "Okay, Mom, I'm hanging up," Bai Haoren said with a smile and hung up the phone. After coming out of the bathroom, Bai Haoren returned to bed, lit a cigarette and started smoking. "Does your mother want to talk to you about something?" Li Xiu asked. "Well, let me go back in the evening. I'll take you home later and call you when I come out." Bai Haoren made up a lie. "Okay." Li Xiu agreed with a smile, then snuggled into Bai Haoren's arms. She had no idea that the man she had chosen as her husband was actually thinking about how to dump her, or even how to make her shut up forever. On Jin Dongqiang's side, his family was sitting in the living room chatting. The spray painters arranged by Chu Xinxin had also arrived and were working on the wall at the door. "Xiangzi, you must treat Chu Xinxin well. You see, she has put a lot of effort into our family," Jin Jiangwo said. "Dad, I know. I'm trying my best. After all, the gap between us is not small. It would be so embarrassing if I made a fool of myself in front of her family. So I want to wait until the gap between our identities is not so big before considering the future," Jin Dongqiang said.